In that moment, Gu Han had, for some reason, begun to suddenly miss young Master Jun. Jun Moxie had disappeared at this extremely crucial timing, missing the meet of the peak experts of the two sides. Naturally, he also didn't make it to hear the prophecy made 10,000 years ago, as well as that arrogant explanation by the strange races. This was actually quite an understandable matter. In these few days, young Master Jun had truly been quite exhausted. Before this, he had faced a lightning tribulation. And it was an extremely huge lightning tribulation that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if he had his strange methods to perfectly handle the lightning tribulation, he still needed to focus on the task, not daring to be careless in the slightest. If even a few bolts of lightning got past him, it would result in the deaths of many. After 3 full days of concentration, he naturally ran off to find a place to rest first. If Jun Moxie had been present when Chuangshan Beidao came, what would he do? With his personality, he certainly wouldn't let that strange race's fellow leave after gaining an advantage, right? At the very least, he wouldn't let him leave in such a carefree manner. Gu Han believed that with Jun Moxie's poisonous tongue that was unrivaled under the heavens, even if he couldn't beat this fellow up until he spat out blood and escaped, he would at least anger the latter so much that he would vomit out a mouthful of blood. No matter what, he would still have to vomit blood before leaving. As this thought fleeted through his head, Gu Han could not help but smile lightly. His mood that had been at the bottom of the abyss also began to rise. Jun Moxie had always been a person that could bring about miracles. Right now, we're at least standing on the same side. I hope that he can once again create a miracle, bringing us out of this inescapable nightmare. As soon as Chuangshan Beidao left, Mei Shuiyan similarly sensed that the strange races' forces would probably follow soon, and she also began to make the preparations. After Jun Moxie once again upgraded the strength of his people once more with great costs, the strength of Tian Fa Forest and Evil Monarch Manor had reached a thoroughly new peak. As the Saint Venerable Realm had high requirements for aptitude and cultivation, less than 20 people managed to barely squeeze into that realm. As for Saint Monarch, only Mei Shuiyan managed to reach it. However, she broke all the way to the 2nd level of Saint Monarch in one go, and she was not far off from a 3rd level Saint Monarch like Gu Han. The most amazing thing was that in the last 10,000 years, no Xian beasts of Tian Fa had ever managed to reach the Saint Monarch realm, making Mei Shuiyan truly the first Saint Monarch and #1 expert of all the Xian beasts. That was the peak military strength, although it was rather shocking, it was still not to the point of being horrifying. The truly astonishing numbers belonged to the middle to high-level military strength. All of the Tian Fa Xian beasts and Evil Monarch Manor experts who came this time had reached the Saint Emperor realm. There were no exceptions. Every single one. Even Tian Can and DK who began with the weakest Xian cultivation had also risen all the way to the Saint Emperor realm. And not only that, they'd relied on their astonishing willpower and their transformed physiques to jump all the way to the 3rd level of Saint Emperor. This kind of ascension speed was truly unprecedented in history. Naturally, the shocking improvement speed of the two also came with a huge price. After all, they were not like Jun Moxie who had countless magical means. Throughout the entire process, Mei Shuiyan had sat beside the two, using her own art of unlocking heaven's fortune spiritual qi to continuously mend their meridians and bodies. Even with that, the two had walked along the thin line between life and death countless times, tethering just on the edge of their bodies exploding. So although their improvement had been horrifying, quite a considerable amount of hidden injuries had been left behind in their bodies. Before their cultivation and their comprehension reached an appropriate level, they would not be able to advance any further. That would be an extremely slow and long process and required the appropriate fortuitous encounters as well. However, right now, they were true 3rd level Saint Emperors. This was a level that 99% of the people in this world would never reach even in their dreams. It was like ascending to the heavens in one stroke. The most remarkable thing about this was that the two of them who'd gained incredibly shocking power actually still showed no emotion on their faces. Apart from the bit of excitement that flickered across their eyes for a moment, there were no other changes. They even used most of their resting time to familiarize themselves with their newfound powers and practice their techniques, striving to get used to their strength as soon as possible. Even the Xian beasts that had lived for several hundred years were not able to match this level of mental strength. This was the quality that Jun Moxie had discovered back then at first glance, an ability to be completely undisturbed either by favor or disgrace. Unmoved though the mountains may collapse and crumble, indifferent even in the face of life or death. This was a natural-born quality that belonged only to the best assassins. Around half a day after Chuangshan Beidao left, Bailey Luo Yun and Ling Ao, these two newly advanced Saint Venerables, came to look for Mei Shui-yen, bringing along the now Saint Emperor assassins and then disappearing into the trees. They would look for the best spots for assassinations and prepare for the upcoming grand battle. After Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyan obtained the approval of Mei Shui-yen, they also led the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops away, advancing 800 li and hiding themselves among the rubble of the fallen pillar of Heaven's mountains. They would be the hidden sharp blade that could affect the battle with the greatest effect at any moment. At the same time, Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyan both had the same thought. This entire War 9 under the personal direction of Jun Moxie. The glorious name of the evil monarch must not be trampled into the ground because of them. Whether it was the Xian beasts of Tian Fa or the elite assassins group of evil monarch manor, only the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops were the original forces of the Jun family, belonging to Jun Moxie alone. And they, as the force that represents the Jun family, should show their worth in the most dangerous situations. Compared to the brothers of Tian Fa, if death should come, it should be them who sacrificed their lives first. It should be the people of the evil monarch manor to die before others. They were determined to not let their own brothers act as the cannon fodder for them. Jun Moxie was not here right now, but the two of them believed that if Jun Moxie was here, he would not hesitate to make the same choice. That was how comrades were truly supposed to be in a battle. Only when you were fully prepared to block a spear for your comrade, would they be willing to risk their own lives for you. If people behaved selfishly in a battle, only caring about saving themselves, then without a question, that person would die the quickest. Because no one would feel that it was worth it to save a person like that with their own lives. An army was only as strong as its weakest link, and when everyone fully relied on and trusted each other with their lives, it would be truly terrifying. This decision by Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyan had completed the final arrangement of the entire army. Mei Shui-yen understood their thoughts, and although she was worried, she did not stop them. At this time, anybody could end up having to sacrifice themselves. She could only consider everything in view of the big picture. Even if they had to sacrifice, she had to look at whose sacrifice it was, and what kind of sacrifice had the most value. This value did not refer only to how many enemies one killed or injured. There were also the factors of inspiring and rousing the battling emotions of their own army. And the personal troops of the evil monarch manor was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for this point. So after Mei Shui-yen agreed to Solitary Eagle's request, Tiger King Earthcracker, who was beside her, requested to take 3,000 of his most elite warriors from the Tiger tribe, forming the second wave and pushing forward to the front line. Mei Shui-yen nodded her head, her expression as calm as water. However, her heart trembled uncontrollably. With her intelligence, how could she not understand? Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyan had chosen the position where they were most likely to be sacrificed, and Tiger King had also made a similarly innocent request. Even if all 300 of his Tiger tribe warriors, including himself, self-detonated and all of them died, they would still do their best to ensure the safe return of Solitary Eagle and their other brothers of the evil monarch manor. Since you can disregard your life for me, I will also do the same for you. Although you belong to the evil monarch manor, and I belong to Tian Fa, although we are Xian beasts and you are humans. In this moment, we are brothers who will share life and death. I can completely trust my back to you. The other Tian Fa beast kings also grasped the limited choices they had right now, urging their subordinates to focus on training, to align their abilities and their new cultivation strength as quickly as possible. Crane King constantly ordered the flying Xian beasts under his command to fly into the sky together and land together. At the same time, his sharp eyes watched the long defensive front line. On the ground, there were still many large groups of flying Xian beasts constantly maintaining the position of taking off. Countless stalwart Tian Fa Xian beast warriors were already seated on their backs. With just a single command, they would instantly take into the sky and rush to their positions, before one could even blink. On the side of the three holy lands, everyone was calming their hearts, adjusting themselves to a peak state. Gu Han only had one request. We must not let the Tian Fa side look down on our holy lands. Even if all of us die today, we must protect the dignity of the holy lands. Or perhaps, this is the last shred of dignity for us, the experts of the holy lands. It was this last sentence that thoroughly roused the will of the holy lands experts to fight to the death. The entire battlefield sank into a moment of heavy silence. The air was stifling, and everyone's hands were resting on the hilt of their sword. The entire army was ready to fight. Big Bear had also said, with tears running all over his face, before Little Eagle died, he told me very seriously, about the main weakness of the strange races. They are not adept at large-scale chaotic battles. Once they entered their stealth state, the strange race's defensive abilities will drop to the lowest possible point. He said that I must pass this discovery to elder sister and brother-in-law. And this piece of news was indeed highly valued by Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan paced around with furrowed brows, considering how best to take advantage of this weakness. One thing was for certain, if this weakness could be exploited well enough, it would definitely be able to deal the strange races a huge blow, or even completely eliminate the threat of the stealth kills technique. If the strategy was successful, and this battle went as they imagined, it would be enough to cause the strange races to not dare to use their stealth kills technique in future battles. As long as they did not use those damnable techniques, what did their side have to fear? In the previous battles, the most difficult thing they had to deal with was those freaks who could disappear with no warnings. And it was exactly this that had caused the most damage to the Xian continent's forces throughout all the past wars. But although she had information about this key weakness, she couldn't figure out any good ways to use it. Just as Mei Shuiyan was wrecking her brains in deep thought, young Master Jun suddenly appeared. Right now, there seemed to be something about with Jun Moxie's body. But as to what it was exactly, Mei Shuiyan couldn't tell. It was too difficult to describe. She could just feel that the current Jun Moxie was very different from the past. The truth was, even Jun Moxie himself also had this weird feeling. After absorbing the lightning tribulation, Jun Moxie immediately returned to the Hongjun Pagoda to recuperate. At the same time, he roared a few times to vent the emotions in his heart. To his surprise, he discovered that the Hongjun Pagoda seemed to be different from before. It seemed as though a certain area was gurgling, but it still hadn't reached the critical point. About this strangeness, Jun Moxie was also extremely curious. At the same time, he could feel that his cultivation realm seemed to have moved again, as if he was about to break through. The reason for this was not difficult to understand. This should be a transformation after the Hongjun Pagoda had absorbed so much lightning. Although it felt strange, it was definitely a progress towards a positive development. Could it be that absorbing large amounts of lightning energy can help me to break through and increase my cultivation faster? Towards this point, Jun Moxie himself was also rather unsure. And it was because of this reason that he'd stayed longer in the Hongjun Pagoda, to investigate the matter. But he hadn't thought that in just this short period, not only had he failed to find the answers he sought, he'd instead become even more confused. Also, he'd missed meeting the number one expert of the strange races and the conversation between the peak experts of the three powers. Young Master Jun pounded his chest, feeling somewhat regretful. If he'd been here just now, he would never have let that fellow get away so simply. No matter what, that fellow should get some pounding on the bed before leaving, as per his namesake. 1. Young Master Jun sighed, deeply regretting missing such a heaven-sent opportunity. Others had already come here to get pounded, but he was absent to give the pounding. Of course, if it had really came to the pounding, young Master Jun would have used blood of yellow flame to do the pounding. It certainly wouldn't be, in that way. A heavy sigh rang out, distracting Mei Shuiyan from her thoughts and causing her to furrow her brows with annoyance. The heavily sighing young Master Jun only discovered that Mei Shuiyan was troubled and hurriedly swallowed his sighs. After she finished recounting the problem, Jun Moxie's expression also grew heavy. If he could make use of this knowledge, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. Although Eagle King had discovered this weakness, the forces they had were too little, and their adaptation ability was not high. Thirdly, the situation was too chaotic, and there was no time to spend thought on the subject. As for Bear King, if he could think of anything, he wouldn't be Bear King. This is the knowledge that Little Eagle left for us before he died. It's the ultimate weapon to use against the strange races and destroy them. We definitely cannot put that knowledge to waste. This can be the key for us to turn the situation around on the strange races. Mei Shuiyan bit her lips and said with a trembling voice. Her brother had paid the price of his life in exchange for this information. So Mei Shuiyan naturally valued it highly. I know. And I understand how important this information is as well. Jun Moxie nodded as he also started to pace around, furrowing his brows deeply in thought. All kinds of battle strategies that he'd seen in his past life, began to flash through his mind as he began to evaluate and compare them. He also began to think back to the experience he had while exchanging blows with those other assassins in his past life. As he ruminated, there seemed to be a path that had opened up in front of his eyes, but when he looked up, it had disappeared, turning hazy and difficult to understand. In roughly what kind of situation would the strange races deploy large amounts of experts to battle? Jun Moxie fell silent for a moment and asked. A situation where the strange races would send out enduring ghosts, enduring earth, enduring heavens level experts. That would only be when the battle had reached the decisive moment to determine victory and defeat. Only then will they send all their experts to make a full-strength push, ending the war. Perhaps only then, would the strange races truly mobilize large amounts of experts who could change the whole results of the war. Mei Shuiyan said with furrowed brows. But if we wait until that time, most of our battle strength will have also already been shaved away. Although everyone's strength has risen greatly again, in terms of numbers, we are still on the absolute disadvantage. Our enemies might outnumber us by 30 times, 50 times, even 100 times. If they use the human seat strategy, aiming to drain our forces as quickly as possible, then even if we manage to barely hold on, what will we use to deal with the later part of the battle? Jun Moxie became even more troubled. That's right. This is indeed very difficult to maneuver. If it isn't handled properly, it would instead turn on our heads, allowing them to win with one stroke. At that time, it would be a disaster. Mei Shuiyan's forehead was creased with worry. They knew the lethal weakness of the strange races, but they simply could not come up with a proper way to exploit it. This kind of feeling was too maddening. There will most likely not be many experts at the beginning of the fight. Even if there are some enduring earths and enduring heavens mixed in there, it won't be too much. Jun Moxie said with a slight nod. So, once the battle opens up, we only need to tell the men to be careful. I trust that they should be able to minimize the damage that the stealth kills technique can deal. So, in a normal fight, there's no ways to utilize this flaw. Yes. A pained look flashed in Mei Shuiyan's eyes. No matter what war one went to, injuries and death were unavoidable. As for the decisive battle, Jun Moxie's eyes grew brighter and brighter and he suddenly slapped his hands. I got it. We can do that. Do that? Mei Shuiyan opened her mouth and looked at him. It's like this. We'll gather all our Saint Venerable experts together, then at the most opportune moment, insert them into the foremost position between the two armies. Then, we will lock on to the experts on the enemy side. There's no need to use our spiritual sense to thoroughly lock on to them. Everyone only needs to remember a few faces. Then, the instant any of those faces are discovered to have disappeared, it would mean that the strange races is preparing to mobilize their experts, and many invisible enemies will be killing their way over. This shouldn't be wrong, right? Jun Moxie said with a slight smile. That is indeed a logical understanding. When multiple experts from the enemy's side disappear, they would naturally be charging towards us. Is there any need to mention it? Mei Shuiyan was somewhat confused. Don't be in a hurry, let me continue. At that time, our troops will be split into 4 groups. The first group will focus entirely on defense, stopping the attacks of the enemy. The second group will begin attacking the space 3 zhang above and in front of the first group. The third group will attack 6 zhang around the first and second group. The fourth group will continue enlarging the attack range to 10 zhang. As Jun Moxie spoke, he picked up a stone and began to draw the plan out on the ground. Just like that, after the attacks of the 3 groups at the back are completed, everyone will immediately begin to charge into the midst of the strange race's ranks, deploying the most chaotic melee fight, causing those freaks to not be able to utilize their stealth kills techniques. My guess is, at least half of the strange race's experts will be caught and killed in such a manner. Jun Moxie threw the stone away and shrugged. This can be said to be the best solution in a situation with no solutions. It's also the dumbest and most direct way of dealing with them. However, it's simple and easy to execute, and also the most effective strategy we have right now. Mei Shuiyan squatted down and carefully examined the battle strategy that Jun Moxie had drawn out. After a long time, she nodded slowly. You're right. At this moment, this is the only and most effective method we have to kill and injure a large number of the strange race's experts. Remember, the most crucial point of this strategy lies in the heaven reversal pills. Jun Moxie's eyes flashed. All the soldiers must not swallow the pill yet, no matter how injured they are. They must endure until the enemy sees that our army is falling apart and summons their experts to end the battle. At that time, they can all consume the heaven reversal pills together. By this plan, we can deal the greatest damage to the enemy. Yes. Mei Shuiyan's eyes lit up. However, if we do that, there will undoubtedly be sacrifices. Jun Moxie nodded heavily. Or perhaps, that is the price we must pay. Mei Shuiyan sighed, her heart seemingly choked up by something, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. That is the only way. Jun Moxie raised his head and began to think over the details of this plan again. Sighing heavily, he said, "Right now is not the time to hesitate and be emotional. I too wish to let our brothers return safe and sound. However, that is obviously impossible. Perhaps, there is another point that we can take advantage of." Mei Shuiyan suddenly looked up and said. "What is that?" Jun Moxie asked hurriedly. "It's, the all-seeing Rakshasa, Xiao Ying." Mei Shuiyan pointed at the drawing on the ground and said. "This attack strategy of ours is only a very crude and direct one. It relies completely on our estimations. Even if the estimations are good, a battle will always be susceptible to countless changes in every moment. We might not be able to use the strategy perfectly that way. But if we have Xiao Ying with us, it will be a completely different matter. Because she is the only person who can see every movement on the enemy's side. If she appears at the suitable time to command the troops, the probability of our strategy being successful will be much higher." "You are right." Jun Moxie patted his thigh and exclaimed. "How could I have forgotten about her? Isn't she the only person who can see through the techniques of those freaks? Back then, even I." Jun Moxie suddenly could not help but think back to his own encounter. Hadn't the yin-yang escape art which had never failed end up exposed because of the all-seeing eye? Following that, the lithe figure of Xiao Ying appeared once again in his mind. In that moment, a thought appeared in his heart. If I could, get a hand on both, I wonder what a happy thing that would be. Mei Shuiyan had only started to feel happy at finally resolving the huge problem that had been troubling her for a long time, when she lifted her head and saw the perverted look on young Master Jun's face. She'd only just finished speaking about Xiao Ying, and that fellow already had such a lustful look. This was simply too obvious, there wasn't anything much to say about it. Mei Shuiyan instantly felt a sour feeling in her heart, and her hand shot out with incredibly dexterity, grabbing onto the side of his waist with 2 fingers. Without any hesitation, she twisted 180 degrees, followed by 360 degrees in the opposite direction. Clenching her teeth, she smiled and asked in a creepy voice, "What were you thinking about?" "I was thinking about..." Jun Moxie yowled with pain. This lass had actually even used the art of unlocking Heaven's fortune to enhance her twisting strength. The damage was enhanced, and in addition, that area was the most painful spot to be pinched for men. Jun Moxie gasped and sucked in a cold breath of air, unable to utter any words from his mouth. Mei Shuiyan ultimately still grew soft-hearted, and she relaxed her grip, snorting angrily. I just mentioned the name Xiao Ying, and you immediately had such a perverted look on your face. There are so many beautiful sisters back at home, what are you still dreaming about? Are you starting to have more strange thoughts again? Are you planning to add another one into the harem? Shuiyan, shouldn't you first speak reasonably first? Young Master Jun quickly countered. Oh. You are on the side of reason now. I wonder what grand reasons young Master Jun has. This wife is willing to listen. Although Great Beauty Mei was speaking in such a nice tone right now, her 2 fingers was actually pinching even harder than before. OWW, why you naturally need to be willing to listen, aren't you the main cause behind all of this? You definitely wouldn't allow me to think, but how is that possible? Young Master Jun winced in pain and said. This elder brother is a normal man who couldn't be any more normal. Is it possible to not want that thing? If I didn't think about it, it would be the truly strange matter, wouldn't it? If any man is subjected to the same treatment I had, having their wife do a transformation act at the most crucial moment, running away and refusing to cooperate, they will be like this elder brother, not even having a place to cry to. If that happens a few more times, I'm afraid I'll need to castrate myself to end the torment. There's no need to be a man anymore, I can just enter the palace to serve the royal family as a eunuch. You are still angry with me. Mei Shuiyan suddenly turned a little guilty, and her eyes darted around uncomfortably. I didn't want to do that as well, that time, was because I wasn't ready yet. Why you're that thing, looked too scary, how could I possibly endure that? Then, when will you be ready? How about right now? Relax, I will be very gentle, very very gentle. Jun Moxie said excitedly. All that talk about the most painful area to be pinched had already been thrown out of his mind. Young Master Jun had steered the conversation in this manner on purpose. Apart from having the effect of dissolving the awkward situation, he could force Great Beauty Mei to soften her stance. After all, she couldn't simply continue avoiding his advances forever, right? If she transformed every time at the most crucial moment, in just 1 or 2 times more, young Master Jun would probably be so frustrated that he would resort to drilling the ground. How could one prepare for that kind of thing, and how could you be gentle? Mei Shuiyan's face turned as red as a sheet of cloth. Then, you're saying, that you will never be ready? Jun Moxie nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You need to at least give me some time, to slowly. Mei Shuiyan's voice softened to the level of a mosquito. Young Master Jun hammered his chest in an aggrieved manner. Honey, please just have some pity on me, alright? If I continue to be so stuffed, these old sack of pearls would wrinkle into sariras. What? Sarira? What are sariras? Mei Shuiyan coughed embarrassingly and asked. A sarira is, when a man is unable to release his life essence for a long time, that area will shrivel up and turn into wrinkly old rocks. In the future, it wouldn't work even if he wants to get it up. Jun Moxie spouted with a turn of his wits. Truthfully, the concept sariras are not easy to explain in the context of this world as well. Because this world does not have any monks or spiritual masters. Calcify into stones. Is it really so scary? Mei Shuiyan gasped with shock, her eyes widening into 2 large circles. Yes, that matter which I spoke of, is the truly urgent danger. Jun Moxie lamented bitterly. Don't you still have Miao Xiao Miao, Guan Qing Han, and the others? I heard that you've plucked that last Xiao Yi not long ago as well. They should be enough for you, right? There's no way you will form those sarira thingies. Did you really think I'm an idiot? Mei Shuiyan snorted and turned around. How could they be compared with you? Jun Moxie panicked and hurriedly said. The person I want to do the most, is you. Hey, what are you talking about? Mei Shuiyan was truly embarrassed this time, and she stomped her feet as she quickly disappeared with a red face, leaving behind only a single sentence. Quickly go and bring Qiaoying over here. Young Master Jun sighed despondently, as if he'd lost his soul. Seeing Jun Moxie coming towards him with a sunken expression, Gu Han hurriedly stood up. Right now, Gu Han could already see the situation very clearly. If they wanted to stop the invasion of the strange races, the only person they could rely on was Jun Moxie. As for the 3 holy lands, they were already unimportant now. Their side only had a ragtag bunch numbering about 6,000 to 7,000, and that was the full force of the entire 3 holy lands. Everyone that could come here could be said to be exceptional experts, but compared to Jun Moxie's evil monarch Manor or Tian Fa's army, they were on a completely different level. Manor Lord Jun. Gu Han took a few steps forward and greeted Jun Moxie with a smile. Jun Moxie did not waste his words, directly stating his intentions. Senior Gu, I've come here to borrow a person from you. Gu Han raised his eyebrows, but he was not too surprised as he asked, Qiaoying. That's right. It's Qiaoying. Jun Moxie nodded. No problem. Gu Han did not even blink as he agreed directly. Following that, Qiaoying was called out. Seeing the look of confusion on her face, a protective glint flashed in his eyes. Little Ing, you will be following Manor Lord Jun from now on to deal with the strange races. But why? Why am I the only one being sent out right before the big battle? Qiaoying was obviously unhappy. Although the Holy Lands were weaker now, Qiaoying still held deep attachments to the Heaven Saint Palace. Little Ing, the situation right now is obvious. Only by going to Tian Fa's side can your abilities be maximized against the strange races. The Holy Lands are unable to give you the conditions to use your abilities to the greatest extent. These are the facts. As expected of the number 1 person of the Heaven Saint Palace, Gu Han had managed to guess that Jun Moxie must have already come up with a plan to deal with the strange races the moment the latter asked to borrow Qiaoying. All of a sudden, Qiaoying felt an unprecedented feeling of loneliness. Although both sides' camps were close to each other, Qiaoying could faintly sense that if she went over now, it would most probably be the final time and she would be bidding them farewell. This kind of inexplicable feeling caused her to feel extremely complicated, and she didn't know what to do. Little Ing, you go over first and look for Venerable Mei. Gu Han waved his hand as a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. I will speak a few more words with Manor Lord Jun. Qiaoying nodded, taking another deep look at all her friends and comrades of the Heaven Saint Palace whom she'd spent countless years with. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with tears, and she turned around, flying off without looking back again. Everybody from Heaven's Saint Palace also looked at her departing figure, smiling sadly as their eyes fogged with warmth. When it came to this little sister whom they had known for over 1,000 years, all of them truly loved and cared for her from the bottom of their hearts. This parting was very likely an eternal one. But for her to go over to Tian Fa's side would be much safer for her. At the very least, it would be safer than if she stuck with us. Because, we're all ready. When Gu Han saw Manor Lord Jun personally receiving Qiaoying into her camp, he sighed, as if he'd finally managed to put down a heavy matter in his heart. Turning towards Jun Moxie, he said, "Manor Lord Jun, this old man has a few words that I would like to say." "Senior Gu, please say." Jun Moxie clasped his fist. Gu Han waved his hand, and in an instant, the space in the area was completely locked. A slight tremor surged through the air and became still. With just a wave of his hand, the area 10 zhang around them had been completely sealed, ensuring that nobody else could hear their conversation. Jun Moxie was originally behaving rather casually, but when he saw this, his expression turned serious in an instant. He knew that Gu Han definitely had extremely important things to say to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so seriously. After he finished setting everything up, Gu Han turned and fixed his eyes on Jun Moxie. His face was complicated, and his eyes were conflicted. It was as though he was carrying some intense hope, and also deep plea. It was this exact look in his eyes that caused even a stone-hearted person like Jun Moxie to feel a tremor in his heart. This old man had lived for 2 entire lifetimes, a total of nearly 5,000 years so far. Gu Han said with a bitter laugh. In the last life, this old man's cultivation has stopped at the very peak of the Saint Venerable realm, ultimately failing to pass through the holy infant that followed it. Left with death to face, I could only escape with my holy infant to be reborn again. I sought out a Xian Qi cultivation family by the name of Gu family, entered the womb of a pregnant woman and was born in the body of her infant. Today, I've reached the peak of the 3rd level of Saint Monarch realm. I owed my parents in the Gu family a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain, and so although the old Wushan Yun had already disappeared, this old man still chose to go by the name Gu Han. Gu Han only. A look of reminiscence flashed across his aged face, and he sighed, seemingly having remembered the 2 loving parents he had. Jun Moxie nodded slowly, creasing his brows. This junior shall not keep my thoughts from senior. There is a matter that I am unable to understand. Please ask. Gu Han said in a warm voice. When I met Senior Gu at the Heaven Saint Palace back then, Senior's cultivation seemed to be much higher than now, Jun Moxie asked. But I wonder, how did Senior's cultivation drop to such a level? Jun Moxie still remembered clearly back when he'd first looked into Gu Han's eyes and had nearly been lost in the starry space within his gaze. At that time, every move that Gu Han made seemed to be filled with a mystical and profound aura. It was as if he'd already formed some kind of connections with the heavens Tao. That was an extremely profound cultivation that was capable of shaking the world. Although the current Gu Han was still not someone that could be underestimated, he had clearly lost that transcendental aura from before. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the past Gu Han and one now were 2 completely different people. So you've managed to see through that as well. Gu Han laughed dryly and lampooned. We are in a cooperative relationship right now, and my situation is not exactly a secret either, so I shall tell you everything. Back then, I'd already reached the peak of the Saint Monarch realm. With just one more step, I would step into the realms of a half-sage. In other words, it's the same realm that Zhang Kuang had reached. At that time, I did not put anything else in my sights, and the only thought I had was to break through as quickly as possible. And so, I did not go out of my way to make things difficult when you visited and did not even say much when you nearly cleaned out almost all of the treasures of our Heaven Saint Palace. Because to me, if I could get past that threshold, nothing is an obstacle. Jun Moxie, do you know what that kind of breakthrough is called? Gu Han asked with a smile. What is it called? Jun Moxie smiled back with interest. Returning to the natural state, form of emptiness, body of half-sage, limitless spirit. If one wants to ascend to the heavens, one must first be a proper human. That is a sage. Gu Han recited solemnly, his expression heavy and stern. If one wishes to ascend to the heavens, one must first be a proper human. Jun Moxie mumbled, seemingly having some comprehension in his heart. Indeed, the most important point is this sentence. Gu Han nodded seriously. You have to make sure to remember it. It will definitely be useful for your cultivation advancements in the future. This is the greatest thing I've comprehended over my 2 lives. Whether one is good or bad, you need to remember when the most crucial time arrives. You are a human. To be a human, you should revert to the most origin nature, a simple and untainted human. Well said. In this world, there are far too few people who can be called proper humans. Jun Moxie nodded slowly and said. Truthfully, no matter what we do, if we want to do it well, the most important prerequisite is to first be a proper human. If one could not even be a proper human, how will they talk about doing other things? That's right. That is exactly what it means. A look of admiration appeared on Gu Han's face. Seeing that Jun Moxie had been able to comprehend his words so quickly, he felt extremely glad. Humans are doing, and heaven is watching. Perhaps, the three holy lands might have indeed gone overboard these years, and I have been too overly concerned about my own moral integrity without thought of others, resulting in a problem with this matter. Just as I had thought that I've already prepared very thoroughly to break through to the next level, Zhan Luanhui, who is also Zhan Kuang, showed up at Mount Heaven Saint. Gu Han clenched his teeth hatefully as he spoke to hear. In that moment, Jun Moxie came to a realization in his heart. The reason that Gu Han's cultivation had regressed definitely had a huge connection to Zhan Luanhui. The 9 illusory quicksand was stolen, and the lands shook as the pillar of heaven's mountains collapsed. This old man's soul had also received a heavy blow in that moment. Gu Han's eyes twitched as he continued. In that moment, I was concentrated on forging ahead in my cultivation, but my heart wavered because of that incident, and I was unable to stop my mind from slipping. My cultivation went out of control, dropping rapidly, and I only managed to stop it by force at the peak of Saint Monarch 3rd level. As the saying goes, when one rows against the current, if one did not progress, they will regress. To receive such a heavy blow in a crucial timing like that, it was already a great mercy, and a proof of your powerful mental fortitude that you hadn't completely lost your mind and become a raving madman from cultivation deviation. Jun Moxie sighed and nodded, finally understanding where the problem was. No wonder Gu Han felt so vastly different from the first time he saw him. Alright, now that we're done with the idle talk, Jun Moxie, this old man wishes to talk with you about the important matters. Gu Han's expression turned serious, and he looked sternly at Jun Moxie's face as he slowly said, this old man has a few requests. I hope that Manor Lord Jun can promise me them. Please speak. Jun Moxie also grew serious. As long as I can accomplish them, I will not turn them down. The greatest wish of my life is to be able to step into the realms of a sage. And then, I want to break through the confines of this world and roam through the world, traveling the entire universe. Gu Han breathed heavily and said. But now, all this hope had already turned into ash, holding no more meaning. Right now, all I wish to do, is to completely eradicate those strange racist freaks. But with just the strength of the 3 holy lands, this is clearly an impossible task. Gu Han looked fixedly at Jun Moxie. Right now, I can only trouble you with this wish of mine. I know that I do not have the qualifications to say these words, but the countless intelligent beings on this continent, rest entirely in Manor Lord Jun's hands now. Senior is a little too pessimistic, it's still not that bad, right? Jun Moxie said lightly. No. Like you, I've also seen everything clearly already. The 3 holy lands are destined to be finished. Gu Han shut his eyes sadly. After this battle, the 3 holy lands will mostly likely not exist in this world anymore. Everything from here on, can only be left to you, Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie raised his brows with shock as he looked at Gu Han. A peaceful smile hung on Gu Han's face as he sighed. Regardless of the final result of this battle, the glorious name of the 3 holy lands which has shone so brightly for thousands of years will forever be erased from this world. All of us have already readied ourselves to die for the sake of the people in this continent. As he said that, he chuckled. That day, you once said that whoever dares to mention the words, people of the world, again in front of you, shall die. However, I hope that you allow this old man to say those words once again today. Jun Moxie's heart suddenly shuddered, like the tumultuous waves on the ocean. As long as one was alive, they would have things that they pursued and goals they wanted to reach. To safeguard the continent and protect the common people, was probably the belief that the 3 holy lands had held onto for the last 10,000 years. This was an indescribably grand source of glory for them. And it was also because of this glory, that they had also committed too many sins, among which were many that had irreversible consequences. But similarly for the sake of this glory, they had been willing to live in terrible conditions far from human civilizations for countless generations. The sacrifices they had made could not be said to be small. And all of this was for a glory that was as vague as a dream, that only few people were aware of. Today, this glory had finally been shattered cruelly by Jun Moxie. Faced with the strongest army of the strange races they had ever faced, they'd still decided to stand out, preparing to use their lives to wash away their wrongs for the past 10,000 years. It was an incredibly sad outcome, but also exceedingly respectable. We have already decided that in the coming battle, everyone from the three holy lands will sacrifice our lives. Gu Han seemed to be talking about an extremely trivial matter as he continued. After our deaths, whatever happens to the continent, and to the common people, are fated to not be witnessed by us. What happens afterwards are entirely your matters. I do not dare hope that Manor Lord Jun will take care of the people, but I hope that Manor Lord Jun can promise me one thing. If it is possible, please kill off all of the strange races. Jun Moxie could not help but smile bitterly at this plea. This old man Gu truly looked highly upon him. Truthfully, for some reason that I cannot comprehend as well, I have a queer feeling that you have a hatred towards the strange races that is difficult for normal people to imagine. Gu Han furrowed his brows and laughed oddly. Otherwise, with your temper, after the matter with Xia Chang Tian, you would have immediately pulled out your forces after killing Xia Chang Tian, not caring about the matters here anymore. Even if the Xian continent was thoroughly destroyed, you would not stand out. I believe that with your personality, you would definitely be capable of doing that. However, you still chose to stay. The reason for you staying surely cannot be for the sake of the people of the world, or the glory of Tianfa. Then. I'm truly curious, why do you hate the strange races so much? I'm truly curious about that. Gu Han asked with interest. Because they are very disgusting, aren't they? Would this reason suffice? Jun Moxie said with a bitter smile. Why did he hate the strange races? For a model nationalistic youth, this was an extremely easy question to answer. But in this world, there was no way for him to explain this. There didn't seem to be a way for him to explain it properly. I can't say that I'm just venting my anger because those disgusting strange races remind me of another despicable and shameless invading nation, right? A certain nation that he would not be able to quell his hatred against even if hacked every single one of their old and young with 10,000 blades, and put all of them to death for 10,000 times. Can I say that I'm doing this because I was reminded of the countless heinous and perverted crimes that those Japanese soldiers who were worse than beasts committed in China in those 8 years of war? Could I tell you that I'm imagining myself avenging the 300,000 innocent souls of the cruel Nanjing massacre? There's no way to explain it all. There is only one thing to do, which is to kill. Kill and massacre them until the heavens flipped over, and the earth crumbled. I had also hated myself for being born 70 years too late in my past life. Disgusting. Gu Han froze for a moment and laughed aloud in agreement. That is a wonderful reason. Those fellows are truly disgusting indeed. For that reason alone, they should all be annihilated. For Gu Han to be able to cultivate to the Saint Monarch level, he was naturally not an idiot. With his intelligence and the knowledge that he'd accumulated after thousands of years, how could he not see that Jun Moxie had other reasons that he was unable to say? But regardless of what it was, that was only a question of secondary importance. The main thing was that Jun Moxie did harbor killing intent for the strange races. From here on, if the greatest threat which is the strange races are removed, and there are no more three holy lands, leaving only the evil monarch Manor and Tianfa, you will have to rely on yourself to be prudent. Gu Han's words sounded as if he was leaving behind some last words, and his tone was very heavy. Jun Moxie, you must not think that only humans are capable of doing evil. And, don't think that only bad people will commit crimes. Once a good person turns bad, the evil deeds he does will be something so huge that even the so-called bad people cannot match up to. You must remember the words of this old man. That is indeed true. Jun Moxie sighed. When a bad person did evil things, he would at least know in his heart that his actions were evil, and he would have some inhibitions in his heart. But if a good person treated an evil act as something with good intentions, the influence of that act would be huge. Because in his heart, this evil act was right and just. It was an honorable act. With that kind of motivation and belief, he would have no inhibitions at all and would use all methods to see that evil plan into fruition. The trust that others had for this good person would also be tremendous and would offer him their aid unconditionally. Ultimately, the harm that it caused would be inestimable. The best example right now was exactly the three holy lands. If Jun Moxie had not transmigrated over, bringing the last bit of light into this world, it would likely have become as prophesied. Shattering like a dream. 10,000 years of glory, turned to ashes in an instant. Gu Han laughed bitterly, his thoughts completely aligned with Jun Moxie's in that moment. However, he did not say anything about it, and Jun Moxie would naturally not mention it as well. From the looks of it, this old man before him had already hardened his heart to pay for his sins with his life. In that case, was there any need for them to talk about the matters of the past anymore? Although the wrong had already been done, the intentions of a good person and a bad person were ultimately different. Was there a need to continue to step on the last bit of dignity of a good person who'd done wrongfully? Especially for a person who'd realized his mistakes and was willing to pay any price to right that wrong. Birds cry plaintively before they die, and men speak kindly in the presence of death. My final words for you are that in the future, you must properly keep the Tian Fa Xian beasts in check. Gu Han warned seriously. Most of the Tian Fa Xian beasts are straightforward and simple-minded, without the scheming minds of humans. Their personalities are also very lovable, having great courage to charge and fight. They could be said to be the best candidates for death knights. Anyone would wish for this kind of warriors to be under them. And you have also received the loyalty of Tian Fa. This much is undeniable. However, precisely because of this, the personalities of Xian beasts also mean that they can be very easily susceptible to being deceived by other humans. Once they accept a certain kind of reasoning, they will not change their minds easily. And this is also where you are the most successful. But on the other hand, it is also an area you have to be cautious in. With the Holy Lands gone, the peak experts of Tian Fa will sooner or later come into contact with humans. At that time, no one can accurately guess the results. I hope that Manor Lord Jun will not misunderstand, since this old man's words are hard on the ears. Gu Han said with a heavy sigh. Jun Moxie lowered his head in deep thought, and he nodded. I can guarantee that before I leave this continent, they will not do anything too out of line. Indeed, you can guarantee it. And I trust you 100%. If you, Jun Moxie, cannot even do that, you will not be the evil monarch anymore. However, what about after that? Gu Han asked. You said it yourself just now. You will leave sooner or later, and my guess is that you will be traveling along the same path as the 9 Nether First Young Master, right? Your future path is inestimable, and it is within reason that you will not stay long in this world. Perhaps 100 years from now, or even 1,000 years from now, or even in just the next 10 or 20 years, you will leave. After you leave, who will be able to hold up Tian Fa? Gu Han looked towards the vast Tian Fa army and nodded. For the sake of dealing with this immediate danger right now, you've raised the strength of Tian Fa to an unimaginably terrifying level. If a single expert with this kind of strength suddenly lost his self-restraint, there will not be any other powers in this continent that would be capable of stopping him. And you had actually raised hundreds of thousands of such experts. This continent might not end up being destroyed by the strange races because of your presence, but similarly because of your presence, the Xian continent could now turn into a playground for Xian beasts. Jun Moxie's expression was dark, and it was difficult to determine his expression. If we think about it in an even more pessimistic direction, it is certainly a possibility that the humans of the continent could turn into food, or even toys for Tian Fa's Xian beasts in the future. Gu Han continued heavily. Tian Fa's Xian beasts are very intelligent, and they are very loyal, being true to their feelings, to the people that they've acknowledged. This is something that nobody can deny. But there is also another irrefutable truth. That is the word beasts will forever exist as part of their nature. Their nature for blood and battle is extremely obvious to see. Jun Moxie's expression was incredibly ugly. The reason that this old man had said so much was not to ask you to do anything. It was simply a reminder. Gu Han said lightly. If that time really comes, regardless, this old man is fated to be unable to see it. What do the matters of the future have to do with this old man? Jun Moxie pursed his lips. Since you've already seen through this, what is the point of saying all these right now? Wouldn't that be even more meaningless? Rolling his eyes, he continued, Gu Han, what you said indeed makes sense, and that future you described indeed has a chance of happening. However, that is all the matters of the future. Who can really predict what will happen in the future? Surely it's a little too early to talk about this now. Gu Han laughed bitterly and shook his head. From that sentence alone, he could see the extent of love and care that Jun Moxie had for the Xian beasts of Tian Fa. In the heart of this evil monarch, the people of the continent might really not be comparable to the Tian Fa Xian beasts. This matter was truly somewhat queer to Gu Han. No matter what, Jun Moxie was a human, so why didn't he have any thoughts for the human race? This was something that he couldn't figure out even if he died. If one was not a fish, they would naturally not understand the joys of a fish. Alright, this old man will not talk about this matter anymore to avoid any unhappiness between us. Gu Han sighed helplessly. No matter. I already have a fixed view in my heart, so no matter what you or anyone else says, there is no possibility of my mind being changed. Jun Moxie chuckled. So, you should save your breath and quickly recite all your last words in one go. Gu Han's eyes turned white with anger. What does he mean by, quickly recite all your last words in one go? This old man may be approaching death soon, but it's not to that extent yet, right? The way this fellow speaks is as if I'm done for sure. To have a conversation with this brat, one truly has to make ample preparations to be angered to death at any moment. What are you looking at me for? Jun Moxie saw the old man staring fiercely at him, and he found it ridiculous. I say, old Gu, did you think that I was cursing you to die? You were the one who said that you'd lived to your fill and wanted to die. I'm just respecting your opinions, ah. I'm not stopping you, but you are still unhappy. Besides, you were the one who pulled me here to listen to your nagging. If you want to nag, just nag, but now, you don't want to talk anymore. What's going on? Are you depressed? Depressed? After hearing those words, Gu Han truly began to feel a deep depression looming in his heart. Forget it, this old man is someone that's about to die, so I won't stoop down to your level. Gu Han spat angrily, wanting to put an end to this subject. Isn't it right, ah? You admitted that you're a person who's going to die too. You said it yourself, not me. Jun Moxie made a soft tsk with his lips and said. What other last words do you have? I still have a lot of things to do over there. I'm in a hurry. Gu Han nearly fainted with anger. *ck, even if I wasn't prepared to die, I would probably be angered to death by this brat. Jun Moxie, you are too overly cold towards life and death. Don't you feel that even though our three holy lands have done many things wrong, we will still fight a glorious battle in this last fight, not letting down our honorable name? Gu Han nearly suffocated to death. For old Master Gu to speak about the final plan of the three holy lands now was because still hoped to get a heartfelt praise from Jun Moxie. At least in this world, there should still be this one person who would understand the truth. Even if the entire world was unaware, but there would be this one evil monarch who witnessed their great contributions. The only thing he wished for right now was to hear sincere praise from this evil monarch. That was all. Because right now, Jun Moxie was already undoubtedly the peak character of this world. But who would have thought that this kid would be stingy to this extent? Not to mention a word of praise, he didn't even say any sympathetic words. How should I put this? Even if all of you died in battle, I would not think that your deaths were very noble. Jun Moxie thought for a moment and said seriously. Gu Han, no one forced you all to be here for this battle. Right? This is something that all of you sought, wanting to use your own lives to protect the honor in your hearts. This is a very normal thing. Since I'm here, I will also tell you a truthful word. Even I do not have absolute confidence that I will be able to return from this place alive. But what of it? As long as I did what I was supposed to do and have a clear conscience, won't that be enough? Gu Han was stumped upon hearing this, but he returned to stroking his beard and agreeing. Indeed. As expected, Jun Moxie sees incisively. Jun Moxie continued. You said it earlier, with your death, you won't see anything that will happen in the future. If that's the case, why do you need to worry about how the world will be after your death? I serve the country while I'm alive, exhausting and devoting every single bit of myself. But why do I still need to worry about what will happen to the world after I've passed? Gu Han jolted, snapping off a lock of his beard. This Jun Moxie. I had just agreed with you, then you start going on a different tune. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry at the way this guy works. Besides, you are all dying for the sake of protecting your honor, your pride. Isn't that so? In this world, there are people dying in this manner every day. If the wife has an affair and cuckolds the husband, in a fit of anger, he goes and pick a fight with the adulterer for his pride. Isn't it also for the sake of protecting his pride when he ultimately dies? Is there any difference between the two? Jun Moxie continued. Since everyone is doing it for their own pride, their own honor, for making sure that their own interests are not compromised. There is nothing different about it, right? Why must I sing some praises for your deaths? Could it be at a few heartfelt praises of mine, will turn you all into immortals? Gu Han trembled with anger, his beard quivering on his face that had turned blue. If it wasn't because the time and place were truly unsuitable, Gu Han really wanted to have a battle to death with Jun Moxie. He's ridiculing us. Our glorious deaths for the sake of the lives of this world receive the same kind of remark that cuckolded men get. This is plain bullying. Unacceptable and outrageous. Jun Moxie. Gu Han yelled while panting heavily, a sinister look in his eyes. Old Gu, you've lost your composure. Jun Moxie kind-heartedly reminded. I've lost my composure. I've lost my composure, your head. Gu Han panted in big breaths. You darned rascal can drive people to their graves by opening your mouth. You're truly driving me to my grave. It had to be mentioned that having a sharp tongue was not this old Gu's forte. Although his entire face turned red from anger, he couldn't come up with that many vulgar terms. Jun Moxie was about to open his mouth when Gu Han suddenly stretched his hand and stopped him while catching his breath. Don't. Please don't speak first, wait for this old man to finish speaking before you go ahead. Jun Moxie was perplexed. What's going on, why is he speaking so politely? Aside from the war, there is another threat that remains. Zhanluan Hui. This person is not dead. Gu Han finally calmed down after catching a couple of deep breaths. It was the first time in 3,000 years that his emotions became this agitated. He wasn't this furious when he found out that Zhanluan Hui had stolen the 9 illusory quicksand. Regardless of whether the 3 holy lands exist after this war, you must be wary of Zhanluan Hui. Gu Han soothed his breathing and said. And, the 9 illusory quicksand, this thing has tremendous effects on the spirit. And Zhanluan Hui has stolen it in such great quantity. If you meet him, you must be careful. Absolutely do not be complacent. How terrifying Zhan Kuang is still not what you can imagine with your current level. Jun Moxie remained silent for a while before replying. Thanks. Thanks for nothing. Gu Han snapped angrily. It is already a great blessing that you did not drive me to my death earlier. But I wonder if Senior's emotions are still as agitated as before? Jun Moxie asked, winking. Gu Han chuckled helplessly. I understand your intentions. You were thinking of infuriating this old man so that I could vent it out and reduce my wish to die, isn't it? But you've wasted your efforts, and I've also been angered by you in vain. He let out a long sigh and said desolately. The legacy of the 3 holy lands have gone on for 10,000s of years. It is the fruit of the labor of countless people. I led the 3 holy lands for 2 lifetimes, for 5,000 years. And the Heaven Saint Palace of the 3 holy lands can be said to be where all my efforts went into. The pillar of Heaven's mountains collapsed, the Heaven Saint Palace is destroyed, I fell from peak levels to where I am now. At this point in time, I feel that this is where my life ends. You do not need to say any more. You've gotten it wrong. I did not say that I wished to stop you from dying, Jun Moxie paused for a while before continuing. I only wish to ask something of you. Ask something of me? How rare. Speak. Gu Han said. The atmosphere of the 3 holy lands is a little too depressed and pessimistic. Gu Han, look at your men. All of them look like they're carrying a volcano, oozing with the urge to battle and die any moment. Jun Moxie said coldly. Indeed, this is the spirit that we should have while desiring to sacrifice our lives for the continent. Don't tell me there is something wrong about this. Gu Han replied. I am not trying to doubt your determination, and not asking for you all to give up on your wish for death. But I wish to request of you all that if you really want to die, please die after maximizing your greatest worth. Gu Han, including you, every one of you from the 3 holy lands harbors the same thinking. Then, let me ask you, when the battle begins, how many experts from the 3 holy lands will be rushing to self-detonating? Gu Han was stunned. Indeed, just as Jun Moxie said, many people from the holy lands were thinking of this. The moment the battle started, they'd charge into the strange race's troops and self-detonate. A quick death. Killing the enemies as a form of redemption. With the strength of a Saint Emperor expert, they'd definitely be able to kill hundreds of strange races with ease and more than 10 hell-enduring ghosts, they can even kill off a couple of frenzy blade-enduring earths. Then self-detonate, and drag more along with them. If they immediately self-detonate the moment they go into battle, don't you find it a little wasteful? Jun Moxie continued apathetically. If you really want to die, you must die after maximizing your greatest worth. If you can kill 10,000 before dying, why do you have to self-detonate only after killing 100? Since you've decided to fight to your death, why don't you maximize your greatest worth before you go? So I only ask that you all go on to battle with a regular state of mind. Only when there is really no way out, there is no other way, then self-detonate. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and stared coldly. Don't think that I'm heartless. I did not only say this to you all, I also said this to my brothers, and even to myself. Because this is not only your battle, but also ours. If we're talking about dying, with the current number of people left from the 3 holy lands, you're merely a handful when compared to us. Death is possible for anyone in this battle. It could be that everyone else dies and I remain alive. But it can also be that all of our men die but the ones who survived are your men from the holy lands. This is something that cannot be determined. The matter depends on the individual, but our fate lies in the hands of the heavens. Old Gu, you've lived for 5,000 years, you should understand the brutality of war better than I do. War has always been like this. There has never been someone who said this person definitely will not die in this battle, and that person really did not die. Instead, he may just be the first one to die. The one who dies the fastest. So please don't entrust me with the funeral arrangements. I may not necessarily survive. Who knows, I may still need to rely on you to help me collect my corpse. And, perhaps there may not be any corpse, because if I am destined to die, I will definitely drag a few more enemies along with me right before I die, so as to lessen some burden for you all. I hope that you all will be able to do the same. At least, don't go on a mass self-detonation display session for some bullcrap p honor for the 3 holy lands. If I wanted to watch a fireworks display, it's not worth it for me to come all the way here for it. Jun Moxie looked at Gu Han coldly and spoke indifferently. So I beg of you, please don't die so foolishly, please don't die this idiotically. Because if that's the case, even if you die, I will still look down on you. Even if you commit suicide to atone for your mistakes after we've won, I will definitely not stop you. But in this battle where hope is bleak, please fight with all your strength and don't rush to self-detonate. Understood? Gu Han was completely stumped. Indeed, all of them felt hopeless about this battle. At least, for those from the 3 holy lands, which was why they all made up their minds to die for a good cause. But could he deny what Jun Moxie said? On what basis could he confirm that Jun Moxie, Tian Fa, and the evil monarch Manor would not die? A wake-up call. I've already become so pessimistic that I wish to hand all responsibility to Jun Moxie and close my eyes for eternity. This is an extremely irresponsible and selfish thing to do. Turns out I am wrong. I almost made another serious mistake. Gu Han sighed guiltily. He felt ashamed. He still felt valiant about his own decision earlier, but right now, he realized that he was a complete and thorough fool. The one who had never taken the bigger picture into consideration was himself and everyone from the 3 holy lands. Death is an extremely easy task. Everything is over when you close your eyes. But there are still things in this world that are more cruel than death. Do not ever think that death will solve all your troubles. Only cowards escape by dying. And all of you right now are a bunch of cowards who are itching to escape your responsibilities through death. Gu Han began to perspire, feeling his heart beat faster. If you do not have anything else to say, our discussion shall end here. I still have many arrangements awaiting me. And as to you, old Gu, I sincerely hope that you can go, comfort, and convince all your suicidal cowards to wake up. Jun Moxie spoke coldly. Gu Han, old senior Gu. I wish to ask of you to remember, you must remember that from this moment on, I do not wish to hear anyone mentioning, I want to die. If anyone does, I will instantly satisfy his wish. There is no need for him to go and play self-detonating with the strange races. I can instantly fulfill his wish. Let him die without any pain, it will definitely be better than self-detonation. At least, he'll have an intact corpse. Jun Moxie slowly turned around with his back facing Gu Han. Perhaps you have not realized how demoralizing a sentence like this is to the spirits of an army. Or perhaps you even think that it is very stirring and moving, or can even make others shed tears. But to me, those who say words like these at a time like this is unforgivable. They cannot be redeemed even if they're hacked to pieces and won't be pardoned even if they pay with their lives for eternity. Dying after being cuckolded is merely an individual's death. But all of you dying like this will indirectly cause the death of countless of my brothers. Huh, so many saint monarchs and saint venerables killing themselves out of despair, what use do we, who are weaker, have? Is there any meaning in resisting? Take a guess, will there be anyone who thinks this way? And how many people will think this way? Jun Moxie continued mockingly. Don't think that I was insulting or blaspheming your spirits with my words earlier. But it is a fact that all of you recklessly self-detonating are really worse than those cuckolded men. The way I see it, at least those who have died after staking their lives still have some spirit. While all of you don't even have the slightest bit. The 10,000 years honor, the final glory, at the same time you protect it with your lives, you treat it as a dog's fart in your own hearts. Jun Moxie slowly took 2 steps and raised his hand, gently knocking against the walls of this space that was frozen. Old Gu, you don't wish for me to forcefully exit from your spatial lock, do you? Please wait. I still have one more matter to entrust to Manor Lord Jun. When Gu Han turned around, Jun Moxie practically got a shock. Gu Han's hair had turned completely white in this short span of time. The first time they met, Gu Han still had dark, black hair and looked no different from any middle-aged man. The second meeting at the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, Gu Han, who had suffered some injuries, had some white hair and wrinkles in his face began to appear, and seemed to have aged considerably. And in just these couple of days, Gu Han's hair had turned completely white. In these mere couple of days, the blows that this saint monarch suffered were truly too great. First, it was the sudden destruction of the Heaven Saint Palace that he had protected for 2 entire lives. Then, the Pillar of Heaven's mountains had also collapsed, which was the equivalent of his belief being sucked out of him. He practically turned into an empty shell. And that was not all. His Xian cultivation, what he had been most proud of his entire life, also suddenly dropped just when he was about to break through. Drastically. If it was only this, he may still be able to take it. But after that, he found out that the 10,000 years of protection from the Holy Lands, the war for seizing the heavens that he had been forking out 5,000 years for, was a huge mistake. This had completely crushed his mind. His only goal became death, and only death. To perish with the strange races. But now, he was told that dying like this was trying to escape and was the act of the most shameful coward. Worse than those men who were cuckolded. Gu Han completely broke down. Utterly and thoroughly. His profound Xian skills instantly gave way at this instant. The appearance that he had maintained for thousands of years completely withered in this instant. But Jun Moxie still felt that there should be some other reason. Be it Gu Han, or the legend, Wu Shan Yun of the past, he shouldn't be this fragile. Lastly, I would like to ask of a personal matter of you. Gu Han remained silent for a long while, until Jun Moxie was getting a little impatient. He slowly turned around with a glint of tears in his eyes. Please, you must, take good care of Qiao Ying. Jun Moxie couldn't help but turn silent. Qiao Ying is a pitiful girl. The all-seeing eye brought her accomplishments, but it is also because of the all-seeing eye that she was brought into the Heaven Saint Palace since young and spent thousands of years alone. Although a long time has passed, her heart and mind are still young. The happiness that women should have, a husband and having children, she doesn't have any. Not a single one. For the Holy Lands, for the war for seizing the heavens, she has given everything. Right now, I entrust her to you. Gu Han looked at Jun Moxie with a pleading look in his eyes. I hope that you can take good care of her. If it is possible, if she survives after this war, I hope that she will be able to find somewhere she belongs, find her own happiness, the happiness that she deserves as a woman. Jun Moxie continued to remain silent. Because he could tell that Gu Han was not done speaking. He should still have other matters to entrust. But Gu Han stopped, looking listless and sorrowful. I am very curious, the matter of Qiaoying having the eye of yin yang, there shouldn't be anyone who knows other than her close ones. Perhaps, even her close ones may not understand what it is that she has. Something like this is not a rare thing. There are often stories of children from various families who can see bizarre things. With time, this sort of natural gift will gradually fade away and they become just as ordinary as anyone else. Jun Moxie coughed before asking. Why is it that only Qiaoying was discovered by you? Is it really just a coincidence? Gu Han's body jerked, but he did not say a single word for a long time, only staring at the air as his lifeless eyes turned red. He finally shut his eyes and said, because Qiao Ying's father is not any ordinary man, she's my daughter. Although Jun Moxie guessed something, he was still shocked by this statement. Jun Moxie had noticed something amiss from Gu Han's affection towards Xiao Ying, and that reluctance earlier. And that look of relief that Gu Han displayed when Xiao Ying went over to Tian Fa's army. But he had never imagined that Xiao Ying was Gu Han's daughter. Because the disparity in their ages was truly too great. An emotional attachment has always been the hardest aspect to break away from since ancient times. In my previous life in the Heaven Saint Palace, my beloved wife had already passed away 200 years ago. Gu Han said bitterly. For a period of time, I missed her day and night, and often dreamed and stood at the summit alone to reminisce the former days. But I discovered then that it was my devoted stubbornness to those days that caused my skills to improve greatly. I passed through all those stages easily. Because at that point in time, aside from my deceased wife, there was nothing else on my mind. My mind was clear and my cultivation improved exponentially. Due to love, feelings. Jun Moxie gently sighed, practically guessing what he was about to say next. After another 1,000 years, my heart, mind and skill have already became still. For a long time, there were no signs of a breakthrough. I didn't know what to do at first, believing that effort would lead to progress. Another few hundred years passed, but it still remained the same. Then I remembered that I was able to break through because of my deceased wife. But my wife had already passed for 1,500 years, even if I forcefully tried to remember, all the memories were a blur, and I no longer felt the tiniest bit of sadness. Gu Han lamented. And so you thought as opposed to staying like this, might as well go back to the mortal world to find another love again? Jun Moxie sighed, not knowing whether to reprimand him or not. This sort of situation was not uncommon. Some people use the power of their vengeance to break through, some use women for double cultivating to break through, and some massacre their way to a breakthrough. But one thing was for sure. No matter what you use as an aid, the moment you rely on an external force, you will definitely not be able to truly reach the peak. Especially when you were doing it this intentionally. Gu Han clearly planned to draw support from the passing of emotions to aid his breakthrough. This was not that unusual a method. That was exactly the case. Gu Han nodded his head. Back then, I had cultivated for 2 lives, had been living 1,700 years as Gu Han. By maintaining my appearance, I looked like those in their 30s. With a disguise, I looked completely different from my original self. After I left the mountains, it did not take long for me to find a suitable candidate. Gu Han sucked in a breath sorrowfully. I only wanted to seek that feeling of being heartbroken, so I found a maiden who was unable to cultivate Xian Qi. I still remember, she was called Xiao Qing Yi. She was an extremely good lady, but was born with a frail body. Since I wanted to love her wholeheartedly and put in all my feelings, but must watch her perish. This sort of feeling is truly. Numerous years later, she bore me a daughter, and her health deteriorated. She finally passed away 2 years later from being unable to recover from a grave disease. Gu Han's voice trembled. Before she passed, she grabbed onto my hand and said, "No matter what, you must take good care of our daughter." Then, she said one final sentence before closing her eyes forever. But even now, that sentence of hers, guilt tears away at my heart just from remembering it. She said, "I know you are a capable person. I do not blame you. To be able to spend these few years and be your wife, I am content, I'm really content, and that is enough for this life." Gu Han sobbed as tears spilled from his eyes. Jun Moxie let out a deep sigh. Yet another wise maiden. It was a pity, since ancient times, most beauties led a rough life. This Gu Han is really ruthless. But although he created what he suffered, he was truly pitiful. He may have obtained that heartbreaking devastation he needed for a breakthrough, but he wouldn't be able to walk out of it for his entire life. With the sharpness of a woman's instinct, it'd really be weird if she didn't notice anything unusual about Gu Han. But the most remarkable thing was that this lady never requested anything, hiding it in her heart, fearing that it would destroy this beautiful marriage if she brought it up. To be able to spend some years with the person she loves deeply, she was already content, with no other requests. Her only worry was her own daughter. Perhaps it was this devoted love and forgiving understanding that left Gu Han in such great agony until now. Extreme about love, feelings, and matters of the heart, this intentional act left him in unforgettable agony for thousands of years. Especially when there was Xiao Ying, who constantly reminded him about it. I had wanted to entrust her to a trustworthy relative, for her to live an ordinary but sufficient life. But I found out that she has the all-seeing eye. Gu Han let out a trembling sigh and remained silent for a while. The war for seizing the heavens back then, the stealth techniques of the strange races had caused us unimaginable deaths and losses. So you brought your own daughter into Mount Heaven Saint, and using the responsibility of the sake of the world and imprisoned your own daughter for thousands of years, and because of this, ruined her lifelong happiness. What a great father! Jun Moxie said coldly. To be honest, Jun Moxie also couldn't help but let out a sincere sigh. How many sacrifices did these people from the three holy lands make for the war for seizing the heavens? They definitely did not just sacrifice their own lives, they sacrificed their kinships, friendships, relationships, and everything. Are they fools? Are they stupid? Are they noble? Are they worthy of admiration? Or worthy of being spit on and cursed at? At this moment, Jun Moxie only felt very confused. He could criticize Gu Han as a father, condemn him for being a heartless lover, but Jun Moxie couldn't find a suitable reason to scold him for everything else. He really didn't know how he should judge this sort of spirit. Should he praise him or condemn him? Looking at Gu Han before him, Jun Moxie really didn't know how he should see him. Should I admire him? Or look down on him? Scold him? Or praise him? Those who were pitiful must have something to be despised. This statement was extremely true. He was truly the first person who was able to make Jun Moxie to feel this conflicted throughout both his lifetimes. Jun Moxie despised him to the extreme and looked down on him in disdain. But he also secretly admired and revered him. If he was in Gu Han's position, Jun Moxie didn't know if he would be able to make such a great sacrifice. Even if he really made the world his responsibility, he couldn't. Even though he was not as heartless as Gu Han, he was also not as compassionate as Gu Han. But Gu Han's heartlessness was to his own family. His compassion was to the rest of the world. And Jun Moxie was the complete opposite of him. Gu Han was vicious and merciless. He truly thought about the world, the welfare of the common people. Speaking of his benevolence, yet having to watch his wife pass on and nurture his own daughter into a weapon for the war for seizing the heavens with his own hands. He was sincere to the world, his ideals and honor, but he was truly vicious and heartless to his own kin. If it were you, how would you judge this person? I guess, since Xiaoying followed her mother's surname, she probably doesn't know about her birth. And that she has such a great father. Jun Moxie asked coldly. With Xiaoying's current birth, it was too easy for Gu Han to make false arrangement with his abilities. Of course she doesn't, how could I let her know? I already owe the both of them too much, Gu Han replied bleakly. I genuinely feel proud for Xiaoying to have a great and admirable father like you. Jun Moxie said mockingly. You have indeed given up your all for the Holy Lands. To be able to treat your beloved as a tool for cultivation. To treat your own daughter as a weapon. And even devoted your lifetimes to it. How admirable. Gu Han gritted his teeth, as if there was a tremendous ache in his heart. He suddenly yelled. In my 2 lifetimes, she is my only child. How could I not wish to find a good family for my own daughter? Let her live comfortably. How could I not wish to give her the love and joy of a family that she deserves? I wished to. How could I not? I wished for it so badly. But, if I did that, then what would the rest of the world do? Without the aid of Xiaoying's all-seeing eye, am I supposed to watch my brothers die in the hands of the strange races, one by one? All of them forced to perish with the strange races and sacrifice themselves valiantly. Indeed. I have despicably sacrificed my daughter's lifelong happiness. But do you know many losses my daughter saved the Holy Lands from? Gu Han clenched his fists. These are also my brothers. It can't be that my daughter should go and enjoy her happiness, but they should die. True. There's nothing wrong with your logic. But what you shouldn't have done, which is also what irks me, is that you had placed this heavy responsibility all on a girl. Jun Moxie said coldly. Then what use is there for men in this world? Those brothers of yours already enjoyed whatever they should have enjoyed. Beautiful wives and children. In batches. For thousands of years, just their own families alone would be able to make a mountain of bones. Why didn't you talk about these? Jun Moxie said harshly. They've already enjoyed things that normal people are unable to enjoy. Even if they were to die, they deserve it. But you made your own daughter spend thousands of years without any color in her life. How cruel can you be, O great father? This world is a patriarchal society. At the same time men enjoy their special authority, they also carry a corresponding responsibility. If all those responsibilities that should be borne by men are carried by women, in exchange for the survival of men, if those brothers of yours still have a bit of conscience, they would have killed themselves from being so ashamed. Instead of shamelessly used that woman's talent as a shortcut to their victory to obtain their honor and praise. A victory like this is dirty. And downright despicable. You all. Even though you've done a lot for this continent, it is all shameful. You should feel humiliated if you are still a man, to get this sort of safety. If you still have the pride of a man, you should feel ashamed. Protecting the common lives of the world like this is worthless. War has always belonged to men. Thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s of men dying on the battlefield is what should happen. But you make this vulnerable woman go into battle to kill the enemy, to carry such a heavy burden, even at the price of the woman's lifelong happiness, of her remaining alone for eternity. Can you really not feel any guilt? Jun Moxie was not only a classic angry youth, but also a male chauvinist. In his previous life, every time he saw any royal family send out a princess for political marriage, he would start cursing. Why should the women be pushed out to sacrifice themselves for a war that belongs to men? Harmony and peace were exchanged using a woman. How could all the men continue to live without any guilt? In such great prosperity? What sort of ridiculous argument? Bullsh*t logic. Ballless logic. So when he heard that Gu Han had sacrificed his own daughter, Jun Moxie's words became sharp and incisive. Leaving no mercy. From Gu Han's perspective, perhaps there was nothing wrong. It may even be worthy of praise. But Jun Moxie would never acknowledge of this sort of method. Perhaps he may have been too extreme in his speech, but Jun Moxie was an extreme person. And this sort of thinking was deeply rooted in him. If someone told him that the world would be at peace and the continent would be safe if he sacrificed Mei Shuiyan, or any woman in the Jun family, Jun Moxie's first reaction would be to slaughter this person's 9 generations. Gu Han listened to Jun Moxie's criticism, but did not say a word. After a long while, he gently sighed and said. Regardless of whether my decision back then was right or wrong, it has already been done. Now, heir is over there with you. I entrust you with her safety. Whether we survive this battle, it is up to the heavens. But if she's able to survive, I hope that you will help me take good care of her. Jun Moxie laughed coldly. Did you finally remember that she's your daughter only now? Only remembering your relationship with her after thousands of years? Finally remembering your only child right before your demise? Gu Han, you're such a hypocrite. Call me a hypocrite, shameful, or despicable. So what? Whatever you say. Gu Han's voice also turned agitated. It ultimately cannot cover the fact that blood is thicker than water. Of course the truth cannot be covered. But I have no responsibility to take care of your daughter. Why should I carry this responsibility? On what basis? Jun Moxie said indifferently. This is your own matter, you sort it out yourself. I want you to marry her. Gu Han suddenly turned around and grabbed Jun Moxie by the collar. Marry her, take good care of her. I can tell that in her 1,000 years of life, she is only different towards you. He uttered through gritted teeth. What a joke, I should marry her just because she treats me differently. Jun Moxie scoffed coldly. Then, there's a whole ton of women that I really should marry in this world. The way I see it, all women who are a little attractive treat me differently. Then should I marry all of them? I don't care about other people. But you must take good care of my daughter. Gu Han panted his breath and suddenly smiled cunningly. Jun Moxie, that is all I have to say. Did you think that I can't see that bit of lust you have? What a joke, we are all men. When you first came to Mount Heaven Saint, I could already tell. Only you are suitable for heir in this world. Of course I have lust. Anyone who is a man will be lustful. You'll take a few more looks if you see a pretty lady as long as you are a man. Jun Moxie was not ashamed, not turning red despite being called out by the girl's father. Instead, he spoke fiercely. I only wanted to play around. I do not have the slightest intention to marry her. Not even talking about anything else, just the fact that she is your daughter, this daddy says he is not going to marry her. And I will not. Then, Jun Moxie pointed to Gu Han's hand that was gripping his collar and ordered, let go. What did you say? Just playing around? An extremely dangerous, sinister look filled Gu Han's eyes. Jun Moxie glared back provocatively, a cold smirk on the corner of his lips. But Gu Han suddenly chuckled and let go of his hand and said with great carefreeness. Since you said you are playing around, then enjoy playing and continue to play. If an evil monarch of his generation wishes to play, what can I, someone who is about to die, do about it? Jun Moxie was stumped. He really didn't expect him to reply like this. He couldn't help but curse. F***CKU. What are you saying? That's your daughter. Why, Manor Lord Jun doesn't understand the human language I'm speaking. Gu Han chuckled. I have nothing else to say and will not continue to be angry with you here. Gu Han scoffed. One more thing, she is not my daughter. Please remember. Do not ever let her know that she is my daughter. This is the last request I have of you. When Gu Han was done speaking, he suddenly removed the spatial lock and walked out. In 2 big strides, he had already joined the experts from the Holy Lands. His hair and beard had all turned snowy white, but his expression was much more relaxed. His regained his magnificent bearing, as if he had suddenly turned into another person. Although it had yet to return to the same level as when Jun Moxie met him for the first time, it was completely different from the dispirited man just now. Right or wrong, all his achievements had been spoken about clearly with Jun Moxie in that spatial lock earlier. Even if he was wrong, even if he was guilty, he had protected the continent for 10,000 years. Even if he was right and had made contributions, he had also done numerous things that were extremely wrong. But right now, none of these mattered anymore. The only thing important was the battle ahead. Gu Han merely turned up his nose at the merely playing around Jun Moxie spoke of. If the evil monarch was really this sort of irresponsible person, then Gu Han could only admit that he had misjudged. Just as he said, no matter what you do, I do not know. To someone who went from extremely responsible to someone who was extremely irresponsible in a single second, Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the heck, what's this? What sort of person is he? But Jun Moxie also knew that the moment Gu Han stepped out of the spatial lock, all his agony, guilt, and shame no longer existed. Because he had handed everything over to him. Gu Han truly did not wish to live anymore. Similarly, the Holy Lands were destined to turn into an existence in the historical records after this battle. This was what they pursued and wished for. Even if Jun Moxie knelt down to beg them, they would not change their minds. Their minds were already dead. Jun Moxie couldn't stop their deaths, and he also did not wish to. Just as he said earlier, even if they want to die, they must die after maximizing their greatest worth. This was Jun Moxie's only request. This request may be cold-blooded and cruel. But it was the only request he could make. This was the only way to bring about more value to this battle. This was the only way to be responsible to the Xian continent. If he allowed these experts to go self-detonating after dealing with some small fries, then young Master Jun would really want to cry. A man of wartime must live free and at ease. If they had to die, they had to die a heroic death. To have a clear conscience and feel no qualms about this life. Even if they turned into clouds of smoke that ultimately filled the skies, they were the most heroic clouds. This was a man. This was not letting down the name of being a man. This sentence was not only Jun Moxie's request of the 3 Holy Lands, but also of all his subordinates, all the soldiers of Tian Fa, and himself. Rumbling noises could be heard from the distance. The troops from Tian Fa had finally arrived. All the aerial Xian beasts who were 7th level and above were deployed to bring them here. Although they were not strong enough and needed to stop to rest, they brought forces with them at this crucial timing. When Jun Moxie went over, Mei Shuiyan was checking the troops. Jun Moxie learned of good news. Aside from the Peng tribe and Monkey tribe, who were slightly weaker and still on their way, the Lion tribe, Panther tribe, Condor tribe, and Wolf tribe has a total of 20,000 men that arrived. Bringing great relief to the shortage of manpower. Right now, Tian Fa had a total of 34,000 men, and the Holy Land still had 7,000, making it a total of 41,000 men that could go out to battle. And all of them had reached venerable level. All of them were fully prepared for the battle. At noon, with Gu Han leading Mo Wu Dao and the rest, divided their 7,000 men into 10 different troops and came to Tian Fa's base in an orderly fashion, indicating that they accepted Jun Moxie taking full command. Jun Moxie did not refuse or reject the Holy Land's decision. No matter what discrepancies or enmity they had before this, right now, they were comrades standing in the same trench. The only exception were those 5 who followed Xia Chang Tian. They refused to join anyone else from the Holy Lands and remained outside. No matter how Gu Han convinced them, they remained unbudging. We will definitely partake in this calamity, but we absolutely will not join forces with you. We kill on our own, we don't need you to bother about whether we live or die. Since you guys watched from the sides when they sought us for revenge, then why do I have to listen to you now? Similarly, we will absolutely not accept command, especially the command of our enemy. Although they did not outright speak of this attitude, it was clear from their expressions and behavior. Jun Moxie didn't bother himself with this and even stopped those who wanted to go and convince them. Let them be, even if they want to go and self-detonate, no one will stop them. There will be a large-scale battle happening here anytime, a few more people didn't matter. Don't think that someone will go and coddle you just because you throw a tantrum. This young master doesn't have the time. Mo Wu Dao walked in with a dark expression, not anything. He only stared at Jun Moxie, a conflicted look in his eyes. A pity, Jun Moxie did not have the time to bother about him. No matter how conflicted you look, it is meaningless to the current situation. But Jun Moxie exchanged a few sentences with someone who defended the old battlefield of the war for seizing the heavens cordially. Senior Ling Tong, long time no see. How have you been? Ling Tong laughed bitterly and said, Manor Lord Jun, your speed is truly unparalleled in all of history. How admirable. Of course, he wasn't speaking of Jun Moxie's speed when he moved, but his speed at advancing. Jun Moxie's advancing speed was truly a little freakish. Even the 9th first young master did not have a speed like this. A youth, barely 20, who had the legendary cultivation of a peak 4th level Saint Monarch was unbelievable. Furthermore, this youth was a wastrel debauchee who was not even a Xian cultivator 3 years ago. Jun Moxie laughed loudly and spoke sincerely. Senior Ling Tong, I still need to thank you for your clarity in distinguishing right or wrong back then. I often reminisce Senior's grace back then. Ling Tong chuckled. Ridiculous, I merely pushed the boat against the current back then. I believe that even if I did not make that choice, you would also have the ability to resolve that crisis with not the slightest harm. Furthermore, you were in the advantageous position back then, haha. Although we say that, but Jun Moxie still owes you a favor. Jun Moxie chuckled before his face turned solemn. He asked slowly. Will you be joining the Holy Lands this time? This sentence was asking if Ling Tong had come intentions to die this time. Of course, it is my greatest honor to spill my blood here. And my greatest wish. I, Ling Tong, have cultivated my entire life for nothing else but this war. Good. Jun Moxie nodded his head slowly and let out a long sigh. Ling Tong, truly a real man, a good man. You can't compare to me when it comes to specious arguments, escaping or advancing. But in terms of distinguishing right and wrong, and this ease of yours, I cannot compare. Even Gu Han was surprised when he said this. Although Ling Tong had significant cultivation, he was merely a saint. How could he receive such high praise from the evil monarch? With everyone's countless years of wisdom and experience, they could tell that Jun Moxie meant what he was saying and wasn't just trying to flatter him. This was praise and admiration for Ling Tong, but also a conclusion for himself. Only he knew himself best. Jun Moxie was clear that he still had too many weaknesses. An eccentric personality, egoistic, and extreme. Imagine, if he did not have the Hongjun Pagoda, in this world where the clenched fist was the biggest argument, he would have died numerous times already. If not for the existence of the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie believed that it was a positive estimate that he may be able to bring his own cultivation to that of an Earth Xian in a year with unwavering perseverance. As to the current level of a peak 4th level Saint Monarch, it was definitely impossible even if he dissected his bones and flesh and reassembled it together. Even if he didn't die, then the greatest achievement he would achieve would, at the very most, be tangled with Li Yuran in Tianxiang City all the way till the end of his life. He was indeed very rebellious and often liked to break conventions and challenge authority. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilling it felt and the more joy it brought. But this sort of personality in this world where strength and power determined your fate was definitely not somewhere he could survive for long. Perhaps as he enjoyed himself today, he would be killed by an expert tomorrow. His personality didn't distinguish between good or evil, only taking into consideration his own preferences. All that selfless, righteousness of doing things for the greater picture was not even in his eyes. If he did not gradually turn stronger and ultimately climb where he was now, he would have probably turned into a pile of bones by now. The only trace he left in the historical records was as a teaching material as a bad example. Yes, Jun Moxie was someone like this. He had already seen himself clearly. Jun Moxie was also human, so he had countless flaws like any other ordinary human, be it in his personality or habits. He was not a perfect person and can be said to be evil in certain aspects. But there was only one difference between him and others. He had great power that allowed him to disregard all these weaknesses. Or perhaps to say, he was lucky to have a cheating device like the Hongjun Pagoda and all the knowledge from his previous life. The wisdom of 2 lifetimes. All these were not something everyone had. While Jun Moxie had met with these. So his personality became his character, his flaws no longer flaws. And with his unwavering perseverance and the magical Hongjun Pagoda, his entire life became that of a legend. A legend was actually an exciting record of ordinary person, or perhaps someone with many flaws. When the monarchs of past dynasties ultimately succeeded, who cared if he had stolen chickens from his neighbor as a child? If he had peeped at maidens showering? Or robbed somebody? Even if they knew, it became an example of a successful man for encouraging others, and not evidence to incriminate him. There were countless little hoodlums in all of history, but the only one who was really famous was Liu Bang. There were also countless people who were forced to crawl between someone's legs as humiliation, but the most prominent was only Han Xian. Millions of people sold fake flowers, but only Li Ka-shing made it big. It had always been the case of achievement over what was right or wrong and never the other way around. This was the most bizarre phenomenon of human society. Everyone would attack and resist this sort of behavior, disapproving of many things. But we use the flaws of famous people in the past to educate and encourage ourselves. A small hoodlum will be chased by the masses and cursed at for stealing a chicken, and everyone speaks of him disdainfully. But everyone will only laugh when they speak of the emperor having stolen chickens in the past. Then, they would sigh with sorrow that heroes also had times when they were left without a choice. And approve of it very understandingly. When you are in that state, that is the only thing you can do. Both of them stole chickens, but why was the former criticized while the latter wasn't? And even pitied and approved of? What was this logic? It was very simple, there was only one difference. The latter had succeeded. Only success. As long as you succeed, then your flaws will also be lauded. These was not scare talk, this was the truth. No matter how ridiculous it seemed, it was a fact. A sound of cloth flapping in the wind could be heard from outside. A cold, indifferent voice rang out. Fighting the strange races, how could I, Chu Chi Hun, miss out on something as grand as this? Whoosh! A man donned in white appeared outside the tent, standing as straight as a spear. His eagle-like eyes looked at Jun Moxie. Chu Chi Hun. You've come. Jun Moxie cried in surprise. Who else could it be other than the king of assassins? The #1 assassin of Xian, the supreme assassin Chu Chi Hun. Chu Chi Hun smiled and walked in slowly. Chu Chi Hun's current cultivation was merely a 3rd-level venerable. It was no surprise that any random person in the tent was much stronger than him. But when faced with so many powerful experts, Chu Chi Hun's expression remained unchanged. His entire body was like a sword that had been unsheathed. A sharp sword can break, but it definitely would not bend. How did you come so quickly? Jun Moxie was really frustrated about this. News of the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and impending invasion of the strange races had not been released for long. Not a single super family had arrived yet. But how did this Chu Chi Hun, who always operated alone and should be getting the news last, arrive first? I accepted a deal for 30,000 silver, but this scoundrel fled all the way and ultimately slipped to somewhere not far from here. Chu Chi Hun laughed, but his facial muscles remained stiff, as if they were carved out of ice. Although he was genuinely laughing, in the eyes of everyone else, they still felt that this king of assassins was cold and eerie. Even though they know that his strength was not enough to pose a threat, they still felt shivers. I thought that I wasted too much time in pursuit this time and was feeling down about it. Then, I met with the disaster and was almost buried in that barren place. But I would have never expected that I would meet with this sort of rare and grand affair. Chu Chi Hun smiled. I wonder if I'm late. Well, old Chu, you've arrived just on time. Jun Moxie cackled, passionately bringing Chu Chi Hun in. The supreme assassin? One of the saints from the 3 holy lands scoffed coldly. Someone who is merely a venerable also came hurrying over. Is he in a hurry to court death? Chu Chi Hun's eyes narrowed as he looked at the saint that had spoken. Compared to everyone else present, I am undoubtedly the weakest. Naturally, I'm unable to compare with all of you experts here, but even with my meagerly strength, I will hurry over to help in a big matter like resisting the strange races. Whether I'm courting death or not is my personal matter. I don't care about my own life, but I wonder what that has to do with you. That saint was so angry that his face turned purple. Slamming his chair, he was about to stand up and go on a rampage. Furthermore, I hurried here not because you invited me here. Chu Chi Hun scoffed coldly. You're from the Three Holy Lands, right? Huh, if there was only the Holy Lands here, then this daddy wouldn't come to be involved in this muddy water even if you pointed a knife at my throat. Chu Chi Hun stared at that saint and coldly said, this daddy may only have the cultivation of a venerable, but I may not be unable to kill a saint. If you have any doubts, feel free to try. Chu Chi Hun may only have the cultivation of a venerable, but he did not flinch the slightest or display the slightest cowardice speaking frankly before all these saints and saint emperors. But he was not wrong in what he said. With his skills in assassination, if he wished to kill a saint, it may not be something impossible. How dare you? That saint yelled. The pride of a saint did not tolerate such provocation from someone who was of a different level. Even if this person was the #1 assassin in the entire Xian continent. How dare you? Jun Moxie yelled furiously. A chilling look in his eyes as he glanced over. You are merely someone of a saint cultivation, what rights do you have to behave this outrageously before this monarch? This saint had criticized Chu Chi Hun's cultivation. And Jun Moxie used the same logic back at him. This was instant karma. To those that he admired, even if they were not of significant power, he did not allow any outsider to blaspheme them. Just like how it was for Tang Yuan in the past, and Chu Chi Hun now. That saint was so angry that his face turned red, and his chest was about to explode. But he remained standing without saying a single statement. He may dare to criticize and act against Chu Chi Hun, but he didn't dare to speak up against the berating he received. Because the one doing it was Jun Moxie. Chu Chi Hun dared to retort against him, but he didn't dare to retort against Jun Moxie. The difference here was obvious. Sit down. Mo Wu Dao ordered, looking at that saint angrily. We've already come to this state, how can you still try to ostracize others? Are we trying to kill one another? No matter what enmity Chu Chi Hun had with the Holy Lands in the past, he has appeared here today with the intention to do his part for the continent. He is a hero. A good man. And our friend. That saint sat back in his seat, his face completely black. It'd be weird if his face didn't turn black from being berated by young Master Jun than his own comrades. Mo Wu Dao. Huh, well done. I had a few interactions with you before this, but only this instance makes me feel that there was logic in making you the lord of the elusive world of immortals. Jun Moxie praised. Mo Wu Dao gave a bitter smile but did not reply. Elusive world of immortals. Was there still any more elusive world of immortals? There was only a pile of rubble crushed under rocks, and countless corpses remained buried in there, and those were their kin and friends. Everyone from the elusive world of immortals felt like their hearts were being sliced open just remembering it. It was a pity that this culprit Zhan Luanhui ultimately escaped. Although only his soul escaped, but he was still alive. The continent is about to perish, we can no longer bother about our own private enmity. We will probably not have the opportunity to seek revenge with our own hands in this life. This was the common and greatest regret of everyone from the Three Holy Lands. Jun Moxie held on to Chu Chi Hun's arm and walked in, scanning everyone coldly. Everyone, from now on, there will still be large batches of people who will come to help the battle. Those that come may be spirit Xians, sky Xians, earth Xians, and their cultivation may be worthless in your eyes. They may just be of an ant's existence to you. But please remember that those who arrive here are real men that want to do their part for this continent. They're all real iron-blooded men. Their hearts are redder than yours, and their blood is warmer than yours. I absolutely do not allow anyone to insult them. Even if it's a word or a sentence. If anyone dares to say anything of this sort, there will only be one result, killed without mercy. As the last few words rang out, Jun Moxie's sharp gaze stopped on Gu Han's face. Gu Han also nodded and lightly said, Manor Lord Jun's words are exactly what I want to say as well. If there are any more such sentiments within our ranks, then without waiting for Manor Lord Jun to take action, this old man will personally behead such people. Anyone who comes here now are heroes of the continent. Whoever dares to humiliate such heroes shall die. As the words of the two rang out, the entire area was completely silent. The people of the three holy lands had already prepared for this battle for over 10,000 years, and they'd already grown used to it. But for the people who'd rushed over from within the continent, they were all here to lend a hand, despite knowing that they would die. Such people were truly deserving of respect. Smiling widely, Jun Moxie invited the great assassin Chu Chi Hun inside, directly bringing him into the tent with the other beast kings. After that, he arranged for Crane King and the rest to protect Chu Chi Hun, to prepare to raise his strength. Seeing Jun Moxie taking out so many pills and precious materials to raise his cultivation, Chu Chi Hun's face turned ugly as he asked, "Jun Moxie, what is the meaning of this? Do you think that my strength is not enough? That I don't have qualifications to be on this battlefield?" Jun Moxie smiled faintly and looked at him. "If I was a person who frequently used grand logics to smash others, I would say to you at this moment, I'm giving you the pills, not for the sake of Chu Chi Hun, but only that the supreme assassin Chu Chi Hun can be more effective and kill more strange races experts. I wonder if you would accept the pills if I gave such an explanation. However, I, Jun Moxie, am still Jun Moxie. It's the same in the past, and the same for the present and future. When I gave you some pills back then, old Chu, I remembered that you didn't speak so much nonsense." Looking steadily at Chu Chi Hun, he said. "Could it be that the current Chu Chi Hun is no longer the same as the Chu Chi Hun back then?" Chu Chi Hun suddenly stopped, and he laughed aloud. "Good, how good it is that Jun Moxie is still Jun Moxie. As expected of the king of assassins that I, Chu Chi Hun, acknowledged. With just those words alone, I feel a lot more comfortable in my heart. Since Jun Moxie is still Jun Moxie, then Chu Chi Hun will still be Chu Chi Hun. In any case, I will just owe you more of whatever I owed you before. I will accept these pills then. It's also a good thing to raise my strength and kill more of those dirty strange races." Without any more talk, he received the pills and swallowed them. Some time later, lightning began to flash and fall from the sky. Until noon, the sky was still murky and dark. Jun Moxie, Gu Han, Mei Shuiyan, Mo Wu Dao, and another 7-8 other leaders sat within a large tent, sipping on tea. Although the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, it was still rather harmonious. Just at that time, a loud shrill suddenly rang out in the sky, piercing through the sky. This sound was the joint cry of 10 Xian cranes, a warning cry. Following that, the other Xian cranes that were monitoring the areas closer to them also cried out. An enemy attack. With the sharp warning cries ringing in their ears, Jun Moxie and the rest hurried outside, casting their gaze towards the south. The southern front was completely quiet, without the slightest disturbance. The crowd instantly felt an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts as they began guessing. Could there be another large change to the situation? The Tian Fa Xian cranes would definitely not issue warning cries for fun. However, the situation before them was clearly very quiet. Just at this time, Gu Han, Jun Moxie, and Mei Shuiyan, the three strongest experts, all furrowed their brows at the same time. These three clearly sensed a commotion at the far north, as well as the sounds of violent explosions. Someone is fighting about 2,000 li northeast of here. The battle is also rather fierce, and it should be the work of some peak experts. Jun Moxie's expression was heavy. His spiritual sense was far better than most Xian cultivators, and his hearing was the best as well. He was the first one to hear the sounds of battle. The northeast direction. Why would it be that direction? Gu Han and Mei Shuiyan gasped with shock. They naturally would not doubt Jun Moxie's judgment. However, that was the direction that the main continent was. Right now, most of the peak experts of the continent were already gathered here, or making their way to gather here. This was the most crucial moment right now, and even those experts had great enmity with each other, they would refrain from killing each other. Also, how could such scuffles create such huge commotions? All of a sudden, everyone felt a heavy bang in the far distance, and a slight tremor passed through the ground beneath their feet. In that moment, everyone's expressions changed. Although this tremor was light, the battle was happening thousands of li away. For a tremor to reach all the way to here, just how fierce was the battle? In this world, which peak expert is not here yet? Gu Han asked as he looked towards the northeast. For us to feel the commotion from here, just how terrifying is the battle? Could it be a sage-level expert? Everyone here were peak experts of the world, and they understood very well that such a violent commotion definitely meant that both sides were not ordinary people. The people fighting right now might have a strength that was comparable to the three of them whose cultivations were the highest here. It might even be higher than them. Even if Gu Han, Jun Moxie, and Mei Shuiyan were fighting from that distance, the commotion from that battle might not be able to reach to this place. All of a sudden, Jun Moxie's expression changed and his eyes widened. Not good. The battle is coming closer and closer. The two's battle is moving towards our direction quickly. Everyone's expressions changed. Right now, it was the eve before the main battle. With the strength of those two experts, they should be the peak force of the Xian continent. If they could join this fight on their side, wouldn't it be a great assistance? But on the other hand, with those two's strength, if they were the enemy, the damage they could cause would be unimaginable. Let us reason with them. Perhaps, that we can pull those two into our ranks, greatly bolstering our forces. Mo Wu Dao said with a low gasp. However, his voice was filled with uncertainty. Could a fight of this level be so easily mediated by you because of your reasoning? As long as one side did not die, there was no possibility of this fight between peak existences to stop. At this time, a Xian crane flew over hurriedly and morphed into a sweaty 2-meter-tall man, crying out urgently. Elder sister, brother-in-law, two peak experts are fighting in the northeast direction and they are moving towards our location. I'm aware. Mei Shuiyan nodded and said. The tall man smiled happily, jumped up, transformed again into a huge, snow-white crane, and flew away into the sky. He did not even stop to take a breath, directly returning to his station to monitor the situation. The booming sounds grew louder and closer, sounding as if mountains were breaking apart and oceans overturning. Pushing towards their location. Everyone's faces turned increasingly heavy. Judging by this momentum, the cultivations of any one of those two were definitely much higher than most people present. Old Gu, in your memory, are there still any experts on this level in the world? And to have so many as two? Mei Shuiyan asked. Everyone also looked towards Gu Han at this moment. How could anyone with such heaven-shocking powers be an unknown character? Moreover, two of them. But no matter how everyone tried to recall, they could not connect them to any experts they knew. There indeed are. Gu Han said with a bitter smile. But from this old man's knowledge, there is only one. One person. Who is that? Everyone asked together. Just at this time, a shrill hollow sound rang out, piercing into the sky. A few clouds that were passing by in the sky instantly dissipated, scattered into nothingness. Everyone drew a breath of cold air in shock. Did such strength really come from humans? Following that, 3 more weird knocking sounds rang out, and everyone felt as if a heavy hammer had smashed against their hearts 3 times. In that moment, everyone's faces turned exceedingly unsightly. That was clearly the sounds of a musical instrument. But what kind of musical instrument could create such shocking effects? Before the crowd could react, 3 more zing 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 chin sounds rang out, streaming one long note after another. The entire world seemed to have been split into 2 by this strange sound. As these sounds rang out repeatedly, a number of people began to guess at the identity of the performer, and their faces changed greatly as they cried out. 9 Nether 14th Young Master. It is really him. Gu Han also sighed and nodded. That's right, the person that I'd thought of earlier was also 9 Nether 14th Young Master. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and a few people even gasped aloud. Some of them had even participated in the hunt for the 9 Nether 14th Young Master several hundred years ago. Now, hearing this strange musical notes again, sounding as if a clash between several different musical instruments, all of them managed to think of this horrifying demon lord. Such strange music and queer powers and a musical instrument that could play the sounds of many different instruments together. Apart from 9 Nether 14th Young Master's unique weapon, Divine Tune, there were no other instrument capable of such a feat in this world. However, wasn't the Divine Tune locked within the misty illusory manor? When did it return to the hands of this demon lord? Everyone knew very clearly that a 9 Nether 14th Young Master without Divine Tune, and a 9 Nether 14th Young Master with Divine Tune were 2 completely different concepts. With Divine Tune in his hands, the 9 Nether 14th Young Master was a truly invincible existence. With Divine Tune, he can release unique soundwave attacks, attacking all the enemies around him at the same time. Furthermore, he could inflict great damage without putting in great efforts to perform. With a wave of his hand or the pluck of a finger, he could release a soundwave attack that could hardly be defended against. If the misty illusory manor had not used their full force to encircle him back then, they might have ended up with a completely different result. The fearsomeness of the 9 Nether 14th Young Master far surpassed any other 9 Nether Young Masters apart from the 9 Nether 1st Young Master. That was a fight that involved over 10 Saint Venerables and nearly 100 Saint Emperors, along with over 200 first-rate experts of the three Holy Lands. But such a grand lineup was still suppressed and slain until chaos reigned everywhere on the battlefield. Finally, it was two Saint Monarchs from the misty illusory manor who succeeded in an ambush, stealing divine tune from his hands, allowing them to turn the battle in their favor. The 9 Nether 14th young master who had divine tune in his hands was truly unrivaled under the heavens. The addition of divine tune provided an effect that was much stronger than just 1+1. With the 9 Nether 14th young master's unique 9 Nether's essence chi infused into the one and only divine tune, the effect it produced was straight up terrifying. He was undoubtedly the strongest expert under the heavens. There was no one of in this scenario. With Miao Qing Cheng unable to come out, the 9 Nether 14th young master with his divine tune was simply the strongest. Without divine tune, the 9 Nether 14th young master was only one of the strongest experts in the world. Back then, even after having lost divine tune, the 9 Nether 14th young master still managed to barge his way out of the encirclement, inflicting huge damages to his opponents while doing so. Only after exceedingly heavy sacrifices did they manage to force the heavily injured 9 Nether 14th young master into Tian Fa Forest, sealing him there with the help of a previously set-up formation. After that matter, they still had to arrange the 8 great Saint Venerables of Tian Fa to watch the entrance day and night. Because of this mission, the 8 Saint Venerables were also nearly turned into cripples. One had to know, that at that time, the 8 great Saint Venerables of Tian Fa all had cultivations at the peak of the 4th level of Saint Emperor. They were only one step away from the Saint Venerable realm. But because of them guarding the seal of the 9 Nether 14th young master, they'd nearly become crippled instead. The most terrifying thing was that was a heavily injured 9 Nether 14th young master. If he was so terrifying even with that much suppression on him, then how strong was he when he recovered to his peak strength? The few hundred years of exhaustion did not affect only the 8 great Saint Venerables. The 9 Nether 14th young master's strength had also been nearly expended. Most importantly, because of him exerting himself and the effects of the seal, his recovery speed was also exceedingly slow. In the moment that he escaped, all his old injuries had still not recovered. Furthermore, he'd expended 90% of his strength breaking through the seal. But even so, with just 10% of his strength, he managed to kill half of the 20 Saint Emperors who ambushed him, and then make his escape. And that was still the 9 Nether 14th young master without divine tune. Now, the 9 Nether 14th young master that was equipped with divine tune was also very likely completely healed. And facing a fully recovered 9 Nether 14th young master who also had divine tune with him, the other opponent actually managed to fight with him all the way here. Who was the other person? To actually have such a level of strength. Judging from the sounds of that commotion, the two of them seemed to have fought for a very long time. A long and sinister cry rang out, and although the source of that cry was several hundred li away, it still caused everyone to shudder involuntarily. Just what kind of monster are you? The 9 Nether 14th young master roared with rage. That voice contained an indescribable confusion and an unspeakable frustration. It sounded as if an extremely strange matter had happened, that he could not understand. The voice that came from the distance, caused everyone to feel exceedingly curious in their hearts. Just who was the other person, that could cause even an unrivaled expert like the 9 Nether 14th young master to ask in such a confused manner? As the crowd was still wondering with disbelief, another howl rang out, the sound clearly having moved much closer to the campsite. What shocking movement speed, to actually cover over 30 li in just a few short breaths. At this time, the 9 Nether 14th young master seemed to have discovered something, and he roared aloud. Is there anyone in front? A bunch of useless things. Quickly get out of the way for me, don't let that thing that I'm chasing get into contact with anyone. Otherwise, the results will be unimaginable. His voice was filled with urgency and extremely rage. Everyone froze instantly. Why would the 9 Nether 14th young master say those things? He didn't know that there were people here or the cultivation of the people here. Why would he shout so urgently? Why? Only Jun Moxie furrowed his brows as he cried out, everyone, take note. The moment you see anyone appear from the northeast side, no matter who it is, dodge with all your might. No one is allowed to come in contact with it. You are not to engage the person either. You just need to avoid it at all costs. No one is to disobey this order. Jun Moxie instantly gave the order without any hesitation. The Beast Kings did not hesitate either, directly passing the order to their army. Mo Wu Dao furrowed his brows. Manor Lord Jun, with just that shout from the 9 nether 14th young master, you immediately gave such an order. Isn't that too flippant? What if the strange races attack at this time? How will we fight if our formations are broken? Jun Moxie smiled and snorted. Did you manage to hear the urgency and fear in the 9 nether 14th young master's voice? Could it be that you cannot understand the meaning in that? Mo Wu Dao was unable to reply. Even the 9 nether 14th young master needed to holler so urgently, even going as far as to issue a warning. Do you think that the 9 nether 14th young master is someone who would shout like that for no reason? Jun Moxie said coldly. Large beads of sweat instantly appeared on Mo Wu Dao's face as he finally understood the severity of the situation. The 9 nether 14th young master was someone that wouldn't utter a squeak even when hacked by 100 blades. For him to shout so urgently right now, what did it mean? The answer was obvious. For the 9 nether 14th young master to shout those words, the answer is very obvious. The human body is definitely very important to that thing that he is chasing. Then, Palace Lord Mo, I would like to ask you, which part of a human's body would provide the greatest help for such a thing? Jun Moxie snorted and continued. Since that part of the human body is beneficial for that thing, I trust that it would not be a good thing for the human in question. You can't even understand this much, and you dared to doubt me? For creating trouble at such an important juncture, what is your motive? Something that even the 9 nether 14th young master is wary of, who in this crowd dares to say that they can deal with it? Or does Palace Lord Mo have the confidence to deal with it? Jun Moxie sighed. It's not a bad thing to be concerned about the big picture at all times, but you need to ask yourself if you're making mistakes with good intentions. Why must you be so persistent? Could it be that you're a person that cannot be praised? I just said that Palace Lord deserved your position, but now, it seems like I was wrong. Mo Wu Dao's ears turned red completely, and he didn't know how to reply. At this time, the loud sounds had already grown even closer. This howling sound seemed to be filled with intense excitement. The 9 nether 14th young master's musical notes turned more fervent, and he seemed to completely disregard even the melody. Far off, a heavy sound rang out, as if it was trying to stop something. Jun Moxie and Gu Han exchanged a glance, and both of them rushed out together. Mei Shui Yen looked at him once, and immediately took over his commanding position. With a wave of her hand, everyone began to move out of the way to dodge the incoming calamity. Jun Moxie and Gu Han were both at the Saint Monarch level, and their movement speeds were incredibly fast. In merely an instant, they'd moved 20, 30 li away, finally managing to see the intense battle. But the sight before their eyes caused both of them to suck in a cold breath involuntarily. Before they saw this, although both of them knew that the situation was serious, they couldn't form an accurate expectation in their minds. But now that they saw the situation themselves, they still didn't know what they were looking at. Because all of it looked too bizarre. The scene was completely chaotic, and a long twisting trail that stretched for several hundred li like a violent dragon, could be seen on the ground. Without a doubt, that was the path that the 9 nether 14th young master and the monster that he was chasing had passed through. Looking down from the sky, it was actually a newly created long cavern. Stretching several hundred li long, and tens of zhang wide. There weren't even a single piece of stone remaining that was bigger than a human skull. It was as stark as if the Yellow River had suddenly appeared in the middle of the ocean. The 9 nether 14th young master was brandishing divine tune energetically with his hands and feet, sending out thousands of ear-piercing sound waves in all directions. His figure was like a black tornado in the air, spinning rapidly, disappearing and appearing again in all positions. Before him, there was a humanoid thing. This thing had a complete human form, with arms, legs, and a head. However, it completely lacked any eyes, ears, mouth, nose and other features. This face was completely a blank slate. A monster with a head, but no face. A greenish light shone around the monster's body, and although it didn't have any eyes or ears, it still managed to dodge the soundwave attacks accurately. Not only was it able to defend, it could even counterattack fiercely. It actually fought closely against the 9 nether 14th young master, attacking and defending. At the very least, it wasn't being beaten up in a one-sided manner. The situation now was no longer about the 9 nether 14th young master chasing after that thing. Right now, he was only trying to stop it with all his might. He was using all his abilities to stop the monster from approaching the army at the front. As for the monster, its intentions were very obvious. It was charging over with all its might, wanting to come into contact with the crowd. Jun Moxie focused his gaze, and although he couldn't clearly see the 9 nether 14th young master's expression, he managed to see that his clothes had already turned wet. It was clearly drenched from his sweat. Jun Moxie's eyes shrunk, and he exchanged a glance with Gu Han. Both of their hearts were in shock. Although this monster was at a disadvantage and did not seem to be a match for the 9 nether 14th young master, defending more than attacking, but it was able to tire 9 nether 14th young master to such an extent. From this, it was obvious that this monster's strength was not low. The 9 nether 14th young master's movements turned faster, and with a bang sound, he ruthlessly slammed a palm down onto the monster's body. A violent boom rang out, and the monster stumbled several steps backwards. The 9 nether 14th young master roared loudly, charging forward. In that moment, countless loud bangs rang out continuously like firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, the 9 nether 14th young master's palms disappeared into a flurry of afterimages, and the booming sound stretched into a long note that even the best singers would not be able to sing. Jun Moxie widened his eyes with amazement. In that short instant, the 9 nether 14th young master had smashed out over 1,000 palms. And every palm carried his full strength. Every single palm landed perfectly, smashing into the monster's body. The monster was continuously beaten backwards, and the 9 nether 14th young master did not relent, following through with his attacks. Just this round of attacks had caused them to go back a full 30-40 li of distance. With a loud hong sound, the monster's green body suddenly burst in the air, thoroughly turning into countless fragments, filling the air with an eerie green light. It looked as if countless fireflies were dancing through the air. It's over. It ended just like that. Jun Moxie and Gu Han's brows remained tightly knitted. Looking at the greenish lights in the air, their gazes were filled with uncertainty and strong suspicion. The 9 nether 14th young master landed on the ground with a loud bang, smashing a small pit under him. With the 9 nether 14th young master's abilities, it wouldn't be an issue for him to walk on snow without leaving a single footprint, and step on water without forming any ripples. Even if he walked on cotton, he wouldn't sink at all. But now, he'd actually smashed a large pit on the ground with his landing. It was obvious to see how much energy had been sapped from him in this battle, to the point where he could no longer control his strength. After that, he straightened his body, breathed out heavily and stared intently at the green lights. His eyes were actually filled with fear and caution, as well as some disbelief. What is going on? Jun Moxie asked. The 9 nether 14th young master did not even turn around, continuing to fix his eyes on the green substance. Be careful, it's not over yet. Jun Moxie widened his eyes. It's not over. Looking at the greenish substance again, he grew confused. It's not dead even in this state. In the air, the greenish mist began to sink, instead of rising. What the hell is that thing? And how did you start fighting with it? Jun Moxie remained on full alert as he stood beside the 9 nether 14th young master. 9 nether 14th young master did not even spare a glance at Jun Moxie as he continued staring intently at the green light. Who knows what this thing is? I was on my way here to watch this war for seizing the heavens since the collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains is a big thing, and there will most likely not be any more war for seizing the heavens in the future. I also wanted to take a look at those so-called strange races and see what they look like. But when I was crossing a mountain, I suddenly came upon an extremely dangerous aura. A strange glint flickered in his eyes as he continued. It's been too long since anyone was able to make me feel any danger, so my curiosity was raised. When I went over, I saw a monster, sucking something from a group of wild beasts' corpses. Sucking something from the corpses of wild beasts, Jun Moxie furrowed his brows tightly. Could this fellow be a vampire? But he didn't look like one. Vampires also had proper physical bodies, and once their bodies are broken apart, they're done. Besides, those mountains that the 9 nether 14th young master passed by on his way here were all volcanoes that had already erupted. Even if there were corpses of wild beasts there that hadn't been completely burned away, they should be thoroughly dried up by now. Then, what was the monster sucking on? What could it suck? This daddy saw how filthy that thing was and decided to kill it. But who would have thought that this fellow actually cannot be killed? The 9 nether 14th young master sounded extremely frustrated. Throughout the journey here, I'd already shattered that fellow's body at least 7-8 times. But each time it exploded, it would just turn into this state. After the amount of time it takes for a stick of incense to burn through, it would congeal together again and turn into that ghastly appearance. This had already gone on for 2 days and 2 nights. The 9 nether 14th young master sighed speechlessly. In these 2 days, I hadn't even managed to get a sip of water, only focusing on attacking it. After 2 days and 2 nights, it was still completely fine, remaining as spirited as before. At this rate, it might remain as strong as before, but I will definitely be exhausted to death by it. Jun Moxie's eyes nearly dropped out of his head. There's actually such a ridiculous thing in this world. F***ck, this isn't some weird novel on a computer, right? The ability to resurrect without limit after being killed. Ridiculous? There's something even more ridiculous. Just this afternoon, we came upon a group of goddamned wolves. The 9 Nether 14th young master cursed angrily. There were only about 40 or 50 of them, and they were existences that were too insignificant for me to notice. But that monster simply made a pass through that pack of wolves, and all of those idiot wolves died immediately. Later, I realized that that monster had suddenly grown stronger by a significant amount. It definitely had something to do with that pack of wolves. That is why I told all of you to quickly get out of the way. Jun Moxie was completely speechless. What kind of thing was this, to have such an overpowered ability? No wonder the 9 Nether 14th young master had called out so urgently just now. As he thought till here, Jun Moxie felt a shiver travel down his spine. If this fellow was allowed to run through the army camp, how many people would die? And what kind of levels would this monster's strength reach? Jun Moxie did not dare to imagine further. It would be a disaster that could annihilate all of them. If such a disaster truly appeared, there was no need for the strange races to do anything. This monster alone would be able to finish off the entire army. Gu Han's face also turned exceedingly unsightly. Jun Moxie could understand Gu Han's feelings perfectly. The grand battle was about to begin, and such an incomprehensible creature had suddenly appeared. It was no wonder that his mood was not good. Fortunately, because of the 9 Nether 14th young master's sudden appearance, the threat of this disaster had dropped greatly. Perhaps the luck of the Xian continent wasn't completely used up yet. In the short time that everyone was talking, the green mist began to spin, turning faster and faster, until finally with a whooshing sound, a figure formed in midair. And from that illusory figure, there was the faint shape of a human forming. F***ck. It's like this every time. 9 Nether 14th young master cursed with rage. Just how do I kill this monster? Can't you attack it after it explodes into pieces? Since it can't fight back, why don't you try to destroy it utterly? Jun Moxie asked. It is indeed unable to retaliate after being smashed apart, but the greenish mist is just like air, and nothing can hurt it. The 9 Nether 14th young master whipped his head around angrily and stared at Jun Moxie. If I could destroy it after smashing it apart, this daddy would have already thrown a quarter of its body in the east, 1/4 to the Pacific Ocean, 1/4 to Blizzard Silver City, and another quarter to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. I'm not an idiot. What are you looking at me with that kind of gaze for? Jun Moxie patted his forehead speechlessly, and just when he was about to speak again, the 9 Nether 14th young master stopped him. It's useless, I've already tried every method. Extreme cold and extreme heat, nothing has an effect on this thing. F***ck. What kind of monster is this? It's actually so domineering. Jun Moxie cursed. I would like to know that too. The 9 Nether 14th young master rolled his eyes speechlessly. Just at this time, a shrill sound rang out as the green mist disappeared, and a monster about the same height as a human appeared. Turning its faceless head around a few times, it suddenly rushed off, wanting to dash past the three. Its target was obviously the location of the joint army base. So, this time, the one who reacted the fastest, was actually Gu Han. With a flash, he blocked before the path of the monster, and sent out a stream of heavy blows. With a few soft banging sounds, the monster stumbled backwards a few steps unstably. Then, it seemed to slowly grow more agile, dancing through the air. In the next moment, it had actually reached a level where it could fight and defend against Gu Han equally. In addition to its body that cannot be killed or destroyed, and its capabilities of absorbing life, the danger of this thing was even above the strange races. Jun Moxie looked intently, finding the matter stranger and stranger the more he observed. It wasn't clear what one should call this creature. If one said that it was a human, there were no humans that were like this. But if one said that it's not a human, it was completely similar to a human expert, apart from not having a face. I'll take over from here. Hurry up and take a rest. Jun Moxie took out a large jug of water from the Hongjun pagoda, a pot of wine, and several large pieces of hot meat as well as tens of steaming hot buns. Eat quickly. We might still need you to take over later. The 9 Nether 14th young master's eyes lit up. Who would have thought that you'd be carrying so much good stuff with you? What kind of technique is this? It's a unique high-level technique. You should at least look and see who this young master is. Jun Moxie snorted proudly. But when he didn't get a reply from the 9 Nether 14th young master, he turned around and saw that that fellow had raised the pot of wine and started chugging happily. A loud gurgling sound rang out, and the water jug also emptied with a speed visible to the naked eye. Following that, without washing his hands, he picked up a large piece of meat and took a large bite. Jun Moxie's widened with disbelief. This one bite had taken at least half a gene of meat. And that fellow only chewed it slightly for a moment before swallowing it. From the looks of it, this 9 Nether 14th young master had truly been exhausted quite heavily the 2 days and 2 nights. The more he saw how the 9 Nether 14th young master was like this, the more he did not find the situation funny. Instead, his heart was filled with shock and terror. What kind of existence was the 9 Nether 14th young master? Without any exaggeration, even if he did not eat or drink for a whole year, nothing would happen to him. There was no way that he would reach such a state from that. Moreover, with the 9 Nether 14th young master's cultivation, he could easily breathe through the pores on his skin, and absorb energy from the outside. As long as he wanted to drink water, he only needed to revolve his cultivation a little, and he would be able to suck enough water from the air around him. Even if he was buried in the ground, he would still be able to drink the sweetest spring waters without moving a finger. But for him to be so thirsty and hungry to this extent. This meant that in the last 2 days and 2 nights, he'd been expending all his strength almost constantly, until he broke the defense of his enemy and smashed him apart. Even then, he could not rest and could only save some energy to await the next round of violent attacks. In those 2 days and 2 nights, the 9 Nether 14th young master had been in the absolute advantageous position. But against an opponent like this that wouldn't die no matter what method was used, there was completely no meaning in having the advantage. At best, it would only ensure that he would not be killed by his opponent. Apart from that, there were no other solutions. Just what kind of terrifying creature was this? If it wasn't the 9 Nether 14th young master, there was no way anyone would be able to endure to this point. In fact, it would be a problem to retreat unharmed. Fortunately, it was the 9 Nether 14th young master that discovered this creature first. Right now, even Jun Moxie was shocked to a completely speechless degree. All of a sudden, a loud boom rang out, coupled with Gu Han's enraged roar. It's you! It's you! It's actually you! You sinner of the continent, wretched thing that deserves 1,000,000 deaths, this daddy will. Jun Moxie and the 9 Nether 14th young master instantly whirled their heads around to look at Gu Han. So Gu Han actually knew this monster. The monster did not say anything and simply continued to endure Gu Han's frenzied attacks, looking for a chance to break past Gu Han and dive into the joint army tens of li away. But Gu Han also seemed to have gone mad in that instant as he attacked without care for his life. He roared repeatedly, the veins on his face twitching. Jun Moxie could clearly see that Gu Han's eyes had already turned as red as blood. Who is he? Jun Moxie asked. Even the 9 Nether 14th young master stopped eating as he looked at Gu Han. That is the 9 illusory quicksand. The 9 illusory quicksand that the 3 holy lands had accumulated for 10,000 years. Gu Han sounded as though he was crying. This wretched bastard actually used the 9 illusory quicksand to reconstruct this body. This bastard, this crazy son of AB*TCH. It's actually Zhang Quan. Jun Moxie also jumped up with shock as he looked with disbelief at the exceedingly ugly creature that had no face. This is Zhang Quan. Zhan Luanhui. Could he have used the 9 illusory quicksand to reconstruct his body after escaping from the volcano and left with no choice? But, how could this be possible? Zhang Quan. Isn't Zhang Quan one of the 8 personal disciples of the misty illusory manners Miao Qingcheng? Half a piece of meat dangled outside the 9 Nether 14th young master's mouth as he asked with disbelief. He's actually not dead. Without waiting for Jun Moxie to answer, he sighed. No wonder he was so difficult to deal with. So it's him. No wonder. Truthfully, Gu Han was not the only person that was in a rage right now. Ever since Jun Moxie and Gu Han appeared, the monster had not made a single sound. But when Gu Han accidentally exposed his true identity and flew into a rage, it also made a strange sound. Since it didn't have a face, it naturally did not have a mouth as well. One truly wonder how it makes it sound. That growl that came from its throat was actually also filled with indescribable hatred and anger. This monster was naturally Zhan Kuang, and also Zhan Luanhui, the main sinner who caused the pillar of heaven's mountains to collapse. At this time, there were also unspeakable rage and frustration in Zhan Kuang's heart. He'd single-handedly destroyed Mount Heaven Saint and caused the disaster of the continent. And he'd also destroyed the three holy lands, drawing the hatred of the three holy lands. But at the same time, he'd also been pushed into a volcano by Jun Moxie and the combined forces of the three holy lands, having his body completely vanquished and unrecoverable. Although his spirit was still alive and could barely take on a human form, but it was in essence, just a puff of smoke. Zhan Kuang was also incredibly enraged. Truthfully, the reason he'd ended up like this was also completely his own doing. Unless he had a choice, he would definitely not use the 9 illusory quicksand as material to cast a new body. The 9 illusory quicksand was a natural treasure and had countless uses. But it was ultimately not the same as a body of blood and flesh, born from a mother who'd held the baby for 9 months. Compared to a real human body, the 9 illusory quicksand had many more extra functions. However, it had lost even more functions. And the most important thing was that the 9 illusory quicksand that he'd stolen away this time, was an extremely precious thing that the Zhan family had coveted for over 10,000 years. The 9 illusory quicksand was something that the misty illusory manor could not do without, to maintain its normal operations. As long as one had control over this treasure, it would be equivalent to having grasped onto the throat of the entire misty illusory manor. Having ownership of it was the same as having ownership of the leading position of the misty illusory manor. So this thing was much more important to the Zhan family. If Zhan Kuang did not care about the Zhan family so much, why would he plot so painstakingly for over 8,000 years? If he hadn't been left with no choice, why would he use such precious and irreplaceable materials to construct his body? The reason was simply because he didn't have any other choice. If he didn't use it, his soul would dissipate and die. After 10,000 years, he'd finally managed to obtain the 9 illusory quicksand. Yet, he was forced to use it to construct a fleshly body. How could Zhan Kuang not feel angry? How could he not feel aggrieved? On top of that, even though he'd managed to keep his life with the 9 illusory quicksand, it didn't mean that everything was fine. Because of the unique nature of the 9 illusory quicksand, even though his spirit was now very safe, he was no longer a human. An empty shell that did not have any human characteristics, any sense of touch, smell, taste, hearing, and sight, could not be considered a human, right? He was just a monster. Although Zhan Kuang was a peak expert, he was still a man at the end of the day. He would still feel an impulse for that kind of thing. But after using the 9 illusory quicksand, even if his heart was aflame with desire, that thing below would not budge at all. Well, it seemed that he didn't even have that thing below. If he didn't even have a face, how would he have such an intricate and profound organ? The only thing that was left was the unquenchable fire in his heart, and the memory of those wonderful feelings in his mind. It was also easily imaginable, how when this fellow was hungry, he would shove a bunch of food into his mouth, only to feel that his stomach felt strange. Yet, he couldn't let the food exit in the normal way, and he would have no choice but to dig open his stomach and take all the food out in its original form. Anyone who encountered such matters, even if it was a mere bystander, would be unable to accept the feeling, right? Moreover, the 9 illusory quicksand was a nearly completely transparent material. If he drank a few cups of water, one could even see the water rocking about in his stomach. He was like a human-shaped glass container that was much more sturdier and wouldn't easily shatter. Even if he was shattered, he could form himself back together in a short time. So when he received even more blame from Gu Han, Zhan Kuang was so depressed that he nearly went crazy. Do you think I wanted to use this damn thing? I still want to be a human as well. However, it was you guys that forced me to a point where I can't even be a human. The most horrible thing was, you all forced me to lose even my qualifications for being a man. And now, you still want to admonish me for using the 9 illusory quicksand to cast a body. If he hadn't destroyed the pillar of heaven's mountains and caused everyone to die or flee from the area, he would still have been able to easily find a human body in this area, and possess it first. Then, he could look for more options later on. But after he stole all the 9 illusory quicksand away, causing the pillar of heaven's mountains to collapse and setting off all the volcanoes in the area, this place had become a completely desolate land without a single human, apart from the experts of the 3 holy lands. And after the 3 holy lands were destroyed, the people there also completely threw away all their inhibitions. Nearly everyone had reported to the battlefield. Indeed, since they didn't even have a home that they could return to, was there still a need for them to station people to look after the home? So after drifting around for a few days, Zhang Kuang finally could not hold on any longer. Either his spirit dissipated, or he took that last step. And this was still with Zhang Kuang's foundations being so strong. If he wasn't stranded in this place where the heat and humidity were so terrible, with the strength of his soul, it wouldn't be a problem for him to endure for 10,000 li, finding a human to possess. However, there were only volcanoes all around him, and the temperature was high to a shocking amount. Even in places where the volcanoes had not erupted, the ground was still so hot that one could cook an egg on the stones within a few blinks of the eye. Souls could endure all kinds of cold without much adverse effects. However, they could not stand this kind of extreme high temperatures. Furthermore, the air was poisonous, slowly corroding his soul. And so, Zhang Kuang discovered to his horror, that there was no possibility of him walking out of this place. Left with no choice, the desperate Zhang Kuang finally reached into the space within his soul and took out the 9 illusory quicksand that he'd obtained with great efforts. Then, after nearly exhausting all his remaining soul energy, he made a human-shaped figure and jumped into the body. After that, he spent another 2 days and 2 nights merging his soul with it, finally managing to succeed. However, the results of that fusing caused Zhang Kuang to directly crumble with grief. There was no way that he wouldn't crumble. This body could grudgingly be considered human-shaped, but the head was nothing but an empty decoration. There was no face, no nose, no mouth, no eyes, and no ears. In any case, there was nothing on his head at all. What the hell was this? As for the more intricate things like the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the complex meridians of the human body, and the most important sexual organ for a man, all of that was absent as well. In that case, could his body still be called a body? Can he still be considered a human? In that moment of despair, Zhang Kuang hurriedly came up with a solution. This was not a completely hopeless situation. What he lacked right now were the most intricate features of a human body, and those naturally needed a long time to create. If he wanted to forcefully have these things, he would need to have a large supply of essence blood. Then, with some dark techniques, he could still grow those features. What he lacked the most right now was humans, huge amounts of humans. The problem was that this entire area of 10,000 li had already turned into a land of desolation. How many living beings would there be in this place for him to absorb their life's essence? If he exceeded a certain time limit, and the 9 illusory quicksands cast became fixed, he would remain in this form forever. How could the proud and self-centered Zhang Kuang bear this? Left with no other choice, he began to feed on corpses, forcefully holding back the disgust in his heart. Although this body didn't have such reflexes, his soul had already become used to this kind of feeling after so many years. How could it be something that is easy to change? Moreover, this was still the putrid and rotting wild beast corpses that had been barbecued by the intense heat. Just as Zhang Kuang finished stealing his heart and forced himself to feed on those 2 indescribably disgusting wild beast corpses, the 9 nether 14th young master suddenly showed up. Seeing such a sight, the 9 nether 14th young master jumped with shock, cursed at him for being a disgusting monster, and began to attack him. Zhang Kuang happened to be in an exceedingly frustrated moment of his life, and getting suddenly attacked without provocation, his rage rose to the heavens as well. Without a second word, the two began their long and fierce battle. After fighting for so many days, he was truthfully still rather confused as to what was going on. Although Zhang Kuang had managed to infer that his attacker was the 9 nether 14th young master based on the techniques that the other was using, he still didn't know why that fellow was attacking him. Even if I look a little disgusting right now, you shouldn't kill me just because of that, right? How have I offended you? F***ck, is being ugly a crime too? You think I want to look this way? Even more depressing was that if he was in his peak state, his strength would definitely be higher than the 9 nether 14th young masters, by quite a bit as well. Although he wouldn't be able to do much to the latter, he still wouldn't be chased around and beaten like a dog. He would be able to fight and leave as he wished. But right now, he was being suppressed so badly that he didn't have the ability to fight back. Furthermore, every once in a while, he would have his body destroyed and scattered. If not for the unique indestructible qualities of the 9 illusory quicksand, he would have already died long ago. As for the 9 nether 14th young master who had the advantage all along, he was similarly depressed as well. This was originally just a minor task in his mind, and he planned to finish off this monster in a short time, make his way to the battlefield and enjoy the exciting fight while sitting atop a mountain, drinking wine and playing a little tune. If he felt like it, he could go down and join in for the fun. According to his logic, how much strength could a random monster he met on the way be? The number of monsters he'd slayed in passing throughout his life was so much that they could be counted. Who would have thought that this monster was so weird? It was one thing for it to have great battling strength, but it actually couldn't be killed. Until finally, even a strong-willed person like him was nearly at his limits. Reforming after being broken, without losing even a bit of strength. Truthfully, even Zhang Kuang did not know that the 9 illusory quicksand had such amazing qualities as well. The first time his body was destroyed, he thought that everything was over this time. Even he hadn't expected that he would actually revive again. After suffering through so many depressing situations, only this point gave Zhang Kuang a pleasant surprise and some comfort. Perhaps, he would be truly invincible from now on. However, to live forever in this form was still too uncomfortable. If the most basic function of a man was lost, it would be a wonder if he could feel comfortable. In that moment, Gu Han was roaring with rage, every blow resounding like thunder, moving faster and faster. Finally, after a long chain of banging sounds, Zhang Kuang's half-transparent body once again shattered into a cloud of green mist. After that round of intense fight, Gu Han's old face was also lined with sweat. The current Gu Han's strength was inferior to 9 Nether 14th young master by quite a bit. If it was the old Gu Han before his cultivation dropped, even if he would still not be able to compare with the 9 Nether 14th young master, he would not be weaker by much. But right now, he was quite a distance from the 9 Nether 14th young master. Old Gu, let me try. Perhaps, I might have a method to get rid of this pest. Jun Moxie's eyes shone with a cold light. With a flip of his hand, a ball of black fire burst into life on his palm. The flame of primal chaos. This was the flame of primal chaos that could burn all things. And it was also what Jun Moxie considered to be the most effective method to deal with this situation. At the same time, he felt that it would be the best way to thoroughly destroy Zhang Kuang. Right now, Zhang Kuang's body had turned into a clump of green mist, hanging helplessly in the air like a lamb for the slaughter. This was a heavenly God-given opportunity. If he didn't take action now, when would he do so? For a monster like this that couldn't be killed, could revive endlessly without losing any battle strength, was unharmed by water, fire, blade, or spear, and could even consume the flesh and blood of other creatures to improve its strength, it was better to finish it off as quickly as possible. Apart from the flame of primal chaos, Jun Moxie could not think of a better way to deal with this monster. He could only place his hopes on the flame of primal chaos that had never failed before. The only question now was whether the flame of primal chaos would remain as invincible as before, encountered by anything. The moment Gu Han saw that ghostly black flame, his face instantly changed, and he hopped to the side. Although he knew that the black fire would not be directed against him, he was still afraid that he would accidentally touch even a tiny spark from it. Gu Han knew the terrifying power of this fire extremely well. Just several days ago, Jun Moxie had dropped this same fire into a pit filled with extremely rare essence of ice. And even then, the ice could not cause it to pause even a little bit, or extinguish the black flames at all. Every single one of the 40 experts in the pit had died, without a single one managing to escape. Finally, even their bodies and souls were thoroughly burned away. No matter how unkillable Zhang Kuang was or how indestructible his body was, he would definitely still be turned into ashes with this barbaric fire. With a wave of his hand, the flame of primal chaos turned into tiny specks of fire, slowly drifting towards green mist. Following that, he began to retreat rapidly as well. The 9 Nether 14th young master and Gu Han widened their eyes, looking at the situation with hope. As long as this monster was alive, no one would be able to rest in peace. Although this monster was not too hard to deal with now and could be shattered apart if one had sufficient strength, the greatest problem was that there were no ways to truly kill it. If one continued struggling with it like this, then no matter how powerful one was, they would eventually be exhausted to death. After all, this monster could revive on the spot endlessly, without losing anything. Everyone watched intently, and even Jun Moxie's face was filled with uncertainty. But after some time, the three of them all revealed looks of disbelief. The 9 Nether 14th young master had also witnessed the power of the flame of primal chaos before, and naturally also placed huge expectations on it. But right now, his face was also filled with disappointment. The truth was right before his eyes. The green mist was still floating there without any changes, and the flame of primal chaos was falling right through it, still burning radiantly without any changes. However, the green mist seemed to be able to completely ignore it. Although the flame of primal chaos was still burning as per normal, the green mist still hung in the sky, as if the two had nothing to do with each other. Jun Moxie's eyeballs nearly dropped out of his eyes. What was going on? Could it be that the flame of primal chaos could also fail? The flame of primal chaos was a flame that could burn everything in the world, including the air and souls. Why can't it burn that goddamned green mist? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and looked at Gu Han. Old Gu, dare I ask, what kind of thing is that 9 illusory quicksand? What kind of energy is it wary of? Or rather, what can destroy the 9 illusory quicksand? Gu Han looked at the black flames in the sky with a despondent expression on his face. The 9 illusory quicksand is a godly material, and its origins are mysterious and unclear. No one really knows much about it. As for what its uses are, I'm not too certain as well. I only know that the 9 illusory quicksand is an indispensable material to maintain the misty illusory manor space. Although they don't need a lot, it is something that they cannot do without. From this direction, it can be determined that the 9 illusory quicksand should be a material that corresponds to spatial energy. As for what it is exactly, I really don't know. Has something to do with space. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows. Just what is this 9 illusory quicksand thing? Young Master Jun naturally would not know that although the flame of primal chaos was a heavenly fire that could burn everything, this 9 illusory quicksand was not a low-grade material either. It was also formed from the heavens and earth. Of course, this natural material was a result of the 9 Nether First Young Master using a type of extreme and heaven-defying method, along with a formation to lock the heavenly essence Qi, to form. It could be considered as a kind of man-made Xiantian material. Although the flame of primal chaos was capable of burning even space and spirits, this 9 illusory quicksand was also not weaker than the flame of primal chaos in the quality of its energy. At most, there would only be a tiny thread of difference. As for Gu Han's analysis of it being a spatial-type material, he was not exactly wrong as well. Because the 9 illusory quicksand was a type of medium or intermediary material for creating spatial pockets. There was a concept in Buddhist scriptures, a world in a grain of sand. And this 9 illusory quicksand was exactly this kind of material. Although it was far from being as overpowered as being able to contain an entire world in a grain of sand, it was also similarly miraculous. Even if it was just a single grain of sand, it still had endless fascinating uses. Otherwise, how would a small pinch of this 9 illusory quicksand maintain the space of a misty illusory manor for so long? And right now, Zhang Kuang had used all the 9 illusory quicksand that existed in this world, to create his body. So the energy contained in this body could be easily imagined. Right now, Zhang Kuang could be said to have not even discovered a tenth of the uses of the 9 illusory quicksand. And he was already so terrifying. As Jun Moxie was mulling over the matter, the flame of primal chaos still burned as before, but the greenish mist was retreating ever so slowly. After that, it began to drift to the side, away from the flame of primal chaos before once again swirling into a green human form. A loud whooshing sound rang out. As expected, Zhang Kuang was going to revive again. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and with a wave of his hand, the flame of primal chaos disappeared. Since it didn't work, there was no need to leave it outside. This thing did not distinguish between friend and foe. If Gu Han or the 9 Nether 14th Young Master touched it, even if they reacted immediately, they would still lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Right now, Young Master Jun was also exceedingly depressed. The flame of primal chaos that had never failed before, actually disappointed him for the first time today. This was a very difficult blow for Jun Moxie to accept. Since even the flame of primal chaos could not destroy it, then what other methods were there that could deal with this undying monster? The whooshing sound grew louder and faster, and a human figure once again appeared before the three of them like a persistent ghost. Let me try this time. I'd like to personally get a taste of what kind of monster this is. The two of you, get ready in case of anything. A rarely seen look of seriousness appeared on Jun Moxie's face as he charged forward before the two could answer. A loud hong sound rang out, and in the instant that Zhang Kuang's body solidified, Jun Moxie's palm smashed firmly against his chest. The newly reformed Zhang Kuang basically did not have any time to react as he was sent stumbling backwards for tens of zhang. Unable to maintain his footing, he tumbled head over heels, falling ruthlessly across the ground. Jun Moxie had intentionally slowed down the speed of this palm, but he'd increased the attack strength. As expected, this fellow is weak at the point when he initially takes form. Whether it is the speed or reaction, all of it is not coordinated. Jun Moxie thought as he sent out a flurry of attacks. After being hit dozens of times, Zhang Kuang's body reaction grew increasingly nimble, and his counterattacks became sharper as well. However, his body was already showing signs of turning illusory. Seeing this, Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and increased the speed of attack further, and the sounds of fists and kicks rang out repeatedly. A look of astonishment shone in the 9th young master's eyes as he looked at the exciting battle. When he first saw Jun Moxie at Chrysanthemum City, Jun Moxie was only a saint. But in less than half a year, when the evil monarch manor was just established, this fellow had already reached the saint venerable realm. But now, he'd once again jumped to the peak of the saint monarch realm. What kind of advancement speed was this? Such a shocking speed caused even the 9th young master to feel shock and horror. The first time he saw Jun Moxie, the kid was only akin to an ant in his sight. But now, this fellow had already reached a level where he had the qualifications to converse equally with him. In that case, what if some more time passed? How would the two side strengths compare? A smile suddenly appeared on the 9th young master's face. Perhaps, this world will not be as boring anymore with the addition of another strong rival. In this battle, Jun Moxie held the absolute advantage, fiercely suppressing his opponent the entire way, seeking to destroy Zhang Kuang in the shortest time possible. Zhang Kuang's body also continuously trembled under the attacks, seemingly about to break down once again. All of a sudden, Jun Moxie retracted his palm and a shrill sword cry rang out as the blood of yellow flame stabbed with the speed of lightning, plunging into Zhang Kuang's body. It directly stabbed into the position of Zhang Kuang's dantian. Then, he stepped aside and watched. He wanted to see whether this sword could control Zhang Kuang, whether it could do any damage to the strange monster. After all, both of them were things that surpassed the understanding of this world. The blood of yellow flame cried out with excitement and spun rapidly against Zhang Kuang's dantian. With the blood of yellow flame's sharpness, a huge hole appeared on Zhang Kuang's chest. From the outside, one could see the blood of yellow flame stabbing into the dantian, suddenly piercing upwards towards the position where the heart normally was, and then upwards again, towards the head. Following that, it dove downwards, slashing about madly in his body. It was as if blood of yellow flame was looking for something, but it couldn't find it. Zhang Kuang shrieked aloud continuously, and his body once again began to dissipate. Just at this time, a brilliant light burst out as the blood of yellow flame released its sword chi without restraint, bursting through Zhang Kuang's body. With a loud bang, Zhang Kuang's body exploded, turning into a cloud of green mist again. The blood of yellow flame flew about the air, returning to Jun Moxie's hand. In that moment, the blood of yellow flame's voice echoed in Jun Moxie's mind. What kind of thing is this fellow? Why is his soul so strange? I actually can't absorb it at all. The soul cannot be absorbed. Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows with shock. Then, can you absorb his body? Whether it was Zhang Kuang's soul or the 9 illusory quicksand that made up his body, as long as one of them could be destroyed, the other would naturally become vulnerable. It can't either. What is that thing? Why is it so strange? The blood of yellow flame grumbled unhappily. What's wrong? Jun Moxie instantly detected that the blood of yellow flame's emotions were strange. That thing is a heavenly nutritious material, ah. Blood of yellow flame grumbled. I was so excited just now, but after trying to eat it, I realized that that thing cannot even be absorbed. How frustrating. A nutritious material? What do you mean? Jun Moxie's eyes lit up. How is it nutritious? You wouldn't understand even if I explained the details to you. Put simply, if you could add a little bit of that stuff when you refine me next time, I don't need that much, just about a tenth of what we have on that guy, my strength will rise by at least 1-fold. Perhaps even more. The blood of yellow flame sighed. But it's a pity, from the looks of things now, I'm afraid it would be hard. As it said that, the blood of yellow flame sighed again in a human-like manner. Jun Moxie also sighed along with it. It was indeed quite hard. This thing was indestructible. Since it could not be killed, there was even less meaning in talking about adding it to the sword. If Zhang Kuang's soul could not be extinguished, Jun Moxie also wouldn't dare to add the material into the sword. What kind of a terrifying existence was Zhang Kuang's soul? Ah, if it ended up swallowing the blood of yellow flame's soul instead, it would be even more troublesome. However, this thing is also very useful to you. The next words from the blood of yellow flame caused Jun Moxie to shudder. From what I know, the kind of energy you use to forge me also contains similar effects to energy used to create spatial pockets. And this strange material seems to have some similarities to that energy of yours. Furthermore, it should be a rather high-grade intermediary medium. High-grade medium. Jun Moxie instantly turned to look at Zhang Kuang's body with a greedy expression. It was as if a particularly desperate hoodlum had just spotted a beautiful woman walking alone. Jun Moxie knew what exactly he lacked the most. Although his cultivation was undoubtedly rising quickly, but the individual space in his body that he'd created with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had not changed at all. It still only remained as a sky and earth, and a patch of chaos. There weren't even a sun, moon, or stars in there. Since there weren't any changes there, it meant that the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had not made any further progress. And if the art of unlocking heaven's fortune didn't progress, then even if he stuffed his body to the point of explosion with spiritual qi, he wouldn't be able to advance any further. What had progressed so far was only his xian cultivation. But as for the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, it hadn't broken through yet. If he wanted to reach the next level with the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, he would need a type of opportunity. And now that the blood of yellow flame had mentioned the word medium, it instantly caused Jun Moxie's heart to light up. Jun Moxie instantly made a link in his mind. Could it be that I was lacking this kind of medium? The way that Jun Moxie looked at Zhang Kuang now was as if he was Pigsy from Journey to the West, looking at a ginseng fruit. That kind of eyes caused even the 9th young master to feel a shiver travel down his spine. It's a little too ambiguous, isn't it? However, Jun Moxie did not dare to make any light moves. Because Zhang Kuang's soul still existed within this thing. If he accidentally brought this fellow fully intact, into the Hongjun Pagoda, it wasn't clear what kind of accident it would result in. After all, this fellow was great at messing things up. It was better to take the cautious route. But the question remained, how should he proceed from here? How could he separate the two elements? Jun Moxie creased his brows and looked at the mist in the air, continuing to ruminate. What should he do to pry that fellow's soul out? Seeing that Zhang Kuang's body had once again began to congeal back into a human form, Jun Moxie suddenly moved, his body disappearing instantly. He moved so fast that even the blood of yellow flame did not have time to return as it hovered about on the same spot. The 9th young master and Gu Han looked around with shock, not knowing what young master Jun was doing. Could it be that this kid suddenly had a change of heart, and decided to run away in fear? It can't be, right? In the next moment, a cloud of water vapor materialized suddenly in the air, slowly covering an area of over 1,000 zhang. Then, they gathered and formed around the green mist. Then, the vapor condensed quickly into countless water droplets, before beginning to freeze. Still, the green mist remained completely unaffected by the drop in temperature around it. It continued to float languidly within the ice without any change. Jun Moxie's body once again appeared, and with a snap of his fingers, an extreme chill surged out, and the newly formed ice rapidly hardened into xian ice. This was the first time that the 9th young master had seen such a shocking thing, and he couldn't help but to rub his eyes with disbelief. But when he opened his eyes again, he received an even bigger shock. The xian ice that was there before no longer existed. Because, it had already turned into essence of ice. Essence of ice. It was actually essence of ice. The 9th young master felt as if he was about to faint. This was an incredibly rare natural treasure that was difficult to find even in thousands of years. But it had actually formed so easily right in front of his eyes. Furthermore, it was formed with the power of a human, in such a short time. Of course, the 9th young master did not know that Jun Moxie had once again used the power of the Hongjun Pagoda. If he wanted to instantly turn water into essence of ice, it was impossible if he wanted to rely on his own power. The essence of ice was completely transparent, and although the green mist was still able to move, and there was even a small part that had already successfully floated out, it was obvious that its speed had clearly slowed down greatly within the essence of ice. With a wave of his hand, the blood of yellow flame floated into his hand. Jun Moxie did not hesitate, and in the instant that the green mist slowed down, he focused all his spirit energy into the blood of yellow flame and slashed down. The instant that the sword was thrusted out, its might reached a level as ferocious as if the heavens were breaking apart. Jun Moxie's target was precisely a corner of this essence of ice. There weren't a lot of green mist in this corner of the ice, and it was at most only 5% of the total amount. With a schwa sound, the blade came into direct contact against the essence of ice. In that moment, a burst of colors appeared, and without any pause, the corner of the essence of ice was sliced off. The instant it was chopped off, a strange hoarse cry rang out from the green mist, and a white shadow flew out instantly. Behind it, the green mist that was trapped within the essence of ice also seemed to be trying to flee with all its might. Jun Moxie pointed with his finger, and the blood of yellow flame slashed down quickly onto the weak white shadow. At the same time, Jun Moxie waved his hand, and the essence of ice that had been chopped off also disappeared, taken by him into the Hongjun Pagoda. As for the white shadow, it suddenly let out a soundless wretched cry that shook one's soul, as blood of yellow flame slashed through it. In that instant, it split into 3 sections, and 2 of the 3 sections instantly fled hurriedly. As for the last section, in the instant that it came into contact with the sword, the blood of yellow flame shone brightly, having prepared itself long ago to swallow the white shadow completely. As for the remaining green mist within the essence of ice, it suddenly vibrated madly, and with a few loud crackling sounds and a bang, the huge essence of ice directly burst apart, and the green mist instantly gathered together with a speed that far surpassed its earlier relaxed manner. Then, with a shrill whooshing sound, it shot through the air. Before one had the chance to blink, it was already gone. A speed akin to a bolt of lightning was so instantaneous that even the 14th young master and Jun Moxie did not have the time to stop it. Just as the three were looking at each other in a dumbfounded manner and unable to react, a myriad of colors suddenly burst out of the blood of yellow flame's body. The colors were so dazzling that the three could scarcely keep their eyes open. Then, with a cry that seemed to be filled with pain, the entire sword trembled intensely. That bit of shadow earlier, although little, was a portion of Zhang Kuang's soul. His soul had been scattered among the 9 illusory quicksand after his body was broken apart. Once it was sealed with the essence of ice, his soul was also naturally stuck in many different parts. The risky slash that Jun Moxie had done, was calculated based on the premise that the soul's consciousness was unable to react due to being partially frozen with the essence of ice. In the end, he'd managed to forcefully slice off a small portion of Zhang Kuang's soul. The blood of yellow flame's attack was also precisely on the point. It had immediately began to swallow the instant that it touched Zhang Kuang's soul, thoroughly cutting off its escape paths. The only thing was that Zhang Kuang's half-sage level soul was indeed extremely tough. In the instant that he noticed that something was wrong, he managed to make a swift decision, tearing his broken soul apart into 3 sections, allowing for 2 sections to escape. As for the violent reaction from the blood of yellow flame, it was a backlash from swallowing just that little bit of Zhang Kuang's soul. Such an intense reaction had scared even Jun Moxie. The blood of yellow flame had swallowed Ji Bo Wen's, who was a second-level Saint Monarch without any problems at all. But just a fraction of Zhang Kuang's half-sage soul had resulted in such a heavy backlash, enough for the fraction of soul to vie for controlling rights with the blood of yellow flame's sword spirit. Jun Moxie snorted and grabbed the sword's hilt, instantly infusing his extremely pure art of unlocking heaven's fortune spiritual qi into the sword. With the timely reinforcement to its sword spirit, the light around the blood of yellow flame instantly grew more dazzling. A moment later, a bright sword cry rang out, and a ball of sword qi shot out from the sword's tip, blasting through the cloudy sky, disappearing without a trace. The blood of yellow flame's childish voice rang out again in Jun Moxie's mind. How close? How is that fellow's soul that strong? This sword almost suffered a huge disadvantage from being taken by surprise. Jun Moxie seemed to be able to see the image of a 7, 8 years old young master wiping sweat off his brows with a faint smile. Shaking his head, he also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, he hadn't acted foolishly and taken the entire essence of ice statue into the Hongjun Pagoda. From the looks of it, if that fellow really managed to enter the Hongjun Pagoda, he might even be able to wrestle the controlling rights of the Hongjun Pagoda from him. And from the looks of it, he might even really lose to him. Just 1% of the full soul was so strong that the blood of yellow flame could not overcome with its own strength. This Zhang Kuang was truly a little too powerful. Jun Moxie thought about it and nodded. That fellow was an old monster that had lived for over 10,000 years after all. How strong was the soul of a 10,000 years old monster? There was no need to even think about such a question. Moreover, he was even the 9th young master's grand disciple. If he wasn't at least this strong, it would instead be strange. The 14th young master and Gu Han, these 2 experts were simply staring blankly as they observed the strange development. The both of them looked at young Master Jun in a lost manner, both of them utterly confused. What's going on here? Wasn't Zhang Kuang's incarnate, the green mist, unable to move just now? How come it managed to move again in an instant? And it even moved with a speed akin to lightning? It was actually so fast that they were unable to even react. That was too strange. The two of them naturally wouldn't know that Zhang Kuang had actually felt a life-threatening sense of danger earlier and directly used a method that ignited the soul, provoking all the potential in his body to break out of the essence of ice and escape. Although the blood of yellow flame had only swallowed less than 1% of his soul, the damage it caused was actually a long-lasting one. Although Zhang Kuang could temporarily move at the speed of lightning, the moment the strength granted by this secret technique was used up, he would fall back down. Furthermore, his strength would drop by a large margin. With him escaping like this now, it will be unclear when we will ever get a chance to catch him again. Gu Han sighed. If he consumed large amounts of essence blood and recreates the human organs, regaining the proper functions of a human body, Zhang Kuang's strength would undoubtedly reach the point where he'd be at the peak of all his lives. At that time, the continent would once again sink into danger, one that is likely even more serious than our current danger. The 14th young master also nodded deeply with agreement. Jun Moxie similarly felt somewhat heavy in his heart. No matter what, we can only take things one step at a time. It's more important to deal with the large battle before us right now. The matters in the future can be discussed again later. At the same time, he mused in his heart. That fellow's soul is not even complete right now. Can he still recover to the peak? Gu Han and the 14th young master sighed together and nodded. That was the only solution right now. Inside the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie had just moved the chunk of essence of ice into the 6th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. Right now, it was being dissolved slowly. Countless primal chaos purple chi surrounded the essence of ice, probing it and breaking it apart. Jun Moxie was waiting and also looking forward to the results. Could the Hongjun Pagoda turn this little patch of green mist back into the original form of the 9 illusory quicksand? If it could be returned to its original form, what amazing effects would the 9 illusory quicksand create? Would it stimulate the advancement of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune? Still, no matter what the results are, from the current state of the Hongjun Pagoda, it was obvious that this would not be a task that could be completed in a short time, it would definitely require quite a bit of patience. And what were the consequences that would result from Zhang Kuang escaping? Of course, all these were things that remained in the unknown future. The three did not say anything, each ruminating on their own thoughts as they walked. The 14th young master was deep in thought, not even noticing that he was actually following Jun Moxie to the Tian Fa army campsite. Jun Moxie secretly felt a smug satisfaction in his heart. Yet another super expert had delivered himself to the door. Kikik, with the addition of the 14th young master, there was more hope for this battle. In that instant, shrill cries rang out from the distance, from the Xian cranes that had been stationed several thousand li away. The sounds from Tian Nan's direction became much more chaotic, and all of a sudden, the ground began to shake intensely. The attack that the strange races had delayed for so long, had finally begun. After a long pause, the battle had once again restarted. Jun Moxie and the rest was prepared to face the enemy, but their faces still could not help but change. The three of them had just not expected that the strange races' attack would actually be so fierce. There were no probing attacks at all, and there were no warnings at all. Far away, a heaven-shaking chorus of roars rang out, and a powerful tremor surged through the ground. The dark sky trembled, and the stars blinked with fright as the killing intent soared into the sky. Brothers! This battle is not being fought for so-called glory. This battle is not being fought for humankind. This battle is for our brothers. Let us use the sharp blades in our hands and tear those strange races freaks apart. Ha ha ha, hasn't our bitter training of so many years been for this day? Kill. Let us kill until the heavens and the earth are overturned. Solitary Eagle's voice rang out, loud and cold, filled with indifference and pride. His voice carried a heavy bloodlust, a heroic air that could paint even the sky red. Ha ha ha. Another chorus of laughs rang out from the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army. That's right. We want to kill until the heavens and earth are overturned, until blood flows like a river. Feng Wanyun roared as the sword in his hand flew into the sky like a huge dragon, radiating a fearsome and dazzling light that was clearly visible from hundreds of li away. Kill. 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 Kill those strange races until the heavens and earth are overturned, until blood flows like a river. The voices of 300 warriors rang out together. In that moment, countless resplendent blade light burst into the sky, reflecting the cold and indifferent moonlight. Solitary Eagle held a custom long saber made for the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army, and with a swift slash, four strange races' heads flew high into the sky, the blood from their necks spurting like a fountain. Standing within the fountain of blood, solitary eagle roared with laughter. I've killed 9 strange races freaks already. How many have you all killed? Right now, this captain will declare the start of this competition between our 2 troops. The troop that kills the most in the end, will be the winner. The losers will have to bark like a dog in front of everyone. How is that? Feng Wan Yun, you old bastard, prepare to bark like a dog. Ha ha ha. Feng Wan Yun's sword flashed like lightning, fierce and smooth like a wild hurricane. Everywhere his sword passed by, at least 4 or 5 enemy would drop. Laughing aloud, he scoffed, solitary eagle. We will accept this competition. However, the ones who will be barking like dogs after this, will be you. Brothers, do you want to hear solitary eagle bark like a dog? Yes. Ha ha ha, the spirit devourer team that was led by Feng Wan Yun instantly roared with excitement. Then, what are you all still waiting for? Since you want to hear it, then hurry up and kill. Feng Wan Yun laughed and raised his hand, roaring. Kill. 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 The spirit devourer warriors roared, raising their blades as they charged towards the strange races. Their faces were filled with excitement and hunger, as if they were a group of wolves that had been starved for 3 days and 3 nights, suddenly meeting an all-you-can-eat buffet. F***ck. Solitary eagle cursed and spat. Brothers. Let's charge too. If those spirit devourer fellows really win, all of us will no longer have any face left. I'll rather die than lose face. Let's kill quickly, otherwise, we will not have any targets left to kill. Ha ha ha, the captain is right, we'll rather die than lose face. Everyone, let's kill quickly, the slow ones will not be able to get anything. The Heaven Destroyer team laughed and brandished their blades as they charged forward. These 2 powerful troops had actually made this cruel battlefield into a competitive game. Everyone's fighting strength had all been raised to the peak in an instant. They were as if a pair of sharp choppers cutting through vegetables. Solitary Eagle and Feng Wan Yun's method to raise morale had indeed achieved amazing effects. As the huge battle began, a grand cacophony of wretched cries, crazed laughters, fearsome howls, and enraged roars rang out continuously. Limbs and heads flew everywhere, continuously tossed high into the sky. Broken bodies could be seen everywhere, and fresh blood soaked the ground. In the instant that the battle started, the battlefield had already reached an extremely feverish peak. In that moment, a powerful tiger's roar rang out, stirring up a huge gale. Tiger King Earthcracker's stalwart body was like an unbreakable steel tower as he charged around the battlefield wildly. Before he reached an area, his voice had already reached there. When it comes to killing, who is comparable to our Tianfa tiger tribe? You can include our tiger tribe in this bet as well. Little kids, do you have the confidence to compare with them on who will kill more strange race freaks? In an instant, the 3,000 tiger tribe warriors behind him roared together, yes. Since you are confident, go out and kill for this king. Annihilate all of those strange races freaks. Earthcracker's eyes glowed with extreme bloodlust. Let the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops witness the power of our tiger tribe. Come on, tiger tribe. Ho! Witness the might of our tiger tribe. 3,000 tigers roared at the same time. This was 3,000 tigers descended from the mountains together. This roar was magnificent to the extreme. With the powerful entrance of the tiger tribe, the battlefield instantly turned much more intense. The Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army, and the tiger tribe, although far fewer in numbers than the opponent, had a battle strength tens of times stronger. With the addition of the weapons that Jun Moxie had created for them, and the battle formations he designed, their strengths were shocking. The instant that the 2 sides clashed, the joint army of Evil Monarch Manor and Tianfa occupied the absolute advantageous position. They were like tigers rampaging among a flock of sheep, chopping through their enemy like choppers cleaving through cabbages. At this time, a strange laughter rang out, and an eerie voice sounded. Gu Han. I've said before that I want to break past the defensive line of your allied army in a proper and fair manner. And I, Chuangshan Beidao, will also defeat you in battle personally. Now, it's time for me to realize my promise. Gu Han, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. The person who spoke was obviously Chuangshan Beidao. This was the #1 expert of the strange races, and the instant that the battle started, he instantly issued a challenge towards Gu Han. It was obvious that he'd already discovered the unfavorable situation for their side the moment the battle started. Against Tianfa and the Evil Monarch Manor's joint forces, although the strange races occupied the absolute advantage in numbers, they were still weaker overall. It was necessary to boost the morale of the main army in order to have a chance at victory. And the best way to do that was to defeat the strongest expert on the opponent's side as soon as the war began. After Chuangshan Beidao finished issuing his challenge, he shouted, "The subjugation of Xian is at hand. The bright world of flowers and sun is right before our eyes. All the brave warriors of my godly Sun tribe, 1,000 years of hegemony, an eternity of rule, shall all be founded today. Is everybody willing to follow me, Chuangshan Beidao, to reign for 1,000 ages?" Oh, a tsunami of voices rang out, the culmination of the passionate roars of hundreds of thousands. Clearly, Chuangshan Beidao's words successfully brought up the battle will of the strange races army. The influence that Chuangshan Beidao had with the strange races was apparent. If Gu Han chose to accept the battle now and was defeated by Chuangshan Beidao, it would be a huge blow to the allied army. At this moment, Jun Moxie, Gu Han, and 9 Nether 14th young master had only just stepped into the camp. Within the main base, Mei Shuiyan was still busily allocating the troops. Numerous Tian Fa experts could be seen leaving hurriedly after receiving their orders. In just a short moment, 24 100-men troops had already been sent out. As expected of the venerable Mei who held up Tian Fa with her own strength after their decline. The quick and calm ability to command under pressure is truly something that's enough to cause people to gasp with amazement. Gu Han sighed, his eyes filled with admiration. It was still deep in the night right now, and it could be said to be an unfavorable condition for the allied troops to fight. On the other hand, for the strange races, the conditions were exceedingly favorable and perfect. Their experts were adept with stealth techniques, and in the darkness, these techniques were even more terrifying. If they engaged the enemy in battle at this time, it would be giving the enemy countless free targets. So when Mei Shuiyan was distributing the forces, she dissolved the army first, before arranging the experts into small groups of 100. Then, she directly inserted the groups of experts directly into the strange races army, providing more assistance to the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army, as well as the Tiger Tribe warriors. A small task force of 100 was akin to small waves on the ocean in a large-scale battle like this. Even if one wanted to look for them, it would be hard to find them. However, the battle strength of each individual was much higher than the normal enemy soldiers, with one person able to match up to 100 enemies. In such conditions, they could unleash their strongest fighting power without having to care about their surroundings, killing the crowded enemy forces around them in large swathes, indiscriminately. A total of 24 100-person squads were divided into east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest by Mei Shuiyan. In each direction, there were 3 squadrons that divided further, splitting up and charging in 3 different directions. Every squadron would advance in a conical formation. If 3 squadrons met together, they would form into a larger cone. Mei Shuiyan's orders were to advance all the way, no one was to retreat or sidetrack. They only needed to slaughter a path through until the comrades that were directly opposite them meet in the center and join forces. Then, they would charge back out from the bloody path that their comrades had smashed through, returning immediately after completion. Every squadron's mission was the same. At the same time, they would inform Solitary Eagle, Feng Wan Yun, and Tiger King. After the 24 squadrons completed their mission, they would retreat together. Although the forces allocated to this mission was not high, and there were only 2,400 people in total, each of those 2,400 were elites. With this kind of penetration tactic, it would deal devastating damages to the strange races army. It would even have a high probability of disrupting their formations, scattering them and confusing their attack and defensive directions. The most important part of this battle strategy laid with the 3,000 Tiger Tribe warriors, as well as Feng Wan Yun and Solitary Eagle's army that was situated at the very core of the battlefield. The penetration of this 24 squadrons, together with the army at the core of the battlefield, would certainly be able to deal horrifying damage to the strange races. At the same time, it would be able to greatly reduce the pressure on them. As for the remaining main army, they had advanced 300 li, entrenching themselves behind huge metallic fortifications. If any enemy tried to force their way through the allied army's defensive line, they would immediately counterattack with lethal force. The Leopard and Lion tribe warriors was also poised and watching the situation closely. If any squadron was entangled by the enemy and unable to come out, the military strength of these two forces would instantly pour in. With the speed of these two troops, they were the best candidates for this mission. Even peak experts like Jun Moxie, Gu Han, and the 9 Nether 14th young master was unable to find any problems with this kind of strategy. In such a dark and dreary environment, faced with the strange race's army who were able to utilize stealth techniques, only a strategy like this would count as an effective countermeasure. It was a near-perfect battle strategy. At this time, Chuangxiang Beidao's challenge rang out from the distance. Gu Han's face changed and was just about to reply when he saw young Master Jun looking at him with a look filled with shock, as if he discovered a new continent. The impulsive rage that had just surged up in Gu Han's heart instantly dissolved into nothingness under such a gaze, and he even felt the hairs on the back of his neck standing on their ends. Hurriedly looking down to examine his clothing, he raised his head and asked, after ascertaining that there was nothing wrong with how he looked, "Why is Manor Lord Jun looking at me like that?" I say, old Gu, that fellow shouting out there, wouldn't happen to be an old lover of yours, would it? Jun Moxie asked with an incredulous expression. Gu Han's face instantly reddened, and a sense of inexplicable exasperation rose in his heart. No matter what, he hadn't expected young Master Jun to ask such a question. What kind of question was that? There are so many people here, and even Xiaoying is looking over from the side. What the hell kind of weird question is that? Besides, the other party was someone of the strange races. A perverted race of conjoined bodies. How disgusting was that kind of question? What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Han roared with a greenish expression. This is such a disgrace to the refined class. Ah, it's not. A tinge of disappointment could be heard in Jun Moxie's words. What a pity, why not though? Gu Han's forehead was completely filled with black lines. He'd even forgotten completely about the rage with Chuangxiang Beidao, completely transferring all his anger onto Jun Moxie. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "You, bastard. What the hell are you thinking? Could I have guessed wrongly?" Jun Moxie shrugged innocently. Look at how the other party is shouting, that guy is lying on the bed, waiting to get pounded. He even swore that he would personally break through your defensive lines. Kikik, this is true love, ah. Old Gu, as expected, you are the model pervert of our world. To even expand your reach all the way to the strange race's side. Look at how frustrated you've made the other party become. Old Gu, you're amazing. True love knows no bounds, ah. This junior would like to ask, back then, did you pound the female side or the male side? It should be the female side, right? You brat. You're speaking nonsense. You, Gu Han was on the verge of collapsing on the spot. Just what kind of a being was this Jun Moxie, ah? He dares to speak about anything. I nearly suffered a stroke. I'm speaking nonsense. Then, could I have guessed wrongly? So it was actually the male side. Oh my, I completely misjudged you. Why is your expression so ugly? Could I have guessed wrongly again? Maybe you don't restrict yourself, content to enter anything. You. I. Nonsense. You bastard, you're speaking nonsense. Gu Han suddenly found it extremely difficult to breathe as he stammered and cursed. Everyone was completely floored by this exchange, and Mei Shuiyan and Xiaoying were both covering their mouths, while Mo Wu Dao and the rest suddenly began to cough heavily, as if they had all caught an extremely serious case of lung infection. The 14th young master directly roared aloud with laughter. Gu Han was so angry that steam rose from his head. He completely disregarded Chuangxiang Beidao and was prepared to first fight to the death with young Master Jun. Far away, Chuangxiang Beidao was still shouting arrogantly. Gu Han. Come out here. Go around with me. Gu Han, you coward. Gu Han, come out. Battle with me, Chuangxiang Beidao. We will determine who is stronger right here. Previously, Chuangxiang Beidao's challenge caused the allied army to seethe with anger. But now, every word he said, instead resulted in waves of crazed laughter. Everyone treated him as though he was an enjoyable joke. Old Gu, look, that fellow already cannot wait to go another round with you, Jun Moxie sniggered. And he wants to determine who is stronger. Could it be, when you said that I was speaking nonsense, you meant that you weren't the one doing the pounding, and that he was? Otherwise, why would there be a need to determine who is stronger? I hadn't expected that, old Gu, no wonder. It was fine when he didn't speak, but the moment he said that, everyone's laughter grew more pronounced. Gu Han's face alternated between green and white, and he suddenly roared with rage. What the *CK are you shouting about out there? Listen to that ridiculous duck-like voice of yours, what the *CK are you shouting about? You yin-yang confused perverted old bastard. Chuangshang Beidao's voice instantly choked and stopped. Truthfully, this Chuangshang Beidao was an old opponent that had fought against Gu Han countless times. He always thought that he was extremely familiar with Gu Han's character and he had great confidence in this battle. He was sure that Gu Han would definitely not shirk from a fight, and as long as he won, everything would become set in stone. But at this moment, the normally gentlemanly Gu Han had actually cursed aloud in this manner. This was truly far outside of his expectations. In that moment, he didn't know how to continue. A roar of laughter rang out through the battlefield, and Solitary Eagle, who was soaked in blood and rampaging through the enemy ranks, howled with laughter. What the F***ck are you duck-voiced yin-yang confused perverted old bastard shouting about? The other soldiers also laughed aloud, chorusing, what the F***ck are you duck-voiced yin-yang confused perverted old bastard shouting about? Ahahaha. Even Gu Han, who started the whole slogan, had not expected those words that he'd shouted in rage, had actually greatly increased the morale of his own troops. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Half a moment later, an enraged roar rang out. Gu Han! You old cowardly turtle! Refined people may fight, but they do not sling insults. It's fine if you do not dare to fight with me. But you actually went as far as to humiliate me. What qualifications do you have to humiliate me? What kind of #1 expert of the Xian continent are you? As those words rang out, a disdainful snort suddenly resounded in the air. I say, what's your name again? Oh, Chuangshang Beidao, right? I'm truly curious, what has Gu Han done to you? Is there a need for such a deep hatred? Who are you? Chuangshang Beidao grew alert. Although this speaker's voice sounded young, it was able to travel the distance of several hundred li, and yet sound as if it was a normal conversational voice. It didn't sound at all strained as if exerted by shouting. This person was definitely an expert. An expert that might be even more difficult to handle than Gu Han. The other voice did not answer Chuangshang Beidao's question, and instead asked with great interest. This whatever Chuangshang Beidao fellow, how did old Gu humiliate you? Did he rape you? Or, has he burst your chrysanthemum before? You should tell it to everyone, and let us all enjoy the story together. I love listening to this kind of stories the most. And, I meant to say, justice is in the hearts of people. You should recount the entire incident properly, and if it was really old Gu who did something to you and refused to take responsibility, I could help you get justice. Chuangshang Beidao was so angry when he heard those words that he nearly fainted. With his entire face red with anger, he roared. Just who are you? Report your name. To be able to speak such insulting and shameless words, you can also be considered as a top character. A chuckle rang out in the air. Why are you so shameless? I had kind intentions in wanting to seek justice for you, why are you scolding me as well? Forget it, a freak like you wouldn't be able to understand concepts like honor and justice anyway. This young master will not stoop to the same level as you. As for this young master's identity, this daddy refuses to let you know. If you have the guts, come over here. This daddy will definitely take the chance to humiliate you properly. Despicable. Despicable. The two voices that belonged to Chuangshang Beidao both roared with rage. Their eerie voices rang out in the night sky, sounding extremely disgusting. He hadn't expected that such a shameless person actually existed in the world of peak experts. Despicable. Just who is the despicable one? The disdainful voice rang out coldly. You chose to issue a challenge in a dark night like this. Did you think that all of us are idiots and cannot see what you're planning, by issuing a challenge on a dark night like this? If you really have the guts, come over here and fight properly with us. Sneaking around, and still shouting wildly about others being a coward. What kind of bullshit is that? We are all refined people here, and there's no need to spell things out so clearly. It's fine as long as everyone understands in their hearts. The moment those words came out, everyone gasped with realization. The main reason why Chuangshang Beidao decided to begin the attack in the middle of the night was because of Gu Han. He calculated that Gu Han would definitely have to come out to him if he challenged him in front of everyone. If he did not come because of any kind of reason, the blow to the army would be too great. With Gu Han's personality, he would not be able to accept this kind of result. And so, he would definitely accept the challenge. But the sky was already dark, and with heaven-defying stealth techniques, if Gu Han really came out, the possibility of him falling into an ambush would be at least over 80%. With such chances, it would be no different from committing suicide. If Gu Han was defeated, or even killed here, the impact it would deal to the allied army would undoubtedly be extremely huge. However, Chuangshan Beidao's carefully thought-out plan had been thoroughly destroyed by Jun Moxie. Gu Han had already cultivated for over 5,000 years, so he was naturally not an idiot. How would he not understand what Chuangshan Beidao was planning? He also knew that if he went out to meet the challenge, he would most likely meet some great dangers, having very low chances of escaping. But if it was still up to him now, he would still have no choice but to go and fight. Because, he represented the 10,000 years old honor and glory of the three holy lands. Gu Han could be defeated, and he could even be killed. However, the 10,000 years old honor and pride of the three holy lands could not be tarnished. Now that Chuangshan Beidao's scheme had been exposed, instead of being angry, he actually laughed. Indeed. This seat had indeed laid a trap, calculating that Gu Han would come out and fight, even if he wasn't willing to. But I hadn't expected that this scheme would actually be spoilt with just a few words from you. From the looks of it, you are the person who truly deserves this seat's future considerations. For an expert like this, are you truly going to be so stingy with your name? Jun Moxie chuckled. For you to be able to acknowledge your foe like this is indeed rather magnanimous. But I'm sorry, although my name is not really any great secret, I cannot tell it to you. Why is that? Chuangshan Beidao furrowed his brows. He couldn't understand this at all. The other person's name was not a secret, yet he refused to tell him it. Does he plan to frustrate me to death? The reason is simple, it's because you disgust me too much. That is all. Jun Moxie said in a casual manner. If my name was found out by you, it would be an unbearable shame for me. So, 1 second delayed of you knowing it is 1 second gained. As soon as those words rang out, the entire battlefield was filled with laughter. This bunch of warriors who had already started to grow frenzied from killing, instantly felt a great relaxing feeling in their hearts as they roared with joy. Bastard! Chuangshan Beidao cursed with rage, come out here. If you have the guts, come and have a fight with me. Jun Moxie snorted, rolling his eyes with disdain. F***ck your granny. This curse was so crisp and relentless, resonating loud and clear through the battlefield. Everyone. It wasn't clear what kind of expression Chuangshan Beidao had on his face right now, but the allied side was a sea of joy. Even the solemn and cold-faced experts of the three holy lands, could not help but to reveal wide smiles on their faces. Inside the planning tent, Jun Moxie looked at everyone and said with a serious expression. The strange races are cruel and cunning, and they have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. This war is one that is fraught with dangers. We must always have a well-thought-out strategy to deal with them. What kind of strategy does Manor Lord Jun mean? Gu Han asked with a heavy expression. Right now, we have 4 peak experts. You, me, Shui Yan, and the 9 Nether 14th young master. The 9 Nether 14th young master interrupted with a cold snort, not 4, 3. I'm not with you guys. This is a war between the Xian continent and the strange races, it has nothing to do with this young master. Whatever you say, then. Do whatever you like. In any case, we weren't pinning any hopes on you. 3 then. The 3 of us must tend strictly to our stations, never leaving it no matter what. This is an extremely important point. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes at the 9 Nether 14th young master and continued, Shui Yan will be stationed at the base of the army, taking charge of moving and arranging the troops. This is an extremely important position, and you will be an anchor for the main army, holding the line and receiving reinforcements arriving from the continent. At the same time, you will be responsible for the arrangement of the troops based on the changes of the battlefield. Do not let down your guard for even a moment. Mei Shui Yan nodded, her eyes growing extremely determined. Although the position that Jun Moxie had arranged for her was at the backlands was the safest, her responsibilities were also the heaviest. The victory and defeat of this entire war rested very heavily in her hands. In that moment, Mei Shui Yan only felt an extremely heavy responsibility on her shoulders. As for old Gu, you are responsible for the side of the Holy Lands. Jun Moxie looked deeply at Gu Han and said. Tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, the battle will erupt in full force. At the most appropriate time, the people of the three Holy Lands may very possibly be arranged to be the first wave of soldiers, pushing forward all the way. Old Gu, don't forget the things I've said to you. Gu Han's expression was grave as he nodded, that is only natural. As for myself, I will be in charge of the troop movements at the front lines. Jun Moxie chose the most dangerous location for himself. Looking sternly at everyone, he emphasized word by word, everyone, no matter which side you belong to, you must remember one thing. This is a war right now, not an exchange of skills of the pugilistic world. It also isn't a competition of skills between two people. Every action you make involves the safety of billions of people. Soldier against soldier, general against general. This is the most common knowledge of the battlefield. Jun Moxie said slowly, you must remember, Saint Venerables have Saint Venerable opponents, and Saint Emperors have Saint Emperor opponents. You must not act with emotion, showing yourselves to slaughter the weak soldiers. Every bit of energy you use unnecessarily, will give the opponent's same level experts a higher chance of victory. Our numbers are already smaller compared to the enemy, so we cannot afford to waste any experts. Saint Venerables, even if you don't kill a single enemy and die in the hands of an enemy's enduring heaven's expert, it is still not a loss. Because, you died at the place it is most appropriate for you to die. The damage the enemy sustains, and the energy they expend will naturally result in an opportunity for them to be killed by others. Your mission is finished, and there will be no regrets in this war even if you die. In contrast, even if you killed more soldiers, if you hadn't managed to weaken the enemy's experts, you will still have let down the billions of lives on the Xian continent. Everyone fell into deep thought as they nodded dully. You must remember, even if you kill 10,000 strange races soldiers, it won't match up to a single Saint Venerable on our side. Everyone, the battlefield is a vicious place. If you die, I won't say anything about it. I only wish to say one thing, even if you die, you need to die with the greatest value. Jun Moxie finished with a heavy voice. His eyes shone brightly as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Does anyone have anything to add? Jun Moxie knew very deeply that these people were all non-military fighters, and they could not be looked at as an ordinary army. Those words that he just said, may not be needed to be emphasized so many times to a regular army, but to these people, he needed to remind them again and again. All of them were proud experts, and things like discipline and regimentation had never meant anything to them at all. At any time, some of these experts would end up charging into the front lines because of their emotions, slaughtering large swathes of enemy soldiers. But such actions would end with energy exhausted which the allied army could not bear. The other party could still bear to expend themselves like that, because their foundations were solid. But their side could definitely not endure that. In fact, every tiny bit of energy that a Saint Venerable spent could very possibly end up as the deciding factor of this world. Even if their side Saint Venerable each killed 20,000 enemy soldiers before they were killed, it would still be a huge loss. Because the opponent's Saint Venerable expert that was freed up, could cause thousands of lives of the soldiers on their side. Not to mention thousands, even several hundred, or 100 deaths were not something they could handle. But on the side of the strange races, the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers were completely insignificant. And so, they had to treat it seriously. Such a choice was undoubtedly an extremely cruel decision. Because if they proceeded this way, there would undoubtedly be countless brothers with lower cultivation strength, being killed by the enemy. They would have many powerful experts capable of saving these brothers, but because of this rule, they would have to watch by the side while their brothers were killed. However, this cruel command was the only right decision. The evil monarch manor, Tian Fa, Holy Lands, these forces were facing the grand army of the strange races which outnumbered them by several thousand times. If they only concentrated on reducing the enemy numbers, the only result would be a complete loss. The correct method was to concentrate all their strength to destroy their high-level experts. Regardless of the price, even if it meant dying together with the experts of the enemy side. That was the only way, and the key to destroy the strange races army. As for the ordinary strange races soldiers, even if they entered the main continent, they could be easily rounded up and killed later on. And so, this seemingly cruel decision was in fact the most basic condition. This kind of situation was actually very common in secular wars. When two armies were fighting, the generals of both sides would be watching each other. And before the war was over, even if one side was all killed, no one would make a move. Because once one side moved, the other side could take the opportunity to charge the main army, resulting in the collapse of the whole line. Although this was also a battlefield, most of the participants of this war were made up of experts of the pugilistic world. The golden laws and precious rules that applied to normal battlefields, likely meant less than a fart to these people of the pugilistic world. It was this unique quality of the experts of the pugilistic world that created the greatest unique point, and also the greatest weakness of their army. Hot-bloodedness, they were exceedingly rash and emotional. In the pugilistic world, passion, hot blood, and rashness could be advantageous traits. But on the battlefield, they were things that could lead to execution by martial law. In that moment, the atmosphere in the tent turned somewhat strange. The remnant experts of the three holy lands, the people from the Heaven Saint Palace, the people from the evil Monarch Manor, the beast kings of Tian Fa Forest, and the 9 Nether 14th young master whose participation was not clear, all these people were gathered together, and the enmity they still held for each other, remained difficult to resolve. There were still deep hatred instilled within the hearts of all the different factions. But right now, all of them were sitting peacefully beside each other, for the same purpose, prepared to fight alongside each other at any moment. Such a situation left a complicated and inexplicable taste in everyone's hearts. The air in here is not nice. It's too stuffy. The 9 Nether 14th young master snorted and said. This young master is going out for a walk. Without waiting for the others to reply, he disappeared with a so sound. What the hell was that? He didn't even apply for leave before going. How unruly. If the general was my third uncle instead, he would behead that fool on the spot. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and complained. Everyone rolled their eyes, pretending that they hadn't heard him. F***ck, you were actually hoping for the 9 Nether 14th young master to have regimental discipline. Why don't you go and ask a cock to lay eggs? That would be much simpler. The fact that this fellow could come here without creating trouble for the allied army is already an extremely fortunate thing. Even if Jun Wu-yi was the commander, would he be able to behead that fellow? Don't kid around, what kind of knife will even be capable of beheading that fellow? Alright, everyone, go back and prepare first. Jun Moxie waved his hand irritably. I only have one request. The three holy lands must only attack at the appropriate time. This is a joint agreement. The signal will be easy to send out, you just need to send a long shout. Gu Han nodded, not saying anything more. He stood up and led the experts of the three holy lands out. Mo Wu Dao walked right at the back, and when he was about to reach the door, he suddenly turned around and stared fixedly at Jun Moxie. Manor Lord Jun, this Mo has something to say. Manor Lord Jun said heavily. Speak. Jun Moxie looked back at him. Mo Wu Dao was not Gu Han, and with Jun Moxie's current strength, he no longer put the former in his eyes anymore. As for Mo Wu Dao's schemes and plots, which he was good at, they did not mean anything here. Young Master Jun truly did not have the energy or the time to bother himself with him. But since they were now in an alliance, no matter how much he wanted to ignore him, he still had to entertain him with a few words. Back then, because of you, I lost my only younger brother. The two of us are already fated to not be able to share the sky since then. Mo Wu Dao's eyes trembled as he stared at Jun Moxie. A sorrowful look came over his face as he continued, however, I will no longer have any opportunities for revenge in this lifetime anymore. Not just you, I also will not have the chance to take revenge against Zhang Quan who destroyed the three holy lands. Not only do I not have the chance, this Mo even has to beg the heavens, Mo Wu Dao's facial muscles twitched with agony, that the heavens would bless and protect you, to live on. Because if you die, this continent will truly be completely lost. It is an extreme contradiction. However, the world is just like this, utterly helpless. Praying desperately to the heavens, that an enemy, your mortal enemy, would live on safely. What kind of feeling was that? Perhaps Jun Moxie would never need to place Mo Wu Dao in his sights. But in this moment, Jun Moxie could clearly see Mo Wu Dao's torment. I will live, and live for a long time. Jun Moxie in different eyes that seemed to look disdainfully at everything, suddenly softened a little. No matter what, for his enemy to think like this, was something that was worthy of respect. Saying these words right now are already too late, and it won't help with anything, but this old man still wants to say this. With regards to the things that this old man had done before, to Venerable Mei, and to Tian Fa Forest, this old man expresses deep apology. Mo Wu Dao laughed bitterly and raised his head as he said in a loud voice. Today, this old man will admit that I had done wrongly. However, I do not regret my actions. If time can be reversed, and I can choose again, then provided that this old man wouldn't know that the pillar of heaven's mountains would collapse and things would come this far, then, I would still choose to do the same thing. I have no regrets. Mo Wu Dao said heavily. At this time, there is no longer any need for you to apologize to me. Because I will not forgive you. Just as you do not regret Mei Shuiyan said blandly. As old enemies and as allies now, the only thing I can do now is to wish you a good journey ahead. A good journey ahead naturally referred to the Yellow Springs. Although Mei Shuiyan didn't say it clearly, Mo Wu Dao naturally understood what she meant. One more thing. Mo Wu Dao straightened his back and looked again into Jun Moxie's eyes as he said in a loud voice. I know you have many things that you are unhappy about with the methods of the three holy lands. And you don't have any good opinions of us. You think that we are arrogant and only chase after honor and recognition. But this old man wishes to tell you, that although we've done many things wrongly, although we've harmed many people, we've only had one intention. And that is to protect this continent. To protect the people of this world. Even if we die, even if we were wrong. No one can take away this honor that our holy lands had built. Mo Wu Dao finished, his eyes blazing brightly. With a swift turn, he left the tent. As he walked out, the eyes of everyone of the three holy lands were also trembling lightly, shining brightly. Even if we die, even if we were wrong, no one can take the honor away from us. All of a sudden, everyone felt the belief that had died in their hearts, return like a roaring tide. Only until the people of the three holy lands had walked a long distance away, did Jun Moxie's voice, which sounded as if he was pondering something, ring out, although I still have many opinions about your holy lands until now. Although I have killed many of you, having deep enmity with most of you, although you have done many wrong things that I will never forgive you for. But in this moment, I offer you my apologies for having suspected your intentions before. Jun Moxie added heavily, I apologize. This simple apology from Jun Moxie was exceedingly impactful. Upon hearing those words, everyone from the three holy lands stopped, and they shook visibly. They could not believe that the lofty evil monarch would actually apologize to them. And it was such a serious apology. And because of those words, hot tears suddenly welled up in the eyes of many. There were even some who began to sob heavily, their sights becoming blurry with tears. This was a formal apology from the evil monarch. Although this evil monarch had said more than once before, that he didn't care about the people of the continent, and that the fate of the world had never been his responsibility. But in this moment, the one who represented the continent to say those words was still Jun Moxie. Only Jun Moxie. In this moment, those words from Jun Moxie's mouth was no different from having obtained the acknowledgement of the continent. It was the same meaning as every word being worth its weight in gold. Mo Wu Dao turned around and everyone followed him, clasping their fists in the direction of the tent. We die with no regrets. This was a joint voice that belonged to everyone. Although only those few short words had come out of Mo Wu Dao's mouth, it encompassed all his complicated feelings. It was something that an ordinary person would not necessarily be able to understand even if he lived 100 lives. And it was even more impossible to experience. Following that, the group turned and left with large steps, no longer looking back. The wind blew shrilly in the air. An hour later, Jun Moxie sent people to deliver several thousand simple paper bags. There was only one request, place your personal items into this. It didn't need to be anything valuable, it could be a piece of clothing, or even a clump of hair. Then, write down your names on the paper bags, as well as some words that you wish to say. Jun Moxie did not specify what he was going to do with those paper bags, but everyone from the three holy lands clearly knew what the paper bags were used for, and it meant. Everyone was given one paper bag. These extremely simple paper bags could be bought at 10 for a single coin, normally. But right now, in the hands of these several thousand experts of the Holy Land, these were undoubtedly the most precious items. It was going to be evidence that they had once existed and participated in this grand battle. Even their most precious belongings were not as valuable as these paper bags. In that moment, everyone hugged the paper bag close to their chests, or clenched in their fists. The entire Holy Land's camp was in a state of complete silence. At this time, the battle situation at the front lines had already reached an exceedingly heated level. The black robes that Solitary Eagle was always dressed in had already been soaked completely with blood. There was a long bloody scar on the right side of his face, and fresh blood flowed continuously from his head. His body was also lined with countless wounds. However, his body still remained as straight and proud as an eagle's. At this point, the custom saber in his hands had already disappeared, changing into the unique hooked blade of the strange races. After countless, repeated hacking, even the exceedingly sturdy weapon which had been at the level of a divine weapon, had already been reduced to powder. The weapon in his hand right now was already the 6th weapon he'd snatched. Even this blade he was using was already terribly chipped and could not last much longer. Solitary Eagle cried out, and his body shot out. His left hand was bent like an eagle's claw, sweeping out. Numerous soft pu sounds rang out, and 10 heads were smashed apart. His right hand swept across the throats of 13 strange races warriors, and their bright red blood painted an arc across the sky, bringing on a dazzling display, as if it was the final release of their lives. A ripple suddenly appeared behind him, and a black shadow appeared beside Solitary Eagle. Before the figure of the shadow appeared, a sharp blade was already stabbing towards his back. Solitary Eagle seemed to have a pair of eyes behind his head. Without even turning, he moved his arms, jamming the blade between his armpit. Then, he stepped backwards rapidly, swinging the blade on his right hand, accurately slicing across the throat of the male and female conjoined body. At the same time, he smashed his elbow roughly against the throat of this frenzy blade enduring earth. Then, with a twist of his hand, the head of this frenzy blade enduring earth was thrown into the sky with pu sound. Killed with a single blow. This was already the 13th frenzy blade enduring earth that Solitary Eagle had killed. The long and hard battle had certainly had its effects on Solitary Eagle's body, and he'd also suffered many injuries. However, the opponent frenzy blade enduring earths were in no easier position. After exchanging so many blows, all of them could feel that this small troop of 300 was not Tian Fa Xian beasts and they were only regular human cultivators. But whether it was their bodies or their Xian cultivation, these humans were far superior to the Xian beasts whom they feared the most. Not to mention that the weakest among these 300 humans was also a third-level Saint Emperor. Even in terms of brute strength, they were shockingly powerful. As long as they were hit with a single punch from the other side, even hell-enduring ghosts would be sent flying 5, 6 zhang away. If there was no one behind them to stop their bodies, they truly wondered if they would just be sent flying back all the way home with a single punch. The middle to low-level soldiers would even have their bodies directly punched through with a single hit. Even among the Tian Fa warriors, only the mighty bear tribe had this kind of terrifying strength. Furthermore, it wasn't like every bear warrior was this strong. However, every single person from this 300-strong small army was this perversely powerful. This was truly a little too terrifying. From the moment the battle started, the strange races had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, completely did not place this small group in their eyes at all. Most of the frenzy blade enduring earth did not even move because their targets was the more terrifying Tian Fa warriors waiting behind. They wanted to reserve their strength to deal with those Tian Fa warriors. As for these ordinary humans, why would they need to send experts to deal with them? Just a mouthful of spit from everyone here would be enough to drown them to death. Even if their strength wasn't weak, they could easily destroy them with the human sea tactic. But the instant the battle started, the strange race's experts discovered that their previous thoughts and battle strategy was too wrong. Any one of these 300 humans was practically a perfect moving war fortress. They were like natural war machines, moving methodically through the battlefield and sweeping through everything in their path. It wasn't that the strange race's soldiers were weak. It was that this small army was too strong, too ridiculously strong. If 100 rats disregarded their own injuries, they would be able to bite a cat to death. However, 100 ants would definitely not be able to defeat a tiger. For ordinary strange race's soldiers, not to mention attacking, they couldn't even obstruct the small army by half a step. Faced with absolute suppressive strength, human sea tactics were nothing but a big joke. An extremely gruesome and bloody joke. Their eyes were as cold as eyes, and they looked at the living with the same gaze as if they were looking at corpses. Even as hundreds of lives were ended in their hands, they did not even blink at all. Deep in the recesses of their eyes, there was only the rush and satisfaction of killing. 300 men against a huge army numbering tens of thousands. What kind of imbalanced matchup was this? It was as absurd as one person fighting 100. But the moment these 300 charged in, the intricately formed battle arrays that the strange races had set up with great effort were directly torn apart. The moment their blades swung down, it was as if lightning was striking into the heart of the enemy's army. The weapons of the strange races were like soft bean curd, unable to withstand a single blow. The instant the two sides' weapons came into contact, the strange race's weapons would instantly break into two, and without any suspense, their bodies would be sliced clean through. Completely impossible to defend against. These were the only words that could describe it. Such words, on the battlefield, if spread out, no matter which army in the world heard about it, would definitely break their teeth from laughter. But right now, this exceedingly ridiculously impossible scenario had happened. The instant the fight started, the first dozen rows of soldiers had already fallen before they could react. And at the same time, the sharp blades that took the lives of their comrades had already arrived before their throats. It was this quick. And this sharp. 300 Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer soldiers were like seasoned farmers, wading into a field with their sickle, harvesting freely. Everyone was wielding their blades happily, reaping the lives of their enemies, as if they didn't know the meaning of the word exhaustion. By the time the blades in their hands finally broke apart from too much hacking, they'd already harvested over 10,000 lives. One must not forget that this was the strange races. Every person had 2 bodies. If it was counted by bodies, they would have already killed over 20,000. The Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army continued to move forward in a cold and emotionless manner. Even in such an intense battlefield, the troop did not falter, remaining in perfect order and formation. While their hands killed rapidly, their legs were still advancing steadily. Occasionally, they would whip out their legs, and the enemy that was kicked would fly backwards, knocking over a large patch of enemies. Then, they would simply step over the fallen enemies, crushing their enemies under their feet like balloons. Drenched in blood, and stepping over the bodies of countless enemies, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army pushed forward without fanfare. These were iron-blooded warriors who'd followed Jun Wui back then. With regards to battle, death and slaughter, they had already grown numb to it long ago. After going through Jun Moxie's hellish training, their hearts had become even more firm. Continual battles, continuous slaughter, endless killings, they had never stopped doing that in this half of the year at all. Especially against these strange races freaks who were the greatest enemy of the continent, they could kill with even less emotion. Under the lead of the 2 death god-level captains, this battlefield had directly been turned into a slaughtering competition. That's right, a slaughtering competition. On the path that the 300 men had slaughtered through, there were only countless dead bodies. There weren't even a single half-dead or injured enemy. This was them killing one with every single slash. The killing techniques that Jun Moxie had imparted to them were just this simple, accurate, sharp, and direct. The instant they slashed out, there would be no mercy. No chances of a mutual death. On a battlefield like this, these 300 warriors were like dragons returning to the sea, and tigers entering the forest. The frontlines commander of the strange races was called Quanyang Gosheng. He was a frenzy blade enduring earth expert and also an outstanding commander. The soldiers under him numbered over 50,000. It was his judgment to arrange all the hell-enduring ghosts, especially the frenzy blade enduring earths together. Apart from the vice commander, all the elite experts were gathered together, prepared to unleash a deadly strike at any time. At the most crucial moment, they would break through the enemy, earning great merits. As for the ordinary troops under him, although they numbered over 50,000, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. He believed that even if these 50,000 soldiers were all killed, they could still easily replenish them. And so, he did not care about the sacrifices at all, especially the lives of the ordinary soldiers. At this time, he was looking at the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army on the battlefield with a cruel glint in his eyes. He was waiting for the moment when the enemy's exhaustion had reached the most crucial point. As long as the opportunity presented itself, he would send all his elites out in an instant, completely decimating this 300-men troop. Even if these humans were made of metal, there was no way they could continue slaughtering like this forever. It was inevitable that man's strength would fail him at times. This was an unchangeable logic. But as the battle went on, this Quanyang Gosheng's confident expression quickly changed into shock, disbelief, and finally fear. The battle had already gone on for quite a long time. And this 300-men small army had already killed at least more than 30 times their own numbers. However, they did not seem even the slightest bit tired. Their momentum was as strong as before, and their battle strength was still the same. How is that possible? Quanyang Gosheng was completely dumbfounded by this result. Even for him, if he exerted himself continuously like this, he would probably not even be able to lift his arms up anymore after such a long time. But this bunch of people did not seem to know about the meaning of exhaustion at all. This was something that completely defied logic. Quanyang Gosheng naturally would not know what kind of harsh training this bunch of people before him had gone through before. Even when they were just at the Silver Xian level, they already had to persist with training with endurance training with weights that exceeded several hundred Jin. The moment they lifted up those weights, they had to endure for an entire afternoon. And they had to carry those weights no matter what they were doing. At the beginning, they would practically be breaking through their body's limits with every day. Towards the end, with the rise of their cultivation, until now, their training equipment had already been switched to giant weights that weighed over several tons. In addition to carrying weights over several tons for an entire afternoon, they still had to do blade swinging practices with the other arm. Even when they ate, they would balance the weights atop their heads. With such high intensity and cruel training, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer soldiers' endurance had already reached an extremely terrifying level. It was so high that it could cause anyone to collapse with despair. For a slaughter of this level, as long as they did not sustain any life-threatening injuries, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer soldiers were completely confident of maintaining their momentum for a long time. Persisting for another full day and night would not even be a problem at all. Moreover, this had only gone on for less than an hour. It was still an extremely long way away from hitting their limits. However, General Kuan-yang already found that he was unable to sit still any longer. Just at this time, he finally discovered the first rays of hope. The blade in the hands of one of the Heaven Destroyer experts suddenly shattered into pieces, followed closely by the blades on a few other experts. Soon, the sounds of blades shattering apart grew more dense. Even such strong divine weapons were not able to endure so much impact. Kiki, this general has finally found their weakness. That is, their weapons are not good. Great General Kuan-yang slapped his thigh and cried out with an excited expression. However, that sentence only received the disdainful gazes of the other experts around him. Their weapons are not good? Even such weapons are not good? Didn't you see the weapons on our side breaking after being unable to endure a few chops? Each broken blade in the hands of these Xian humans had only been broken after destroying tens to several hundred of our side's weapon. In other words, tens of our own weapons are needed to exchange for a single broken blade on the enemy's side. The most important thing, large numbers of hell-enduring ghosts and high-level frenzy blade-enduring earths were also sacrificed to achieve that. It would be hard to find even a few of such divine weapons in the entire Divine Sun clan. But now, this great general actually declared that he'd found a weakness, and that was that the enemy's weapon is not good? Then, dare I ask, how much better do you want their weapon to be? Could it be that the enemy needs to skewer all of us for you to acknowledge that their weapons are good? Fortunately, their weapons weren't that good. If it was that good, all 50,000 of them would be hacked to death on the spot. For General Kuan-yang to become a commander of an army, he naturally wouldn't be that brain dead. In just a short instant, he realized that he'd spoken wrongly. The female side of the body's face had already turned completely red, but the male side's face was completely unchanged. And, the facts had proven that men had much thicker skin than females. And, I meant to say, that their weapons are not going to last anymore. Now, it should be our people's turn to show our might. General Kuan-yang explained. Although knew what was going on, they still had to give the commander some face. Besides, hadn't he made up for those words quickly enough? But in the next moment, everyone suddenly sucked in a deep breath of air, and General Chuanyang's eyes grew even wider. They saw with their own eyes as one of the human warriors directly used his bare hands to grab a saber that was swinging at him. Then, tightening his grip around the blade, he pulled and stole the blade over. Without any hesitation, he swung that hand, knocking the back of his hand against the soldier's face. The force of this backhand slap was rather terrifying. The male side of the strange race's soldier's body spun like a windmill, finally snapping directly and flying out. Everything had happened too quickly. By the time the female side reacted, she only saw a bloody mess behind her. Her life's partner had already disappeared. With a loud scream, she fell dead. As for that fearsome human warrior, he didn't even look at the two, and was already swinging the saber that he'd just snatched, advancing and killing far away. It was as if he already knew that the slap of his would certainly kill his enemy. The strength in that backhand slap was enough to swat even a full-grown black bear to half a li away. By the time the hunters found the body of that unlucky black bear, this black bear's brains had already been turned into mush. General Kuan-yang sucked in a cold breath of air as he widened his eyes with shock. After slaughtering for an entire hour, expending their full strength with every blow, they can actually still expend that much energy with just a single slap. Could it be that they've used some forbidden techniques? Or perhaps it's the last bout of strength before death? Nobody replied, and everyone's eyelids were twitching heavily. No one expressed any optimistic views towards this theory. They had never heard of this kind of forbidden technique before, and as for the last bout of strength before death, what kind of bullsh*t was that? That was an even worse joke. Didn't you see them still advancing and killing as lively as before? The battle situation still continued to tilt against the side of the strange races. Because, a sudden loud roar rang out, and Earthcracker suddenly charged into the battlefield with the rest of his Tiger Tribe warriors. The current Tiger King was truly somewhat frustrated. He'd run for such a long time before finally reaching the enemy. F***ck, what the hell were those humans? How were they so efficient and clean in the way they killed? They had been stepping on nothing but sticky and mangled enemy body parts all along the way for a full 2-3 li of road. It felt as if they had barged into a watermelon field, squelching all the way. F***ck, this place was clearly packed with enemies when they looked over just now. How were they all dead now? This speed of killing was a little too quick, wasn't it? After running on corpses for such a long way, their troop of 3,000 hadn't even killed one enemy yet, but all of them were already drenched in blood. However, these were all not important. Tiger King waved his hands and roared, F***ck. Everything is almost gone. Brothers, quickly go up there and snatch for kills. Snatch. To actually use the word snatch on a battlefield, it should at least be a scenario of several thousands against a mere few hundred enemies, where their side had the absolute advantage in numbers. But Tiger King was actually fearful in that moment. F***ck, this daddy had come here to provide reinforcements, but we ended up with the leftover rice instead. If they ended up losing and had to bark like dogs for the humans to laugh at, how would they be able to raise their heads in the future? Such a feeling would definitely not be good. In fact, Tiger King already had a somewhat ominous feeling. If he didn't attack quickly enough, they might not even have any leftovers to claim. From the behaviors of this bunch, each one as eager as if they were about to go to bed with a beautiful woman. This was the classic, eating the meat and also claiming the soup. Looking at this, Tiger King had a sort of defeated feeling in his heart. From the killing speed of these fellows, Earthcracker was truly shocked. Was this really the same Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer warriors who were normally so reserved and polite? F***ck. This daddy has been fooled by their friendly behaviors. No wonder they had been so arrogant just now. These fellows truly have the capabilities. Their ferocity is not inferior even to us Xian beasts. If we had to compare with them, it would be hard to catch up. Looking at the enemy troops that was disappearing like snow melting away in the sun, General Quanyang finally could not sit still any longer. Divine Sun Divine Sun I was still hoping to use this army to break the enemy's defensive line. Who would have thought that a third of them would have already been finished so quickly? General Quanyang very quickly sensed that, this cannot continue. If he waited any longer, it would likely result in only himself and the experts around him being remaining. General Quanyang Gosheng's eyes had turned completely red. Raising the long saber in his hand, he ordered, attack. The target, those 300 Xian humans first. Get rid of them, at all costs. After saying that, he paused, seemingly finding that there was something wrong with his words. After thinking for some time, he finally realized. I just said 300 people. Right. Divine Sun. General Quanyang finally understood what was wrong. From the start of the battle to the end, none of those 300 soldiers had fallen at all. In other words, while their side had already lost 15,000 soldiers, the other side hadn't suffered a single casualty yet. How is this possible? The moment he recognized this point, General Quanyang nearly scared himself silly. As soon as General Chuanyang's order rang out, the 1,500 experts around him, whether they be hell-enduring ghosts or frenzy blade-enduring earths, all of them were cursing this General Quanyang and his 9 generations in their hearts. What the F***ck? That was the collective thought in everyone's hearts. F***ck, aren't you sending us to our deaths? That is such a powerful force, it would already be a great blessing if we can kill one while exchanging 5 or 6 lives. If we want to kill those 300 people completely, our entire squad of 1,500 can forget about returning. Even in the best-case scenario, there will likely still be several tens of those humans left alive after all of us have sacrificed our lives. We would rather go and deal with the Tiger Tribe. At least, our survival rate would be slightly higher against those ferocious Tian Fa beasts. But since the general's order had been given, they could only obey. 1,500 experts, all entered the battlefield together. The effect that they produced upon entering the battlefield was undoubtedly obvious. At least, the tidal wave-like attacks of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army had been slowed down. They were no longer bashing through their sides army like axe chopping through cabbages. However, it was just slowing them down for a mere moment. Quanyang Gosheng stood high above on the vantage point, watching the battle situation. As the highest commander of this 50,000-strong army, the first thing he must do was to control the situation, not to step onto the battlefield personally. Although he was also a frenzy blade enduring earth, and even a strong expert among frenzy blade enduring earths, Quanyang Gosheng only felt an unexplainable nervousness in his heart which did not relent because of the participation of the 1,500 experts. In fact, he began to feel that this final trump card that he'd sent out might not even be effective. He watched the battle situation anxiously, waving his hands occasionally and sending out numerous instructions. The flagmaster beside him waved the large flags energetically, transmitting his commands. The troops on the battlefield suddenly interspersed around, up and down, closely transiting with the front lines, replacing the tired soldiers with fresh ones. 4-5 sections of troops continuously launched attacks at the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army continuously from different directions. Even if these tactics did not achieve the ideal results in his mind, they should have some effects right. Just as General Quanyang was sitting on tenterhooks, no one noticed that a black shadow had slipped into the battlefield like a ghost. This dark figure also looked like a strange race in the darkness of the night. So no one in the back of this army of strange races paid attention to it. Furthermore, all their attention was glued to the situation happening ahead. None of them looked ahead intently, afraid to breathe too loudly, all of them feeling their palms cold with sweat. Who would be so dumb to pay attention to the situation in their own camp? With cover from rocks, trees, and countless bodies, this black figure seemed to be moving extremely slowly. But upon closer examination, one would realize that they were actually moving extremely swiftly. One moment they were beside a certain strange race member, the next moment they'd already be several meters away from them. And that black figure was getting closer to the small hill where Quanyang Gosheng was. General Quanyang was still looking over at the development of the situation on the battlefield in deep concentration, analyzing it carefully, pondering of what sort of adjustments to make to completely restrain the enemy's offense and completely wipe them out. If he had not personally led a troop to fight against an unnaturally terrifying unit before, if he had found out that someone had to worry about how to stop the enemy's offensive attacks with such a huge disparity in numbers, he would have definitely laughed till all his teeth fell out. And think that the general was a complete fool and retard. But right now, he could distinctly feel nothing but utter helplessness. He couldn't help but turn around to gaze at the darkness behind himself. Chuangshan Beidao had already silently retreated after confirming that the enemy would not fall for their tricks. So this battle became one for testing the waters. One that tested the enemy's strength with 50,000 men. Naturally it'd be great if they succeeded with a single battle, even if they lost, they'll be able to estimate the enemy's strength. And most importantly, all of the strange races were confident that even if they did not successfully break past the enemy's defenses, there would definitely not be any exaggerated losses to their forces. At the very least, it will not be like that fool, Shangchuan Poku, who lost almost 200,000 men in a battle that lasted for less than 6 hours. This time, this was an army of extremely disciplined troops. It was definitely unlike the mob from before. This was something that General Quanyang Gosheng was extremely confident and certain of, before this. Right now, the cruel reality had completely crushed his fantasies. Not exaggerated. The battle had yet to end and the number of casualties was already extremely exaggerated. It had already reached a level that was unacceptable. Then the next moment, General Quanyang only felt his heart aching. He had witnessed it. Dozens of frenzy blade enduring earths all disappear into the air after activating the strange race's deadliest stealth kills techniques. And there were over hundreds of men, who were attacking under the lead of a man in white, in direction they had vanished in. General Quanyang had been anticipating endlessly, hoping that these frenzy blade enduring earth would be able to annihilate all these 100 men at one go. If that's the case, that basically declared the demise of this troop. But in a couple of blinks, he could distinctly see the trace of a sinister smirk appearing on that leader in white. Indeed, it was a sinister smirk. He suddenly yelled, "Almost time. Kill." What do you mean, almost time, kill? Just as General Quanyang was pondering this question, he was scared out of his wits by the sight. This is the answer. Those over 100 men suddenly flung their sabers at the same time. With the blinding gleam of the blades, it was as if countless of lightning suddenly appeared in the night sky. And all the lightning bolts were aimed at the empty space before them. And they were aimed at 3 different levels, completely encompassing the surrounding radius of 50 zhang. Turning this entire area into a region of death. A series of shrill cries rang out from the emptiness. Those 40 hell-enduring ghosts and 30 frenzy blade-enduring earths who had just charged into battle let out pitiful shrieks. All their bodies suddenly appeared in the air. All of them had several injuries, and there were a number of them who were chopped into pieces, falling onto the ground. Neatly. The F***CK. General Quan Yang gripped onto his hair roughly, tugging at it, completely agony and disbelief in his eyes. What's happening? How did they discover the whereabouts of the frenzy blade-enduring earths who are using the stealth kills? To make such an accurate reverse attack. This is something that is impossible. But it happened right before General Quan Yang. How could he know that the two leaders of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer were two Saint Venerables? Especially Feng Wan Yun, who maintained absolute cool-headedness no matter the situation. In a battle, he was still keeping close attention to everything that was happening. 8 hell-enduring ghosts and frenzy blade-enduring earths had died in his hands. And Feng Wan Yun deduced quite accurately about the stealth kills from experience. He had already noticed the experts who were waiting under that general. And also deduced that they would definitely strike and make an attack that would turn the situation when the time was crucial. Feng Wan Yun had finally met with it. So when these people began heading over towards them, he knew that a huge gift was about to fall into his pocket. So he had already told everyone to make preparations then. With a single command to strike, it truly reaped great rewards. All the enemies who were hidden and been wiped out at the first greeting. This was indeed a battle that had the smallest price to pay. But General Quan Yang didn't know about this. Seeing so many experts wiped out in a single meeting, without even making a single scratch on the enemy, General Quan Yang felt breaking down. And so, he really broke down. It was not because he was that fragile, but because someone else had lent him a hand. In the midst of his extreme shock, General Quan Yang suddenly detected an odd fluctuation in the air. A strange race soldier suddenly appeared before him. It seemed to be merely a child. General Quan Yang instantly felt perplexed. Were there such young soldiers in my troops? And the next moment, he widened his eyes, because the body of this soldier suddenly split apart in the center. And seemed to have become 2 humans from the continent, 2 children from the continent. General Chuanyang's eyeballs instantly popped out, but he couldn't make any reaction. He only felt a cold feeling in his heart. A narrow sword had already stabbed right through it with utmost accuracy. And it was the same on his heart on the other side of his body. Quan Yang Gosheng only had time to let out a final cry. Until now, he still couldn't believe that the enemy managed to successfully assassinate himself when being surrounded by a troop of 50,000 men. The next moment, those 2 swords were pulled out of his body simultaneously, and with a swing, both the heads of General Quan Yang went flying off his necks. While his heads flew in the air, General Quan Yang was still going through his final thoughts. Why is it that there is something off and odd about the way these 2 people struck? Right before his consciousness fades out, General Quan Yang suddenly felt a great sense of relief, because he had finally figured out what was wrong. These 2 assassins did not assassinate him using their right hands. All their attacks had came from their left hands. A fatal kill in a single strike. That left General Quan Yang, a frenzy blade enduring earth, with no time to react. No wonder I felt something was off. No wonder it felt so weird. I was killed by 2 left-handers. How coincidental of this fate that 2 left-handers will come together so coincidentally to kill me. Oh, right, they did not have a right hand. And General Chuanyang's consciousness completely disappeared. At this moment, the men around him noticed the major change and screamed. But all they felt was a cold sensation against their necks, and that was the end of their thoughts. These 2 children, who looked barely 14, continued to wear a cold expression as they wiped out all of the other remaining strange races. The headquarters of the strange races finally went completely amok. But by the time all the experts reached to provide backup, there was merely a sea of corpse left. And those 2 little figures had already vanished. All of them were flabbergasted at the sight of the ground that was littered with corpses. What sort of assassin was this? To brazenly kill the general of an army on a battlefield that was this chaotic, when being surrounded by 50,000 soldiers, and wiping out all the other lieutenants, and even the flag carriers. And left. So silently, as if they had completely vanished with a single turn of their bodies. They're humans. How did they manage to move so freely without being discovered amongst this sea of strange races who are all conjoined bodies? Could it be that these 2 assassins also know our stealth kills techniques? This is really divine Sun. When all the other soldiers snapped back to their senses and looked at the sea of corpses behind them, they felt their backs break out in cold sweat. The weakest of these generals were a hell-enduring ghost. They did not even have the chance to conceal themselves in the face of these two assassins. Completely wiped out. An extreme fear surged in all their hearts. All of them felt their necks turn cold, as if those two fatal swords were stroking on their necks. Tian Can, DK. These two supreme assassins that Jun Moxie had personally nurtured and showed their brilliance for the first time in this battle. No one knew that this battle was the virgin battle of these two young assassins. Their first, real assassination. A battle that chilled the enemy's gall, a battle that made ghosts and deities fear. These two young ones weren't the only evil monarch manner assassins that appeared behind the strange races. The two who were definitely in the top 3 greatest assassins of the world were also present. And these two great assassins were naturally Bailey Luo Yun and Ling Ao. Amongst those from the evil monarch manor, excluding Solitary Eagle and Feng Wan Yun, with their consistent hard work and talent, their achievements could be imagined. Furthermore, due to this sudden battle, using the help of the medicines from Jun Moxie, they managed to attain the realm of a 3rd-level Saint Venerable. With such immense power for assassination, there were really very few that could escape death from their fatal hands. Even if its cultivation of that Xia Chong Tian who had already died, an expert who was already at the realm of a Saint Monarch would have barely a 50% chance of surviving a joint sneak attack from both of them at the same time. The two had came over out of worry for the two young ones, secretly standing by in preparation to save them in case of any change in situation. The target this time was the general of the strange races for this battle. He was definitely not one to be taken lightly. But the entire process and outcome of this mission and left these two top assassins with their jaws hanging. Just in a blink of an eye, those two kids had managed to accomplish this assassination mission flawlessly. Not only did they complete it, they outperformed in it and wiped out the enemy's headquarters. And vanished without a single trace after that, in the shortest amount of time, leaving no loose ends. It was truly impressive. A look of realization shot out from Bailey Luo Yun's eyes as he turned around to ask Ling Ao, "Did you see clearly where they've gone?" Ling Ao shook his head gloomily and replied, "I really didn't catch a good look. With their current achievement, they definitely can fend for themselves. There's no doubt on this." Bailey Luo Yun nodded his head. "Even we cannot detect their tracks, I believe that there will not be many in the world who will be able to clearly catch their tracks." The two assassins exchanged glances, seeing the look of surprise and defeat in each other's eyes. Compared to Tian Can and DK, the two of them could be considered as ancestors, but they still couldn't find out where these two children had gone. This was something that was unfathomable. The two great assassins let out a sign of resignation and silently disappeared into the night. Perhaps it will not be long for some changes to happen to the title of the top 3 greatest assassins of the world. The general was killed. Upon receiving this grievous news, the 50,000 strange races army instantly fell into disorder without a leader. And this was the time for them to kill the enemy mercilessly. Majority of the strange races continued to maintain and act upon previous orders. After killing in this manner for some time, many soldiers turned back time to time, feeling extremely gloomy. The current situation is clearly no longer in our favor, why aren't they giving the order to change formations? But they were only grumbling mentally, and did not dare to act upon their thoughts. Because the battlefield right now acted as a whole. If a group rashly adopted a new battle strategy, while the others remained unaware of the change, it would definitely result in greater chaos and mess up their own formations. In the strange races, the hierarchy was extremely strict. The stronger ones could randomly kill weaker ones who did not obey them. Even if there was an error in the command from the higher-ups, the subordinates must carry it out loyally. If they went against it, even if they managed to obtain victory, it was still a serious mistake and would incur the wrath of the higher-up. Conversely, even if the battle was lost, the responsibility fell on the one in charge of giving the commands. So although they had registered the awkward situation before them, they could only continue on stubbornly, hoping that they would be able to last until the moment the enemy ran out of gas. But they were destined to be disappointed. After such a long, intense battle, all the 300 members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer unit not only did not show any signs of exhaustion, they even became more aggressive, to the point that the scattered formations earlier began to gather again. Especially under the lead of Solitary Eagle and Feng Wan Yun. These two Saint Venerables were unrivaled existences on this battlefield and had very quickly gathered the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourers back together, like a snowball that grew bigger and bigger, ultimately transforming into two fatal tornadoes that surged forward endlessly. Tiger King Earthcracker led his 3,000 tigers in the center. The 24 units made up of 2,400 men also suddenly came attacking from 24 different directions. Fresh blood spewed everywhere they passed. These 24 units had never imagined this operation to be this easy. The resistance from the opponent was so weak. It gave everyone the feeling that it wasn't two armies battling it out, but a battle between a well-trained army against a mob. Even though there was such jarring disparity in numbers, it still became a one-sided massacre. A bunch of tigers facing hundreds of sheep, would they feel scared? The answer was no. The tiger will devour the sheep without hesitation. Even if the sheep wanted to resist, they couldn't do anything about it but struggle in vain. The 24 units sliced their way through effortlessly with the 3,000 tigers as their center. This skirmish battle between both sides with a huge disparity in numbers had ultimately become a one-sided massacre. Despite losing 30,000 men due to the chaos from losing a commander, the strange races refused to retreat. As the battle went on, all of them pounced forward with their sabers, eyes completely red and frenzied. Even though they knew it meant death, they continued to charge forward fearlessly while stepping on the bodies of their comrades. Batch after batch, without a single break. From start to end, not a single person retreated. On the dark, night skies in the north, Jun Moxie observed the battle from above, hands behind his back with an emotionless face. The night was long, but under the flashes of swords and blood, it began to fade away gradually. Jun Moxie floated in the air, donned in white, his hair flying in the night breeze. His incisive gaze seemed to pierce right through the darkness of the night as he kept close attention on the entire battle. Right now, the entire battle situation was in their control. The only worry is the final counteroffensive from the strange races. Which was the method that strange race experts would use when they know they've reached the end. They may all trigger a mass self-detonation as a final counterattack. Jun Moxie was sure that with the strength of these current strange races, aside from using self-detonation, there was no other way to deal significant damage to his troops. Suddenly, Jun Moxie suddenly detected something and raised his head. His sharp gaze instantly cut through the battlefield, through the night sky, and landed on the tail end of the strange race's army. Right now, Jun Moxie's chilling gaze was like an ancient demon god wielding his divine swords in the night. Where his gaze landed, clothes were fluttering in the night sky. Chuanxiang Beidao and over 10 other strange races experts were also standing in the air and observing this great battle. From the looks of it, they seemed to have just arrived. Suddenly, those two chilling gazes sliced through the night and towards them. Chuanxiang Beidao instantly felt it, distinctly feeling all this hair rising. He looked up to meet it. The gaze of two strong experts officially met in the air and began to intertwine intensely. A gaze that had no form or shape had managed to set off dazzling sparks. Practically everyone on the battlefield instantly felt this shocking change. Although not many people were able to see clearly what was happening, they could distinctly feel the impending, overwhelming might, like lightning about to descend. At the moment their gazes met, Chuanxiang Beidao felt an indescribable sharp pain in his eye and felt almost giddy, as his back broke out in cold sweat. He turned his head violently, with such great force that his bones could be heard cracking. Only then did he finally manage to break free of the entanglement from Jun Moxie's gaze. Right now, Chuanxiang Beidao only felt as if someone had beaten his head with a rod, and the pain reached into his brain. And his entire brain turned into mush from this impact as he began to feel giddy. Chuanxiang Beidao shook his head a few more times before he could recover a little from it. But even then, he still felt giddy and nauseous. He couldn't help but feel appalled. This was merely a clash purely between the minds. But the number one expert of the strange races, Chuanxiang Beidao, had completely fallen into disadvantage in this single clash. With completely no strength to fight back against Jun Moxie's thunderous gaze. Right now, the distance between them across the entire battlefield spanned over 50 li. But under this sort of distance, Chuanxiang Beidao was still injured by one look from Jun Moxie. Lord Chuanxiang, what is the matter with you? Was there an accident? A heavily bearded strange race looked at Chuanxiang Beidao in great concern. Goodness, the opponent has such a powerful expert. Chuanxiang Beidao said in a solemn voice. It was only then that he finally got rid of that suffocating feeling in his chest. Powerful expert. Are you referring to one that is of the same level as that old scoundrel Gu Han? Even if the opponent is an expert, he can't possibly be stronger than Lord Chuanxiang, right? Even the number one expert of the Xian continent, Gu Han, may not be your match. That person asked curiously, with a hint of mockery in his tone. This person was called Gao Qiao Tuku and was a second-level supremacy enduring heavens, which was the equivalent of a third-level Saint Venerable. He was one step away from entering the realm of a fourth-level Saint Venerable. This person had always regarded Chuangshan Beidao as his idol. In his heart, Chuangshan Beidao was an unrivaled existence. Which was why he was so carefree when he asked this question. The number one expert. Gu Han is no longer the number one expert of the Xian continent. At least, Gu Han is no match for that person just now. Because I'm also not his match. When Chuangshan Beidao said this, his face was as black as charcoal. Ah. What? Gao Qiao Tuku was stunned, his jaw dropped wide open. And this shrill cry had came from his female counterpart. There's someone like this in this world. Where is he? The other 10 people also asked in shock. If even the publicly acknowledged number one expert of the strange races Chuangshan Beidao had to admit his inferiority, it could be seen how unfathomably powerful this person is. That person is ahead, in the direction I had looked at earlier. About 50 li away. I met his gaze earlier. Chuangshan Beidao's face was extremely grim. Even until now, he still did not dare to look in that direction again. That bout of sharp pain was truly unforgettable. It was as if his soul had been hurt. This caused him to completely lose the will to compete. But Chuangshan Beidao could distinctly sense that that person was still standing where he was, proud and aloof, observing the group of them over here with a look of disdain. His gaze sharp, incisive and chilling. After hearing Chuangshan Beidao's explanation, all of them mustered their greatest eye power and looked in the extreme direction that Chuangshan Beidao had looked in earlier. Be careful everyone. Don't meet his gaze rashly. Chuangshan Beidao was shocked. If he himself could not withstand against the enemy, the consequences would be dire if anyone else had engaged in a similar battle of minds. The rest quickly snapped back to their senses and turned away. Every single one of them felt as if they had seen a lone, aloof white figure standing in the air. Gao Qiao Tuku was slower than the rest by a beat. But it was because this fellow was slow in his reactions and insistent on getting a good view. Hoping to catch a good look at the person who had defeated his own idol earlier. He had just seen a white figure in the night sky and was about to focus his gaze on the face. And Chuangshan Beidao's warning had just came suitably timed. Gao Qiao Tuku had wanted to turn his head away when he realized the other person seemed to have noticed his peeping, shifting his gaze slightly. Just a small absent-minded shift in gaze, and this chilling gaze instantly met with Gao Qiao Tuku's. He did not have the chance to dodge it. An immense spiritual sense came shooting over like a bolt of lightning across the great distance. Gao Qiao Tuku suddenly felt his mind go blank. In that single look, he felt like he had seen endless murderous intent forming into ice-cold streams that went gushing into his mind. There was an indescribable wave of pain, his vision blurred and it seemed as if he had suddenly seen another world in his mind. Mountains of corpses and countless of skulls were laughing sinisterly at himself. White, eerie skeletons and their bony arms were reaching towards him. Their aim was his throat, as if they want to strangle him alive. Gao Qiao Tuku could even feel that cold, chilling sensation. There were oceans of blood, waves surging and swirling. There were countless, grotesque human faces flying out of the ocean of blood, splattering blood everywhere, as they flew towards him with ghastly screams. Gao Qiao Tuku felt a wave of fear and terror that could no longer be suppressed. He let out an inhuman shriek as his entire body quaked from head to toe, with none of the air of a saint venerable or supremacy enduring heavens. With a sway of his body, he fell out of the air. Chuangshan Beidao had the fastest reaction. With a stretch of his arms, he had already grabbed onto Gao Qiao Tuku. He asked solemnly, "What did you see? Why are you this terrified?" "Blood. Blood. Blood everywhere. And endless numbers of skeletons, wanting to kill me." Gao Qiao Tuku's body shivered, an empty look in his eyes. His voice was filled with fear as he flailed his arms about, as if he was still trying to fend against something from the other world. The other experts couldn't help but feel a chill looking at his empty eyes that seemed to be connected to another world. Gao Qiao Tuku was definitely not an incompetent person. He was one of the stronger experts of the Saint Venerable. With the strength of a third-level Saint Venerable. That was a third-level Saint Venerable, ah. A second-level supremacy enduring heavens. An expert like this was frightened to this state from a single look from the opponent. Then how terrifying was the person they're facing? Chuangshan Beidao was extremely decisive and smacked Gao Qiao Tuku, transferring his pure spiritual sense into it. It was like a stream of clear spring water being infused into Gao Qiao Tuku's head. He instantly regained his eyes and snapped out of it. But Gao Qiao Tuku's eyes still darted about, refusing to look up at the direction of Jun Moxie. A single clash in gaze had caused this supremacy enduring heavens to be frightened out of his wits. What sort of might was this? This person's strength is still a mystery and may have already surpassed the boundaries of what we are able to handle. Chuangshan Beidao glanced over at that carefree white figure with a look of worry as he let out a low sigh. His voice filled with endless disappointment. When he went to visit his old opponent Gu Han a few days ago, Chuangshan Beidao was confident. Because from what he sensed, there was no longer anyone from the continent who was his match. Because his only enemy, Gu Han, had only not improved in his strength, but deproved greatly and was significantly lower than himself in cultivation. If even the number one expert of the Xian continent wasn't powerful enough, then what other resistance can Xian continent come up with? The outcome of this battle was practically decided. The Divine Sun was extremely confident of their victory. There was a leader from Tian Fa Forest on the continent's side. That beautiful woman may be strong, with cultivation of a saint monarch, but she was still weaker than Gu Han, and would definitely not be able to be his match anytime soon. And one more important thing was that the two saint monarchs Xia Chang Tian and Ji Bo Wen who had guarded the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and silently vanished without a trace. The vanish was not referring to their tracks or current whereabouts. It was a gut feeling amongst experts. Xia Chang Tian and Ji Bo Wen may have vanished for eternity due to some particular reason. So when comparing the strength of the higher-ups of both sides, the strange races was confident of being in the absolute advantageous position. And their forces also had the absolute advantage in numbers. So there was no other reason for the loss of this battle. Because of all these, Chuangshan Beidao was full of confidence. But Chuangshan Beidao had never imagined that in a single day, his dreams were all shattered. A heaven-defying super-expert had suddenly appeared. This person's appearance may not be enough to change the entire situation, but it was enough to steer the outcome into an unpredictable one. This person's existence and caused all of the strange race's plans to be ruined. If they forced an attack, it'd require a joint attack from all 6 Saint Monarch experts to have a chance of slaying this person. With the mental preparation of perishing with him. And even if they made preparations for such a sacrifice, it was still at a chance, an outcome that could not be determined. Chuangshan Beidao was filled with extreme bitterness. But what he didn't know was that there were flaws in his estimation. In certain aspects, he had overestimated Jun Moxie. Similarly, in certain areas, he had underestimated him. Jun Moxie's current cultivation was similar to Chuangshan Beidao and was in fact slightly inferior. But Jun Moxie's body was in a peculiar state where his spiritual power was stronger than his cultivation. Furthermore, with the support of the Hongjun Pagoda, the limits of young Master Jun's spiritual power had already reached a level that could defeat Zhan Luan Hui. And most importantly, Jun Moxie carried all of his killing aura along from his previous life. Which was why he had such an incisive gaze. The previous world may not have a similar hierarchy to this world, but the Jun Xie in his previous life was the king of assassins that was acknowledged by the entire world. How could the killing aura of a king of assassins that stood at the peak be ordinary? A warlord may not be able to compare to a nation in terms of his strength and troops, but his own presence and bearing may be comparable to that of a monarch. This was the supreme presence of standing at the top of a small world. And Jun Moxie had brought all of this along with him. Even if he was nothing, the moment this killing aura was released, he was still a king. Even if he only had the cultivation of a 9th level Xian, the moment this killing aura appeared, he was still the evil monarch. Still the king of darkness. Chuangshan Beidao had overestimated Jun Moxie too greatly in terms of strength. He was completely frightened by Jun Moxie's terrifying spiritual power. But at the same time, he also underestimated Jun Moxie's overall strength. The current Jun Moxie would definitely not die even if he met with a joint attack from 6 sages. As long as it was not an assassination and not a fatal blow, he would be able to retreat safely. And wanting to assassinate Jun Moxie, this was an impossible matter. Crap. What I said just now is the truth, but bringing it up at this juncture will definitely sway the hearts of the men, and weaken their will to fight. Chuangshan Beidao was about to say a couple of encouraging sentences when he suddenly sensed a slight fluctuation in the enemy's aura. As if sending him a greeting. Chuangshan Beidao did not risk any delays and carefully channeled all of his strength into his eyes, then sealed off his mind to stabilize it, before slowly turning his head to gaze back. Only to see that white figure floating over in the night sky, like a proud and aloof cloud, closing the gap between them. At this moment, Chuangshan Beidao was feeling really depressed. The other party obviously did not have any regard for him. Or rather to say, he didn't even have any regard for the entire world. Even if he was a lone cloud, he was still one that drifted at the highest levels of the sky. Nothing like the ordinary clouds that people would be able to see easily when they raised their heads. This clear, distinct aura, this imposing presence and this shocking grandeur, standing at the top of the world, unrivaled and incomparable. At this moment, Chuangshan Beidao had a feeling that he would be forced into submission by the other party at any moment. The other party's gaze was still aloof, cold and oozing with killing aura. Looking down on the entire world. But Chuangshan Beidao clearly sensed it, the other party wasn't trying to exchange blows with himself, at least not now. Because there was a hint of condescendence in his gaze this time. A gaze like this only had a simple, clear meaning: you all are not qualified to be my opponent. For some reason, Chuangshan Beidao actually acknowledged this gaze. With his current strength, perhaps he was indeed not qualified to be his opponent. The strange races was undoubtedly a perverse race, but they were extremely clear of facts. The moment they determined that the opponent was powerful, they would submit to the other party. This was the slave-like nature that was ingrained in them. Even the number one expert of the strange races, Chuangshan Beidao, was no exception to this. Before, it was merely because there was never a person that could make him concede defeat. But now, there was. Because Jun Moxie had appeared. Just when Chuangshan Beidao had made enough preparations to return the look, he was greeted by the sight of the corners of Jun Moxie's lips curled into a smirk. One that was full of condescendence. Then, he stretched his right hand towards him and stuck his thumb out. Chuangshan Beidao was perplexed. By the Xian continent's behavior, a thumbs up was used for praising, so why would he? Just as he wondered over this, Jun Moxie instantly flipped his thumb downwards, pointing it to the ground, and even shaking it twice. The meaning was clear. This is what y'all are in my eyes. It's not going to be any more difficult than smashing an ant for me to kill all of you. Then, Jun Moxie tilted his head slightly and raised his chin and gave Chuangshan Beidao a look from the corner of his eyes. A look that was arrogant, condescending, provocative, and full of disregard. One that is of someone looking down from the top. One that was an extremely contemptuous look. Chuangshan Beidao only felt his rage raising, practically about to vomit blood from anger. This be asterisk starred. Intentionally using his spiritual power to send a greeting, just to humiliate me. Chuangshan Beidao felt like he was about to suffer internal injuries from his anger. Even if you're a peak expert, you can't humiliate others like this. This is blatantly insulting us through and through. The other party may not have said anything, but he had already expressed what he wanted to say clearly using this simple and direct method. It was not only Chuangshan Beidao, all the other 13 peak experts almost exploded from anger from Jun Moxie's actions. Chuangshan Beidao took a deep breath. He used such great strength in taking it that he practically inhaled all of the air in the surrounding into his lungs, turning the area into a vacuum. Thankfully those around him were also experts, otherwise they'd have suffered from a lack of oxygen and suffocated to death. Chuangshan Beidao did not have a choice but to breathe so heavily because he was afraid he would not be able to control his own temper and launch an attack recklessly. Losing the calmness of the mind because of anger when facing an expert like this was no difference from courting death. Even if he had thousands of saint monarchs to guard him, the opponent could slay him in the second he lost his focus in a single blow. So whatever Chuangshan Beidao wanted to say or do, he had to make his emotions calm down completely first. Thus, he forcefully suppressed all his unstable emotions. Just when he wanted to speak, he realized that the opponent suddenly vanished with a wave of his hand. Vanishing so suddenly, in such a bizarre manner. What is this? What? Without giving me the chance to speak. What sort of disregard was this? Could it be that he meant that I'm not even qualified to speak to him as equals? No. We don't even need to speak as equals. I don't even have the chance to say a sentence. Not qualified enough to do so. Chuangshan Beidao's eyes bulged wide open as flames of anger spewed from his eyes. His chest also began to rise and fall intensely. This is too much. This is really too much. The other party did not say a single sentence, but the effects it had brought were much better than speaking. Black mist swirled around Chuangshan Beidao, his eyes turning completely red. It was clear that he was on the brink of exploding from his rage. All the other experts remained silent, afraid to even breathe too loudly. They didn't even dare to look at him. Under such a situation, no matter who it was that opened their mouth, they would instantly turn into Chuangshan Beidao's punching bag. This was a fact. No one was willing to attempt to flatter him at this point in time. And none were unwilling to end up as the punching bag and potentially lose their lives. In the silence of the night, there was only the sound of Chuangshan Beidao's erratic and heavy panting. It was a long, long while later that he let out a long, long breath and calmed down. Chuangshan Beidao laughed dryly. It can't be helped. The opponent indeed surpasses me greatly in strength. Even if he blatantly humiliates me, I can only do this. Accept it unconditionally. If we were stronger than him and achieved the same level as that person, then he will be the one to endure such an insult. The strong is king, the clenched fist is the strongest argument. This is the law of the world. Although he said these, the dejection and frustration was obvious in his tone. How had he, who stood at the very top of the strange races, ever suffered such sort of insult and disregard for all his life? Our boss is wise and brilliant. We can't compare. All the others sounded in unison. They used to add, invincible, in their flattery. It used to be, our boss is invincible, wise, and brilliant. We can't compare. But whoever who dared to bring up the words, invincible, would probably be killed by their boss. Chuangshan Beidao let out another deep sigh before diverting his gaze towards the battlefield below, not saying a single word for a long time. The impact that Jun Moxie was given him was a little too much. Looks like this 50,000 army is destined to be wiped out by the enemy, a skinny and tall strange race said. Of course, this description was based on a comparison to the rest of the strange races, for their conjoined bodies would never truly look skinny no matter how tall they were. This strange race speaking was definitely considered slender compared to the rest of his companions. Being wiped out, is also their duty. As warriors of the Divine Sun, dying on the battlefield is their greatest glory. Chuangshan Beidao's face was still a little flushed. Gu Han did not come out, the plan did not work. Their main forces did not move, so our 50,000 men can only be used as touchstones. What could the sacrifice of these 50,000 men count as? What bothers me is that there was practically not a single loss dealt to the enemy, even though we outnumbered them by 10 folds. Even if the other party is highly cultivated, this is too unbelievable. 100 li behind where they stood, the army of strange races filled the entire region. Their camp stretched on for 100 li, resembling a long dragon in the night. Indeed, the other party's small units are truly too strong. That skinny strange race said, smacking his lips. Especially those 300 men at the start. It's my first time seeing such a powerful force in all of my life. This strange race is called Sichuan Dingmen. He may look extremely wretched, but he was extremely powerful and is one of the 6 saint monarchs of the strange races. Although he the weakest amongst them, he was not one to be taken lightly. And thank God that he had not met with Jun Moxie and announced his name, otherwise, he'd definitely turn into stone-penetrating asshole one in the mouth of this evil monarch. Indeed, I have also never seen such a powerful unit before. Chuangshan Beidao said solemnly. If my guess is not wrong, these people are definitely subordinates of that person earlier. Only such a powerful man can have such subordinates. Chuangshan Beidao slowly turned around, an extremely serious expression on his face. You all are a little lacking in your insight and only saw their individual fighting prowess, but you did not pay attention to the coordination between them. The coordination between these 300 people is practically flawless. No matter how much you mess up their formation, as long as any of the 2 of them still can link up, then they'll be able to display a terrifying strength stronger than 2 people combined. The coordination between 2, 3, 4, hundreds of them is extremely brilliant. When he pointed this out, everyone glanced over and noticed it, their faces turning grim. All the attacks directed at them will be cleverly diverted by their comrades, even a fatal blow will be divided into light injuries. The moment one person is injured, he will immediately receive the cooperation of at least 6 other people. And the injured will become the main target of their protection. But the combined strength of these 7 people will not weaken the slightest. Chuangshan Beidao continued solemnly. Take earlier for example. The self-detonation of 2 frenzy blade enduring earth will be sufficient to cause an enduring heaven to suffer severe injuries if it was a battle within our clan. But the opponent instantly gathered the strength of 6 people to nullify the impact from the self-detonation. A fatal attack inflicted from self-detonating ended up as one that deals minor injuries, one that is shared between 6 people. If I didn't witness this exquisite coordination myself, how could I believe it? This is such an unbelievable matter. Indeed, this matter is indeed extremely inconceivable. The other 12 nodded their heads in unison. They had only noticed the shocking cultivation of these 300 people, how ruthless and decisive their attacks were, and did not pay careful attention to the tight coordination between them, but upon careful observation, their faces instantly changed. The coordination between every person on the enemy's side had indeed attained horrifyingly levels. And the tacit understanding between each other had reached even more terrifying levels. And their sharp senses towards impending danger were even more shocking. Even if it was two saint monarchs that charged forward to face a unit like this, if they did not use the most extreme method and only brawl it out with their strength, even if they were able to deal considerable damage to them, they were destined to not have any chance of making it out alive. Chuangshan Beidao said grimly as he observed on carefully. So you all must take note, even if it is a saint monarch, if you met a unit like this, flee immediately so you will not be throwing your life away in vain. If you have already lost the opportunity to escape, then you must use the most extreme method in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to do it. The 12 other outsiders felt their hearts turn cold. They already made this unit out to be as scary as possible, but they still did not expect that this small unit of 300 men could be this terrifying. A bunch of Xian cultivators with the cultivation level of Saint Emperors joining forces will be able to kill a Saint Monarch. If this was said before this, everyone would believe this to be complete nonsense. But right now, they didn't have a choice but to believe it and didn't dare to not believe it. The battle was still going on. Even though Jun Moxie's figure had vanished, he did not go far off, merely concealing himself, observing the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer unit battling, from the sky. He had to forcefully resist the urge to intervene multiple times. Because he knew that the other 13 experts were also observing the battle. The battle below was between their troops. Both parties did not get involved in it. But if he had taken actions first, then the other 13 would definitely charge over. He could control 3 of them with the blood of yellow flame. But the other 10 men will definitely cause significant damage to the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops. So Jun Moxie must not get involved. If he didn't get involved, neither would Chuangshan Beidao and the rest. This battle was originally won to sound out the enemy. The real battle was for another time, and not now. So it could only be completed by their troops below, on their own. What had really let Jun Moxie relax was that his own men gained the complete advantage in this battle. The losses caused by the frenzied attacks from the enemy was extremely limited. Especially when most of the stronger attacks were focused on the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer members. This unconsciously reduced the burden on Tiger King and the other 24 units, allowing them to slay with greater ease. At this point, there were already 8 smaller units joining forces in the center, while Tiger King's men slayed the enemies on all sides. Mei Shuian's original arrangement was to retreat after they'd broken through the formation, but since things had already gotten to this stage, it turned from killing a large number of the enemy to a complete annihilation of them. If they managed to wipe the enemy out without any losses, it would be the most ideal battle results. When Mei Shuian made the arrangements, everyone involved had never imagined that it would end up like this. The final battle result is complete annihilation when facing an enemy force that was tenfold of us. And more than half of the enemies are done in by the 300 members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer. This sort of battle result was truly unheard of. As the battle drew to a close, sounds of explosions could be heard one after another. That was the most extreme method, the sounds of self-detonation that the hell-enduring ghosts and above used in their final despair. Using their bodies as the final weapon to kill the enemy. The number of people that remained standing on the battlefield gradually dwindled. But not a single person from the outsiders retreated. They kept charging forward. Even though there were only 20,000 of them left out of the 50,000, they still charged forward. One after another. When the battle ended, the skies had already brightened up. This battle had gone on since midnight till dawn. The flags fluttered noisily in the distance. But the million-men army gathered by the outsiders still did not move. Just watching their comrades get slaughtered. Turning into numbers that were taken into account by the 13 enduring heavens in the sky. On Tian Fa's side, there were also no other follow-up actions. Everyone were waiting for this battle to end. Dawn had finally broken. The morning breeze blew across the land. Solitary Eagle and Foam Wanyan whistled, and the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer members gathered in the center. The surrounding 10-li radius was covered in a sea of blood mist. The stench of blood filled their noses. 50,000 outsiders, not a single survivor. In the skies, Chuangshan Beidao and the rest went back silently. There wasn't only Jun Moxie and the 13 enduring heavens from the outsiders that were observing this battle in secret. There was one more person, another powerful expert. In the higher levels of the night sky, the number 1 expert of the continent, the 9 nether 14th young master was completely camouflaged into the darkness of the night. With his hands behind his back, he was also observing this intense battle from above. Of course, he had also witnessed the clash between Jun Moxie and Chuangshan Beidao completely. How could this be? How could someone have such incredible advancement speed that was completely unheard of? The 9 nether 14th young master let out a slight sigh, diverting his gaze to the collapsed pillar of heaven's mountains that stretched on for thousands of miles, an unusually fervent gleam in his eyes. The pillar of heaven's mountains was not merely a boundary that divides the two land, it also represented the highest achievement of the 9 nethers race. The pillar of heaven's mountains did not exist on this world originally. This highest peak in the world was an absolute barricade the 9 nether first young master had erected using his divine skills. And had even added a seal on, causing this tallest mountain range of the continent to stand for 10,000 years. If not because of Zhang Kuang, who greedily stole the 9 illusory quicksand and caused the pillar of heaven's mountains to collapse, it would definitely continue standing for centuries. Until the end of time. Even if this world was destroyed, as long as the formation that was sustained by the 9 illusory quicksand remained running, the pillar of heaven's mountains would remain standing. With a turn of a palm, a pillar of heaven's mountains was formed, stopping the battle between two races for 10,000 years. What sort of divinity can create such a miracle? Even if it was literally producing clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another. It wasn't worth mentioning in comparison to this legendary ability. Even right now, although the pillar of heaven's mountains had already completely collapsed, the 9 nether 14th young master could still feel a mysterious energy remaining. And this surge of enemy was extremely mysterious and weird, it was so righteous and dignified, but also eerily murderous. Vague and indiscernible, but dignified and serene. The 9 nether 14th young master couldn't help but feel a surge of endless admiration in his heart. The 9 nether first young master, is the real peak. Me, or the few before me, all the other 9 nether young masters, compared to the 9 nether first young master back then, all of us who had arrived after, do we really have the right to use this title? Are we really qualified to be mentioned on equal terms with this number 1 since all of history? How can we reach the level of the 9 nether first young master? The 9 nether 14th young master stood in solitude in the night, his body remaining still as his black robes fluttered in the wind, resembling a demonic statue in the skies. As if this pile of rubble before him was an endless temptation to him. Perhaps, the opportunity of my breakthrough lies in this land of rubble. Right now, the huge battle finally ended. The skirmish battle between the alliance of the Xian continent and the outsiders had officially drawn to a close. Feng Wanya stabbed his sword through the chest of a frenzy blade enduring earth with a whoosh, skewering his back and across both bodies. And the pure Xian Qi on Feng Zhuanyan's sword exploded at the same time as the opponent's self-detonated. Feng Wanyan quickly backed off. When this explosion was over, Feng Wanyan realized that there was not a single enemy left behind him. The entire battlefield was scattered with corpses. The fresh blood that had accumulated in some areas had even formed into small lakes, causing corpses to float on it. Even with Solitary Eagle and Feng Zhuanyan's vast experiences, it was extremely rare to experience such a desperate battle. Not a single member from the outsiders retreated. And not a single one of them fled. The outsiders may be disgusting, but this sort of battle morale in spite of inevitable defeat and death was truly impressive. The outsiders were undoubtedly disgusting, but their battle will was undeniably resilient. Spirit Devourers, gather. I want an account of our numbers and status. Feng Wanyan commanded, his face finally revealing a trace of exhaustion. The battle had finally ended, and his body was covered in blood from forcefully tanking blows from the enemy. Although they were all superficial wounds, the large amount of wounds were still shocking. On the other side, Solitary Eagle also gave the same order at the same time. The first thing that the both of them wanted to know was the condition of their brothers. The result was 3 dead in the Heaven Destroyer army, 79 heavily injured, and as for the rest, including Solitary Eagle, everyone's body was covered with countless wounds. The Spirit Devourer's side also had 3 deaths, and one other person was hovering on the edge of death. There were 68 heavily injured, and the rest were also covered in wounds. Their enemies numbered tens of thousands, over 100 times more than them. But in the end, they only suffered 7 casualties. Such a battle result could not be more amazing. However, Solitary Eagle and Feng Wanyan both felt endless pain and grief in their hearts. So what if 50,000 strong enemy forces had been wiped out? So what, even if it was 100,000? The lives of those enemies were still not as valuable as a single one of their brothers. Even an exchange of 100,000 enemy lives for one of their brothers' lives was not worth it. The formations that Jun Moxie had passed to them were something that was capable of allowing them to skip 2 realms to kill Saint Venerables. From this alone, one could see how terrifying the formations were. The 7 that had fallen were actually the same as if 7 Saint Venerables had been taken out by the human sea tactic by the opponent. In such a chaotic battle, not only were there countless enemies around them, there were still their comrades as well. As such, they couldn't use self-detonation at all. So, the bodies of these brothers were still completely intact. They had all been snatched back by their buddies and closely guarded all the way until the battle ended. On the other side, the Tiger King was also somewhat speechless. After they finished counting their numbers, the Tiger tribe had lost over 100 warriors. Comparatively speaking, their casualty rate was only slightly higher than the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army. However, their grief for the death of these brothers was still great. Everybody, gather and return. Solitary Eagle waved his hands with a solemn expression. His eyes were somewhat red, but because his entire body was covered in blood, it was difficult to see. Feng Wanyan held the dying soldier in his arms and continuously transmitted his Xian Qi to him, maintaining the final wisp of life that still flickered as he ran madly. At this time, he'd already run for quite a distance. Feng Wanyan was determined to save his brother. This soldier was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to say a single word. His eyes were completely listless. He'd already consumed the Heaven Reversal pill a long time ago, but it didn't have any effects. Right now, he was clearly already a lamp on its last drop of oil. This soldier had suffered the fierce attacks of 4 frenzy blade enduring earths and had to endure the self-detonation of 2 of them, resulting in heavy injuries. With these kinds of injuries, even the Heaven Reversal pill was ineffective. Feng Wanyan knew that such a state of injury that even the Heaven Reversal pill was helpless about was pretty much a death sentence. At this time, if there was someone who might be able to do something, it would be Jun Moxie. As Feng Wanyan sped along, he suddenly felt the soldier in his arms tremble, and a deathly aura emanated out. Feng Wanyan's stout body shook, and he nearly knelt onto the ground. At this moment, all the energy in his body nearly left him. Feng Wanyan could clearly feel that right now, his Xian Qi was already unable to flow into the body in his arms. At this moment, a white shadow flashed, and Jun Moxie flew over, appearing before him. How is it? There's no saving. Feng Wanyan slumped backwards as a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The fierce battle had just passed, and Feng Wanyan was originally already exhausted to the extreme. Without any pause, he began to funnel the remaining bit of energy in his body into this dying soldier's body. But seeing that the latter had still succumbed to his injuries in the end, he could not suppress his grief, and his internal injuries also surfaced at the same time, causing him to vomit blood. What happened? Did he consume the Heaven Reversal pill? It didn't work. Let me take a look. Jun Moxie stretched out his hand and took the soldier from Feng Wanyan's arms. But the moment he touched the body, he sighed. Although the body was still warm, his internal 5 viscera and 6 bowels had practically been completely smashed into mush. Even the dantian was destroyed. Such an injury was basically hopeless. Although the Heaven Reversal pill had miraculous effects capable of seizing heaven's fortune, it was something that was only useful on living people. It was not a divine pill that could raise the dead. Blood flowed continuously from the corners of Feng Wanyan's mouth, and he gripped the hems of his shirt in a painful manner. Song Yen, he didn't even manage to leave behind his last words. From the moment he was injured, he was trying to say something, but he wasn't able to. Song Yen. Brother Song, still has regrets in his heart. He'd only just gotten married less than a year ago. Jun Moxie sucked in a deep breath, and his eyes blazed with anger. How can a brother of ours be allowed to depart with regrets in his heart? As he spoke, his face suddenly turned a pale golden color. It wasn't just his face. His entire body was shining with a golden hue. Soul gathering. Jun Moxie spoke, and the golden light around him suddenly expanded, covering an area of 3 zhan. Soul gathering was a special ability that Xian cultivators could use once they reached the Saint Monarch realm. A Saint Monarch could use this ability on a person who just died recently, and whose body was still warm, recalling the dispersed soul and returning it to the original body. It would create a temporary revival effect, allowing the person to leave behind a few last words. If the person's luck was good, he could even form a spirit seed, retaining the memories of his life before seeking rebirth. The only restriction was that this could only be used on people who'd recently died. If the death time surpassed a few tens of breaths, it would be useless. Furthermore, every time the technique was used, at least half of the Saint Monarch's strength would be depleted, and it would not be possible to recover in the short term. So, unless it was someone close to them, or an enemy that one hated greatly, no one would be willing to use this sort of secret technique. The price was too great. However, Jun Moxie did not hesitate even a moment. He couldn't save the other brothers who'd died in time, but for this brother right in front of him, he would not allow him to simply die without even having the opportunity to leave his last words. Feng Zhuanyan's eyes widened, revealing a look of wild joy. This brother who'd just died a moment ago, suddenly moved, and a bit of color appeared on his face. This was the feeling of life. Huge beads of sweat appeared on Jun Moxie's forehead. Undoubtedly, he'd already used all his strength. The most wretched thing was that this Song Yuan's dantian had already been completely destroyed. Even if he poured more energy in, this body was incapable of circulating it. Even though Jun Moxie wanted to use his 4th level Saint Monarch strength to help him form a spirit seed, it was useless. A stronger golden color flashed in his Jun Moxie's eyes as he once again activated the strength of the Hongjun Pagoda. A soft groan rang out, and Song Yuan finally opened his eyes again. Looking at Jun Moxie's sweat-covered face in front of him, heavy emotion passed in his eyes. He seemed to understand that he didn't have much time left, and he struggled with all his might to move his lips. Third young master, please tell my wife, that while she's still young. Before he could complete his sentence, his head dropped, and he stopped breathing. This time, he'd truly died for real. Even though Jun Moxie had used all his power and tried his best, he only managed to give him the time to say those few words. From the start to the end, he didn't say a single word of thanks to Jun Moxie. Because between them, there was no need for words like that. Although he hadn't managed to finish speaking, the meaning he wanted to convey was very clear. Please tell my wife to remarry while she is still young. No one would have thought that this man's last wishes would be this. To tell his wife to remarry. Feng Zhuanyan's originally overjoyed face sunk once again, and he sighed lightly, turning his eyes away. Jun Moxie shook his head, and a pure white light suddenly shot out from his golden face. As the white light flashed, a tiny figure floated out of Song Yuan's forehead. This human figure was only about the size of a fist, and it had all 4 limbs and facial features. The only thing was that this little figure was formed completely from thick mist. Fear could be seen on the little figure's face as it began to slowly dissipate in the wind. With a flip of his hand, a jade box appeared in Jun Moxie's hand. Then, with a wave, the little figure was ushered into the jade box. With another flip of his hand, the box disappeared again. This jade box was made entirely from natural heaven-earth spirit vein, and it could ensure that this spirit seed would never dissipate. If Song Yuan knew how to make use of this environment, staying inside to cultivate his soul, his accomplishments in his next life would likely be inestimable. Jun Moxie could be said to have given his utmost effort for his subordinate. In this world, it was likely that no one else could have done better than this. After this war, when everything has settled down, I will personally help you to find the best options for rebirth. Jun Moxie muttered silently. As for your wife and your family, us brothers will naturally take good care of them for you. You don't have to worry about it. But if she truly has the intentions to remarry, we will naturally give her our blessings as well. Also, I guarantee that there will not be any malicious gossip about her. Feng Wanyun and the rest all stood up and saluted the dead soldier with solemn expressions. Even the heavily injured soldiers also crawled up with great difficulty to bid their brother their final farewell. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep reluctance and loss. Even if the spirit seed grew into adulthood 20 years later, he would no longer be called Song Yuan, and he would even more so, not be a part of this heaven destroyer and spirit devourer army. At the main camp, Mei Shuyan and the rest were waiting by the gates. The entire camp was overjoyed at having obtained an overwhelming victory on the battlefield, but this joy was also tinged with a sense of sadness. From this battle, they could also see just how determined and unyielding the outsiders were in this war. That will to not retreat no matter what had caused the leaders of the camp to become deeply troubled. If this army of outsiders really managed to break into the main continent, then they were definitely not something that the numerous nations could repel with their armies. The effect that these outsiders' soldiers would have on the regular army would be similar to how the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army had wreaked havoc through their ranks, or perhaps even worse. Their strengths were on completely different levels, like the distance between the heavens and earth. There was no way to bridge the gap. Judging by the strength of this outsiders' army, they should number over 1 million soldiers at least. The disaster that such a huge army could cause would definitely be something that could not be estimated. The fastest and most direct method of stopping this was to block them here, not allowing them to take a single step forward. But how should this blocking be done? Naturally, the only truly effective method was to kill them all, completely annihilating this threat. That night, the sounds of bugle horns rang out throughout, and the million-strong grand army of the outsiders advanced together, coming to 100 li away from the collapsed Pillar of Heaven's mountains before stopping. Their army has the absolute advantage in numbers, and their battle intent and momentum is high. Why aren't they attacking directly? Gu Han looked at the ocean's worth of outsiders and sucked in a cold breath of air. A sense of suspicion arose in his heart. Such a powerful military force, and with that strong momentum, why aren't they moving? Why aren't they starting the battle? What is the point of forming up in front of them like this? This was something that everyone was confused about. Even young Master Jun was also somewhat confused, not able to understand what those fellows were planning. But what he didn't know was that this exceedingly peculiar action by the enemy was all because of him. It was because of that little show that Jun Moxie had performed earlier, scaring Chuangshan Beidao, causing him to lose the absolute confidence of victory. Right now, Chuangshan Beidao had an additional concern in his heart. If they wanted to completely subdue the Xian continent, they had to kill that peerless expert as soon as possible. If that person didn't die, the continent would never see peace. Although this decision was clear, it was exceedingly difficult. With Chuangshan Beidao's strength, he definitely didn't have the ability to do anything to Jun Moxie. More importantly, he'd completely lost the confidence that he could defeat and kill Jun Moxie. In a battle between experts, confidence was an extremely instrumental factor. If Chuangshan Beidao did not even have the most basic confidence, he would naturally be helpless against his opponent. Since even the number one expert of the outsiders, Chuangshan Beidao, had no confidence in handling Jun Moxie, did the outsiders still have the ability to face young Master Jun? The answer was definite. Right now, Chuangshan Beidao had already left the main camp, running southward to seek for reinforcements. To look for someone who could face this peerless expert. With Chuangshan Beidao's speed, in just 4 hours, he'd already ran several thousand li, reaching a certain mountain. This mountain was shrouded in cloud and mist. Among the terrible conditions of the Divine Sun country, this was considered a rare, pristine mountain. This mountain was abnormally quiet, and for such an excellent location, no one from the outsiders actually chose to live here. Chuangshan Beidao followed along a small, winding path as he climbed upwards. Chuangshan Beidao had only walked halfway up the mountain when a voice drifted down. Beidao, this old man had already told you many times. The three of us will definitely not participate in the war for seizing the heavens. Why have you come here again today? As soon as Chuangshan Beidao heard this voice, he hurriedly knelt down and bowed his head until it touched the ground. Very respectfully, he said, if there was nothing of grave importance that would affect the lives of our race, Beidao would never dare to disturb the rest of the three seniors. But right now, a peerless expert that we cannot hope to handle at all, has appeared. Junior really had no other choice but to come and seek help. I hope that the three almighty seniors can forgive this little one. An enemy that you all cannot handle? The voice rang out again lightly. How powerful is the enemy? Or did that number expert of Xian continent, Gu Han, break past the 4th level of Saint Monarch? Although his voice was light, there was a trace of seriousness as well. In the entire Divine Sun country, apart from the three of them, Chuangshan Beidao was the strongest expert. If even he spoke like this, it definitely meant that his confidence had been completely crushed. From the looks of it, the expert they'd bumped into this time was truly a powerful opponent whom they cannot underestimate. An expert that could cause Chuangshan Beidao to lose confidence completely, was definitely someone at or above the Saint Monarch level. Although Xian's side had such experts, they only had a mere handful of Saint Monarchs, one being the number one expert of Xian continent, Gu Han, and the others being Xie Changtian and Ji Boan. Among them, Gu Han was the strongest, and it was also reasonable to imagine that he might have successfully broken through to a higher realm above the Saint Monarch realm in this 500 years. As for the other three, although they could also reach a higher level among the Saint Monarch realm, there was no way that they could pose much of a threat against an experienced Saint Monarch like Chuangshan Beidao. It's not Gu Han, or Xia Changtian, Ji Bowen. This matter is rather awkward to say, but this one doesn't actually have much of an idea regarding the identity of this expert. We'd only had a contest of spiritual sense before, over a distance of 50 li. This one had only exchanged a single glance with that expert, but I was defeated instantly. My apologies, Beidao had caused the three almighty seniors to lose face, Chuangshan Beidao said with shame. Not Gu Han. The Xian continent actually had such an expert. The both of you only exchanged a single glance in the contest of spiritual sense. Another voice rang out, this time filled with shock. And it was even over a distance of 50 li. You were also defeated instantly. I'm sure that it's not Gu Han. This Beidao had confronted Gu Han before, for some reason, his cultivation had not improved, and had even regressed. Right now, he only has the strength of around the third-level Saint Monarch. If we were to fight formally, I'm confident that I can defeat him without much effort. However, Chuangshan Beidao shook his head shamefully again. That expert's spiritual sense could be said to have reached an inconceivable level. With just a single glance, I felt my entire mind shake, and I nearly lost control over my mental state. Gao Jiao Tuku merely swept his eyes over that expert, and his mental state directly collapsed, causing him to fall out of the sky. A single glance, this time, three voices rang out together. With a distance of 50 li **** with just a single glance, this mysterious expert was able to cause a Saint Monarch to almost lose control of his mind, and cause a Saint Venerable expert to almost fall to his death. Such a powerful spiritual sense was something that caused even these three to feel some inferiority to. No wonder Chuangshan Beidao was so sure that he was not an opponent for this expert. From the looks of it, this was the truth. For Chuangshan Beidao to bump into such an expert, and still escaped with his life, was already a great fortune. If that person truly has such terrifying spiritual sense, it's not a shameful thing for you to have been defeated. One voice said. To think that such an expert actually exists in this world. If we could exchange blows with such a powerful figure, it would be a truly joyous thing. It's a pity though, that this expert, is north of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The other two also sighed with agreement. Chuangshan Beidao raised his head slightly. Three almighty seniors, could it be that you cannot lend a hand just because this expert is north of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains? He truly felt somewhat confused about this. What is the reason for this? If they had the ability, why won't they go? Could it be that these three seniors were simply content to hold on to the glorious title of Almighty, simply remaining within the peaceful confines of their own dwelling, not willing to venture into the Xian continent to help the rest of the race in their quest to seize this endless glory? What kind of explanation was that? Faced with Chuangshan Beidao's question, the three fell silent for a short moment. Finally, one voice rang out. It's not that we are unwilling to contribute our efforts to help our people. If that expert steps into the territory of our divine son, the few of us will naturally take action. Even if we had to join hands to kill him, we would not hesitate to do so. However, if he remains north of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, we cannot do anything no matter what. But why? Chuangshan Beidao raised his voice angrily. The Pillar of Heaven's mountains is clearly gone already. How would we not know that the physical Pillar of Heaven's mountains has already collapsed? However, the invisible barrier of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains is still there. It's not that we're unwilling to lend a hand. It's that we cannot. Another voice rang out, sharp and fierce. This voice was filled with endless unspeakable difficulties and anger. May Senior Almighty please enlighten this junior. Chuangshan Beidao said bitterly. There's no rule that we cannot tell you about this matter. With your current strength, you will soon encounter that bottleneck. But once you break through that bottleneck, you will also know about it naturally. It's not a big deal if we let you know earlier. A heavy voice rang out. 10,000 years ago, the number one expert under the heavens, the Nine Nether First Young Master, unified the Xian continent. Everybody also began to cultivate according to the cultivation technique that he spread. However, the Nine Nether First Young Master was still not satisfied, and he wanted to rule over this entire world, and all the lands. Because of that, he accidentally discovered the existence of our race, and did not hesitate to kill his way over here. Ah! The Nine Nether First Young Master had come here before. Then, Chuangshan Beidao was not shocked lightly. Why was this matter not recorded in the history books? There weren't even any legends or myths in the pugilistic world about this matter. How could such a shocking matter in history not get recorded at all? At that time, our divine son was still in its early stages of development, and our people were mere savages, devouring raw meat and fowl, without proper clothes to cover our bodies. The 9 Nether First Young Master's original intentions were to submit us under his rule. But the moment he saw our people, he suddenly flew into a great rage. The aged voice explained. Great rage? What was he enraged about? Chuangshan Beidao asked, puzzled. The instant he laid eyes on us, he cursed aloud and said that we were disgusting. The aged voice was suddenly filled with anger. At that time, the 9 Nether First Young Master said, how can such a disgusting race have the qualifications to be under the rule of this seat? That bastard was exceedingly ruthless, even intending to wipe our divine Sun nation out completely. That bastardly fellow. To think that I'd even revered him so much. Chuangshan Beidao gritted his teeth and cursed. How are we disgusting? Isn't it just that we look a little different from the humans from the Xian continent? To think that the #1 expert in the world was actually so base and short-sighted. Any words that comes out of the mouth of a true expert will be an eternal mark of truth. That year, the #1 expert of our divine Sun clan, a half-sage expert, great sage Baki went out in fury to battle, but, he was defeated by the 9 Nether First Young Master in one strike. As he spoke to hear, the 3 voices all sighed together, their tones filled with endless shame and helplessness. The most powerful expert of their race, the great sage Baki who was a half-sage expert, was defeated in one stroke. Defeated in a single move. Against such a ridiculously wide difference of strength, what talk was there of resistance? All resistance was futile, and completely meaningless. After that battle, after that single attack, the 9 Nether First Young Master snorted disdainfully while he rested his foot on great sage Baki's head, and said, to kill creatures as disgusting as you, would be dirtying my hands. Chuangshan Beidao's body began to tremble, and he felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. Growling angrily, he cursed, King Tyrant. After the 9 Nether First Young Master left, he immediately used his peerless techniques and erected that gigantic barrier to separate the two lands, the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The aged voice croaked hatefully. And on the ground, he even devised an immensely strange and profound soul-restricting formation. Then, he condemned our divine Sun race to suffer forever in here. Of course, the 9 Nether First Young Master would definitely not have said it so gently. His exact words would probably be more like, I'll let you bunch of freaks who bring disgust to anyone who looks at you stay here and enjoy this painful life. Soul-restricting formation. Is that why you 3 seniors cannot leave? Chuangshan Beidao finally seemed to have understood something. Exactly. If any expert with equivalent strength to the half-sage level or above tries to step past the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, that expert will be immediately swallowed by the soul-restricting formation. And so, although our divine Sun had produced many experts over the years, we were at most only able to send out Saint Monarch-level experts for the war for seizing the heavens. The aged voice sighed and continued. It's not that we are unwilling to lend our strength for our people. It's just, we simply cannot break the soul-restricting formation's seal. That kind of power can undoubtedly be considered as a peak-level power no matter what world it appears in. Against such absolute strength, we can only accept. Chuangshan Beidao only felt exceedingly unwilling and he sighed helplessly. Could it be that there's really no way to break that soul-restricting formation? Of course it can be broken, we just need a single person whose cultivation exceeds the 9 Nether First Young Master of that year when he set up the formation. Only someone that is stronger than the him of that year can break through the seal. The aged voice carried endless bitterness. However, is that possible? It's completely impossible. For the last 10,000 years, not to mention a person who could surpass the 9 Nether First Young Master, there wasn't even a single person on our side who managed to reach the Sage Realm. An expert who could surpass the 9 Nether First Young Master does not exist at all. In these last 10,000 years, there were only 3 people who managed to reach the Sage Realm and above. But do you know? All 3 of them were the 9 Nether First Young Master's disciples. Even his disciples had already broken through the Sage Realm and went off to explore the endless void. So what kind of level had their master, the 9 Nether First Young Master, reached? No one can surpass the 9 Nether First Young Master. Surpass the 9 Nether First Young Master, Chuangshan Beidao felt his world spinning. Not to mention how impossible this matter was, just the thought of it made his head spin. From what you said, even if we manage to force our way through to the other side, we'll only be weaklings that can be killed with ease there, Chuangshan Beidao said bitterly. That is not necessarily so. As you've said just now, that Gu Han's strength had deteriorated instead of improving. As for the rest of the experts, they are too few to matter. Right now, the only one who can suppress you is that so-called peerless expert. Another aged voice rang out. It's true that we cannot go to the other side of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, but, if you can lure that person into our Divine Sun territory, as long as it's far away enough from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, the three of us are confident in ensuring that he never returns. Lure him over. Chuanxiang Beidao's eyes lit up, but his head began to hurt again. This was undoubtedly the only viable solution right now. But the crux of the problem was, how were they supposed to lure him here? With that person's strength, who had the ability to lure him into the outsider's territory? Although there weren't any specific details yet, the main direction of the plan had already been established. Chuanxiang Beidao did not have any other reservations as he turned and rushed back to the front lines. The moment Chuanxiang Beidao got back, he gave the command immediately for the main army to launch a full attack. Just like that, the final battle had erupted. And this battle was bound to be exceedingly intense. Even fiercer than the previous battles. At this time, the entire Xian continent had already fallen into a scattered and disorderly state. In a short moment, the entire continent had been stirred up. The shocking news that came from the direction of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains traveled through the entire continent like a fierce hurricane. In a short time, the continent exploded with chaos as Xian cultivators from all over the continent were stirred up. The news that had been released by the three strongest powers in the world, the Evil Monarch Manor, Tian Fa Forest, and Three Holy Lands, was treated with the greatest importance. The invasion of the outsiders. The continent in great danger. The Evil Monarch Manor, Tian Fa Forest, and the Three Holy Lands had joined hands to repel the outside invaders with their full force, but the situation did not look good. In the first moment that the news spread out, the Dongfang family, Duanmu family, and Xikong family immediately gathered their full force and set off towards the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Xikong Anya, Duanmu Chao Fan, these two family heads, led their family troops and hurried towards the battle without any reservation. The Dongfang family was led by old Madame Dongfang herself, following closely behind those two. Even the servants who only had silver Xian and golden Xian cultivation were brought along. The white-robed sword cultivators of Blizzard Silver City also swept forth like a snowstorm, rushing towards the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The old city lord, Han Fengxue, together with Han Zhanmeng and Xue Shuangqing, as well as Mu Xuedong and the rest, activated all the forces they could gather, and followed along as well. All the major countries of the continent were stirred up as they received this news. Tianxiang was the fastest to react. On the same day that they received this news, Prime Minister Li Yuran called for an emergency meeting and urged the emperor to gather all the Xian cultivators in their lands and march towards Tiannan with their own troops to provide reinforcements. The normally graceful Li Yuran was so worked up this time that spittle flew out of his mouth as he roared and gestured wildly in the court meeting. From the look on his face, it was clear to see just how serious this matter was. As the person that understood Jun Moxie the most, Li Yuran knew that this matter had already reached an extremely precarious state. Simply because, this request for reinforcements had been sent by Jun Moxie himself. What kind of personality did Jun Moxie have? As long as he had even a sliver of confidence of victory, Jun Moxie would never ask for help. But even with all the combined strength of the Evil Monarch Manor, Tian Fa Forest, and the Three Holy Lands, this lineup that was undoubtedly the strongest of the continent, Jun Moxie had still sent out such a message. In that case, there was only one conclusion. The situation had already reached a point where they were losing control over it. The Emperor of Tianxiang, Yang Huainong, also did not hesitate to show his support. Dugu family's head, old man Dugu Zongheng, personally led the troops. Even the old family head of the Murong family, Murong Fengyun, who'd retired for more than a year, re-emerged and bravely stood at the front, leading his own troops. The two old generals only used a single day's time to gather all the powerful Xian cultivators of the city, and rushed non-stop towards Tiannan. There was no time to fully gather every single expert. The main army could only move first, while the rest tried to catch up as quickly as possible. When the main army departed from the city, there were only about 20,000 people. But by the time they'd reached the 1,000 li mark, their forces had already swelled to 30,000. Just like a snowball rolling down a mountain, it grew bigger and bigger as it went. Their speed did not decrease at all, and instead became even faster. Before Murong Fengyun set off, he went off alone to the lover's mound and sat quietly before his daughter's grave for a long time. When he finally stood up to go, he sighed sadly and whispered, "Little Yi, whether you're under the ground or in the sky, please take good care of my daughter." At this moment, the old man had finally formally accepted Yi Guhan as his son-in-law. Sadly, it was already too late. However, this was still the final wish of this poor old man as a father. Since Murong Fengyun had decided to leave, he'd already given up any hopes of returning alive. Countless experts of the pugilistic world also joined up with this army, bringing with them nothing but their own weapons and their hot blood. The three great generals of the Dugu family, together with the 7 brothers from the 3rd generation, heroes and legends bravely rushing forward, all came out in full force. Even the god of fortune Tang Yuan did not hesitate at all. Without saying anything, he took out over 90% of his fortune, and made use of his network, pulling in the 9 great merchants of the continent. Exerting both strength and money, he declared that all the military expenses of this expedition would be fully covered by the 10 of them together, allowing all the brave warriors heading for the front lines to not have to worry about anything. At the same time, he utilized all the financial power of the aristocratic hall and purchased all the medicinal pills and precious herbs from around the continent, sending them out in large batches to the battlefront. Apart from a tiny portion of people and some small families, nearly every influential family had set off towards Tiannan. At the same time, countless logistics personnels and items were being collected around Tang Yuan with a frightening speed. Only this real-life god of fortune had sufficient ability to amass so much logistical items at such terrifying speed. If everyone was left to their own methods, it would certainly result in chaos and end up hampering their progress. Tang Yuan did not even bother acting humble. At this moment, acting conservatively would only end up dragging things down, slowing everyone down. This granddaddy simply does things like this. Compared to this granddaddy, you all are not even considered casual players. Tang Yuan carried out his work expressionlessly. The same hands that beckoned gold and silver with the force of an ocean, also sent out gold and silver with the force of a raging ocean. Many years later, whenever anyone did an account of the amount of money that Tang Yuan had spent in this period, those self-proclaimed god of fortunes would all collapse mentally in defeat. The amount of money that Tang Yuan spent in these few days was equivalent to the GDP of 2 superpower nations of 10 years. The gold and silver spent was so great that it could no longer be counted in Liang. The entire continent seemed to be in a state of chaos. All the large families, regardless of whether they had any conflict or hatred with each other before, put down their fights and joined hands to unite against the common enemy. It didn't matter if their conflict had happened from having their wives snatched or if their sons had been killed by the other party. All the glory, greed, and shame had suddenly become unimportant in the face of this apocalyptic crisis. The fragmented continent had suddenly become a united whole in this moment. All their strength was now focused in the same direction. The hearts of millions united as one, their wills joined together like a fortress. Those who were righteous, those who were despicable, those who were evil, those who were hateful, as long as they were people born from this land, everyone worked for the same purpose. Repel the outsiders. It was as what Jun Moxie had said. The only way for the world to have peace was if everyone was united under fear and pressure. Only in that kind of situation would the continent truly become strong. After this incident, as long as nothing else happened, the continent would likely continue this state of vigilance and unity. Even Guan Qinghan's maiden family, the Han family, also sent out all the forces of their entire family for this battle. The continent was in turmoil, and factions large and small, together with various rogue cultivators moved towards a single direction together like a powerful wave. At this moment, the pillar of heaven's mountains had become the heart of the continent. It was a major gathering point. Like an abnormally large magnet, it pulled people to charge towards it regardless of all costs, with the greatest speed. Even if the result of rushing there with so much urgency was just to throw away their lives, they would not turn back. Right now, the area in front of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains had already been transformed into a sea of blood. The Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army had already rotated to defend the area 3 times. Tian Fa's warriors had also rotated 3 times. The same went for the elite forces of the 3 Holy Lands. The continent's allied army, which numbered tens of thousands, was nearly all made up of injured men. Yet, the attacks of the outsiders still poured in like a continuous flood. Whether the blistering sun hung high in the sky or if it was a frigid night without a moon, it did not relent. Countless crazed men roared and cried as they swung their swords and sabers wildly, stepping over the mounds of dead bodies as they threw themselves at their enemies. Hacking with broken blades, punching and kicking with their limbs, even using their teeth to bite their enemies and their bodies as battering rams. Every step taken would cause blood to spurt in all directions from under their feet. The blood mist in the air had already congealed into dense clouds. With every breath, everyone's throat would be filled with the dampness of blood. The battlefield resembled a scene of utter madness. Heads flew into the sky continuously, landing and disappearing under the sea of blood. The hand that was still swinging a blade fiercely 1 second ago could be turned into minced meat in the next second. The mouth that was still roaring madly could drown in a mess of blood and flesh under someone else's foot in the next moment. This insane battlefield that threatened to spiral out of control at any moment, seemed as if it would never end. Loud booming sounds of self-detonations rang out continuously everywhere, like fireworks in the backdrop of this hellish battlefield. Unlike the fireworks on New Year's Day, the fireworks here did not celebrate the heralding of a new year. It signaled the death of a powerful expert, and tens of that expert's enemies stepping onto the path of the Yellow Springs. Nearly every second, the sounds of explosions could be heard. Even those experts with superior cultivation would not have had the time to display much of their abilities before being forced to take this final and most extreme path. Many people could only use their lives as a one-time bomb, without managing to do anything else. In a cruel battlefield like this, there were even many unfortunate bastards who did not even have the time to self-detonate before they were hacked into thousands of tiny pieces, sinking into the ocean of blood and flesh. In such a chaotic situation, even the Tian Fa warriors and the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army with their powerful battle ability were unable to push through the enemy's ranks. Every time they succeeded in gaining any ground, they would be blasted back by the frenzied explosions of their enemies. Most of the time, they could only defend passively. No matter what kind of army it was, or how elite their forces were, they could only hang on at the edge of the front lines for a short time, before casualties appeared. If they were not rotated out within half an hour, the entire troop would face the danger of being completely annihilated. Whether it was Tian Fa, or the evil Monarch Manor's forces, or even the indomitable Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army, it was the same. The battle was sudden, but the intensity of the battle had far surpassed any of their imaginations. Even if tens of thousands of people put their brains together and tens of thousands talented artists put their pens together, they would not be able to depict a fraction of the intensity of this battle. Mei Shuyan stood high above the sky, dressed in flowing white robes. Using voice transmissions, she constantly sent out orders to move the troops. In the last 3 days and nights, she had not moved from her spot at all. Her mouth had also not stopped for even 1 second as she gave out orders repeatedly. Mei Shuyan's mind was constantly whirling at high speed to keep up with the countless changes of the battlefield. Even with her Saint Monarch cultivation and mental strength, her mouth had begun to blister, and her eyes were already bloodshot. She didn't dare to relax for even half a second. In the time it took for her to blink once, tens of powerful warriors might have lost their lives because they didn't manage to adjust their position in time. If Mei Shuyan was working so hard, what about Jun Moxie? Young Master Jun was currently inside the Hongjun Pagoda. One must not think that he was so heartless as to hide away and relax while everyone was working hard. Truthfully, the amount of effort he was putting in was no less than Mei Shuyan and was even several times more. Before this battle, Jun Moxie had prepared enormous amounts of iron in the Hongjun Pagoda. At this time, all this iron was being put to use. Using the power of gold, he continuously refined the iron as if he didn't care about his life anymore. The number of high-grade weapons he'd made had already formed into a long metallic river. Weapons continuously appeared beside him and then disappeared. No matter how sturdy the weapons were, they would all turn into scrap metal after an hour of frenzied hacking on this battlefield. This was the same even for the weapons refined with the power of gold. The number of hits that each weapon took every second was already at the extreme limits that it could endure in normal training sessions. Even a casual swing of the blade would cause a stream of clanging sounds, because at least 5-6 enemy weapons would be in its path. Even warriors with Saint Emperor cultivation would have the corners of their hands ruptured even if they held their weapons with both hands. On the other side, the number 1 expert of the outsiders, Chuangshan Beidao, continuously screamed in a crazed manner as stared at the defending forces like a hungry wolf. Go! Go! Everyone, even if you die, you will die for me over there. Go and die on their side. At this point, he no longer used the words charge. He simply told them to die. It was an order like this. Yes, I am ordering you to go and die. Your only mission is to die on this battlefield. To die on the side of the Xian continent. There's no need to worry about whether you can break through their defense. Your mission is to use your greatest ability, and after that, you may die there. There's no need to retain any hopes of survival. But it was this kind of order that caused the outsiders to abandon any remaining hesitation. Without even blinking, they faithfully charged forward, howling madly and barging with all their might to die. Just like a violent wave, they simply threw their bodies forward, onto their enemies' blades, and died. This was the fastest method, a troop of 1,000 soldiers, rushing to the front lines with their bodies, and when the second troop reached, the first troop would have already been grinded into flesh pulp. Not a single body was intact. In these 3 days and nights, even by the most conservative estimate, at least 300,000 outsiders warriors had already died. By this time, the ground was completely paved with bodies without anyone able to touch the ground. The wide expanse of land had already been completely buried by bodies. The inner bestial instincts in every single person's heart was completely unleashed on this kind of feverish battlefield. Even the most timid and cowardly person, if he was able to return alive from this battlefield, he would turn into a completely fearless man in the future. Even 100 of those experienced experts of the pugilistic world who'd seen their fill of death combined together, they would not have seen as many dead bodies in their lives as compared to the people that died in just 1 hour on this battlefield. Towards the end, everyone had already become completely numb. Apart from killing and being killed, they basically did not have any other thoughts. Everybody's hearts had begun to grow harder and harder. At the start, when they saw their comrades being killed or self-detonating, they would be filled with endless grief and tears. But now, even if their dearest brother was hacked into pieces in front of their eyes, they would be completely unmoved. This was an extremely ordinary thing. Perhaps, in the next instant, it would be my turn. The one that would be hacked into minced meat would be me. Maybe, if I didn't use an extreme method like self-detonation, there might not even be anything left of me. Regardless of the result, we would still be reunited later on. Was there a need to be sad over a separation that only lasted for the blink of an eye? All those experts who had been confident of their personal strength would quickly come to a realization as soon as they entered this battlefield. In this kind of chaotic battle, personal heroism was nothing but a joke. An extremely lame joke. Even a powerful sage-level expert would be exhausted to death in this environment. Heaven Destroyer Team. Retreat. Tiger King, bring the 3rd platoon of the Tiger Tribe and plug the gap. Mei Xuyan's hoarse voice rang out again. Solitary Eagle swung out his sword forcefully and without even confirming if that strike had killed anyone, he roared, "Brothers, one more swing, and we pull back." As his voice rang out, over 100 heavily chipped swords swung downwards at the same time. The outsiders' forces in front of them instantly fell, and the blades in the Heaven Destroyer soldiers' hands also completely fell apart with this forceful swing. Without even turning their heads, the Heaven Destroyer team retreated. They'd only taken 3 steps back when Earthcracker charged up beside them. The Tiger Tribe's roar rang out like thunder, and they instantly took over the spot that they'd left. But in just that short breath of time, the outsiders had already pushed forward another 2 steps. The defensive line was once again pushed back. Bear Tribe, 1st Platoon, fall back. Spirit Devourer Troop, take over. Mei Xuyan's voice sounded as if she would spit out blood at any moment. Roaring fiercely, Big Bear swung his gigantic sword heavily. At the same time, the other Bear Tribe warriors roared as well and took 3 steps back. Behind them, a mass of gleaming blades surged up to cover them. Feng Juanyan's Spirit Devourer Roop had already plugged in with a speed akin to lightning, nailing down the Bear Tribe's location. The outsiders' forces completely disregarded all price and sacrifices, pushing forward like a relentless tide, wave after wave. The Spirit Devourer troops were drenched in blood and battered, but they did not retreat even a single step. They were like the boulders on the shore, not budging no matter how tall the waves. At this time, the weapons around Jun Moxie formed into a small mountain. All the metal in the Hongjun Pagoda had been completely refined without anything remaining. Without resting, Jun Moxie appeared beside Mei Xuyan. With a wave of his hand, huge amounts of spiritual qi condensed water poured over her body. At the same time, another stream of spiritual qi water flowed into her mouth. Mei Xuyan had been constantly watching the battlefield and commanding. The 350,000 soldiers had been split into 3 waves and 35 smaller platoons by her. She had to constantly rotate these troops, and in the last 3 days, she had not even had the time to drink a sip of water. From this, it was easy to imagine just how intense the battle was. Truthfully, this was the only method to relieve her exhaustion. But in just that instant of interruption, 10 Crane Tribe warriors were drowned by the masses of the outsiders' army after not being able to react in time. Following that, 10 loud explosions rang out, clearing a patch on the area. But in the blink of an eye, that empty space was once again filled up by the outsiders' army. Crane Tribe, pull back. Wolves Tribe 5th Pack, cover the gap. Mei Xuyan hurriedly commanded. On this battlefield, only 4 people had not fought yet. Mei Shuyan, Jun Moxie, Gu Han, and the 9 nether 14th young master. Mei Shuyan needed to control the entire battlefield, so even if there was a chance to fight, it would never come to her. As for the other 3, they had not moved yet, because the outsider's supremacy enduring heavens had not moved yet either. Even the frenzy blade enduring earths had not made much of an appearance. Apart from the commanders of the various troops, the other outsiders' experts basically hadn't moved at all. Naturally, there were some grand plot hidden in this. Perhaps, when the Xian continent's army was thoroughly exhausted, they would finally make their entrance. For this reason, the 3 of them did not dare to make any rash moves. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan only exchanged a glance and did not say a single word before they parted again. Jun Moxie rose into the air and took over the 9 nether 14th young master's position. The 9 nether 14th young master looked once at him, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Looking away, Jun Moxie sent out his spiritual sense, instantly covering the entire area, enveloping the space of several hundred li. Following that, he quickly located Chuangshan Beidao, seeing that fellow hollering out commands in a frenzied manner. Beside him, numerous outsiders generals charged out continuously. Behind him, there was still a black mass of troops that hadn't moved at all. They were like the terrifying demons hiding in the dark, awaiting the time when they would be unleashed upon the world to feast. That army of thousands, should be the peak experts of the outsiders. Jun Moxie sucked in a breath of air and said. Indeed. But that is not just a few thousands, it's an elite force of 23,500. The 9 nether 14th young master said with a slight shrug. And the bunch that is standing behind that fellow is just one portion of the real numbers. It's not even a third of the real thing. As for the other 2/3, they are on the left and right flanks of the battlefield, awaiting orders. Jun Moxie carefully sensed for a moment, and as expected, it was exactly like what he'd said. But what caused young Master Jun to be truly confused was that with the 9 nether 14th young master's aloof personality, he'd actually had such a good grasp on the opponent enemy's strength. How's the overall strength of those people? Jun Moxie asked modestly. Very strong. A rare look of solemnity appeared in the 9 nether 14th young master's eyes. They don't have many Saint Monarchs, only about 15 people in total, with at least 10 at only the first level of Saint Monarch. However, they have many more Saint Venerable experts, which can be counted in hundreds. As for the remaining, they're all Saint Emperors. Furthermore, they're all at least second-level Saint Emperor and above. Clearly, the basic conditions of being able to join this elite troop is a cultivation level of second-level Saint Emperor. What? Jun Moxie widened his eyes with shock. You wouldn't have seen wrongly, right? How can there be so many peak experts on the side of the outsiders? If they truly had such terrifying strength, why would they bother with the war for seizing the heavens? They could have flattened the 3 holy lands long ago. There's definitely no way that my detection will be wrong. Although these 23,500 elite soldiers are all at least second-level Saint Emperors, at least half of them have quite unstable Xian Qi. These people are unlikely to be able to advance any further. Also, most of their Xian Qi is extremely chaotic. In a straight fight, a normal second-level Saint Emperor on our side would be able to kill at least 6 or 7 of these unstable fake experts. The 9 nether 14th young master commented lightly. My guess is that those people are just cannon fodder, albeit the strongest possible cannon fodder. Their cultivation has obviously been raised through some kind of strange method that disregards the body's condition. Among these cannon fodder, there are over 40 whose strength has already been raised to Saint Venerable. The rest are basically all second and third level Saint Emperors. The 9 nether 14th young master glanced at Jun Moxie and continued. There are 11,900 of these cannon fodders. Their eyes do not hold any hope at all, and quite obviously, to die here is their final and greatest wish. So, their main attacking plan should be a large-scale self-detonation. 11,900 Saint Emperor cannon fodders. Jun Moxie gasped aloud and nearly fell out of the sky. If so many experts self-detonated together, then... Cold sweat appeared all over Jun Moxie's head. Whether those people's cultivations were stable or not, they were still second-level Saint Emperors. The moment they self-detonated, the effects would be the same as if a normal second-level Saint Emperor self-detonated. Such a shocking amount of energy was enough to bury the entire allied army. From the looks of it, these outsiders' creatures had really all turned crazy. To actually be willing to sacrifice so heavily. If it was you against that group, what results would you say you can achieve? Jun Moxie asked. Before I retreat from exhausting my energy, I can kill 3,000. The 9 Nether 14th young master looked at him and said after some thought. Of course, that is under the condition that I can use divine tune to support me. In addition, they must maintain the same enthusiasm to battle like right now. If they had the intentions to run and reserve their strength, I might not be able to kill even half of that amount. Jun Moxie massaged his temples with pain as he pondered about his next move. If they really all charged forward, aiming for a battle strategy of mutual destruction, from your opinion, how should we deal with it? Jun Moxie asked seriously. The 9 Nether 14th young master pondered quietly for a while and finally shook his head. There's only one method, retreat. That is the only way to retain your forces. What if we can't retreat? Jun Moxie's eyes blazed stubbornly. Retreat was absolutely not an option. If you insist, there is still one more method which can cause them great amounts of damage. The 9 Nether 14th young master looked blandly at Jun Moxie and said. However, it requires the both of us to fully work together. How do we cooperate? Do tell. Jun Moxie had thought of several strategies but he felt that not a single one of them was useful. Even if it was effective, it couldn't annihilate an entire army of over 20,000 men in one go. The 9 Nether 14th young master replied with a meaningful look in his eyes. The basis of this method lies on that black flame of yours. That's not suitable. Although it can burn anything and is unstoppable, it is too slow in its movement. Even if it's from a low height, by the time it lands, these outsiders would have already moved miles away from their original position already. Jun Moxie showed his disapproval of the 9 Nether 14th young master's plan. How could young Master Jun not think of using the flame of primal chaos to wipe out all the enemies like how he dealt with Xia Changtian and the rest? Making a huge pit and freezing them with the essence of ice before annihilating them with the flame of primal chaos. But reality didn't allow this. First, his power of earth and flame of primal chaos were not able to cover such an enormous area. Even with the aid of the Hongjun Pagoda, it was not possible. Second, if he used the power of the Hongjun Pagoda again, then he wouldn't be able to support the battle for a day at minimum. If he didn't help in the battle for an entire day, at a crucial time like this, as the soul of the entire army, how could he? Jun Moxie didn't even dare to imagine what sort of irreversible consequence that would cause. Third, even with the aid of the Hongjun Pagoda, it had no effect on the speed of the flame of primal chaos. If he became completely immobile because he had overexerted, without dealing much damage to the enemy, then that'd really be stupid. You've misunderstood what I meant. What I meant was for you to scatter those flames with all your might. Then, I'll use divine tune to play a song of 1,000-mile soul-chasing sword, using my spirit energy to increase the speed of those flames of yours. Making them descend rapidly when they're all gathered. This way, it will definitely deal significant damage to the outsiders. If we're lucky, we may be able to annihilate 90% of them. The 9 Nether 14th young master continued indifferently. Of course, that's on the condition that you allow my power of the 9 Nethers to obtain the acknowledgement of that flame temporarily. He narrowed his eyes. I can tell that that flame has its own soul, without its acknowledgement, even I cannot do anything about it. Jun Moxie laughed bitterly internally. You sure are spot on. Your method is truly the most plausible one we have currently. Jun Moxie decisively made the proposal. Later, you shall channel that unique 9 Nether's essence chi into my body, and allow me to take control to obtain the flame's approval. There really cannot be any more delays. It'll be too late to do this when our forces are exhausted, and the enemy attacks at full force. But the 9 Nether 14th young master was rudely shocked by young Master Jun's proposal. What sort of person was this evil monarch? Did he not have any sense of wariness? It was a simple matter to channel that 9 Nether's essence chi into Jun Moxie's body. But if Jun Moxie truly allowed the 9 Nether's essence chi to enter his body without any resistance, that was the equivalent of Jun Moxie putting his life entirely into the hands of the 9 Nether 14th young master. Allowing him to do as he pleased. Putting himself completely at his mercy. During that time, it would be effortless for the 9 Nether's 14 young master to kill Jun Moxie. No matter what sort of divine abilities this evil monarch had, he won't be able to escape this fate. But after the 9 Nether's essence chi was channeled into young Master Jun's body, this external skill could only be completely controlled by Jun Moxie when all resistance was given up. This would mean that the 9 Nether 14th young master would put down all his defenses and entrust his life, skills, and cultivation entirely into the hands of Jun Moxie. The 9 Nether 14th young master will be doomed with a single thought by Jun Moxie. It may seem like a simple circulation of chi, but it actually concerned the life and death of two strong experts of this world. In this entire process, the moment either party harbored any ill intent, the other one was doomed. Of course Jun Moxie was clear of the pros and cons of this, but young Master Jun could not help it with the current situation. If he wished for the flame of primal chaos to accept the drive of an external energy, this process was inevitable. The flame of primal chaos was not as human-like as the blood of yellow flame. It could not think or speak, but it had a soul and discernibility of its own. Accepting the control of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was the nature of this flame. Or rather, its instinct. But allowing it to be controlled by an external force will definitely cause a severe backlash from it. This was also a form of its instinct. It's not allowed, even if it's a temporary control that is removed after it is over. Any small carelessness will cause all of the 9 Nether's essence chi of the 9 Nether 14th young master to be completely burnt. Then, it'll really be a tragedy for the 9 Nether 14th young master. Even the 9 Nether 14th young master, with the unique 9 Nether's essence chi passed down by the 9 Nether 1st young master, could not deal with the flame of primal chaos. Jun Moxie raised his head when he finished saying this, meeting gazes with the 9 Nether 14th young master, seeing the deepest internal struggles in each other's eyes. What did it mean to be strong? The strong must have absolute control. There was no negotiation for this, especially when it concerned their life and freedom. Because this was their greatest pursuit. Not a single expert would be willing to put their lives in the hands of another person at their mercy. Even if it was their own parents, siblings, or close ones. No. But right now, at this moment, this situation that concerned the entire world forced these two strongest experts to this state. And the most ironic thing was that these two who were forced into this state were two who had absolutely no concern for the safety of the entire world. Jun Moxie never harbored any duty to the common lives of this world and would not make sacrifices for their sake. The 9 Nether 14th young master didn't have any fond feelings of the common lives of this world, he didn't even have the world in his eyes. What has the common lives of the world got to do with me? But right now, it needed these two people to stake the safety of their lives. And it was something that they absolutely must do. If someone told young Master Jun or the 9 Nether 14th young master that they would brood and mull over this matter before this, they'd definitely snored at the remark. The common lives of the world. The safety of the continent. What has this got to do with me? Even right now, young Master Jun didn't wish to do it. But he knew that if he wasn't decisive, the outsiders would use this army to break past the defenses of the Xian continent. And there would be no other hopes for the situation. Not mentioning why Jun Moxie detested the outsiders, even if Jun Moxie didn't hate the outsiders, he could not accept it. Because those who were fighting behind him, bathed in blood, were Jun Moxie's brothers, and dear ones. The outsiders would only be able to break through by stepping on the corpses of these people. Jun Moxie didn't care about the common people and the safety of the continent, but he couldn't not care about them. He cared about them dearly. So he couldn't not do it. But did the 9 Nether 14th young master have this sort of reason for him to do it? Both of them looked at each other dead in the eyes, unblinking. You scared? An odd grin appeared on Jun Moxie's face. Perhaps, the number one expert of the continent, the 9 Nether 14th young master, is afraid of being wiped out with a single thought of mine. The evil monarch's name will replace the 9 Nether 14th young masters and become the shocking legend of the Xian continent. Your life will be the cornerstone of my supreme legacy. The 9 Nether 14th young master cackled weirdly and said, indeed, what you said makes sense, but before what you said can happen, perhaps this young master makes the first thought, and this number one prodigy, one of the rare existences that is qualified to pose a threat to this young master, will be destroyed with a single thought of mine. Your advancement speed is truly too shocking. If you're given more time, you will be able to completely surpass me. This will not be a surprise. There may even be the day where I die in your hands. Right now, I can erase a potential great threat in the future with a single thought. Do you really think I won't do it? The 9 Nether 14th young master said eerily, leaning forward slightly, with an aggressive action. Are you scared, brat? Both of them continued to maintain eye contact, an icy, heartless look in their eyes. But the next moment, both of them broke out into loud laughter at the same time. The 9 Nether 14th young master and Jun Moxie laughed heartily. Did Jun Moxie really harbor such thoughts? It could not be denied that such a thought had flashed across Jun Moxie's mind. How glorious would it be, to be able to slay the 9 nether 14th young master effortlessly? What sort of might and prestige was that? Besides, the 9 nether 14th young master was basically like a sharp sword that hung above his head. Who knew when he would go berserk and come hacking down? Once he went crazy, there weren't many that would be able to escape from the 9 nether 14th young master alive in this world. Was the 9 nether 14th young master speaking honestly? Did he harbor such a thought? Similarly, it can't be denied that the 9 nether 14th young master was speaking truthfully. He did have such thoughts. Jun Moxie had been advancing rapidly, reaching the realm of a peak saint monarch in less than 2 years. Then, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to surpass the 9 nether 14th young master's current level. During that time, the 9 nether 14th young master's life was also in the hands of Jun Moxie. If Jun Moxie wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take much to do it. To the 9 nether 14th young master, only Jun Moxie could be considered the biggest threat in the entire world. Everyone else was considered insignificant. Even if it was a perverse existence like Zhang Kuang, the 9 nether 14th young master was confident that he would be able to handle him. If Zhang Kuang had not merged with the 9 illusory quicksand, and the two of them battled to death, the chances of victory remained 50-50. Only Jun Moxie was an exception. Young Master Jun's rocketing speed in his advancement put all the experts of the world on edge. With this sort of shocking speed, it wouldn't be too difficult, or long, for him to surpass the 9 nether 14th young master. The 9 nether 14th young master could even estimate how much longer it'd take for Jun Moxie to surpass himself. The 9 nether 14th young master was no benevolent man, how could he not wish to eradicate such a menacing threat as soon as possible? But both of them had said it, their deepest, most truthful thoughts. Which was also the most despicable, shameless way of thinking. They said it out honestly. In that moment of silence while they locked eyes, these two people were struggling with their inner, despicable selves. To do it, or not. Fortunately, both of them emerged victorious in this battle with their most despicable selves. The moment they said it, both of them felt a great sense of relief. The moment Jun Moxie said his thoughts, he felt as though a sealed door in his heart had suddenly opened. His entire body was extremely light and airy, and his mind extremely clear. At this moment, Jun Moxie suddenly had a realization. Perhaps the next breakthrough is near. Before the battle, during the battle, or even after the battle. The 9 nether 14th young master also had a similar experience, he distinctly felt the 9 nether seal in his mind loosening up. Compared to before, his mind had advanced greatly. The seal that was as indomitable as an iron fortress seemed to have turned into a thin sheet of paper. He only needed to settle his thoughts and meditate, and he would be able to break through at one go. Because they'd won against themselves, won against their inner demons. Generations of experts could practically win against everyone, but the only person they couldn't win against was themselves. The moment they won against themselves was the moment they achieved instant rehabilitation. Because they were their own greatest enemy. And at the same time, the toughest enemy to defeat. In the world, there was no other enemy that would be harder to deal with than this. This was the real mountain in their path. The moment they made it through, Jun Moxie and the 9 nether 14th young master would no longer have any obstacles in their cultivation. You can break through like this? Both of them said at the same time. Then, they met gazes again and laughed. What a great laugh. Both of them had the same thought. Then, Jun Moxie's eyes widened. Because the 9 nether 14th young master, at this moment, removed that layer of 9 nether's mist that concealed his face and revealed his true appearance for the first time ever. He had a tall and lanky build, black hair and a chiseled face, with a pair of narrow eyes and thin lips that gave off an emotionless and aloof feeling. And the most attractive thing was the 9 nether 14th young master's pupils. Although it was also a pair of black pupils, one would unconsciously get lost in them. As if there was another endless universe in them. This face had also given people an odd feeling. Some would believe it if they said he was 20, or perhaps 30. Even if he was 60, no one would find it odd. For those who had never cultivated, they'd unconditionally believe that it's no surprise if someone who looks like this had lived for 10,000 years. You're not bad, brat. Because you've let me experience for the first and only time in my entire life what trust was. The 9 nether 14th young master laughed. To think that this feeling can make one feel this comfortable and even become an opportunity to get past the inner demons. Jun Moxie Laoged. Actually, you look pretty handsome. Why do you always cover yourself up? Since ancient times, beauties have short lives. Yet women of the world harbor the most feelings. The 9 Nether 14th young master said seriously. It is precisely because I look rather handsome, so I must cover it up. I have devoted my entire life to cultivation, where do I have the time to waste on all these matters of the heart? Jun Moxie wanted to laugh, but he couldn't laugh. But it was truly uncomfortable holding it in. This wasn't a narcissistic statement. Jun Moxie was confident that he could tell what the 9 Nether 14th young master was saying was the truth. With the 9 Nether 14th young master's profound cultivation, vast knowledge, and his exceptional looks, it would not be difficult for him to obtain the hearts of any woman. Furthermore, he had the reputation of the #1 expert. There were definitely not many women who could resist such an outstanding man. Even if they knew that the 9 Nether 14th young master was known as a demon, there would still be plenty of women flocking to him. Jun Moxie couldn't help but recall from his previous life, where some naive young girls would always like to clamber to gangsters and ruffians. Because the logic of worshipping the strong was applicable everywhere. Those who were capable of doing things that most people were afraid of doing were considered strong and powerful in the eyes of most people. This was nothing surprising. Looks like the 9 Nether 14th young master has experienced such a thing before. Precisely because what the 9 Nether 14th young master said was the truth, and Jun Moxie clearly understood it, that was why he felt so conflicted. Because even if it was true, this reason was too damn powerful. Don't tell me that you don't intend to find a wife in this entire life. Jun Moxie stretched out his hand without putting up his guard. The 9 Nether 14th young master also grabbed young master Jun's outstretched hand without any hesitation, and also similarly channeled his 9 Nether's essence chi into Jun Moxie's unguarded meridians slowly. The entire process was so harmonious and natural, as if they had done this countless times before. Two formidable people of the world had entrusted their lives into each other's hands at the same time. This was undoubtedly a first. The most precious trust in this world. The 9 Nether 14th young master laughed bitterly and replied. Us, the 9 Nethers race, have a much longer lifespan than the people of this continent. If we wish to find a wife, it would mean finding a lifelong companion. Before our cultivation has reached the level where we can defy heavens and alter someone else's fate, truly developing feelings would be the equivalent of harming ourselves and others. Jun Moxie silently listened to the 9 Nether 14th young master as he directed the 9 Nether's essence chi into the third level of the Hongjun Pagoda, allowing it to slowly interact with the flame of primal chaos. He slowly channeled his thoughts to express his intentions while he replied verbally. That's not right, I know that the 9 Nether first young master had over 100 wives. How can this be explained? The 9 Nether 14th young master scoffed. Is it that hard to understand? What sort of person was the 9 Nether first young master? Even if he found 10,000 wives, he could alter all their fates and let them live for eternity. Didn't I say it earlier? As long as our own cultivation reached the level of defying the heavens, then there won't be such restrictions. That still doesn't tally. It's completely different from that whole lifelong companion you spoke of. Shouldn't there be only one lifelong companion? Jun Moxie questioned. The 9 Nether 14th young master raised a brow. What sort of logic is that? Who told you that you can only have one lifelong companion? As long as you are capable enough, even if you marry all the women of this world, it's all up to you. 1 or 100, is there a difference? Your logic is truly ridiculous. Jun Moxie was stumped. To marry all the women of this world? And be so self-justified about it? To even say that my logic was ridiculous? Who is it that is truly ridiculous? This is too powerful. Turns out you're really open-minded. I'm truly impressed. Jun Moxie finally gave his sincere praise after being stumped for a good while. Not even talking about anything else, just the strength of your hips is enough to make me prostrate in admiration. That's just you being too inexperienced. What has this got to do with the strength of my hips? The 9 Nether 14th young master rolled his eyes. You just have to lay still and enjoy. Jun Moxie instantly felt like crying. He was utterly defeated. This old master is too powerful. That sort of treatment he receives, versus me, dedicating myself completely, willingly undertaking the task of moving, only to not even get any sort of relief. In the Hongjun Pagoda, the flame of primal chaos flickered, carefully coming into contact with that misty, black 9 Nether's essence chi that Jun Moxie had directed in, as if it had carefully examined it. Then with a flash, it returned back to its original position, slowly burning. It's done. Jun Moxie asked mentally. Aren't you too lazy? Give a clear answer whether it is all right or not. Ah. The flame of primal chaos remained unmoved, burning away slowly, completely ignoring a certain moron's question. This old master didn't incinerate all of it yet, isn't that already a pass? Do you still need to ask? How dumb can you get? Why did this old master, with all of his brilliance, end up with such a moronic master? F***ck. Give some sort of response. Jun Moxie said impatiently. Is it that difficult to just say yes or no? Pooh. Even the Hongjun Pagoda couldn't stand it anymore and spat Jun Moxie out. I really have never met one as moronic as this. It's done. It was the 9 Nether 14th young master who said this. As he spoke, he discreetly tucked his 9 Nether essence chi away. Jun Moxie looked at him in shock. Didn't you feel it? That mysterious flame had already left a temporary brand on my 9 Nether essence chi. The 9 Nether 14th young master said with a smile. It was a really faint one. Which means it probably acknowledged my control of it once. And this is it. Jun Moxie let out a sigh of relief and grumbled. You should be satisfied that you're allowed to control it even once. Do you even know what sort of flame that is? I had always been wondering, can such divine flame really be controlled by human strength? Now, I finally understand. Although this flame is on you and is a part of you, it is separated from you. At least, it is not created by you, right? The 9 Nether 14th young master looked at him interestingly. Jun Moxie, you're one brat with lots of secrets, So what? There are even greater ones that you haven't seen yet. Jun Moxie scoffed, completely unsurprised. It'd really be odd if the 9 Nether 14th young master couldn't detect this. You're that 9 Firmament first old master that helped me out back then, right? The 9 Nether 14th young master said nonchalantly, looking into the skies. Jun Moxie laughed awkwardly. Where did this come from? What reasons do you have for this opinion? There's none. It's just a feeling. Actually, I had this feeling for a long time. But you were too weak, so I couldn't confirm it. But now, you're qualified enough to pose a threat to me, so I became surer of it. That's right. It's me. Jun Moxie raised his brow. The 9 Firmament first old master. You brat really are brazen. Do you know that this random name you gave yourself that day offended the biggest taboos of our 9 Nethers? Just because of the 5 words, 9 Firmament first old master, you and I are destined for an inevitable death battle. After this war, if we are both alive, I'll definitely fight with you. Jun Moxie's gaze turned incisive. I had already wanted to seek the guidance of the so-called invincible arts of the 9 Nethers. How powerful is it truly? The person with the greatest chance of survival after this battle, including me, is definitely you. I believe you will definitely have the opportunity to challenge me. In fact, I too, wish to see for myself, how many secrets you harbor. And how powerful these hidden secrets of yours are. The 9 Nether 14th young master replied. Jun Moxie remained silent for a while, before replying. I also believe you will have the chance. But all the 9 Nether young masters may not be able to bear the extent of the secrets I carry. Then, they remained silent, putting their hands behind their back as they directed their gaze over to the outsiders' territory. How they were going to battle remained to be seen. The top priority right now was to survive this battle. Ultimately emerging victorious from it was secondary. Under their precise spiritual senses, they detected that those people were already restless. A dark red flag was already stuck on the ground before them. It was obvious, they were about to move. The next moment, the shrill cry of the bugle horn rang out. All the bugle horns on the outsiders' troops, including all those that never made a move, began to cry out. Over 10,000 bungle horns cried out across the horizon. Over 800,000 men cried out. Divine Son. The greatest. A send-off by millions. Legend had it that the souls of warriors that were sent off in this manner would return back to the holy land of the Divine Sun, be worshipped by the outsiders, and have their souls last forever. This was the most formal send-off by the Divine Sun race in all of history. Right now, this ritual was being carried out for these 10,000 Saint Emperors. The instant the bungle horns rang out, the 100,000 outsiders who were attacking suddenly retreated. The noisy battlefield had suddenly turned into a sea of silence. Amidst this deathly silence, there was a heavy and chilling pressure. This was the real calm before the storm. Everyone was clear, the attack coming from the outsiders next would be unprecedented. If, They all charged forward, at full force. The defense line put up by the alliance of the Xian continent's forces may very likely crumble at this instant. But there was an exception. A voice rang out. Gu Han roared hysterically. Holy Land! Mo Wudao, Shiruochen, Huyen Aobua took a step forward in unison, with such great force that the puddles of blood on the ground splattered about. They raised their arm and roared, Holy Land! The glory of tens of thousands of years. Today is history. Today marks history. Gu Han cried out with all his might, as if he was going to shred the heavens with this cry. The glory of tens of thousands of years. Today is history. Today marks history. 7,000 Holy Land experts yelled with all their strength, solemn, grim expressions on their faces. Practically all of them had sustained severe injuries. At this moment, they all used the heaven reversal pill Jun Moxie had given them previously. In these couple of days, Jun Moxie had been rushing about refining pills and swords, finally covering the shortage of supply of the heaven reversal pill. This was the most he could do currently. But it was this that had obtained the respect of everyone from the Holy Lands. Because the effects of a single heaven reversal pill was heaven-defying. Gifting 7,000 heaven-defying pills to your old nemesis, this magnanimity and generosity, no one from the Holy Land felt that they would be able to do it if it were them. There was no need for reminders or commands. Everyone was clear that right now, this moment was the most crucial moment. This moment was the moment they turned their lives into the most brilliant fireworks. Using their most dazzling, brilliant lives to protect the safety of the entire continent. With no turning back. Glory, history, would happen today. Under the lead of the three leaders of the Holy Land, 7,000 men reformed into three orderly units, the elusive world of immortals, illusory blood sea, and supreme golden city. They marched forward with no hesitation in their steps, determination in their eyes. 10,000 years of glory, success, and everything. Shall all be determined in this moment. Right and wrong, success and failure are temporary. Achievements and crimes will be determined by the history books. The three units advanced silently like three powerful currents. Everyone's backs were upright. At this final moment of their lives, their faces were filled with pride. The pride that belonged to the Holy Lands would last forever. Salute. Mei Shuyan's voice shook the skies. All the Tian Fa warriors raised their hands and saluted their past nemesis in the most respectful manner. Those bunch of scums from the three Holy Lands, the bunch that I hate the most. Because they've always eradicated any threats, be it potential or not, to their position as the protector of the continent, without any exceptions. In the skies, the 9 Nether 14th young master suddenly sighed. Before this, I never imagined that a Bulsh *T organization like this would let me, the 9 Nether 14th young master, respect them one day. Indeed. They committed all sorts of despicable acts for their so-called beliefs. But right now, they're honorable. They, at this very moment, is worthy of our sincere respect. And their sacrifice today, will write off all the enmity between us. Not only do I respect them, I'll continue respecting them from now on. Jun Moxie said. The 9 Nether 14th young master sighed. Adversity is the best test, real heroes will only rise amidst chaos. Jun Moxie suddenly yelled from the skies. Listen up, Holy Land. The enmity between us shall be written off with this. I, Jun Moxie, in the name of the evil monarch, promise you that I will definitely slay Zhang Kuang. And seek revenge for you. Jun Moxie's voice was extremely agitated when he said the last few words. He knew that it was only the duty of the three Holy Lands to fight against the outsiders. The outsiders may be their opponent, but they had never been their enemy. The real, greatest enemy of the three Holy Lands was still Zhang Kuang. And only Zhang Kuang. It was undoubtedly the greatest regret of everyone from the three Holy Lands to be unable to kill Zhang Kuang and seek revenge. Today, right now, at the moment they resolutely, vehemently were about to meet death, Jun Moxie had given this absolutely difficult promise. Zhang Kuang. The cultivation of a half-sage, a body that cannot be killed. How could he be killed easily? But Jun Moxie still promised to do it. Because Jun Moxie's conscience didn't allow him to let these warriors go onto the Yellow Springs with regrets. Even if they were willing to. Many thanks. Mo Wudao raised his head, locking eyes with Jun Moxie as he cupped his fists. All 7,000 men cupped their fists in unison. Then, they walked ahead with their heads held high. Jun Moxie felt a surge of emotions. He suddenly waved his hand and 3 giant flags fell from the skies, unfurling in the air. There were golden words written on each of them, glistening brightly. Elusive world of immortals. Illusory blood sea. Supreme golden city. As Mo Wudao and the rest reached out to grab the flags that fell from the skies, their eyes brightened. It was as if their lives had suddenly brightened up this instance. As if the spark in their souls was flickering fervently. As if that glory of 10,000 years had finally returned back to them in this moment. As if this battle flag represented the acknowledgement and gratitude of the entire continent. This life had not been in vain. Heroes from the Holy Lands. Have a good journey. Jun Moxie shouted. I, Jun Moxie, send you off here. Then, he slowly raised his hands and cupped his fists solemnly, saluting the solemn army on the ground. Everyone from the Holy Land fell silent and suddenly replied in unison. Evil monarch, friend or foe in our next life, we will remember this kindness. When Jun Moxie gave them the heaven reversal pill, they had accepted it indifferently. When Jun Moxie treated their injuries, they remained unmoved. Even when Jun Moxie delivered weapons for them, they didn't say anything. But right now, they were genuinely grateful, from their hearts. For Jun Moxie's understanding. Because Jun Moxie represented the entire continent at this moment. Then, these 7,000 men from the 3 Holy Lands walked out, without turning back. In the end, the isolated 5 survivors that had followed Xia Changtian joined the Holy Lands as troops without any hesitation. No one was surprised by their sudden return. Everyone accepted them without any reaction. No matter how it was in the past, right now, they were comrades that were going to meet their deaths. That was all. Fighting alongside in the mortal realm. Working hand in hand on the journey to the Yellow Springs. Mo Wudao, Shiruochen, Huyin Aobua, Ling Tong, Chu Wuhui, Cheng Yin Xiao. All of them walked over with great resolute and calmness. In the air, Guhan shut his eyes tightly, and 2 clear trails of tears finally couldn't help but overflow from his eyes. 7,000 disciples, the last elite forces of the Holy Lands. From this day on, the glorious 3 Holy Lands of the continent would finally become history. Turning into a steel. From the opposite side, Chuangshan Beidao's eerie voice rang out, the warriors of Divine Sun. Your moment of glory has arrived. The divine gods have already opened up their arms for your contributions today. Your name and stories will be passed down for centuries. Your souls will definitely return back into the warm embrace of the Divine Sun God. Never to be destroyed. Warriors, for the tomorrow of the Divine Sun Clan, for your eternity. Charge. Chuangshan Beidao suddenly sucked in a deep breath of air and yelled, Kill! Kill! Almost 20,000 Saint Emperor warriors of the outsiders roared hysterically. Then, they surged forward like waves. There were still almost 10,000 peak experts behind them standing guard. Jun Moxie and the 9 Nether 14th young master furrowed their brows in unison. They could tell that those 10,000 people behind were the real threat from the outsiders. They were the ones who had truly obtained their high levels of cultivation through their own capabilities. Get ready. It's really about to start. Jun Moxie growled. The 9 Nether 14th young master held his divine tune in his hands and said, Try to disperse the range of the attacks. That flame of yours will not reduce its prowesses even if it split into the smallest bits. I understand. With my current strength, I can only release a single round of them at full force within the shortest possible time. If I wish to do it again, it'll be at least 2 hours later. How many of them do you reckon we can take down with a single round? This is hard to say. We can only do our best. The 9 Nether 14th young master's expression also turned unusually serious. He knew what Jun Moxie meant. Although the 3 Holy Lands had been prepared to make sacrifices, the moment for their sacrifice should be when dealing with those 10,000 experts from the outsiders who were the real threat, and not these 20,000 men charging forward to be cannon fodder. Whether these 20,000 men could deal damage, and what sort of damage they could inflict was completely dependent on how the 9 Nether 14th young masters played his tune. 1,000 miles soul-chasing sword. Could it really chase souls for 1,000 miles? On the battlefield, the 2 troops were rapidly closing in on each other. Those from the Holy Land strode forward silently while the outsiders were charging forward while shrieking and yelling in a crazed manner. One side was completely silent, while the other was deafening. This was the starkest contrast. Those from the outsiders' side were experts of Saint Emperor levels, even if it was a cultivation level obtained through some secret methods, they were still Saint Emperors and moved with extreme speed. In a flash, the entire troop had already passed the empty central region. Suddenly, with a single whistle from the skies, the entire place turned dark. And the darkening of the horizon was due to countless tiny black flames floating in the air, covering the entire place. At the same time, an endless, solemn murderous aura engulfed the entire place. There was an agitated tune that rang out, ringing out through the air. A tune of the 9 nethers, 1,000 miles soul chasing. The moment this sound rang out, even the Saint Monarchs would feel as if the entire air was filled with chilling, sharp swords with this tune. As if there were billions of deadly swords gathering in the air, waiting to fire. The 9 nether 14th young master had used all the 9 nether's essence chi in his body, allowing it to blaze, and form into a giant black cloud. The divine tune had begun with an extremely sharp pitch. When it reached its greatest volume, hong, it was as if something had exploded in the air. Then, countless of black swords appeared in the air. There were at least 10,000 of them. With a sharp whistle, these black swords came charging down. All the flame of primal chaos floating in the air attached themselves to it and came rushing down at high speed. As if a snail that was moving slowly had suddenly transformed into an eagle swooping down for its prey. From the moment the black flames appeared to the moment they came rushing down at high speed, less than a fraction of the blink of an eye passed. All the outsiders continued charging forward without a care, with their chests held high. This sudden attack from the skies had undoubtedly covered a great area and was impressive. If this wave of attacks was directed at 10 or hundreds of people, it may be able to obtain considerable results. However, the targeted range were in the tens of thousands. No matter who was the one launching this attack from the skies, it was still merely one person. How powerful could the strength of one person get? Even if the person attacking was a sage, it may not be effective when trying to attack 20,000 Saint Emperors simultaneously. The strength of one person alone would never reach this sort of level. If one could truly cripple an army of more than 10,000 men, he'd really be a legend. As there was a limit to a person's capabilities, it was impossible to create this sort of miracle. Thus, the outsiders completely did not concern themselves with it. This wave of attack would probably scare them a little, that's all. Since we've already decided to not return back alive, how effective can a scare tactic like this get? Even if that black sword pierces through our chests, it will definitely not break past our protective chi. What a joke. The person who is able to launch such an overwhelming attack is undoubtedly a peak expert. But he did it like a fool. Could it be the legendary retard? With this sort of mindset, all the outsiders did not feel any threat from this large-scale attack. All of them used their bodies as weapons and charged right through. As long as they came into contact with the enemy, they'd instantly self-detonate. Everyone made up their minds. But at the next moment, cruel reality ruthlessly foiled their plans. The black sword approached at the speed of light, practically surpassing all possible speed. The outsiders' troops were rather concentrated in the first place, and 4/5 of them were covered in the range of this attack. At this point, the swords had already vanished. But they had already accomplished their mission beautifully. Small black flames had silently attached onto the bodies of numerous outsiders. And there was quite a number of them attached on some. The real show was about to begin. Halt! Mo Wudao raised his hand with a cold expression. The Holy Land's army halted in their tracks. Everyone's eyes were filled with caution as they gazed silently at those tiny black flames. The memories from a couple of days ago, when this flame burnt tens of experts of the Holy Lands, replayed in their minds. That sort of elegant cruelty made their scalps crawl. The scene before their eyes made everyone know that Jun Moxie had launched his attack. The swords, compromising for speed, had indeed not deal much damage. This bunch of outsiders charged forward gleefully, planning to self-detonate. But a pitiful shriek rang out from the center. It was definitely an unlucky fellow. The flame of primal chaos had coincidentally landed on the exposed part of his face. With this cry, countless of pitiful cries began to ring out incessantly. Thousands of them began to roll on the ground in agony. And there were more that shrieked in hysteria, trying to put something out on their bodies in a frenzy, rolling on the ground in vain. And every single roll and beating they did only resulted in this black flame to grow bigger. Because this was the flame of primal chaos. The origin of fire in this entire universe. It could burn chi, body, souls, ground, and even air. It could burn anything without medium. There was also nothing that could interfere with the flame of primal chaos burning. This world itself was also something that the flame of primal chaos could burn. So what more, fragile flesh and body? All sort of struggle was futile. Even if it was the powerful flesh of a saint emperor, it was insignificant in the face of the flame of primal chaos. Over 15,000 outsiders rolled about on the ground in anguish, crying in agony. Their entire bodies convulsed and spasmed. One person decisively drew their sword and chopped off the part that was on fire, only to realize their brave act was pointless. The limb that was cut continued to burn. And there were also black flames dancing at the part he had chopped. Even the sword began to burn because of the contact with the flame. Some of them wanted to end their lives by self-detonating, being unable to endure the pain. But to their horror, they couldn't control their strength freely since the moment that weird flame had stuck onto them. They couldn't even self-detonate. Even their souls couldn't budge. The only thing they could do was watch themselves burn into nothingness. Those 4,000 outsiders that were fortunate enough to avoid this fate suddenly stopped due to the sudden change. One of them widened his eyes in shock at the entire sea of black flames before him. Only endless fear remained in their hearts. They were indeed unafraid of death. The moment they received this mission, they knew they were definitely doomed. But they were afraid of such an odd death. This matter had clearly surpassed the extent of their imaginations. They had never dreamt that such a bizarre thing existed in this world. To be able to silently devour 16,000 Saint Emperor experts. These were Saint Emperors 16,000 Saint Emperors. Even if they were Saint Emperors created through some tabooed methods, before the effects faded off, they were real Saint Emperors. But they were screaming in agony like this, on the ground. Even if it weren't Saint Emperors but pigs instead, it'd take a considerable amount of time to slaughter all of them. Even if it was chopping their heads off one by one, it would be enough to exhaust a Saint Emperor. But now, this incomprehensible matter had occurred before their eyes. These people were the most loyal warriors of the Divine Sun. All of them were unafraid of death. Even if you crushed their bones, they would not scream in pain. What more, in such great hysteria? That black, elegant, mysterious flame completely made them give up. They lost their courage and dignity. Groveling like pitiful worms. Their tragic screams could scare off wolves. Why was it like this? The remaining 4,000 men stood rooted to their spots, as if they had turned into statues at this moment. Almost 4,000 Saint Emperors, afraid to move. That mysterious black flame continued to burn elegantly, gradually joining back together to form into a giant panel. That stretched for miles. Completely cutting the path of both sides. Both sides were ready to stake their lives and couldn't care less about it. But right now, they could only look on. They couldn't go past. They were afraid to go past. As if this black flame was a line that divided the two worlds. There wasn't much from the Holy Lands, because it was still their victory after all. And most importantly, they had witnessed the terrifying extent of these flames. But it was completely different for the Divine Sun. Chuangshan Beidao's vehement, intense, and resolute speech from earlier had turned into a complete joke before this black flame. 16,000 Saint Emperors continued to cry in agony as their bodies gradually dissipated. Completely erased from existence. Those remaining 4,000 continued to look from where they were, trembling in fear. It was a complete irony compared to how they were a moment ago. With this sudden change in situation, Chuangshan Beidao only felt his face burning as he boiled with anger. There was an immense feeling of shame. How embarrassing how humiliating The Divine Sun's face was completely shoved into their pants. A pair of pants that was covered in shit. How can this be endured, Who are you? Come out. Come out if you dare, Chuangshan Beidao yelled irrationally, shaking his fists. His entire face was red. Because of this person, all the warriors of the Divine Sun had turned into a joke, a complete joke. Even if they successfully conquered the Xian continent, this scene would be a stain in the history of the Divine Sun. A huge insult, And this person was someone who could annihilate over 16,000 Saint Emperors with a single strike. This terrifying fact incited the murderous intent of Chuangshan Beidao. There will never be peace until this person is erased. All these fake Saint Emperors who were cannon fodder had used the secret methods of the Divine Sun to boost their strength. After this successful enhancement, they all had the capabilities of Saint Emperors, but only for 2 days. And in these 2 days, all their potential would be unleashed, so their own strength would also grow with it, to the peak levels. And this would last for 4 hours, which was long enough to accomplish anything. Those who accepted this secret method would also ultimately die due to the weakening of their life force, even if they did not self-detonate. But they were Saint Emperors for these 2 days while the method remained in effect. This was without a doubt. Even if they met with real Saint Emperors, they were only lacking in experience, not strength. They may even be stronger, since they constantly grew. And could be said to be a superweapon. And that attack just now had eradicated more than 80% of them. And those who survived had completely lost the will to fight. This outcome was unimaginable for Chuangshan Beidao. Due to the distance, Jun Moxie and the 9 Nether 14th young master had used their own skills to camouflage in the clouds. What Chuangshan Beidao didn't know was that this glorious battle outcome was the work of 2 people. Plus, Chuangshan Beidao had never encountered the 9 Nether 14th young master, so he had logically pinned this achievement on that invincible expert, who could injure him with one look. He had truly thought too highly of young Master Jun. As he looked at the black flames that cut off the 2 forces, Chuangshan Beidao could only look on helplessly, unable to do anything about it. Those 2 above completely treated his yelling as the yapping of a mutt. They weren't purely ignoring him out of disdain, but because they were really drained. Jun Moxie had completely exerted his limits to suddenly scatter so much flame of primal chaos in a single moment. Without the help of the Hongjun Pagoda, it would have been completely impossible. Even with the support of the Hongjun Pagoda, he still had to pay a considerable price. That single attack had instantly drained all of the spirit energy in his body. Although there wasn't an intense backlash, young Master Jun really no longer had any strength. To be able to remain in the air was already remarkable. He was meditating to quickly recover, so he didn't have the time to bother with the yells of that perverse outsider being. As to the 9 Nether 14th young master, that tune of 1,000 miles soul chasing had also turned him into an empty shell. He was even worse off than young Master Jun, also recovering with all his might. There was quite a huge disturbance from their recovering process. The spiritual chi in the air rapidly formed into a whirlpool, sucking in all the air from all directions. There was not the slightest bit of spirit energy left on the battlefield. Even if there were a little bit left lingering, it could not be used. Everyone felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation. The spirit energy in the air formed into countless huge tornadoes and surged into both their bodies. On Jun Moxie's side, it was a dazzling purple glow. While the 9 Nether 14th young master's side was an overwhelming, chilling black. But the close proximity between them made them look as if half of them was an angel, while the other was the devil. An indescribable oddness. The violently swirling spiritual chi completely wrapped around the 2, covering them tightly. It was impossible for anyone outside to see what was happening inside the mist. Even until now, the flame of primal chaos was still burning fiercely on the ground, as if it would remain burning for eternity. The remaining death troop of Saint Emperors had all been scared silly, and none of them dared to go near the fearsome black flames. The 7,000 elite experts of the Holy Lands had even more crazed expressions than the outsiders as they looked at the black flames. They all stood silently, motionless. Only their blood-drenched robes fluttered lethargically in the wind. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent for more than 2 hours. The flame of primal chaos also burned for more than 2 hours. Everything on the battlefield was completely burned away because of the flame of primal chaos. The air was gone, the corpses was gone, the blood was gone, and even, the ground was gone. A huge black hole had appeared at the place where the flame of primal chaos had been burning a moment ago. It was a massive black hole, like an endless abyss, or even a spatial void. Jun Moxie hovered high in the sky while the spiritual chi storm around him grew stronger and stronger before finally calming down gradually. Jun Moxie opened his eyes as a pair of bright lights shone from them. Beside him, the 9 Nether 14th young master seemed to have coordinated perfectly with young Master Jun, opening his eyes at practically the same instant. Jun Moxie's art of unlocking heaven's fortune was incredibly miraculous, and 9 Nether 14th young master's cultivation technique was completely unique. Yet, both of them had woken up together. Their eyes met, and both of them revealed a slight smile on their faces. After draining himself to the extreme and then filling his energy back up again so quickly, Jun Moxie was now only one step away from the 7th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. On the other side, the 9 Nether 14th young master also felt that he could almost break through the seal on himself. The both of them could keenly sense that if they gave it a bit of a push, they could definitely complete their breakthrough. However, both of them stopped right before the gates of the breakthrough. This was a battlefield. But breaking through to a new realm required a considerable amount of time to consolidate their cultivation. Even with the help of the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie would still need at least half a night to consolidate his cultivation if he broke through now. As for the 9 nether 14th young master, he might need an even longer time. Even with 1 or 2 days, it might not necessarily be enough. With how fierce and intense the battle was, it would definitely not give them the time they needed. That black flame of yours is truly a magical thing. The 9 nether 14th young master sighed lightly and said. Even a wisp of energy from the temporary branding contains such heavy traces of a great Tao. Just by coming into contact with it for a short time has already benefited me greatly. The 9 nether 14th young master's eyes were somewhat conflicted. In the end, he still clasped his fists sincerely and said, Jun Moxie, this young master truly thanks you this time. No, I don't dare to accept your thanks. If you hadn't helped me out, how would I have managed to unleash such a level of power? If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to reach this point where I could break through at any time. Jun Moxie smiled and shook his head. All that needs to be said has already been said without words. Huh, what a good, all that needs to be said has already been said without words. The 9 nether 14th young master laughed aloud carefreely. Jun Moxie looked at the huge void burnt by the flame of primal chaos with furrowed brows. With a slight sigh, he lifted his right hand. In the next moment, a bundle of black flames flew out from the black hole. Somehow, the originally black void instantly filled up with soil, and the gigantic black hole that spanned several hundred li disappeared without a trace. With a wave of his hand, the flame of primal chaos that was hovering in the air directly disappeared from this world. All that remained was a patch of slightly muddy ground. On both sides of the newly filled ground, the two armies stared at each other. It was as if the fearsome flame of primal chaos that had just swallowed 16,000 experts had been nothing but an illusion. Chuangshan Beidao was just considering if he should send his army around the black pit to attack. But unexpectedly, the ground that had disappeared reappeared once again. In that moment, Chuangshan Beidao was suddenly uncertain and suspicious. However, he clearly did not have the luxury of time to think too much about it. Because there wasn't much time left for this group of people. Chuangshan Beidao had used a secret technique to raise the strength of those 20,000 Death Knights to the Saint Emperor realm. And even then, he hadn't sent them out to battle, instead allowing them to continue pushing the technique to the limit, until they reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. Although those Death Knights would only have about 4 hours remaining to fight, that was still 4 hours of reinforcements from 20,000 peak-level Saint Emperors. Within that 4 hours, no forces in the world would be able to do anything to stop the death army of peak Saint Emperors. Even sages were useless against them. Too many things could be done in 4 hours with an unstoppable army like that. However, the world was just so strange and miraculous. The joint attack by Jun Moxie and the 9 nether 14th young master had not only destroyed 80% of this unstoppable army, it had even delayed them for more than 2 hours, in addition to the time they'd wasted making preparations. Right now, this previously formidable only had less than an hour of time left. If they couldn't self-detonate and perish with their enemies within that 1 hour, their entire lives would have been wasted. Heaven was truly making fun of people. And then, the remaining 4,000 or so people whose morale had already dropped to the bottom of the abyss, discovered that there was now an empty space that spanned several hundred li between themselves and their enemies. This was an incredibly short distance normally, but in this moment, when they lacked time, it was a distance that meant the difference between victory and defeat. Time was money. Time was life. In that moment, Chuangshan Beidao truly had a heartfelt understanding of those words. So in the instant that Chuangshan Beidao saw the ground being refilled, he did not hesitate and immediately waved his hand, roaring at the 4,000 remaining Death Knights, charge. For the glory of the Divine Sun, charge. Kill them all. Chuangshan Beidao was still the #1 expert on the outsider's army's side. The moment his shout left his mouth, all the dreary mood was completely washed away, and morale surged through the army again. A chorus of roars rang out as the over 4,000 Death Knights rushed forward without care. Chuangshan Beidao was already exceedingly jittery right now, where he would be startled even by the rustling of the wind. He watched nervously as the first soldier stepped onto the reappeared ground. The ground didn't seem to have anything strange about it, and it was as sturdy as before. In that moment, he could not help but to sigh with relief. Looks like the ground is still the same, the fire hadn't burned through it entirely for some reason. Although the black flames looked strange, at least it wasn't all powerful. In a short moment, all of the 4,000 plus people had already rushed over. Within a short time, they could definitely unleash hellish damage onto the allied army's ranks. In that moment, Chuangshan Beidao could not help but feel another bout of confidence in his heart. With another wave of his hands, the entire army howled and charged forward together. Although there were only 4,000 Death Knights left, it was enough to blast a way through for them. Chuangshan Beidao consoled himself in his heart as he stared fixedly at the battlefield. The 7,000+ experts on the other side had already turned into ashes in his eyes. But how would Jun Moxie be so kind-hearted as to refill this piece of land so that his enemies would be able to attack his army? There was definitely something fishy about that move of his. And as expected, the fishy scheme was here. Everything had simply been a sleight of hand, a trick. The ground had indeed been refilled, but it was only the most superficial layer using the power of earth. It was only holding still right now because it was supported by the power of earth. In truth, it was only a huge, floating bridge. The moment the feet of those 4,000 Death Knights landed securely onto this bridge, an evil smile appeared on Jun Moxie's suave face. Under the gaping eyes of the 14th young master, the former yelled, "Power of water. Move!" With a roaring sound, a heavenly river once again poured down from the sky. This time, it was even more fearsome than before. Not only did the power of water automatically draw water from the surroundings, Jun Moxie even took out some water from the Hongjun Pagoda and poured it out together. All of a sudden, the area before the Holy Land's army turned into a raging river with towering waves. Countless outsiders experts who had been charging through were forcefully smashed down by the sudden torrent of water, turning into drenched chickens. After Jun Moxie confirmed that all the outsiders experts had been washed onto the ground, and the water had also clouded everyone's vision, he laughed aloud and waved his hands dramatically. Collapse for this daddy. Collapse on those King Divine Sun dogs. Divine Sun my A*S. Divine Toilet is more like it. With a loud roar, the ground suddenly crumbled and without any exception, every single one of those 4,000 Death Knights were flushed into the deep pit. That sound was exceedingly loud. Countless gigantic waves continuously splashed high into the sky. At this juncture, even if these peak Saint Emperor experts didn't want to self-detonate, they wouldn't be able to survive. It didn't matter anymore if there were any enemies around them. In any case, it was impossible to see anything with so much water. At least, by self-detonating like this, they would be able to die swiftly, and their souls would still be able to enter the Yellow Springs. If they insisted on trying to keep their lives, they would instead be ridiculed as cowards. With these kinds of thoughts, the over 4,000 Saint Emperors unanimously decided to self-detonate together. Mo Wudao and the rest were completely stunned speechless. They'd originally thought that they would be going out today to sacrifice their lives. But who would have thought that they would get to see 2 free shows of fireworks? This was simply too magnificent, each show was more exciting and grander than the last. Such a show was simply amazing and shocking awe. Such an intense tremor caused the entire land to shake and show signs of crumbling. The experts on the Holy Land side hurriedly soared into the sky, distancing several tens of zhang away before regaining their stability. When they looked down again, a huge piece of the land which they had been standing on earlier had already collapsed. On the Allied army's side, the ground stabilized after a period of shaking. But on the other side, the tremors showed no signs of relenting at all. With young Master Jun's temper, how would he possibly stop at just that? Moreover, there were still over 4,000 Saint Emperors hoping to blast a path open. If he went ahead to forcefully stop the ground from collapsing, the one who would suffer the most would be himself. He might as well borrow the strength of this huge force and combine it with his power of earth, pushing this entire patch of land to collapse together. This was a classic case of rising with the tide. This was a situation that young Master Jun could not have wished for even in his dreams. Now that it had happened in front of his eyes, he wouldn't be Jun Moxie if he didn't grab hold of the chance. On the side of the outsiders, the army had already begun charging at full force at the command of Chuangshan Beidao. The 4,000 Death Knights had prepared themselves to blast a path through and end the war, while the main army had also followed behind with invigorated fervor. All of them were incredibly excited that they were finally going to charge into the Xian continent. With their confidence soaring, all of them were running forward with all their strength. By the time they realized that something was wrong, the ones running in front had already crossed into the edge of that dark hole. With their momentum, it was basically impossible to stop. Many of them were charging forward, hooting excitedly, when they suddenly discovered that there was nothing under their feet. They even managed to take many steps forward through the air because of the momentum, before realizing what had happened. Then, with their arms and feet flailing desperately, they dropped downwards, shrieking loudly. The intense excitement turned into extreme fear in a mere instant. The people who were slightly behind naturally managed to discover the anomaly in front, and they hurriedly stopped their feet. Those at the front also howled loudly, informing the people behind them. But in such a chaotic situation, who could really hear what the people at the front were saying? The army behind had already begun to charge with full force, rushing forward with a momentum like a mighty ocean. Such a force was not something that could be stopped simply because they said so. And so, those in the front could only scream helplessly. Even as they shrieked, they plunged directly into the black hole like dumplings dropped into a pot of boiling water. Such a sight was truly something to behold. Many people forcefully stopped, refusing to move forward no matter what. However, what happened next was that they were directly trampled by the stampede until even their bones were crushed. Jun Moxie saw that the situation was so good, so he directly used the power of Earth to push the situation further, making another patch of black hole. Another group of clueless outsiders experts directly fell into the new hole, still screaming about murdering their enemies. Their faces that were filled with ferocity instantly turned into endless confusion before being fully painted with terror. One had to say that this combination of the flame of primal chaos and the power of Earth was truly perfect. This immensely powerful effect was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. In addition to being speed buffed by the 9 Nether 14th young master, the flame of primal chaos had been burning for more than 2 hours. Truthfully, the ground had already burned through several thousand zhang of land. In such circumstances, using the power of Earth together, directly multiplied the effects numerous folds. Furthermore, there was even the explosive force generated by 4,000 peak Saint Emperors. If the flame of primal chaos had not burned there for such a long time, with Jun Moxie's abilities, it would already be his limit to create a hole of a few hundred zhang deep. And such a hole would never be as wide as this one. If that was the case, the enemy experts would not die at all. At most, they would only need to spend a bit more effort to crawl back out. But this hole now was several thousand zhang deep. Also, their own comrades were falling down atop of them like heavy stones. The rate of survival. And, perhaps if they burnt incense by the ton and prayed to the gods while offering up their next tens of lifetimes in servitude to the gods, they might have a tiny shred of hope. Apart from that, it was pretty much hopeless. Chuangshang Beidao stared at the scene before him with wide eyes and open mouth, unable to process the scenario. Everything happening now seemed to be a dream. But, even the most terrifying nightmare didn't seem to be this cruel. It wasn't just the outsiders' side. Everyone on the battlefield had practically been stunned into wooden statues. Jun Moxie spammed the power of Earth freely, enjoying himself to his heart's content. The ground had become exceedingly unstable after the combined self-detonation force of 4,000 peak Saint Emperors. With every wave of his hand, a patch of black hole several tens of zhang wide would appear on the ground. These holes were not very useful against the saints and saint emperors that were quite some distance away from the main hole. However, against the normal outsiders soldiers below Spirit Xian, they all fell into these holes like dumplings. Patch after patch. Jun Moxie waved his hands casually and recited a poem happily: 1 patch, 2 patch, 3, 4 patch. 5 patch, 6 patch, 7, 8 patch, 9 patch, 10 patch, 11. On the side, the 9 Nether 14th young master looked at him with an expression as though he was looking at a monster. Disregarding the strange looks, he smiled casually and added the last sentence. All disappearing and falling into the black hole. Turning around, he asked with a proud expression. 14th bro, how was this poem of mine? The 9 Nether 14th young master widened his eyes, staring at Jun Moxie as though he was looking at a freak of nature. Then, he turned and looked at the hellish situation at the bottom. Opening and closing his mouth repeatedly, he was unable to say a single word. After a long time, he finally shook his head and sighed. The world calls me a devil of calamity, a murderous madman. But after looking at you, this young master truly feels that I'm just a frog at the bottom of the well. Today, I've finally seen just how wide the heavenly river is. This young master feels utterly ashamed of my inadequacy and willingly accepts my inferiority. In a somewhat dispirited manner, he added, compared to you, what qualifications do I have to be called a devil of calamity? You've really overpraised me. Brother 14th is truly too kind with your words. Jun Moxie laughed happily and shook his head humbly. Truthfully, I feel that I haven't done well enough. Hearing this, the 9 Nether 14th young master rolled his eyes and turned away. Gritting his teeth, he thought, compared to this fellow, I seem like an incredibly kind soul. I would be a kindly saint that had cultivated atop a mountain, set apart from the world for 100 years. F***CK. On the ground, the number one expert of the outsiders, Chuangshan Beidao, suddenly howled with pain and violently spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood that soared tens of zhang through the air. Clutching his chest, he roared, "Bully! Bully! Bastard! I. Seized with anger, this number one expert of the outsiders was unable to complete even a single sentence. His hands trembled intensely as if he were suffering a stroke. One could not blame Chuangshan Beidao for being unable to control himself at this point. The mental impact that he'd suffered was truly too heavy. In just a swift instance, he'd lost over 100,000 soldiers, all of them falling into holes they would never come out from. The outsiders' army did have huge numbers of soldiers, but they couldn't just have over 100,000 soldiers die just like that too. Especially since those 100,000 soldiers had not even managed to kill a single enemy on the other side, this was simply too difficult to accept. Right now, Chuangshan Beidao was like a tiny leaf being tossed around in a windstorm, or a frail and pitiful girl who had just been treated roughly by 100 large dudes taking their turns to abuse her. That fellow wouldn't have ruptured a blood vessel in his brain, right? Jun Moxie looked at Chuangshan Beidao from far away and sighed in a sympathetic manner. How pitiful. Hearing this, the 14th young master suddenly felt an impulse to spit out a mouthful of blood as well. He'd seen his share of people gloating over others' misfortune, or cats crying for the rats they killed. But this fellow had wiped out the other party's 20,000 Saint Emperors and conveniently took out at least 100,000 outsiders' soldiers. And he did not lose even a single hair on his side. Yet, he could still do that. The 14th young master finally truly understood the meaning of the phrase, only when knowledge was truly needed would one realize that the books they'd read were too few. At this point, he suddenly realized that he didn't know any appropriate words that could be used to describe this fellow who was laughing and smiling as widely as a hippopotamus. Everybody called this young master an evil demon, but even all the people that this young master had killed in this entire lifetime of several thousand years was fewer than the number that he'd killed in just this 1 hour. Woo, compared to him, I'm truly too pure. What did the word despicable mean? What did the word shameless mean? Today, he'd finally witnessed the true standard of those words. The entire battlefield suddenly became completely silent until the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Whether it was the continent's allied army, or the outsiders' army, everyone was practically holding their breaths. Their eyes were twitching as they stared at the gigantic crater in the middle that had widened by at least 1-fold. The menacing black hole seemed to be still emanating darkness. It was like an incomparably huge demon's mouth, gaping greedily. Change a direction. Kill. Chuangshan Beidao's voice sounded as though he was crying. It felt as if he was going to spit out a mouthful of blood with every word. The remaining 10,000 soldiers, charge forward. Kill them all. Kill. The remaining 10,000 soldiers naturally referred to their final trump card. The 10,000 plus true saints and Saint Emperor experts. Those 10,000 experts quickly adjusted their minds and turned towards another direction. Although they needed to detour for at least several hundred li, it was still better than standing there like idiots. Even if all of them died on the battlefield on the other side, it would at least be of more value than being scared to death while standing on their side. After sustaining a disastrous loss of over 100,000 frontline soldiers, the outsiders' main army recharged their battle will and followed after the experts to take the detour. The only thing was that the attack this time was much more subdued. The excited and highly charged morale from before had already disappeared completely. As for Chuangshan Beidao himself, he had joined up with the other 6 Saint Monarch-level experts on the outsiders' side, charging upwards fiercely like rockets towards the position where Jun Moxie and the 14th young master were. How quick was the speed of Saint Monarchs? In just a mere instant, they'd already arrived before the 2 young masters' faces. Bastards! Who was that bully just now? Chuangshan Beidao's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at Jun Moxie and the 14th young master. A hint of confusion hung on his face. Why is it 2 people? Wasn't it just 1? This isn't right. The 14th young master's face turned cold instantly. What kind of a person was he? Even if Chuangshan Beidao was a 4th-level Saint Monarch, he didn't have the qualifications to scream and shout in front of him. How could the pride of the number 1 expert under the skies be tainted by such disgusting creatures as the outsiders? Jun Moxie's eyes also shone for a moment, but for some reason, he quietly took a step back. Chuangshan Beidao hadn't seen Jun Moxie's true appearance before, so although he could sense that Jun Moxie's cultivation was not inferior to him, that peerless expert could not possibly be this young man. That apocalyptic level of destruction was also definitely not something a 4th-level Saint Monarch could do. From the cultivation alone, the youngster in white robes could not possibly be that mysterious, peerless expert. But this black-robed man, on the other hand, had a cold and evil aura that could not be probed. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation at all. Without a question, this person was a dangerous character. And an absolute, peak-level expert. In that case, the answer was very obvious. If the person who caused them to suffer such great losses wasn't him, then, who else? So although he asked the question, his eyes were already locked venomously on the 9 Nether 14th young master. This person is undoubtedly a powerful enemy. The lives of 100,000 of my soldiers were all buried by this evil-looking guy in black. Just from that cold and dark energy emanating from him, it's obvious that this guy isn't a good person. Such demonic techniques could only come from him. That innocent-looking youth with a pretty boy face at the back would definitely not be capable of such evil and ruthless acts. There is no doubt that the evil-looking guy in black is the main sinner of our divine son. Chuangshan Beidao and the other 6 Saint Monarchs instantly grew crazy as soon as they saw the 9 Nether's 14th young master. They stared hatefully at the 9 Nether 14th young master, unable to hold themselves back from wanting to pounce on him immediately and strip his flesh from his bones. Motherf * curs. The 9 Nether 14th young master roared angrily, feeling extremely wronged. How would he not know that he had become the scapegoat for that girly-looking young Master Jun? But with enemies knocking right on his door, there wasn't any meaning in trying to reason things out given the vast amount of hate. Looking fiercely at Chuangshan Beidao, he snorted. Why aren't you kneeling and begging for death when you see this young master? Or are you still thinking of stubbornly resisting? The dark and icy voice seemed to have bloomed out of a refrigerator, chilling the hearts of any who heard him. You cold-hearted and ruthless son of AB** tch. Murderous bastard. Chuangshan Beidao nearly had a stroke when he heard the 9 Nether 14th young master's words. His eyes turned red and he pointed angrily, F***ck your grandfather, F***ck your ancestors. Ah. Wrapped in the black mist, the 9 Nether 14th young master's face instantly turned incredibly ugly. The atmosphere was already not good, and Chuangshan Beidao's words were like pouring oil on fire, directly turning the hot day into a winter cold. The chill in the air was naturally caused by the 9 Nether 14th young master. The black fog around his body surged out, causing the temperature in the entire area to plummet. The 9 Nether 14th young master was truly angered to the point of exploding this time. This outsider's bastard is truly quite something. Without even clarifying who caused his losses, he directly looked for me for trouble. Even though the two sides are enemies, and it shouldn't matter even if he was misunderstood, but, it clearly wasn't done by me. And you actually pointed your finger in my face and scolded my ancestors. Did my ancestors offend you? What the F***ck was that? Behind the 9 Nether 14th young master, Jun Moxie sighed lightly and said with a solemn voice. Although both sides are irreconcilable enemies, and it is an honor to die on the battlefield, but, such a large-scale slaughter is indeed somewhat evil. An innocent and pure look hung on young Master Jun's face as he lamented sadly at the state of the world. Even a single ant is a piece of life. These outsiders, although they're a little more disgusting, but, cows are born by mother cows, and humans are also born from their mothers. Even though they're not considered as cows or humans, they have mothers as well. This is an indisputable truth. Long live logic. When Chuangshan Beidao heard those words from young Master Jun, he could not help feel much better in his heart. He nearly dropped a tear from being too touched. That is what a human's words are supposed to sound like. Look at how that pretty boy talks. How graceful and well articulated. Unlike that black-robed murderous bastard. Wait, what's with them not considered as cows or humans? The 9 Nether 14th young master turned and looked incredulously at Jun Moxie. Who would have thought that this huge hat of sins would just be placed on his own head like that? What nonsense is that fellow spouting? The moment Jun Moxie's words came out, the 9 Nether 14th young master's crime had already been determined. If even your own people testified against you, was there any point in denying? Even if young Master Jun stood out now and changed his words, declaring that it was him who did everything, Chuangshan Beidao would not believe it. Not only would he not believe, he would even ridicule Jun Moxie for being boastful. What a load of crap, just a newly advanced 4th level Saint Monarch like you, could create such a mess. Do you think that your face is pasted with gold? Even boasting was not done in such a way. As for what Jun Moxie wanted to do, the idea was extremely simple. In any case, this 9 nether 14th young master was too free. So, he might as well give this elderly fellow some stuff to do. These few Saint Monarchs in front of them right now happened to be excellent targets. If the 9 nether 14th young master raised his hands and took care of all of them, the battle would become much easier. Even if he couldn't take care of all of them, killing a few was still a good thing. The 9 nether 14th young master would deal with the high-level experts on the other side, while he would focus on the main battle on the ground. In any case, no one would listen to that icy fellow if he tried to command the army. Letting him deal with these Saint Monarchs was much more useful. It was better than letting him continue being useless. You, expert of the Xian continent, do you dare to fight with the experts of our race? Chuangshang Beidao snorted, causing Jun Moxie and the 9 nether 14th young master to be somewhat stunned. These fellows had charged menacingly all the way here, but not only did they not attack directly, they instead decided to issue a challenge. Aren't all of their experts right here? Could it be that they had even more formidable experts still? Is that possible? On the side of the 3 holy lands, Gu Han was the strongest expert. When Gu Han was at his peak strength, he should be one of the stronger 4th level Saint Monarchs. At most, he would be around the strength level of half-sage, not necessarily comparable to the 9 nether 14th young master. After seeing the 9 nether 14th young master, Chuangshang Beidao still dared to issue a formal challenge. That means that the outsiders still had more powerful experts who weren't necessarily weaker than the 9 nether 14th young master. Then, comparing between the two sides, the Xian continent's experts were definitely inferior. Jun Moxie's thoughts spun quickly as he made his conclusion. Although these bunch of people are all Saint Monarch experts, even if all 7 of them joined hands, they are still not a match for us. But since they've charged up here, they must have something to rely on. Jun Moxie transmitted his voice quickly. I think they must have some other helper, and this helper is much stronger than all of them. If that is true, I'm really not confident of being able to handle that helper. Besides, my techniques are more suitable for use in chaotic battles, and less suited for individual combat. I'll have to trouble Brother 14th. In any case, there's nothing much for you to do here, so you might as well go and have a nice fight with their expert. The 9 nether 14th young master was so angered by this shameless remark that he nearly fainted. What kind of words were those? Ah. Even if one wanted to shift trouble to another person, it wasn't done in such a blatant way. What, not suited for individual combat? F***ck. If you're not suited for it, is there anything in the world that you're suited in? Expert of the Xian continent, do you have the guts to come with us? Come and fight with the same level expert of our race. Chuangshang Beidao gritted his teeth and stared provocatively at 9 nether 14th young master. Do you dare? This, do you dare, was as good as a formal challenge. The 9 nether 14th young master rolled his eyes and snorted icily. You're expert. What kind of dog**t thing is that? Isn't it still the same disgusting creatures? That kind of thrash dares to pick a fight with this young master. Why wouldn't this young master dare? There is no place in this world that this young master wouldn't dare to go. Lead the way. What kind of character was the 9 nether 14th young master? He was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of this world. He had never shrunk away from a challenge before. In addition, the 9 nether 14th young master was also a reasonable person. Although he felt that he'd been set up by Jun Moxie, he still agreed with the latter's words. He was undoubtedly not as useful as Jun Moxie over here. So in that case, he might as well go and get rid of the old rats in the outsider's nest. Besides, the expert that even a peak Saint Monarch like Chuangshang Beidao acknowledged would definitely not be weak. To have a match against experts of that level was a rare opportunity. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and any additional bit of comprehension gained through such a battle would be beneficial. Thinking of this, the 9 nether 14th young master even began to feel somewhat excited. What means did one depend on to break through? It was by engaging in battle with experts even stronger than oneself. Gaining comprehension through battle and advancing further. The 9 nether 14th young master had not met a truly strong expert in a long, long time. Such a good thing was not something that one could meet easily, especially with his current strength. Jun Moxie sniggered lightly and transmitted his voice. A battle against a strong expert, ah. How enviable. So. Do you feel grateful to me? You owe me another favor now, remember that. Remember, why wouldn't I remember? When this young master comes back, I'll be sure to settle the score properly with you. The 9th young master snorted and transmitted back. After that, he looked at Chuangshan Beidao and asked coldly. Why aren't you trash leading the way yet? What are you waiting for? Chuangshan Beidao saw that the 9th young master had agreed, and he nodded satisfactorily. Since you're not afraid of death, that is good. Come with me. Chuangshan Beidao seemed to be hiding some hints of joy. When they charged up here earlier, they'd intended to depend on the combined strength of the 7 of them to take out this peerless expert. But the moment they reached here, they discovered to their surprise that there was one more person. It was actually 2 people. Chuangshan Beidao already had no confidence against the 9th young master alone, not to mention that there was a proper 4th-level Saint Monarch, Jun Moxie present. Furthermore, there was an OG powerhouse below, Gu Han, watching them closely, preparing to provide assistance at any time. How could they fight like this? Seeing that the situation was not good, he decided to issue a challenge instead. Originally, he'd never held any expectations that this challenge would be successful. If the opponent wanted to fight, they would have no options but to escape desperately. But who would have thought that the other party would agree just like this? This was an unexpectedly huge profit. As for 9th young master and Jun Moxie, hadn't they also entertained the thought of getting rid of these 6 people here? But after thinking about it for a moment, they still threw that thought out. This place was simply too close to the main battlefield. If they started a large-scale battle here, it would implicate too many of their own people. Besides, there was an even greater expert behind these people. That was the real catch. If they could meet those experts head-on, it would still be better than being ambushed by them. And so, the 2 of them unanimously decided on the same plan: catch the king and execute the general. As long as they lobbed off the head of the main expert behind the scenes, everything would directly become okay. Well, as for the leader of the outsiders, Chuangshan Beidao also had the same thoughts as them: catch the king and execute the general. Both sides knew the importance of taking out the leader. Their strategies were completely the same, and even their actions were the same. Everybody was hatching the same scheme. However, the results were destined to leave some people joyous, and some people aghast. Chuangshan Beidao's face was filled with joy, secretly glad that he was bringing home the big fish to be cooked. Behind him, the 9th young master followed closely, his face calm and stern. Internally, he and young Master Jun were also exceedingly happy. They joined hands to destroy the enemy's army just now, reaping great rewards. Furthermore, they'd managed to lure out the big fish from the enemy's side. No matter what, Chuangshan Beidao had never thought that he would actually successfully lure the strongest expert of the Xian continent to their own expert. But he would have thought even less, that the person he needed to lure the most, was actually this white-robed youngster beside him. Although he'd managed to lure one expert over, the other was a much more dangerous character. On the other hand, the 9th young master would also not have thought that the great expert, that the other side was speaking about, was not just one person. And so, he'd rushed over excitedly, not expecting it would be 3 people. Furthermore, all 3 were true experts. As for those 3 great experts, they also hadn't thought that while they were trying to lure the expert of the Xian continent over, they'd accidentally brought in a 9 Nether's great demon. All these unexpected things ultimately ended up with such a situation where everyone was confused. The importance of this battle and the significance it held would definitely be something extremely far-reaching. The moment Chuangshan Beidao turned around, the other 6 Saint Monarchs also retreated. They were no fools. With the boss gone, the battle situation would now be left to them. Even without considering anything else, that pretty-looking kid who looked completely harmless was a proper 4th-level peak Saint Monarch. The moment that kid decided to take action, it wouldn't be anything difficult to take out 2 or 3 of them. Jun Moxie looked smilingly as the 6 of them backed off. Not only did he not stop them, he even had the mood to try to strike up a conversation with them. Everyone, it wasn't easy for us all to meet like this. Why don't we stay and have a chat? But it would have been better if he hadn't spoken. The moment he said those words, the 6 of them ran even faster. Stay and chat. What is there to chat about? What if one of us says something that you didn't like while chatting, and you decided to turn nasty? Our lives are not enough to hold a chat with you. We're not peak 4th level Saint Monarchs. Truthfully, young Master Jun also wanted to get rid of them and remove any future troubles. However, he simply did not have the means to do so right now, however much he wished it. Those two big moves he did just now had completely exhausted him. First, it was controlling the flame of primal chaos over a wide area. Then, he used the power of earth and controlled with the explosions of those 4,000 Saint Emperors. Although Jun Moxie's body hadn't been injured, and his spirit energy had been replenished, the exhaustion was still not something that could be overcome so simply. Young Master Jun was already considered to have calculated very well. He'd purposely pretended to be harmless, and even used some flowery words to try and keep these fellows here. As long as he could delay them for an hour and recover to half his peak condition, he would be able to unleash a killing spree. But unexpectedly, these fellows were actually not dumb at all. Their ability to scheme was not inferior as well. For the time being, the clash between the peak experts of both sides had come to an end. Below them, the forces from both sides had begun fighting once again. Under the lead of the 10,000 plus Saint Emperors, the outsiders' army covered the distance of over 600 li swiftly. Several hundred li on the other end, the flag of the outsiders could also be seen fluttering grandly. It was actually a two-pronged attack. On the Three Holy Lands side, the 7,000 plus experts under the lead of Mo Wudao and the other palace lords were also advancing spiritedly with the speed of lightning. These 7,000 experts could be said to be the final trump card and also the strongest fighting force of the Three Holy Lands. That direction was also where the main force of the outsiders' army were. As for the outsiders' army on the other side, they were handed to Tian Fa and the evil monarch Manner to deal with. Another 100 zhang more, the two sides were going to truly clash. To these top-tier experts, this short distance was something that could be covered in the blink of an eye. At this distance, both sides could see the gleaming weapons in their opponents' hands. Everyone knew that those sharp weapons could be plunged into their bodies in the next moment, slicing across their necks. Similarly, they knew that the weapons in their own hands also had the power to reap away the lives of their enemies. This attack could be said to be the strongest attack of the outsiders' army. It was also fated to be the most intense battle. Having lost the assistance of the 9 Nether 14th young master, Jun Moxie could not use the flame of primal chaos in a wide area of effect like before. Similarly, without the previous conditions, he could not create any of those large black holes anymore. Right now, there was only one method, which was to use the strength of the army to block this terrifying tide. All of a sudden, a sharp howl rang out in the air, and a white shadow flashed like a glaring rainbow. Like a comet, this white shadow plunged into the outsiders' army. In the instant that it landed, about a dozen Saint Emperor-level experts were sent flying with blood soaking their bodies. The white shadow was like a fierce hurricane. Everywhere it passed, it broke through the outsiders' army's ranks like a sword slicing through bamboo. Countless heads flew high in the air, their bodies thrown out like rag dolls. In almost an instant, the momentum of the outsiders was forcefully scattered. Gu Han was finally taking action. The effect of this Saint Monarch making a move was exceedingly shocking. The formation of the outsiders was broken apart. The timing of this attack was truly perfect. Gu Han was originally waiting for Chuangshang Beidao to appear. If he could drag this mortal enemy down with him, it would be the most ideal result. However, Gu Han also understood that the latter was now a peak 4th level Saint Monarch. With his own cultivation reclining, he was already not a match for him. Most importantly, because of the 9 Nether 14th young master, this battle was not going to happen anymore. As for the remaining peak level fighting force on the enemy's side, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan could definitely handle them. Thus, Gu Han no longer had any reservations as he tore through the enemy. Right now, his only mission was to kill or injure as many outsiders experts as possible. He would deal the greatest amount of damage to those 10,000 Saint Emperors. That was Gu Han's mission, his only mission. Even if that mission would cost him his life. Like a sharp spear, the 7,000 experts of the Three Holy Lands stabbed deeply into the enemy's ranks the moment Gu Han broke their formation. The moment they dove in, a rain of blood fell from the sky. The power scale on the two sides were exceptionally unbalanced for this battle. The Holy Lands' side was at a complete disadvantage. Not only did they lose out in terms of numbers, of the 10,000 plus experts on the outsider's side, there were at least 1 to 200 Saint Venerable level supremacy enduring heavens. As for the rest, they had all reached the Saint Emperor cultivation. The Holy Lands' side was not as strong. The majority of those 7,000 troops were still only at the Saint level. There were even some people with just the Venerable level cultivation. If not for about 40 Saint Venerable experts holding the force together and the suppression caused by Gu Han, the two sides would be completely mismatched. The outsiders' side did not have any expert who could stop Gu Han, allowing the latter to achieve such shocking results. In a short moment, the Holy Lanza's side even managed to seize the advantage. But as time wore on, with the outsiders' numbers, and the formidableness of their foundations, they still managed to regain a completely suppressive advantage. For now, the Holy Lanza's side could still forcefully stand their ground. But it would be a matter of time before they were defeated. Jun Moxie descended from the sky with a fearsome momentum, his skinny frame darting about the outsiders' forces like a ghost. Everywhere he went, a path would be cut open by him like a wheat field meeting a tractor. The speed, accuracy, and brutality at which Jun Moxie struck was completely unstoppable. The outsider experts on both sides of him were all killed with a blade slicing through their throats. The tyrannical spirit energy that flowed from him followed the open wound, instantly blowing up their dantian, completely sealing the fate of all the enemies he touched. Even the chance to form a spirit seed was snatched away, not allowing their spirits to escape. With a shrill sword cry, the blood of yellow flame burst through the air, entering the battlefield as well. Clang! The sound which the blood of yellow flame made was as if it was cackling madly with excitement. It was truly nearly mad with excitement, to the point where even its body was trembling. The order that Jun Moxie had given to it was, kill those two-headed freaks. Kill as many as you want. Kill however you want, as long as it makes you happy. This order was like putting a buffet before the blood of yellow flame who had starved for days and days, and telling it to enjoy itself without care for etiquette. This time, it might really die of happiness. Keek keek. How joyous. There were over 10,000 super experts in front of it, and they were all the best food for it to feast on. If it could swallow all of them, who knew what kind of level it would rise to? The blood of yellow flame swung happily in the air like a drunkard. It was so excited that it didn't know who to start on first. It simply spun happily in the air, emitting bouts of excited sword cries as if it were in a dream. Jun Moxie was sweeping through the outsiders' army like a violent hurricane, reaping lives everywhere. When he saw the blood of yellow flame's actions, he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Why was this sword suddenly stopping today? Could it have discovered its compassion and no longer wanted to kill? Raising his head, he saw the blood of yellow flame dashing around the sky like a headless fly, buzzing crazily. He seemed to be able to hear the blood of yellow flame shrieking excitedly, "Wahaha! I'm rich! I've really struck it rich this time. There's so much good stuff here. Wahaha!" A row of black lines immediately appeared on Jun Moxie's forehead as he roared, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to move? F***CK, what are you so excited about? If you continue lingering, you won't get a piece of hot turd even if you're rushing to eat poop." Blood of yellow flame immediately cried out to the sky, "Who dares to snatch my stuff?" With a shrill whooshing sound, it morphed into a gigantic ray of light as it slashed downwards. On the intense battlefield, the sharp gleam of a sword suddenly flashed, cutting a strange arc across the sky and deeply penetrated through a supremacy enduring heaven's expert. As it exited, the red glow around it became even more resplendent. Following that, the supremacy enduring heaven's expert's body dried up and crumbled to the ground. In the end, even the shape of his bones was not left intact, directly disintegrating into dust. As for the happily humming sword, it swung forward on its way, without any cares in the world as it pierced through two more supremacy enduring heavens. If it didn't need to stop to enjoy the fruits of its effort each time it killed someone, this extraordinary sword would have a much higher kill rate. But even so, as it continued its killing spree, the time between each time it stopped became shorter and shorter. With extreme speed, it flitted around the battlefield, suddenly appearing on the left, and suddenly on the right. Everywhere it went, a trail of dried bodies was left behind. The less unfortunate ones were still able to keep a full skeleton, while the others all turned into dust. The killing efficiency it showed became more and more shocking as time passed. Whenever the sword light flashed, several bodies would dry up and collapse. The blood of yellow flame sliced a path through the battlefield, turned around, and continued to kill. With such frightening momentum, who could stop it? It wasn't that no one had noticed the movements of this fiendish sword. Truthfully, many people had tried to stop it. However, their efforts were all in vain. The blood of yellow flame's strength was already above even young Master Jun's. In this kind of battlefield where its agility was the most useful, it was able to come and go as it pleased. Jun Moxie's methods were also exceedingly ruthless. Everywhere he went, people fell left and right as he hurried towards Guhan. Behind him, the violent sounds of explosions rang out continuously from the experts that had been forced to self-detonate by him. Unfortunately, such extreme measures were completely useless against young Master Jun, who was hiding in the void. No matter how violent the explosion was, could it shatter the void? As time passed, the situation on the battlefield became clearer. With the Holy Lands as 40-something Saint Venerable and above experts present, they were able to maintain some sort of balance. However, this balance was being reduced as time passed slowly, to a point of near collapse. The more time passed, the more unfavorable the battle situation was. Even with Guhan, Jun Moxie, and the blood of yellow flame dominating the enemy, the overall situation was still not something that could be overturned so easily. Lengtong's cultivation was only at the saint level, and against so many powerful saint emperors and strong experts on the outsider side, it was undoubtedly very disadvantageous for him. At this time, the three comrades around him had already exhausted all their strength long ago and self-detonated. To the people of the Holy Lands, they would prepare themselves to self-detonate as long as they met an opponent above Saint Venerable. Among the throngs of bloodthirsty soldiers, Lengtong gradually fell into the same situation. The three comrades beside Lengtong was the same, being at the saint level of cultivation. Their self-detonation had also only been able to injure their enemies, without affecting the battle results at all. Truthfully, it was already a pretty good result for a saint's self-detonation to hurt a saint emperor. However, such a result caused Lengtong to feel exceedingly angry and aggrieved. Death was not scary at all. The scariest thing was dying a worthless death. Unable to calm his heart, he stumbled slightly and was hit by an enemy's palm. How could a palm from a saint emperor be light? Lengtong felt a cold iron taste in his mouth, but before he had time to spit it out, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again, completely abandoning his defense, grabbing tightly onto the saint emperor that had injured him. Disregarding the frenzied counterattack of the enemy, he sunk his teeth deeply into the enemy's throat. A loud crack rang out, and blood flew everywhere. The perfect row of white teeth actually managed to tear the Saint Emperor's throat into shreds. Such a result was completely unexpected. The Saint Emperor howled painfully as he looked at Lengtong with disbelief. However, his body had already lost all its strength. The female body behind him let out a shrill scream and whipped around, fiercely slamming three palms onto Lengtong's body. Violent cracking sounds rang out, and Lengtong's 7 apertures burst with blood. However, he still remained smiling savagely as he held tightly onto the Saint Emperor's body like an octopus. With a final gasp of breath, his body began to swell. The male body of the Saint Emperor was already completely finished, and the battle strength dropped drastically in an instant. In a short moment, the female body was unable to get rid of Lengtong. Knowing that the other party was about to initiate a final self-detonation attack, she screamed savagely and rained down her fists continuously against Lengtong's body. Lengtong cackled madly with laughter. "Are you scared now? You perverted freaks. Follow this daddy to the Yellow Springs." With a final gleam in his eyes, his body swelled to the extreme and blew apart. The violent explosion instantly blew the supremacy enduring heaven's expert's body into two, blasting it high into the air where it broke apart further. So. Several blood-drenched figures shot across the sky. These were the few Saint Venerables that had followed Xia Changtian before. Their faces were incredibly wretched, and their bodies were filled with wounds which bled freely. Like fireflies dashing into the fire, they threw themselves into the densely packed group of outsiders experts. A short moment later, several terrifying booms rang out, instantly clearing a large area. Over 100 outsiders experts were buried together with them. The point of the explosion was not far from Jun Moxie, and the latter had practically witnessed everything with his eyes. In that moment, even young Master Jun could not help but feel somewhat moved. No matter whether their previous thoughts and actions were right or wrong, this explosion had resolved everything. Mo Wudao, who only had a venerable cultivation and was under the heavy protection of the Holy Lands as experts. Drenched in blood, he roared, "What kind of time is this now? You're still concerning yourselves with protecting me? Hurry up and go and kill the enemy. Don't care about me anymore, quickly go up and kill the enemy." Seeing that those experts were still hesitating, unwilling to leave his side, Mo Wudao cursed and separated himself from them. With a resolute gleam in his eyes, he shot forward, yelling, "Our Holy Lands did not let down the people." His voice was tragic and savage, as though his throat was filled with blood. In the moment that he shouted those words, all the experts around him could clearly see 2 lines of tears flow down the sides of his face. However, those tears were instantly blown away by the intense winds. With a brilliant sword flash, Mo Wudao disappeared into the middle of the enemy ranks. Amidst the bloodthirsty howls, an explosion that sounded no different from the cacophony of explosions in the background, rang out. With that explosion, the palace lord of the elusive world of immortals had already turned into a mist of blood. Logically, with Mo Wudao's strength as a venerable level expert, the impact he could bring to the battlefield was extremely minimal. Even with that self-detonation, not to mention killing any outsiders experts, it would be unlikely for him to injure many enemies. However, the effect that this explosion brought about was exceedingly shocking. The several hundred people from the elusive world of immortals that saw this scene, instantly howled aloud with grief and rage. Blood even flowed from the eyes of some people as they charged over madly. In that moment, everyone even felt their blood ignite to a terrifying extent. Apart from death, and dying a flashy death in battle, they no longer had any other wants. Our holy lands did not let down the people. Hundreds of elusive world of immortals experts chorused at the same time as they cried tears of blood. Raising their heads to the sky, they roared. It was as though they were swearing or proving something. It was as if they were shouting their lungs out for the entire world to hear. Without further hesitation, they charged into the densest enemy ranks and together, a gigantic explosion blasted out, echoing the final voice of the elusive world of immortals in this world. The shockwave of blood and flesh instantly cleared out a large patch of land as countless brave souls rose up. Mo Wudao, elusive world of immortals. Ha ha ha, a tall figure stood up, his face filled with resolution. With a loud laugh, this tall figure roared, the elusive world of immortals declared that they did not let down the people. Then, what of my supreme golden city? We also did not let anyone down. We did not let the world down. We did not let the common lives down. The 2,000 experts from the supreme golden city chanted, punching their fists in the air with such great strength. They roared with their soul, we did not let this continent down. We will prove that we did not let anyone down with our lives. Use our souls as offerings to the common lives of the world. Shiruachin whipped out his long sword as his beard swayed. And fight to the death. Fight to the death. With a thunderous roar, 2,000 experts went charging out. Every one of them was exhausted and covered in wounds from the numerous fights they had before. But they had fought with their strength, power and courage earlier. But this time, they were fighting using the last bit of brilliance left in their lives. The continuous sounds of self-detonation rang out incessantly. Wearing a smile, countless experts transformed their bodies, and the Xian Qi they had painstakingly cultivated turned into one final boom. With no complaints, no regrets. Not a single one of them hesitated. The number of outsiders decreased drastically again. Huyen Aobua of the illusory blood sea let out a thunderous yell, 2 trials of blood leaking from his eyes. Mo Wudao. Shiruachin. You 2 old farts. Leaving just like this without saying bye. Of all things, you just had to die before me. Preposterous. How preposterous. Wait for this daddy to come and settle this score with the both of you when I get there. In the midst of his yelling, Huyen Aobua roared into the skies, how could we, the illusory blood sea, be willing to be left behind? The 3 holy lands must exist together even if it's in the Yellow Springs. All his men perked up and yelled, indeed. Lord is right. Even if it's in the Yellow Springs, it is still the inseparable 3 holy lands. Huyen Aobua cackled. Since we have decided to reunite in the Yellow Springs, then what are we waiting for? Brothers, follow me to chase after them. Ha ha ha, catch up with them. Reunite in the Yellow Springs. All the experts from the illusory blood sea hollered. One purple-robed man came darting out and yelled, illusory blood sea, I'll open the path. With the flash of his purple robes, this Saint Emperor shot 30 zhang forward like a meteor, landing in the sea of outsiders first. In his maniacal laughter, a loud explosion rang out, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Huyen Aobua gave a sorrowful but proud smile. Good brother. Then, as he flashed his sword about, he bellowed, then, what are we still waiting for? Countless of good brothers are waiting for us to join them in the Yellow Springs. And all the remaining men went charging towards the remaining outsiders in a frenzy. A cacophony of explosions shook the world. The brave soldiers of the 3 holy lands and used their courageous spirits to prove their existence. This bravery and courage had shook the heavens and earth and crippled the outsiders' forces. Guhan was also charging berserkly in the enemy's formation. Endless cries rang out from the places he passed. And what was left was a sea of broken limbs and decapitated heads, fresh blood spurting into the air. Countless outsiders wanted to defeat him by self-detonating, but Gu Han went charging through it all, using his protective layer of Xian Qi, massacring and slaughtering without a single care. Honestly, Gu Han's action was extremely unwise. His Xian Qi cultivation was undoubtedly high, all these Saint Emperors and Saint Venerables couldn't deal much damage to him with their self-detonation. But even though it may not have significant damage, and he could ignore one or two, what if it was 10 people doing it at the same time? Or even more. Even the powerful Gu Han could not disregard such an aggressive attack. But right now, Gu Han had already completely disregarded all of these. There was nothing else on his mind. To kill. And only kill. Watching every single one of the Holy Lands' forces turn into legends and history, Gu Han's eyes were filled with tears, his vision was already blurry. He may have sounded all heroic and liberal when he was speaking with young Master Jun, Mei Shuiyan, and all the beast kings of Tian Fa previously, completely unconcerned about life and death. But in this instance, when the destruction of the Holy Lands turned into a reality, he ultimately couldn't remain as aloof. What hurts, still hurt. What was painful remained painful. Gu Han's entire heart was broken. The only thing that remained unchanged was Gu Han's unstoppable, formidable, and rapid attacks. Jun Moxie cut his way through the sea of people, stepping on the mountains of corpses as he rushed over. The blood of yellow flame continued to dance in the air in a frenzied massacre, enjoying the sumptuous meal. This Saint Emperor army consisting of over 10,000 outsiders was only left with less than 2,000 now. In terms of manpower, it was a considerably glorious battle record for the 3 Holy Lands to achieve with their 7,000 men. Gu Han dealt another powerful palm, sending blood flying across the air. He roared hysterically, "Jun Moxie! Go back there. There's no one there to hold the fort over there. Leave this side to me." Jun Moxie's eyes reddened as he replied calmly. "Old Gu. All the heroes of 3 Holy Lands have already left. But you can't leave because of this. This battlefield, the continent, still needs you." Gu Han continued to rain attacks, slaying all the outsiders around him. He yelled, "Jun Moxie! Don't make me hate you at the last moment. Go. Leave this place, go over there. Hurry up and go, ah." From the other side, an earth-shaking battle cry rang out. The outsiders have clearly began launching their attacks. "Get lost, ah. Get lost. Go over there. Hurry up and get over there." Gu Han yelled in a crazed manner. "The Holy Lands are already gone, do you really think I can continue living? What's the point in living anymore? Jun Moxie, don't make me regret, don't make me look down on you. I'm part of the Holy Lands, this is a fact that will never change for eternity." Jun Moxie turned silent, only feeling a throbbing ache in his heart. "Go. Go over there." Gu Han begged. "Jun Moxie, I beg you, leave this place to me. Leave everything here to me. I beg you," he suddenly roared hysterically, "I beg of you." Tears finally fell from Jun Moxie's eyes. "I understand, I leave everything here to you. I'm going now, take care. I hope, we will meet again." Then his white figure flashed, and he vanished before Gu Han. Gu Han gave a satisfied smile. "Jun Moxie. Many thanks. Don't ever forget to kill Zhang Kuang. This is what you promised the Holy Lands. And don't ever forget about what I entrusted you to do. Please." Jun Moxie's heart was filled with grief. He knew that Gu Han had already decided to throw his life here. The Holy Lands had fallen to ruins, and Gu Han no longer had any reason to continue living. At the same instant he left, Jun Moxie activated the power of earth and all of the spiritual qi he had saved up earlier. Whoosh! 2 giant mountains that were 100 zhang in height rose on either side of Gu Han, only leaving a passage that was about 10 zhang wide between them. If the outsiders wished to bypass this barricade, they'd have to go through Gu Han. Gu Han had already decided to battle to his death alone. Then, the only thing Jun Moxie could do for him was to help him create an environment where he became an uncrossable mountain. Gu Han had already decided to battle to his death, so Jun Moxie would help him create a legend. Holding back 10,000 outsiders, with the strength of one man alone. The moment both mountains were erected, Jun Moxie's vision faded black from practically exhausting all his spirit energy. An unprecedented sense of fatigue and exhaustion hit him, and he barely managed to keep himself from falling out of the sky. Erecting 2 giant mountains within such a short period of time. With Jun Moxie's current rate of recovery, he had already overexerted the power of Earth. Gu Han was astonished by this sudden change in environment, but he did not hesitate. In a flash, he took a few steps back and flipped over, landing firmly right in the mountain pass that was just created. He stood with his palms behind his back, oozing out a murderous aura from head to toe. His clothes drifted in the air as he stood alone, with an aloof look in his eyes. His stance and tremendous presence had terrified all the outsider experts in front of them. They all couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They could distinctly feel that this person in front of them was a tall mountain that they could not pass. If they wished to pass, the price to pay was their lives. Gu Han looked at them quietly and suddenly let out a deep breath. I am the only one left from the Holy Lands now. The legacy of 10,000 years has come to an end, the expedition today will turn us into legends. Gu Han's voice was unusually calm and aloof, but it echoed in the air for a long time. The noise from the battlefield couldn't drown out his voice. His voice might have seemed aimless, as if he didn't have a designated audience, but everyone from the Tian Fa forces knew that Gu Han was speaking to them. Or it can be said that, these were the final words Gu Han had to say while representing the three holy lands. Thus, everyone who did not partake in the battle listened silently with a solemn expression. A gust of wind blew past, seemingly carrying a hint of autumn with it. The elusive world of immortals has existed for 11,300 years and has disciples that have exceeded millions. Since its establishment, we had shocked the world. Then, the outsiders invaded, and in order to prevent them from entering the continent, we abandoned our original establishments and moved into the wilderness. It has been 8,633 years since then. Gu Han's beard and hair fluttered in the wind. The supreme golden city and illusory blood sea are the same. From past till now. Today, it will all turn into nothing. The efforts of 8,600 years will turn into smoke overnight. From ancient times till now, millions of brave souls have returned to the heavens for the continent. The only survivor from all the bloody battles is me. Gu Han laughed in a crazed manner. I, Gu Han, am part of the Holy Lands, in life or death. Slaying the outsiders, stopping their invasion, protecting the continent and the common lives. This is the duty of the Holy Lands, I will not forget it even if I die. I must not die in the hands of the outsiders, or I will be cursed in my death. The spirits of heaven and earth shall witness my vow. I make with no regrets for life. As Gu Han spoke, his beard and hair flared with every word he said. His aura surged, and he slowly brought his sword up before his chest. Then, he remained silent. The air was filled with his preparedness to sacrifice. From far away, Mei Shuyan had tears in her eyes, thousands of emotions coursing through her. Xiaoying felt extremely shaken, her tears had already blurred her vision. Her petite frame trembled and shivered, feeling as if something that was extremely important to her was gradually leaving her, a feeling of devastation and grief consumed her. Gu Han suddenly gave out a deafening cry that seemed to never cease. Before it ended, the sword in Gu Han's hand shook and let out a chilling cry. As the boundless sword light shot from it, Gu Han had already charged into the outsiders' army with his sword. Striking first instead of waiting for the enemy to strike. A lifetime of 3,000 years, with a sword that led millions. Standing at the peak for centuries, cutting past and present with a single sword. The last glory of the Holy Lands, Gu Han. And only, Gu Han. The sword light flashed about as blood spurted out like fountains. Heads rolled onto the ground and blood turned into rivers. As if it had been flowing until now since 8,633 years ago. At this moment, Gu Han's battle strength had incomprehensibly returned back to its peak form. He was so calm and cold to the point of ruthlessness. He berserkly slayed his way amidst the outsiders. All the crimson rain and devastating screams seemed to be playing the most solemn, stirring, and final dirge of the three holy lands. He only attacked, dropping all his defenses. Aside from Chuangshan Beidao, 3 of the other 6 saint monarchs had already rushed over, and began to launch a joint attack on Gu Han with the remaining forces. Gu Han was not afraid, nor worried. He who had returned back to his peak form moved with great ease amidst the joint attack of over 1,000 people, despite wielding only his sword. Countless of sharp swords went slicing across his body. Some of them were instantly shattered by his Xian Qi, along with their wielders. Some with higher cultivation and managed to keep a grip on their swords and managed to stab it into his flesh, but their swords were instantly broken by his dense and thick Xian Qi. Even the stronger experts who managed to deal deep cuts to his body with their weapons were instantly met with a vicious counterattack. Although he was gravely outnumbered, Gu Han remained unmoved about it. His eyes remained calm and incisive. After he charged and slayed the enemies for some time, he would turn back and guard that passageway. As if he had still managed to protect the 10,000 years of glory belonging to the Holy Lands. Then, he went charging forward again, raining massacre. Then back and out again. Back and forth, repeating ceaselessly. Right now, Gu Han was like a killing machine that did not know exhaustion. He could accurately unleash his strongest prowess at any moment, dealing the enemies the harshest attacks. In this hour, he had already repeated this over 20 times. Every single time, it was a sea of corpses and blood. Countless outsiders crumbled beneath Gu Han's feet. Gu Han laughed to his heart's content. In his entire life, 2 lifetimes, he had never behaved this willfully. At this final moment of his life, he had to strive his hardest to be willful just this once. His pupils were already dilated, reflecting the thrill from massacring. All those faraway memories, belonging to his previous life and current life, belonging to Wu Shan-yun and Gu Han. In this endless massacre, the world seemed to have lost all its color and sound. Only the flashbacks of Gu Han's 2 lifetimes stubbornly and silently replayed in his mind. Every single flashback was just that clear. Sweeping across the world in his previous life, joining the Holy Lands as a spirit Xian, the glory of resisting the outsiders for thousands of years in the elusive world of immortals. All the names of those seniors and glorious days. How proud I was back then, proud, because I'm part of the Holy Lands. Who had ever disputed their achievements of 10,000 years? Is the honor and glory over? This sentence appeared in Gu Han's mind. He suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his heart. He couldn't help but holler loudly, is the honor and glory over? Are they over? Are they all over already? Is it that the efforts and contributions in the past are dismissed the moment there's a mistake? Is it? Is it? Contributions cannot cover the mistakes, but mistakes can erase all the achievements. Is it? Is it? He roared angrily into the skies, as if he were questioning the heavens. The Holy Land is a humiliation. Is it? 10,000 years of effort and sacrifice. 10,000 years 10,000 years Gu Han howled, his beard and hair flying as his tears of blood flew in the air. Countless of dismembered outsiders' parts were sent flying away by him, but he still continued to yell crazily, mistake. A mistake. Use all our lives to make up for it. Will that do? Will that do? He turned around abruptly with a whoosh, his violent chi shot across the surrounding, causing countless of outsiders to be sent flying in the air pathetically. Even if we were wrong, we did not let the common lives down. Gu Han howled. Even if we were wrong, we did not let this continent down. We did not let anyone down. No one. Not at all. The bitter battle went on for a long time, and the corpses of the outsiders had already formed a small mountain that was continuing to grow in size. Gu Han was drenched in blood, standing right at the top of this small mountain, stepping on this literal mountain of corpses and bones. He looked at the remaining 700 outsider experts ahead of them as if he were looking at corpses. He had already buried over 1,000 Saint Emperor experts from the outsiders with his hands. Although it was a brilliant achievement, Gu Han wasn't in an optimistic state. He wasn't completely out of gas, but he was approaching it. His left hand was already cut off, and a shiny sword protruded from his belly. That was the work of an outsider Saint Monarch. Naturally, Gu Han would not treat the Saint Monarch who had done this unfairly. At the moment he was struck, he used the sharpest attack to slay him, erasing him for eternity. The reinforcements from Tianfa had already arrived in the area, so how could they bear to watch Gu Han fight on his own? They had wanted to lend support numerous times, but were stopped by Gu Han. If he allowed the Tianfa warriors to join the battle, Gu Han would definitely be able to get out safely. It didn't matter how severe the injury is. As long as he lasted till the time frame limit of the effects of the heaven reversal pill was over, the most severe of injuries wouldn't matter. With Gu Han's capabilities, it wasn't impossible for him to attain even higher levels. Even if Tianfa did not participate, with Gu Han's prowess, if he wished to leave, there would be no one present who could stop him. But all these were already not in Gu Han's considerations. This battle belongs to the Holy Lands. Before the last person from Holy Land dies, no one is allowed to interfere. I'm still here, I'm still fighting. The Holy Lands are not wiped out yet. The Holy Lands have yet to fall. We're still fighting. Gu Han wore a crazed expression. If anyone comes, I'll commit suicide. Gu Han was no longer fighting for himself, nor slaying the enemy. It was only for the honor and glory of the Holy Lands. He knew that if he fell, then the Holy Lands would really become a part of history and turn into a thing of the past. So Gu Han used all his might and wrung every single bit of energy in him to prolong the existence of the Holy Lands. Even if it was only for a single breath. It's still Holy Lands that are fighting. They're still fighting. Thus, he rejected help from anyone. In any way. The final battle of the Holy Lands. This battle belongs to the Holy Lands. Gu Han's body was beginning to sway, his vision already becoming blurry. One will eventually use up all their energy. He had taken on thousands of peak experts alone. It was already a miracle that he could last till now. It was enough to be written into an immortal legend. Gu Han knew that he had reached his limit. And may not even last till the next bout of attacks. There were less than 400 people ahead. However, those that could last till now were undoubtedly experts with considerable power. These outsider experts stared at him sinisterly, hoping that he would collapse on his own. Even if they knew the person in front of them was completely exhausted of his strength, not a single person dared to test him. The final moment arrived. I can still kill. Gu Han roared, charging ahead like before. Those remaining outsiders experts instantly detected that Gu Han was really spent for good. He was still human, and not an immortal. Over 1,500 outsiders Saint Emperor experts had already died at his hands. With a cry, the remaining outsiders experts came charging forward. Flashing their weapons. Who didn't want to get the endless glory of slaying the #1 expert of the Holy Lands? Those two saint monarchs from the outsiders were right at the front. In a flash, both parties clashed. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. The two saint monarch pierced their weapons through Gu Han's body effortlessly. Countless weapons pierced through him at the same time. Gu Han did not dodge or avoid them, a calm look on his face. He only grabbed the two saint monarchs in a flash and yelled with all his strength, Jun Moxie. Don't forget what I entrusted you to do. This voice was extremely incisive, as if it had gushed right into the deepest parts of everyone's souls, reverberating on the battlefield for a long time. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The #1 expert of Holy Lands and the Xian continent, Gu Han, suddenly self-detonated. This tremendous explosion was unprecedented, it was like an atomic bomb that went off. The immense waves instantly crumbled the peaks of the two mountains Jun Moxie had erected. Over 200 of the remaining 300 outsiders experts left were killed in this explosion. Even those that managed to survive were sent flying far away by the impact. As for the two saint monarchs who were caught by Gu Han and couldn't escape, they died along with him. The entire battlefield turned silent. Everyone's gaze looked over. Each of them wore a solemn expression, filled with endless admiration and respect. Jun Moxie felt his heart wrench and finally couldn't hold back his tears as they fell. That final cry from Gu Han before he died still echoed in his ears, Jun Moxie. Don't forget about what I entrusted you to do. Jun Moxie could tell how much fatherly love this cry had encompassed, and Gu Han's imploration of him. At this moment, what Gu Han entrusted was his daughter, Xiao Ying. And it was only Xiao Ying, who was his final regret before his heroic sacrifice. His only regret. But he couldn't even call out, daughter, as he died. Because once he had said it, everyone would know that it was Xiao Ying. So, he didn't say it. He wanted his daughter to continue living on blissfully without knowing the truth. He would rather that she didn't know that she had a father like him than feel hurt or regret. In the final moments of his life, Gu Han finally allowed all his fatherly love to burst out, the love he had suppressed in his heart for over thousands of years. But he wouldn't be able to do it anymore. I promise you. I will, take good care of her. Rest assured. Jun Moxie said in his heart silently. But did you know that you've given me a great problem? You don't wish for your daughter to be sad, but how could I bear to let you have regrets? What should I do? Gu Han would never be able to answer his question, forever. After the deafening explosion, the entire battlefield was unusually silent. Gu Han's heroic act had not only moved all the Tian Fa's warriors, it had also shocked all the surviving members from the outsiders. Everyone was silent and speechless as they looked at the mushroom cloud that rose. A tragic cry cut through this silence. Xiao Ying came charging out in hysteria but was caught by Mei Shuyan. She struggled with all her might, but her entire body began to freeze, and then she fainted, fresh blood spurting from her mouth. Although Qiaoying still didn't know that respectable senior was her biological father and her only kin on this world, Gu Han's care and concern for her, and her admiration towards Gu Han may not necessarily be any lesser than father and daughter. Watching the closest person in the world suddenly leave this world, how could she not be heartbroken and devastated? Mei Shuiyan cradled Qiaoying in her arms, tears streaming from her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand, and Tian Fa's army began to beat their drums. Our comrades from the three holy lands have bravely sacrificed themselves, how can Tian Fa be willing to stay behind? Mei Shuiyan ordered. Bear King. Crane King. Wolf King. Tiger King. Order your troops to attack and hold them back at all costs. Everyone else, be on standby. Do not sully the name of Tian Fa. Bear King and the rest had witnessed this great battle, and their blood was already boiling. Practically everyone's heart was about to burst from holding back. The moment they received the order, they gave a ground-shattering roar and went charging ahead with their troops. Both forces began to draw close again. The valiant spirit that only belonged to soldiers was all incited at this moment. Be it Tian Fa or the outsiders, at this moment, they felt their blood burning painfully. And this flame could not be relieved with simply a battle. Only the fresh blood of the enemy could satiate it. The moment they came into contact, it triggered a great battle. All the soldiers from both sides howled and charged forward in a frenzy. A battle to the death unfolded with this. The pillar of heaven's mountains was already destroyed, and the continent no longer had a natural barricade. They had to completely eliminate the outsiders in this battle. For once and for all. The outsiders were also thinking the same. That beautiful world was right before their eyes, with such a God-sent opportunity. If they still couldn't invade the continent this time, then there wouldn't be any hope of doing so in the future. To burn one's boats and fight with their backs to the river, it was either win or die. Both parties had the same circumstances and intentions. The outsiders came surging forward like waves. All of them wore sinister expressions, howling and screeching grotesquely with unexplainable vengeance. It rang out across the entire battlefield. The ground shook because of it. The skies trembled from it. Blood splattered everywhere the instant both forces came into contact. Everyone only had one thought, one action. They all howled and charged forward excitedly. Chopping, killing, stomping as they moved forward, leaving only a pool of blood behind them. With a whistle from Jun Moxie, the blood of yellow flame flew out from its sheath, flying across the sky in seconds and joining the battle on the other side. Jun Moxie was also an exceptionally sharp sword in the battle over here. His entire body was like a lethal weapon. The enemies fell in batches wherever he passed, although no one could see how he was attacking. Bear King and Tiger King brought their men and followed behind him, charging forward in a mad craze. Boom! The power of earth was activated again, and a giant pit appeared out of nowhere beneath the feet of the outsiders. Over 100 outsiders fell into it screaming as they couldn't stop in time and were caught by surprise. Then, they were stampeded upon by their own people who were charging from behind. Turning into a huge pool of blood. Boom! Another huge hole suddenly appeared again, this time in a different direction. Although he had recovered a small amount of spirit energy, he couldn't exert the power of earth to its limit for the time being. Even if he could, Jun Moxie didn't intend to use it like that anymore. The outsiders were no fools, they were already on their guard. But Jun Moxie unintentionally realized that he could afford to use it on small scales, as it would only use very little spirit energy. And by using it in such small amounts, it had great effects. During a rapid battle like this where both sides were charging ahead so quickly, as long as the outsiders fell into the empty pit, they'd be stomped to death by their own people. Jun Moxie didn't have to do anything. There were truly too many of them. So small and shallow pits had also become an advantage. Those who were 5 people behind wouldn't know what happened in front. The only thing they knew was to charge. Charge! Charge! Such a frenzied attack had given Jun Moxie a great opportunity to deal significant damage without having to use too much energy. Holes began to appear on the ground randomly, and each appearance would take away the lives of dozens or even hundreds of outsiders. But there were truly too many outsiders, and even this sort of high-efficiency attacks wasn't enough to cripple them. Jun Moxie stretched out his arms as the purple chi began to shroud his body and burst out. Dozens of similar holes appeared before young Master Jun, and with their appearance, a series of tragic shrieks rang out. Seeing that the stratagem worked, Jun Moxie did not delay and immediately acted. With a wave of young Master Jun's hands, a sea of flames appeared and covered the surrounding radius of 10 miles. Then, with another wave of his hands, 9 fire dragons appeared and flew into the concentrated troops of the outsiders. Petrified screams rang out, shaking the heavens. The flame that had appeared this time wasn't the flame of primal chaos. Although this sort of ordinary flame wasn't fatal to Xian Qi experts, it still had effects on ordinary soldiers who were Sky Xians and below. Thick black smoke began to rise from the entire battlefield, coupled with the odd smell of burnt human flesh that pervaded the air. Big Bear and Earthcracker led their troops to slay to their heart's content. It had become so easy to kill the enemy following behind Jun Moxie. They only needed to aim their blades at those disgusting necks and go hacking down. On the other side, the blood of yellow flame shot through the outsiders' army like a meteorite, through their backs and the front again, with a shrill sword cry. It was merely a sword, but the damage it dealt was extremely terrifying. But there were truly too many outsiders taking part in the battle. In such a suicidal manner of attacking, many of them had surrounded the Tian Fa soldiers. And there were even more who bypassed the battles and went charging towards the main camp of Tian Fa. Hoping to pull the carpet from under Tian Fa. If they could smash the headquarters, then they'd have the chance to invade the Xian continent. Then it'd be easy to do the rest afterwards. Countless of outsiders went charging forward like a swarm of locusts. The final battle was finally going to unfold here. After losing the geographical advantage, the outsiders still had the upper hand in this battle. They had swarmed all the soldiers from Tian Fa by outnumbering them, trapping them in individual battles to create middle-scale battles, while others bypassed these battles and charged straight into Tian Fa's camp. Mei Shuyan wore a somber expression. Tian Fa's strength was undoubtedly superior. The ultimate victor of this battle would still be Tian Fa in a battle like this. But this victory would take time. When faced with the outsiders that were attacking by outnumbering the enemy, Mei Shuyan was a little at a loss about what to do. She had already deployed over 30,000 Tian Fa soldiers out of the 40,000. Those behind her were races that were not good at battling. They were the logistic troops for this battle and had limited battle abilities. But from the looks of things, it was ultimately an inevitable battle. Mei Shuyan's petite hand slowly rose up, holding a dazzling sword. It was the sword for the king that Jun Moxie had given her back then. The sword went hacking down, with chilling blade light. Mei Shuyan yelled, "Everyone, move out for battle. With our lives, carry out our duty. Tian Fa will never fall behind. It's not only the 3 holy lands that protected the continent for 10,000 years. Tian Fa also shares the same glory. For Tian Fa. For the glory of Tian Fa. Brothers, charge ah." With a flash of her white robes, Mei Shuyan went charging into battle first, right into the mass of outsiders. All the soldiers from Tian Fa behind her roared, wielding their weapons as they went charging forward ferociously. The entire battle became intertwined. Every minute and second had countless of people losing their lives. And these people came from the outsiders, and also Tian Fa and members of the evil monarch manor. The entire battlefield had already turned into a giant meat grinder. Everyone was killing away without the slightest care about life and death. If they couldn't slay the enemy with this blow, then they'd be slayed by the enemy. Even if they managed to take down the enemy, the next moment, they'd be taken down by another enemy. It was the same for the outsiders and Tian Fa soldiers. The outsiders had an advantage in numbers, but Tian Fa had exceptional battle abilities. The sacrifice of the 3 holy lands had wiped out almost 90% of the stronger forces amongst the outsiders. If they ultimately emerged victorious from this battle, the 3 holy lands' contributions would be extremely significant. Jun Moxie dwelled on his thoughts as he massacred away. It was a pity, the stubbornness and pride of the 3 holy lands left Jun Moxie a little surprised. This battle had started with the 3 holy lands asking Tian Fa and evil monarch manor to join the battle. Jun Moxie had thought that they would be able to work together, wholeheartedly. But he discovered that it was simply his one-sided delusion from start to end when things came to a head. Until the end, the people from Holy Lands would rather die than truly work with Tian Fa. Just as Mo Wudao said, some things were done wrongly. But if given another chance, even if they knew it was wrong, they'd still do it the same way. The heroic sacrifice of everyone from the 3 Holy Lands was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the outsiders. But amongst them, there were many people who shouldn't have died. But they chose to give up. Gu Han, for example. If he wished to, he would be able to continue living on, and even continue his journey. Perhaps, at the moment the pillar of heaven's mountains collapsed, these members of the Holy Lands had lost all their will to live. This battle may have given them the salvation they needed. It's a pity, ah. The battle continued to drag on, there was killing going on everywhere. Looking down from above, there was no end in sight. This battle had truly covered too large an area. In an environment like this, even with Jun Moxie's miraculous abilities, he couldn't do anything about it. There's a limit to one's abilities, Jun Moxie was no exception to this. He could only allow the battle to go on. The only thing he could do right now was to kill more enemies. With every person he killed, it meant a greater chance of survival for his own people. The outsiders had obtained a significant upper hand by triggering the human sea stratagem. This was the first advantage the outsiders had won in terms of their strategies since the battle began. The higher-ups of the outsiders clearly recognized this. As long as they continued with this strategy, as long as a portion of the outsiders managed to invade the Xian continent, then they'd have obtained victory. Even if they couldn't slay all the Tianfa warriors. With a strategy set in place, the outsiders began to reinforce on it, using their strongest troops to hold that last 10,000 men army, led by Mei Shuyan, back as they deployed a small group of outsiders to invade the continent. If there were really outsiders that managed to successfully infiltrate the Xian continent, then it'd really be a long-lasting disaster. How could Mei Shuyan not see this? But these troops that she was leading personally were the weakest bunch. They would only protect themselves against these bunch of outsiders. They really did not have much ability to hold them back. As to the other troops, they were all far away and surrounded by large number of enemies. There was nothing they could do. The only ones who could attempt to stop them would be Jun Moxie and Blood of Yellow Flame. But even if the two of them managed to rush over in them, could they truly stop the enemies? The perilous situation of the Xian continent completely erupted. At this moment, there was suddenly a troop of people hurrying over. Every single one of them wore an expression of utmost urgency. Fearing that if they were late, they'd only receive news of defeat. Moxie! Be careful of your own safety. I'll help you slay the enemies. A clear cry rang out. Jun Moxie was shocked, then elated. He leapt up and glanced over, only to hear a deafening roar rang out. A huge troop came charging out. The one leading them was none other than old Madame Dongfang. The three troops led by Jun Moxie's three uncles also went charging right onto the battlefield without even saying anything. The first group of reinforcements has arrived. The Dongfang family has arrived. There were battle flags fluttering from a distance, another person shouted, Manor Lord Jun. Sikong Anya, have arrived. The experts of the Sikong family also arrived at this pivotal moment. Reinforcements from the Xian continent have arrived. Everyone be careful. Take care. These outsiders' scum cannot be taken lightly. Jun Moxie hollered loudly. Tianfa and evil monarch Manor could completely suppress the enemies with their strength, but the families of the Xian continent may not be able to handle it. Any careless move would result in disastrous casualties. Jun Moxie's kin and friends made up the reinforcements. How could he not warn them? Another stammering voice also rang out, Jun. That Jun. I. Di Duanmu. Si Chao. F Fan, have also arrived. It was Duanmu Chao Fan of the Duanmu family that had arrived. No one from the Continent Alliance found this stammering voice amusing, instead, they felt a surge of hot blood pumping in their hearts. People from the continent have finally come. Another loud cry rang out. A person donned in pristine white robes came flying, holding his sword. The people of the continent are battling to stop the invaders, how could Blizzard Silver City be left behind? It was City Lord of Blizzard Silver City, Han Fengxue. He had led numerous experts from Blizzard Silver City and rushed here. They all wore similar clothing. Their white robes and silver swords made it seem as if all the snow from the snowy mountains had suddenly fluttered here. A chilling cold wind also came blowing, cooling the unusually hot air of this battlefield. Loud rumbling could be heard from afar, as dust rose into the air. An agitated voice cried out, Moxie. You absolutely must hang in there. Third uncle is coming. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan perked up upon hearing this. Compared to the few voices from before, hearing the voice of this kin made them extremely excited. Because the arrival of this voice also meant that Tianfa's own reinforcements have arrived. Jun Wui had led the remaining forces left in Tianfa here at this crucial moment. This was a force of no less than 10,000 people. Although this batch of reinforcements could not compare to the Tian-Fa warriors that were engaged in a ferocious battle currently, they were 9th-level Xian beasts at the very least. A force like this was like nightmarish existence to the low-leveled outsiders on the battlefield. The only flaw was that these people had been rushing non-stop to get here, and did not have any time to rest or recuperate before plunging straight into battle, engaging in a vicious slaughter. Naturally, they wouldn't be in peak form. But this unexpected reinforcement had resolved the greatest predicament. It was precisely the arrival of this batch of reinforcements that prevented any outsiders from invading the Xian continent, greatly alleviating the pressure on Tian-Fa. The battle situation began to slowly turn around. As the giant flags fluttered, 3rd Master Jun Moxie, led the last batch of reinforcements from Tian-Fa onto the battlefield. The outsiders may have had a considerable advantage against the experts of worldly families, but they couldn't gain any advantage against Tian-Fa troops that were organized in their attacks. Everyone in the vanguard, move out. Assist the battlefield at the fastest speed. Those in the middle and rear, halt. Seize every second to recuperate. 1 hour later, all of you in the middle, move out. Everyone in the flank and rear shall move out after 2 hours. The Blood General Jun Moxie was truly one of the greatest generals. He clearly recognized that if they deployed all their forces mindlessly onto the battlefield, even if they'd be able to alleviate the battle situation, it didn't do anything to help the overall situation. And it would only increase the casualties on their own side. In fact, the forces led by Jun Moxie and Mei Xuan had never fallen into a disadvantageous position although they were being surrounded. If given enough time, they'd definitely be able to turn the tables and crush the enemies. But that was on the condition that they had time. So there must be enough reinforcements partaking in the battle to obtain more time. Otherwise, there would be countless of outsiders that would be able to slip past them and invade into the continent, creating irreversible damage. But strategies were required to obtain time. 3rd Master Jun had clearly distinguished that his group of reinforcements was not for slaying the enemy, but to stop the enemy and help stall for time no matter what, until Jun Moxie and Tian-Fa's troops were able to break free from their predicament. So he instantly gave the order for the vanguard to move out with the intention of making a sacrifice to stabilize and stall the entire battle. Then, the flanks and rear troops would take this time to recuperate and get organized. After an hour, they'd have recovered almost 40% of their strength, which allowed them to stall for even more time. And with this buffer, Jun Moxie was confident that he could come up with strategies based on the changes in the battle and arrange the troops. He would attack the weaknesses of the enemy, using the smallest amount of troops to deal the greatest blow on the enemy. As to the 3rd echelon that had rested for 2 hours, they would have recovered significantly. When that time came, they could all be deployed to secure victory. Jun Moxie had just arrived on the battlefield and barely had the time to observe the situation. But he decisively decided on the strategy that would secure victory. This sort of foresight was unrivaled in this world, and it was the best tactic they could use as of now. But even then, the Blood General couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air when he looked at this treacherous battlefield. 3rd Master Jun had spent half his life fighting wars and had also led tens of thousands of men to sweep across the world, but a treacherous battle like the one today was a first for him. These weren't ordinary soldiers that were fighting. Those who were fighting in these battles, even the cannon fodder, were considered expert existences within ordinary armies. The effects created by several tens of thousands of such experts fighting together was even more shocking than the armies in the millions from ordinary worldly countries clashing together. Jun Moxie immediately concluded from a single glance, a battle like this shouldn't exist in the mortal realm. This sort of battle wasn't only unprecedented, it would also be unsurpassable. In the battlefield, under the lead of Solitary Eagle, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer members were collecting the lives of the outsiders. In another direction, Ling Ao and Bailey Luoyun led their men to slay the enemy's face on instead of attempting to assassinate the higher-ups of the enemies. At some point in time, Supreme Assassin Chu Chihuan had also joined them. This small unit of assassins may not be great in numbers, but they were like a sharp, unstoppable awl. There were continuous cries coming from the side of the continent. There were countless Xian cultivators from that Xian continent that suddenly came charging out. Without taking any breaks, they joined the battle immediately. The long, exhausting journey and their inadequate strength had resulted in many reinforcements losing their lives the moment they charged onto the battlefield. But those who arrived later still continued to go charging forward without any hesitations. Not for the sake of leaving their name in history, not for endless glory and honor, only for the sake of doing their part for this continent. They may have passed on, but they came, they fought, and they lived. An hour passed quickly in the blink of an eye. It was like a long, excruciating wait. Jun Moxie raised his hand and 30,000 middle troops marched orderly onto the battlefield with a frenzied roar. Under the strict command of Jun Moxie, these Tian Fa soldiers had gotten into formation. The moment they entered the battlefield, they instantly dealt hefty damage and made an impactful contribution. The yelling on the battlefield intensified. It was unstoppable. Behind, far away, silhouettes could be seen arriving from the direction of the continent. In this 1 hour, thousands of people arrived and joined the battle. These reinforcements were the families that were subsidiary to the three Holy Lands. On this battlefield, the number of accidental killings was the least, simply because it was too easy to identify friend and foe. Because the outsiders looked completely different from humans, naturally, those that looked the same were comrades, and those that didn't were the enemies. As deaths and blood accumulated, another hour passed. Jun Moxie was about to deploy the rear troops who had recovered to their peak form, but he unexpectedly heard a loud sound coming from the direction of the continent. As if there was a huge troop coming. Jun Moxie stopped and did not give the command to advance. He saw flags flying in the air and several horses came rushing out, followed by a huge army. 2 white-bearded men were leading the troops, an incisive look in their eyes. One was Dugu Zongheng. And the other, Morong Fengyun. The reinforcements from Tianxiang had also arrived. They were overjoyed to see an old friend at a time like this, but they didn't have the time to exchange pleasantries and immediately sought information on the situation. Dugu Zongheng and Morong Fengyun, along with their men and a few other small troops formed by other Xian cultivators that had joined them on the way, had a force of almost 10,000 men in total. To be able to gather such a huge army from the continent in such a rushed state was not an easy feat. Dugu Zongheng had been hurrying throughout the entire journey, completely exhausting 10,000 healthy horses to their deaths. The battle situation was in danger, so it didn't allow anyone to exchange greetings. They went straight to the point. My third echelon will go out first. Jun Moxie said. Uncles, please order all your men to rest and recuperate. In an hour's time, they have to get ready for action. We absolutely must kill all these outsiders over here. Otherwise, we can't get it done once and for all. All right. We shall do it that way. Dugu Zongheng and Morong Fengyun were old hands at disposition of the troops, they knew now was not the time for false courtesy. They immediately agreed. Jun Moxie's flag waved as the thunderous drums boomed. The final wave of 50,000 Tian Fa members went charging up uniformly. They had all rested for an hour and had recovered to their peak forms. In other words, they were considered fresh troops. Whereas the outsiders had always been in battle, and despite their large numbers, they did not have the chance to catch their breaths. The moment this wave of fresh troops joined the battle, the impact they brought was unprecedented. They consecutively took down dozens of outsiders' units, charging straight into the central position of the battle. A sudden loud cry rang out from the skies, and a giant avian creature came landing down. The head of the 8 great masters, Yun Biechen, and his partner have arrived and joined the battle. There was yelling from the direction of the continent. Guan Qinghan's father, Guan Donglu, had also arrived at this moment with all the soldiers from the Guan family. Then another. As more and more reinforcements arrived from the continent, the outsiders began to die one by one. Although there were many of them, they were not all indispensable. The balance of the victory of this battle and slowly, unconsciously tilted. Seeing that his worries had been resolved, young Master Jun went directly to take on those 3 saint monarchs left from the outsiders. He used great efforts to get these 3 scoundrels to gather together for him to deal with in one go. The process was rather simple. First, he kept chasing after one of them, making him beg for help. Then when they met with the other 2, he intentionally held back, making them think that they could rid him if they tried hard enough. Naturally, this sound lured the last outsider Saint Monarch out to join forces with them. As long as he left a bit of hope, they would definitely not give up on the chase. It was not like young Master Jun did not wish to settle them quickly. He may not have fallen into a disadvantage when dealing with these 3 Saint Monarchs alone, but Jun Moxie still did not have the abilities to kill a Saint Monarch expert with ease. Especially with their final move, self-detonation. If Jun Moxie did not use the yin-yang escape art and took it head-on, he would still be heavily injured even if he didn't die. If these detonations went off in places where the Tian Fa troops were concentrated, it would cause extremely dreadful casualties. This was also the main reason why Jun Moxie did not dare to force these 3 people too much. As long as he didn't have definite confidence of killing them with one shot, he would rather continue the battle. As young Master Jun battled with the last 3 Saint Monarchs from the outsiders, it was not as if he couldn't do anything else. Wherever young Master Jun passed, it was a sea of flames. Those flames that came out of nowhere burned ragingly the moment they came into contact with flesh. Jun Moxie really didn't know how many times he had secretly released the power of fire up till now. Alternating between the power of earth and power of fire, he estimated that almost 20,000 outsiders had died by his hands. This was undoubtedly a horrifying number. Up till now, the battle situation was clear. Young Master Jun, who no longer had any worries, began to launch his killing spree on these 3 Saint Monarchs. The 3 of them had met Jun Moxie once, and all of them had praised Jun Moxie's noble elegance. But now, they realized that this young man before them was no nobleman. He was 100 times more terrifying than a demon. Especially when Jun Moxie secretly whacked a black flame of primal chaos into the body of one of the Saint Monarchs earlier, causing him to turn into a ball of smoke. That was when the other 2 Saint Monarchs came to realization. The one boss led away wasn't the real head. The real head is this scoundrel who looks harmless and innocent. The moment this realization hit him, these 2 Saint Monarchs almost broke down from the anger. How could it be like this? This is too shameless. Too despicable. It was this asterisk Shoal who had gotten rid of over 10,000 Saint Emperors with his black flame. Then with all that kind, and amiable grace, he urged Chuangshan Beidao to bring the other fellow away, while he himself stayed behind here. Causing the entire Divine Sun clan to make the wrong judgment and resulting in their defeat right now. The 2 Saint Monarchs were filled with indignation. Their foreheads shrieked hatefully in unison, "It's you. So it was you. So it was you who?" Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. "Isn't it just me? What are you all yelling about? Scum is scum, but you can't even speak properly." As he brought his hands up, the black flame began to appear on his palm. The 2 Saint Monarchs instantly tried to dodge the moment they saw that black flame. But Jun Moxie went hitting on the shoulder of one of the Saint Monarch, sending them upside down. Then Jun Moxie began to kick at them like he was kicking a rubber ball. After a series of attacks that rained upon them, the 2 Saint Monarchs finally couldn't bear it anymore. "We can't defeat you, we admit it. But that doesn't mean that we can't take you along with us." With this thought, both of their eyes turned red. Just like Gu Han, they did not duck or avoid the attacks, charging straight at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie also yelled and charged forward, pretending to be ready to stake it all. On the surface, it looked as if the 3 of them were ready to take the other party down and perish together. Near. Near. They were almost touching. The 2 Saint Monarchs laughed madly and roared. "Jun Moxie, you damnable hypocrite, die together with us." From the continuous shouts earlier, they'd already managed to find out that this youngster's name was Jun Moxie. At that time, the 2 of them had snorted with disdain, thinking to themselves that those mainlanders really were terrible at naming themselves. That name was so bad, unlike their Divine Sun race, whose names were so meaningful. Take Chuangshan Beidao, Gao Chiao Tuku, Maniai Kuzi, Xiachuan Erden, those names were so pleasant to the ears. Only now did they finally realize what that name symbolized. This name had always represented ruin. However, even if you're more ferocious, the self-detonation of 2 Saint Monarchs will definitely be enough to send you on your way. Even if it was just one of us using self-detonation to attack, it was likely that even the boss, Chuangshan Beidao, would receive grave injuries. Your cultivation is only around the boss's level. How can you escape? Moreover, you'd already endured a full day of long battle. Jun Moxie laughed aloud. "Good. This young master shall send you on your way then." Without retreating, he actually opened his arms and rushed forward. Both of them were filled with joy. Their muscles began to swell immediately. For Saint Monarchs, there was no need to channel anything to self-detonate. They could directly explode if they so wished. But for the sake of avoiding any accidents and to achieve the best effect, the 2 still chose to wait and channel their energies. They were determined to consign this annoying hypocrite to death. But in the next moment, just when their self-detonation sequence had already been initiated, the both of them found to their extreme anger, that the hateful little fellow had actually disappeared completely. The most aggravating thing was that because they had been so violently chased and attacked all the way by Jun Moxie, they were now situated right in the middle of the densest part of their army ranks. Not only would their self-detonation this time not reach their enemy, they were even going to implicate their own people. The saddest thing was not even this. Both of them were already unable to reverse the process of their self-detonation. Everything was too late. A look of fear was imprinted in the stupefied eyes of the outsiders' warriors around those two saint monarchs as a piercing light burst out. In the next moment, a heaven-shocking explosion surged outwards. There was no need to say anything. The self-detonations on the level of saint monarchs were undoubtedly extremely huge. In the middle of such a large army, a 500-600 zhang wide area was completely blasted clear. The hole at the very center of that wide area was incomparably deep, looking like two huge black holes. Nearly 8,000 outsiders' soldiers had accompanied their respected Lord Saint Monarchs to the Yellow Springs, ensuring that the whole bunch of them would not be lonely. Most of them had died in complete confusion, not knowing how they had died. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that their own deaths would be caused by their own people. And it was their most respected leaders no less. This was simply too saddening. Right now, apart from Chuangshang Beidao, the other 6 Saint Monarchs had all fallen. 3 had been slain by Gu Han, and the other 3 had all died because of Jun Moxie. Especially the last 2 who died by self-detonation, their death was filled with endless fury. Jun Moxie's spiritual sense quickly spread through the entire area, ensuring that there were no more peak enemy experts. This time, the assassination mission was relatively successful. With his mood greatly improved, Jun Moxie roared loudly and shot down from the sky. Everywhere he passed, a sea of fire would follow. Countless outsiders' soldiers were burned like candles as they ran around with their heads on fire. The fire burned through the soldiers as if it was burning through an ordinary bamboo forest, advancing over 300 zhang of area. After that, it rose up again, this time appearing like 9 fire dragons. 4 on the left, 4 on the right, and 1 in the middle. If one looked at it from the top, it would look like a gigantic fire phoenix. Burning resplendently, it swept across the battlefield. After Jun Moxie's actions, Big Bear's bear tribe and the reinforcements who arrived later, only had to fight the scattered survivors and were not met with much resistance. Half the battlefield had actually been turned into a fiery refinement hell. With a whooshing sound, Jun Moxie landed before old Madame Dongfang. The old madam was wielding a gleaming sword and killing with great gusto, her entire body drenched mostly in the enemy's blood. Seeing Jun Moxie, she actually had the leisure to smile and look at him, asking, "How's your mother now?" Jun Moxie slapped out with both his palms, causing the tens of outsiders' soldiers before him to cry out miserably as they were sent flying backwards. As they flew, their bodies fell apart, and were quickly engulfed by 2 fire dragons. Smiling widely in return, he nodded. Mother's temperament had improved greatly in this period of time. And from the looks of it, she's even gained a little weight. The old madam laughed gladly, but she still warned, "Your mother is a person with very deep emotions. Although her emotions have improved, you still need to treat her well. Don't let her dwell too much on the matters of the past." As she said that, the old woman sighed heavily as she stood in the middle of the battlefield. Moxie understands. Jun Moxie's expression also turned heavy. After killing his fill for a moment and seeing that old Madame Dongfang's troops had already joined up with Crane King's warriors, he quickly clasped his hands. "I'll take a look at the other side." After saying that, he shot off like a comet, stepping on the heads of the outsiders' soldiers, quickly opening up a large path of several zhang in the blink of an eye. Perhaps young Master Jun's movement technique had retrograde, but with every step he took, the heads of the outsiders' soldiers under his feet would directly burst apart. He looked as if he was stepping on watermelons all along the way. Of course, his speed was not hindered at all as he killed and hurried on. Seeing the young grandson of hers hurrying off like a hurricane, she smiled happily. This ability of Moxie is already unrivaled in this world now. Hearing her words, Dongfang Wenqing and the others also nodded deeply with thought. Under the strict and decisive directing of Jun Wui, the entire battle situation had begun to turn. The outsiders were being forced back continuously, and their soldiers were falling rapidly. The results of this war had already become clear. Jun Moxie was also finally able to relax. When he looked at the other groups fighting, their sides were all in the absolute advantage. After this battle, the next step would be to continue to press at the enemy's base. This was a matter that would need some proper preparation. As he thought of this, his gaze traveled in another direction. But in that moment, he froze slightly and suddenly rushed over. On the other side, the Guan family's family head, Guan Donglu, was currently leading the Guan family in a bitter fight. Although they were fighting with great will, their battle strength was still obviously weaker than the others. By now, the Guan family had already suffered many casualties. Because even the strongest among them, Guan Donglu, only had a cultivation at the Earth Xian level. Against the powerful strength of the outsider's army, Guan Donglu was mired in great dangers at every turn, not to mention having enough strength to spare to help others. Guan Donglu, his two sons Guan Qingpe, and Guan Qinyue, along with tens of Guan family experts were hanging on desperately. Among them, there was a girl with her face covered in a black veil. Surrounded by hundreds of outsiders warriors, they looked like the small group looked like they were about to be wiped out at any moment. Jun Moxie charged in with great momentum, carrying a loud whooshing sound. Before he reached, a large path was already cut through the forces that were surrounding the Guan family. Closely following that, a gush of fire swept through the area. The outsiders who had been in the advantage, suddenly cried aloud as their battle strength dipped drastically. Jun Moxie opened a path with his bare hands and quickly arrived before Guan Donglu. But just as he wanted to say something, he found that the situation was somewhat awkward. Guan Qinghan was now his woman and this old fellow before him could be said to be a legitimate father-in-law of his now. You're here. Guan Donglu also sounded somewhat stiff. Similarly, Lord Guan also didn't know how to address this person before him. Call him Moxie. That seems somewhat too casual. Son-in-law. It's still not that time yet. Then, third young master. What would that make me? The entire world knew that his daughter was sleeping in the same bed as this fellow, but they just hadn't gone through the formalities until now. Jun Moxie nodded silently. With 3 slaps, the entire group of outsider soldiers were cleared out. Looking at Guan Donglu, he was just about to speak when his eyes fell upon the girl in the middle with the black veil. It's you. Jun Moxie's eyes instantly turned cold. This was actually Heir, the top beauty of Spirit Fog Lake. It was also the same woman who'd once tried to assassinate Jun Moxie. This was the woman who was said to have the deepest hatred for Jun Moxie. After such a long time, they'd finally met again. Guan Qinyue, who was supported by 2 people, was covered in blood. She had clearly suffered quite a number of injuries. Guan Qinyue seemed to have always had a lot of feelings for this woman, even to the point of disregarding everything for her. Jun Moxie naturally knew about this. But never would he have thought that this woman would actually appear here under such unique circumstances. Back then, Jun Moxie had wanted to get rid of this woman after that assassination attempt, but who would have thought that in just a few short days, that woman would disappear completely from Tianxiang City. From then on, he never received any more news about her. That's right, it's me. Lady Heir tore off her veil, revealing that beautiful face. Her eyes were extremely complicated as she looked at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. Evil monarch. Are you very surprised that you would see me here? Guan Qinyue walked up nervously and supported Heir's body. Heir, don't be afraid, I'll be here with you. We will never part. A look of emotion flashed across Heir's face and she smiled bitterly in her heart as she thought to herself. If the evil monarch wishes to kill me, what difference would it make that you're here? However, she still felt quite touched by this idiot. So you'd been hiding in the Guan family all this time. Jun Moxie calmed down in an instant. Clasping his hands behind his back, he said in a low tone, no wonder even I wasn't able to find you. You should know, I've looked for you for an extremely long time. Perhaps, this is what it means when people say that the area under the lamp is the darkest. The calmness of his voice caused Guan Qinyue and Heir to both feel a shiver travel down their spines. Jun Moxie was looking for her. Why? It was naturally not because he missed her, it was to put her to death. The phrase that the area under the lamp is often the darkest, was undoubtedly true. It was also something that could end up implicating the entire Guan family. Is that so? Then, I'll have to congratulate Lord Evil Monarch. Because, you've finally found me. There's no need to dwell on this problem anymore. Heir's lithe body shook slightly, but she still continued stubbornly. Back then, Jun Zhantian killed my entire family, only leaving me in this world. Today, as the grandson of Jun Zhantian, if you kill me, it'll be considered as thoroughly removing the root of the grass, eliminating all future troubles. No. Guan Qinyue shouted and turned towards Jun Moxie with a pleading expression. Third young master Jun, please let her off. Let Heir off. I beg of you. She is the person that I love the most in this world. If there's no Heir, I won't be able to live on. His body trembled heavily, and his lips shook. His eyes were already devoid of hope. Because he could clearly see the intense killing intent brewing in Jun Moxie's eyes. Third young Master Jun, you and my elder sister are already a couple now, could it be that you are willing to still tear away the happiness of your own little uncle? I beg you. Jun Moxie's body shivered slightly. One had to admit, those straw-grasping words that Guan Qingyue said had truly achieved the right effect. The reason why Jun Moxie could not endure Yuer was because this girl had always held nefarious intentions towards the Jun family. Especially now, even though they were all fighting for the continent, her hatred towards the Jun family had still not subsided even a bit. Yuer, who is your father? And who is your grandfather? Why do you have so much hatred for the Jun family? I believe that my grandfather is not a savage who kills the innocent. If you can give me a good explanation today, I might give you justice. Jun Moxie sighed lightly and said. Could I possibly malign your grandfather? My grandfather is called Chu Tai Chen, the great general of Yan country. When Tian Xiang fought to establish their lands, Jun Zhantian defeated my grandfather in battle, and he was ultimately killed under Jun Zhantian's blade. Yuer's eyes filled up with tears as she glared at Jun Moxie. Back then when our great Yan was destroyed, my father Chu Changfeng stayed to defend our ancestral home. In the end, he also died in the hands of Jun Wuhui. Grandfather and father's deaths left the Chu family without anyone to rely on, and our family was torn apart. In a single night, the Chu family was devoured by the Tang family, and everyone was either scattered or dead. I escaped and made my way through an arduous road to reach Tian Xiang, only for revenge. Everything that happened to the Chu family was because of your Jun family. Your entire family is the murderer of my household. Jun Moxie snorted coldly and rolled his eyes, and here I thought that my grandfather had done something evil. So this supposed grudge is simply because your father and grandfather had been killed on the battlefield? Because of that, you've attributed all the misfortune that your family had met with to my Jun family? Miss, is that what you were trying to say? So by young Mrs. Logic, if my grandfather had not won on the battlefield that year, we would instead become the great benefactors of your family? If my grandfather lost, and my Jun family was the one being destroyed, would that be the correct outcome? Yuer was completely unable to reply. She was very young when her family fell apart, and she'd suffered all her childhood. She'd already concluded since then, that all her misfortune was because of the Jun family. She only felt that if the Jun family hadn't existed, her family would still be whole and happy. But she'd never once thought to think about the other side of the coin. Now when she was questioned like this, she was suddenly stumped, and couldn't reply. Jun Moxie continued pressing. Ha! Young Mrs. ability to reason is really breathtaking. By young Mrs. Logic, wouldn't my Jun family's enemies be so plentiful that the entire world would be filled with them? Our family's 3 generations are all soldiers and generals, the number of people who've died under their blades can be numbered in the millions. If the families of every one of those soldiers wanted to seek revenge, how many heads does our little Jun family have to give to everyone who comes? What a joke! And, after today, you can include a Jun Moxie into your list of savage and abhorrible Jun family members. After all, this seat had killed a huge number of outsiders people. I'm sure they would wish to seek revenge as well. Because I'm the biggest enemy that blocked their path into the Xian continent. Jun Moxie had also not thought before, that Yuer's deep-seated hatred, was actually such a matter. To Yuer, this was an incredibly difficult thing to bear. But to Jun Moxie, it was an extremely laughable matter. It was truly too laughable. The duty of a soldier had always been to fight for their country. Dying on the battlefield should be the greatest honor for any soldier. But if the family members of every soldier who died on the battlefield went to look for the enemy general for revenge, the world would really go chaotic. Among soldiers on the battlefield, there were never anything like grudges. They only had different positions. Nothing more. Guan Qingyue held tightly onto Yuer's wrist and explained anxiously. Jun Moxie. Brother-in-law. In this period of time, I'd always been advising her, and in truth, Yuer's hatred had already been mostly put down already. Brother-in-law, you must believe me, as long as Yuer is with me, she will never do anything to harm the Jun family. Guan Qingyue was so anxious that he even directly called out the words brother-in-law. Yuer appeared somewhat unwilling that her wrist was being grabbed, and her face was still filled with grief and rage. However, she no longer continued to struggle. Truthfully, how could she not understand the same logic? It was only because of the deep hatred that she'd always held in her heart, causing her to be unwilling to confront the thought. After being scolded so thoroughly by Jun Moxie now, everything had become clearer to her. You guarantee? Are you able to guarantee anything? What if I insist on plucking out the weeds completely and kill? Jun Moxie's face turned cold as he asked. But even when he said that, there was no more killing intent in his heart. On the surface, Yuer's hatred was so huge that they could not live under the same sky. But in truth, she was just a girl with some mental trauma. After the Chu family fell apart, it was this thought of revenge that allowed her to live on until now. If even this motivation collapsed, she might also crumble apart herself. The main reason that Jun Moxie was unwilling to kill was not because young Master Jun was his little uncle's beloved woman. The title of being his little uncle certainly did have a certain amount of face attached to it. But this also depended on whether young Master Jun was willing to give him that face, and how much of it. Right now, the most important reason was that Yuer was simply too weak. She was much too weak. Her cultivation was only barely at the rudimentary level of Golden Xian. With such a cultivation, even if the weakest person from the Jun family stood out and let her hack at them wildly with a knife without retaliating, she would die of exhaustion before she could hurt anyone. Schemes could indeed be useful in dealing with experts, but there was still a limit to them. Against experts whose strengths far surpassed the masses, any kind of plot or schemes would just be a joke. Jun Moxie had always been a very realistic person. With the current power that the Jun family possessed, an existence like Yuer was something that couldn't even compare to an ant. There was completely no need to pay her any mind. If you must kill, I, Guan Qingyue, am willing to die in her place. Guan Qingyue's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and said. If I cannot die in her place, then please allow me to die together with her. Hand in hand, we will tread the yellow springs together. By the time he finished speaking, his lips had already been bitten until it bled. But without bothering to wipe them away, he looked at Jun Moxie, and knelt down. Qin Yu. Yuer cried out and looked at him with her heart shattering apart. In that moment, she was actually unable to say anything. This was the man who'd been chasing after her from the start, never wavering in the slightest. Even though she'd never reciprocated anything, he did not change his conviction. He would stupidly do things that even she despised, as he tried his best to please her. At first, for the sake of taking revenge against the Jun family, she intentionally gotten close to him, to use him. Yet he'd never once suspected her. When she got the information she needed and left without a word, he did not blame her at all. Later on, when he saw her again, he still behaved as passionately as before towards her. Finally, when her plot was discovered by Jun Moxie, and she was forced to flee from Tianxiang City, she found that with the influence of the Jun family, there was actually no place for her to hide even in this vast world. Just at this time, Guan Qingyue once again appeared in front of her. He would rather fall out with his family to protect her. In this period of time, in order to protect her, he was beaten up badly by his father several times. However, he still refused to budge even a step. Today, because of her, against her greatest enemy, a peerless expert whom they had no hope of resisting, he put down his pride as a man to beg for mercy. He was even willing to give up on his life to exchange for her to be able to keep on living. If she must die, he was willing to die along with her. Such a pure and true love, how many men in the world would be able to go so far for a woman he loved? She'd already received so much. Why would there be anything that she wasn't unsatisfied with? Why had she never noticed his true love? Could it be that her heart was really blinded? In this moment, Yuer's heart that had been tightly sealed for all these years was deeply moved by this idiotic fellow. Sighing heavily, Guan Donglu shook his head. Jun. Third young Master Jun, in truth, our Guan family has in truth let down the Jun family in this matter. Qin Yu was so deep in love, and this old man was also unable to do anything about it in a short moment, so we could only delay it first. This time, we've come to Tiannan to help with the war, and originally, it was just to contribute our strength for the continent. If we could meet you, it would naturally be best if we could explain the matter to you in person. But if we didn't see you, everything would also be resolved with the wind once our family died fighting here. On the side, Guan Qingpa looked expression. Truthfully, this first young master of the Guan Famo, had always looked quite disdainfully at that younger brother of his being so obsessed with a woman. A young man like his brother wouldn't need to be scared of not being able to find a wife anyways. Was there a need to be like this? Jun Moxie nodded his head blandly as he looked at Guan Qingyue. Guan Qingyue, are you really willing to die with her? Fine then, since you'd already spoken, I'll give you that face. There's no need to travel the yellow springs together. If you're willing to die for her, I'll spare her life. In any case, as long as I can take one life today, that'll be sufficient. Your death or hers, it's the same. The moment those words came out, anyone could tell that Jun Moxie was determined to kill Heir. In that moment, everyone's faces changed as they cursed Jun Moxie in their hearts for being so unfeeling. However, Guan Qingyue leaped up with an excited expression. Are those words for real? A man is only as good as his words. I, Jun Moxie, never speak false words. Jun Moxie nodded lightly. Looking at this silly fellow, he's truly irredeemably deep in love. Fine then, I'll fulfill him.